First-class martial arts? I possess unparalleled celestial techniques. I hear you are invincible in alchemy and artifact forging? Apologies, but I can crush you like an ant. The peerless genius, the ancient immortal emperor, returns to the immortal realm with the supreme ancient technique, ancient sky devouring art. In this life, he seeks not to become an immortal or pursue demonic power, but to live for himself. The regrets of the past shall be rectified in this life. In this life, I desire nothing more than for my family and friends to be blissfully happy. All who stand against me, even this vast universe, shall tremble and crawl beneath my feet. Taishang, you despicable scoundrel, how dare you claim to be an immortal emperor? Su Liang opened his bloodshot eyes and bellowed. In the vast world, the immortal realm stands supreme. As one of the 6 immortal emperors of the immortal realm, the ancient immortal emperor sought the legendary opportunity to transcend the immortal realm and enter the sacred domain. He ascended to the heavens, shattered the firmament with a wave of his hand, and forcibly opened the path to the sacred domain using his physical body and immortal soul as the source. However, he was ambushed by the hidden Taishang immortal emperor, sustaining injuries that left him with only a wisp of undying immortal soul barely clinging to life. Where am I? Have I truly reached the sacred domain? With this thought, Su Liang surveyed his surroundings, realizing he was in a spacious training ground, where the pavilions and the swaying crooked willow trees were all too familiar. Before he could ponder further, a sharp pain shot through his head, prompting him to touch it, only to find his hand drenched in crimson blood. You worthless fool, if you're not dead, say something. You startled me. What immortal emperor are you? You look like you've been knocked senseless. Before him stood several youths clad in black, around the age of 15 or 16. The leader was slightly plump, with a fierce visage, wielding a blood-stained club. Feege, this kid is also from the Xu family. Isn't this a bit excessive? Beside the black-clad youth, a buck-toothed sycophant cast a few pitying glances at Su Liang. What are you afraid of? My grandfather is the second elder of the clan. This guy is merely a worthless orphan if I beat him to death. Who would dare to say a word? Someone like him, who has trained for over a decade, yet remains in the first stage of the acquired realm, is a waste of Xu family's resources. He'd be better off dead. Su Liang gazed at the prattling black-clad youth, a hint of astonishment flickering in his eyes. Xu Pengfei? So this is neither the sacred domain nor the immortal realm, but the mortal world. This scene was all too familiar. It was exactly 16 years ago when, as a collateral disciple of the Xu family, he had been caught slacking off in the training ground by Xu Pengfei, who had mercilessly beaten him, breaking several bones. Because of this, he had lain in bed for weeks, discarded by the Xu family as a waste, nearly losing his life. The only family member he had, his sister, had been toyed with by several clan youths after his disappearance, and was married off as a tool to a scion of a prominent family, ultimately choosing to end her own life under unbearable pressure. Upon hearing this news, Su Liang wept for 3 days, until his eyes bled and no tears remained. In response, he had diligently trained in demonic arts for a decade, eventually exacting revenge on the family that had caused his sister's demise and the entire Xu clan. Though vengeance was achieved, without his family, everything lost its meaning. Since then, his life had been consumed by slaughter, and he ultimately became one of the 6 titans of the immortal realm, only to be schemed against by the Taishang immortal emperor. Taishang scoundrel, I will repay this treachery. Gritting his teeth, Su Liang was filled with myriad emotions. Reflecting on his past life, he found too many regrets and owed far too many debts. He resolved to make amends in this life. In this life, he would not allow his sister to suffer even a hint of grievance, nor would he let anyone obstruct his path. Having returned, if anyone dares to hinder him, he shall slay them. If heaven seeks to obstruct him, he shall vanquish heaven. Hey, waste, I'm talking to you. Why are you silent? Have you gone mute? Seeing Su Liang merely sitting on the ground, lost in thought, Xu Pengfei snapped irritably. Hearing this, Su Liang returned to his senses and cast a glance over. Having been an immortal emperor for 20,000 years, the count of those he had slain could be measured in the billions. Although his current cultivation was diminished, the murderous intent in his eyes was sharper than any sword, causing Xu Pengfei to feel as if he had plunged into an icy abyss, his face turning pale as he trembled. Damn, you worthless fool dare to glare at me? Seeking death? Are you? Instinctively stepping back, Xu Pengfei quickly realized he had overreacted, feeling humiliated in front of his lackeys. He glared back at Su Liang and swung his club fiercely at his face. Xu Pengfei's cultivation was at the 3rd stage of the acquired realm, though this strike lacked full force. it still carried the weight of hundreds of pounds. If it landed, Xu Liang's nose would likely be flattened. The tragedy of my past life began when Xu Pengfei grievously injured me in this life. I will surely reverse this fate. A glint of cold light flashed in his eyes as Xu Liang clenched his right fist and struck out. At the moment of impact, his wrist deftly flicked, channeling the power of his arm into a sudden explosive strike, generating a fierce gust of wind. Short strength. Iron cutting. The short strength technique was one he had learned from a reclusive master during his earlier years of seeking vengeance, capable of subduing dragons and tigers at its peak. Iron cutting was merely one of its techniques, named for its ability to sever steel. Bang! The fist and club collided, producing a dull thud. Xu Pengfei felt a numbing sensation in his palms, unable to maintain his grip on the club, which flew from his hands and landed with a crisp sound. Looking down at his empty hands, Xu Pengfei raised his gaze to Xu Liang. Disbelief etched across his face. The force behind Xu Liang's punch was not that of a mere first-stage waste. Fiji's club was actually knocked away. When did this waste become so strong? Not just him, but those around him were equally astonished, staring at Xu Liang with expressions akin to seeing a ghost. Under their gaze, Xu Liang slowly rose, feeling a sharp pain in his right hand. Even with his formidable nerves, he couldn't help but frown. Indeed, this body is still too frail. Using my previous techniques feels somewhat strenuous. A mere waste dares to resist. I will dismantle your bones today, making you lie in bed for weeks. Let's see if you dare to defy me again. Wrist rotating, Xu Pengfei regained his composure, his face now displaying a murderous intent as he charged again at Xu Liang. His fists raised high, two azure lion head phantoms materializing above him, roaring fiercely. That is the Wind Lion Fist, a first-class martial art. I hear this move is the Second Elder's ultimate skill, capable of shattering rocks. It seems Fiji is truly enraged this waste. Xu Liang is about to meet his end. Just a waste if he dies, so be it. The onlookers wore expressions of schadenfreude, perceiving Xu Liang as already dead. However, at that moment, short strength. Mountain shifting, Xu Liang shouted, spreading his legs apart, retracting his left arm while thrusting his right fist forward, tracing a complete Tai Chi shape, gathering all his strength, causing the air to visibly cave in as he struck Xu Pengfei's fist. Crack! A sharp sound echoed as Xu Pengfei's arm bent backward, blood splattering everywhere. Xu Liang's fist continued onward, landing squarely on his chest, launching him several meters away. Retracting his arm, Xu Liang looked at Xu Pengfei, who lay on the ground clutching his arm and wailing, as if observing a mere insect, casually remarking, "This is but a warning. If you dare provoke me again, there will be no mercy." With that, Xu Liang turned and strode towards his home. The surrounding Xu family disciples regarded him with expressions of awe, eager to give him a wide berth. Only after Xu Liang had walked far did they turn to help Xu Pengfei up. "Fiji, are you all right?" The leading buck-toothed lackey asked with a forced smile, only to receive a resounding slap. "Damn it. Does this look like I'm fine? Now you come to curry favor. Where were you when I was being attacked? That way Xu Liang dared to injure me. This matter is far from over." Roaring at his lackeys, Xu Pengfei's face twisted in rage. "What are you standing there for? You worthless fools. Help me back. I will report this to my grandfather and have him deal with that little beast." "Yes, Fiji." The lackeys responded submissively, assisting him as they glanced back at the disappearing figure of Xu Liang, their faces filled with pity. Xu Pengfei's grandfather, Xu Tianing, was a top-tier expert of the Xu family at the 7th stage of the acquired realm and fiercely protective of his kin. Injuring Xu Pengfei would undoubtedly enrage him. Although they did not know why Xu Liang had suddenly become so formidable, it was clear he was doomed. Chapter 2. The Ancient Devouring Decision. Xu Liang's residence is nestled in a corner of the Xu family courtyard. It is a dilapidated thatched cottage, modest in size, measuring merely a few dozen square meters. Adjacent to the cottage lies a sprawling medicinal herb field, extending over 100 meters, where a type of grass resembling a crescent moon, adorned with silvery patterns, flourishes. This grass, known as silver moon grass, serves as the primary ingredient for crafting first-tier superior healing elixirs. Originally, this herb field belonged to his parents, but they perished during a confrontation with a ferocious beast, resulting in the Xu family reclaiming the land. Now, he possesses only the management rights without any usage rights, and in addition to this, he must clean the entire Xu family courtyard daily. Despite his extensive labor, his monthly wage is a meager 10 silver coins. And to train at the martial arts arena, he must endure the beatings from the offspring of other families. Reflecting on his life in the Xu family, Su Liang's memories are steeped in tragedy. Since I have returned, all of this will never happen again. As he spoke, Su Liang approached the entrance of the thatched cottage. The thought of soon seeing his younger sister stirring emotions within him, even with his typically serene demeanor. Summoning his courage, Su Liang pushed open the door. Inside lay a simple wooden bed and a set of tables and chairs. The walls were riddled with cracks. And on the uneven floor sat a girl of about 12 or 13, clad in a patched coarse linen dress, surrounded by a mountain of clothing. This girl was his sister, Su Xiaoxian. Her long, jet-black hair cascaded to her shoulders, and although malnourished, she possessed a delicate beauty, her large, bright black eyes sparkling with vitality. With a few more years, she would undoubtedly become a striking beauty. The pile of clothes beside her was a task assigned by the Xu family. The wear and tear from training battles made it common for the clothing of the Xu family's offspring to be damaged. Each month, she had to mend at least 100 garments. Facing punishment if she failed to complete her tasks, at this moment, Su Xiaoxian held a shirt with a gaping tear at the chest, carefully stitching it with a slender silver needle, squinting and rubbing her sore eyes due to the poor lighting. Creaking upon hearing the sound of the door opening, Su Xiaoxian looked over, only to find Su Liang covered in blood, his clothes torn and soiled with dirt. Instantly, her face filled with concern as she stood up and rushed over to smooth out the wrinkles in his garments. "Brother, did those bullies pick on you again? They are truly despicable. Please don't stoop to their level." Before she could finish, Su Liang, overwhelmed with excitement, embraced her tightly, causing her to emit a cry of pain. "Ouch, sorry, Xiaoxian, I was too eager just now." Releasing his grip, Su Liang gently pinched Su Xiaoxuan's cheek, savoring the sensation, his eyes moistening. After 20,000 years, even during his days as an immortal emperor, he had never ceased to yearn for his sister. At this moment, heaven had granted him the opportunity to touch her face, and he could no longer contain the surge of emotion and joy within him. Who says men do not shed tears easily? It is only because they have not yet reached the depths of sorrow. "Brother, what's wrong with you today? You seem different," Su Xiaoxian remarked, her gaze filled with curiosity. In the past, when Su Liang returned home bruised, he would always find a place to sit and sigh, reassuring her that everything would be all right. However, today, Su Liang wore a confident expression, his posture straight as a sword, his black eyes reflecting a profound weariness. Imbued with an enigmatic aura that she could not comprehend. "I'm fine," he replied evasively, seizing Su Xiaoxuan's hand and snatching the garment from her grasp, tossing it to the ground and kicking it aside. "Xiaoxian, you must stop doing this work. It is not good for your eyes. But brother, if I don't complete the tasks, we will face severe punishment. Fear not, with me around, no one dares to bully you. From now on, you shall do what you love. If you wish to study, I will support your education. If you want to train, I shall teach you." Su Liang ruffled Su Xiaoxuan's hair, his words unintentionally revealing a commanding tone that left her momentarily dazed. "Okay." Nodding earnestly, Su Xiaoxian's face lit up with joy. She could feel that her brother had indeed changed, and this sensation was not unwelcome. After exchanging a few pleasantries with his sister, Su Liang stepped outside. Walking directly into the silver moon grass field, where he sat cross-legged in the center, Su Xiaoxian followed, her curiosity piqued, wondering what he was about to do. Having injured Xu Pengfei, his grandfather would undoubtedly seek retribution. And with his current strength, countering a postnatal 7th-layer expert would be challenging. The immediate priority was to restore his power. In the mortal realm, cultivators harness a substance known as spiritual energy for their training. With realms classified into postnatal, innate, master, martial king, and martial emperor, each divided into 10 layers. Each realm possesses its own characteristics. The postnatal realm focuses on refining the physical body, and upon reaching advanced stages, one's flesh becomes as tough as leather, sinews as strong as dragons, bones as sturdy as steel, and blood denser than mercury, allowing one's strikes to carry immense force. Beyond the postnatal 10th layer lies the innate realm, wherein one generates a strand of innate spiritual energy within, enabling them to breathe underwater, move as lightly as a feather, and wield powerful techniques that can release their essence outward. Higher realms possess even greater strength, yet for Su Liang, considering such matters was still too distant. As he sat in the center of the herb field, Su Liang began to channel his innate heart technique, the Ancient Devouring Decision. This art was obtained from a forbidden area in the immortal realm, albeit a fragment, said to have originated from the sacred domain, possessing the ability to devour all and convert it into one's energy. Relying on the remnants of this technique, He had become one of the 6 immortal emperors in the immortal realm. Now, he intended to forcibly open the gates of the sacred domain in search of the remaining chapters of the technique. But unfortunately, he was betrayed at a critical moment, resulting in failure. With his mind focused on his dantian, he concentrated, envisioning a magical pot forming within, its black surface adorned with intricate dark golden patterns, seemingly imbued with the essence of the universe. The first step of the Ancient Devouring decision is to transform the dantian into a devouring magical pot, granting it the ability to absorb external spiritual energy, embracing all that comes. The process of shaping the devouring magical pot dantian is arduous, requiring an abundance of spiritual energy, and fortunately, there is an ample supply of silver moon grass at my disposal. The Xu family has owed us much over the years. Consider this a mere interest payment. As his thoughts concluded, Xu Liang closed his eyes, a layer of dark radiance enveloping him, while the surrounding silver moon grass seemed to sway as if caught in a tempest. Bending towards him, wisps of white energy emerged from the grass, flowing into his body. Postnatal second layer, postnatal third layer, postnatal fourth layered. In an instant, he ascended 3 realms, and his dantian began to morph into the shape of the devouring magical pot. Originally, his cultivation talent was poor due to the small capacity of his dantian, but transforming it into a devouring magical pot imposed no such limitations. Any form of energy, whether free or contained within other entities, would be plundered by him. The Ancient Devouring decision is unapologetically domineering. As he cultivated, the herb field began to wither, with all the herbs gradually turning yellow and disintegrating into powder, spreading toward the center. What kind of technique is my brother practicing? It's incredible. Su Shaoxian watched in awe, but soon, a realization struck her. These silver moon grasses belonged to the Xu family, and now her brother was absorbing them. This was a disaster. Chapter 3. The furious second elder in the Xu family's council hall. For Xu family disciples lay prostrate on the ground, the same ones who had previously followed Xu Pengfei, their heads buried in the floor, too fearful to speak. Before them stood 2 rows of tables and chairs, occupied by 3 individuals. Only the head of the Xu family and 2 elders were qualified to sit there. Xu Pengfei was also present. Standing pale behind a tall elder clad in luxurious black garments trimmed with gold, his hair and beard white, his demeanor imposing, incessantly complaining. "Grandfather, that good-for-nothing Xu Liang dared to injure me. You must avenge me." His arm was wrapped in bandages, smeared with a black ointment. Although it had not fully healed, the bleeding had stopped. That little beast Xu Liang actually dared to lay his hands on you. He must be tired of living. Upon hearing this, Xu Tianying's expression morphed into a mixture of sorrow and fury as he rose, his eyes glowing red, fists clenched. A powerful aura of postnatal 7th-layer strength radiated from him, transforming the atmosphere in the hall into one of suffocating tension. "My grandson has been harmed. Why are you all unharmed?" As he spoke, Xu Tianying approached the 4 prostrated individuals, his eyes gleaming with a feral light. Akin to a beast ready to pounce, the 3, their teeth chattering, trembled uncontrollably, unable to articulate a word. "Enough, second elder, this matter does not concern these individuals. Let them withdraw." A refined, distinguished middle-aged man seated at the head table waved his hand, causing the 3 disciples lying on the ground to breathe a sigh of relief as they repeatedly bowed in gratitude. "Thank you, Patriarch Zhengyang." As the sound faded, the 3 Xu family disciples hastily crawled out of the council hall, disappearing from sight. Upon witnessing the patriarch's intervention, the second elder suppressed his fury and turned to face him. "That little beast Xu Liang dared to harm my grandson. I must see him torn to shreds." "Please, Patriarch, issue the order." "Calm down, second elder. The Xu family is one of the top families in Wudong town. We must act with propriety. Though Xu Liang harmed a member of our clan, you cannot act recklessly. He should first be taken to the Xu family's punishment hall for further deliberation." Xu Zhengyang, his demeanor calm and unhurried, lifted the teacup beside him and took a sip. He remarked, "Moreover, your grandson provoked first. Having lacked skill, he was defeated. Whom can he blame?" Besides Xu Zhengyang, the elder Xu Tianlong, leaning on his cane, displayed a smirk of schadenfreude. Xu Pengfei had repeatedly caused trouble for the Xu family, and Xu Tianlong had long harbored disdain for him. Furthermore, Xu Tianying had been vying for the family's assets over the years, so he naturally felt a sense of satisfaction at this turn of misfortune. "Elder, what do you mean by that? Are you intending to shield that sinner Xu Liang?" Xu Tianying shot a cold glare at Xu Tianlong, his tone hostile, clearly ready for a confrontation. Xu Tianlong did not relent. Standing up with his cane, emanating a similarly powerful aura. Oh, what? Do you have a problem with that? The two faced off, and the atmosphere instantly plunged into an icy tension. Caught between them, Xu Zhengyang wore an awkward expression, repeatedly gesturing for calm. Both of you should temper your anger. This is merely a matter among the younger generation. There is no need to let it spoil our harmony. His words. Both elders huffed in unison and returned to their seats. Su Liang's ability to injure Xu Pengfei indicated his growing prowess, which Xu Zhengyang considered beneficial for the Xu family. Deep in thought, he raised the teacup for another sip. He was acutely aware of the rivalry between the two elders. However, he usually turned a blind eye, for it was his long-term vision that allowed the Xu family to flourish. Just as he pondered, a sudden exclamation erupted from outside. "Master, something terrible has happened. All the silver moon grass in the medicinal field has withered." What? The silver moon grass in the medicinal field was worth a fortune, a primary source of income for the Xu family. How dare that brat? The teacup slipped from Xu Zhengyang's hand, shattering upon impact with the ground. As he stood up with a pale countenance. "What now, master? I told you that Xu Liang is a calamity." Su Danying cast a glance at Su Tianlong, sneering repeatedly. Hearing this, Su Tianlong fell into silence, unable to refute. "Quick, let us go and stop that fool." Xu Zhengyang, barely able to maintain his composure, stormed towards Su Liang's residence, flanked by the two elders. Xu Pengfei trailed behind, his face twisted with resentment. "Su Liang, I never imagined you would ruin the medicinal field. You've brought this upon yourself. You have no one to blame." The group, all formidable individuals, reached the vicinity of Su Liang's home in mere minutes. Upon witnessing the barren, yellowed medicinal field, they nearly fainted from shock. "Greetings, master, elder, and second elder." Su Shaoxian, standing to the side, respectfully greeted them, her face a picture of anxiety. Su Liang, seated in the medicinal field, slowly opened his eyes, the dark aura surrounding him dissipating as he appeared unperturbed. "Bold Su Liang, not only have you harmed my grandson, but you have also destroyed an important medicinal field of the Xu family. You even dare to stand before us without offering your respects. Do you not realize your transgressions?" Su Tianying's fury surged as he glared at Su Liang, his voice booming with malice. "I do not know." Su Liang, casting a nonchalant glance at Su Tianying, responded coolly, rendering Su Tianying speechless, his face flushed with rage. He had expected Su Liang to plead for mercy or concoct some clever excuse after provoking a powerful figure like himself. Yet he was taken aback by Su Liang's utter lack of fear, leaving him at a loss for words. Su Liang regarded Su Tianying with disdain. Having slain numerous celestial kings and deities in the past, he now found Su Tianying merely a large ant. Even the weakest would not fear an ant scuttling by. This demeanor not only infuriated Su Tianying, but also darkened the expressions of Xu Zhengyang and Su Tianlong. Only Xu Pengfei stood to the side, clapping in delight, his face alight with joy, convinced that Su Liang's audacity before the elders would surely lead to his demise today. "Su Liang, though I do not know how you achieved this, you have committed a grave offense by destroying the medicinal field and must return with us to face punishment." Taking a deep breath to suppress his rising anger, Xu Zhengyang spoke coldly. "This medicinal field was originally my parents' property. After their passing, it was forcibly reclaimed by the Xu family. Do I not have the right to use it?" Standing tall, Su Liang met Xu Zhengyang's gaze. "This is an old matter that need not be revisited." Upon touching a nerve, Xu Zhengyang's face flushed with embarrassment. It was true that reclaiming the medicinal field had been an underhanded act on his part. But with his power, there was no need to reason with a talentless waste like Su Liang. The world operated on the principle of the survival of the fittest. The Xu family's dominion over the medicinal field was merely due to their superior strength. As long as Su Liang grew stronger than the Xu family, reclaiming it would be entirely justified. Realizing Xu Zhengyang's thoughts, Su Liang spoke calmly, just as Su Tianying scoffed derisively. "A mere child dares to speak so recklessly. Do you really think you can compare to the Xu family? Just like your unfortunate parents, who were devoured by beasts, they clearly raised a child of the same ilk before he could finish." A loud crack echoed as several bloodied teeth flew from Su Tianying's mouth, his body spinning through the air before crashing heavily to the ground. Silenced mid-sentence, Su Liang had appeared before him in an instant. His foot planted firmly on Su Tianying's head, retracting his raised hand, his expression frigid. "What right do you have to speak of my parents? What astonishing speed and power!" The elder Xu Zhengyang and Su Tianlong exchanged shocked glances as they watched Su Liang. Despite both being at the 7th level of the acquired realm, they had only seen a blur of Su Liang's movement. Moreover, with Su Tianying also at the 7th level, the fact that Su Liang could strike him down indicated that his power was at least at the 6th level of the acquired realm. Su Liang. He actually dared to strike my grandfather. He must be mad. Seeing his grandfather trampled beneath Su Liang's foot, Xu Pengfei's eyes widened in disbelief, rendered speechless by the shock. How did my brother do that? Su Shaoxian stared blankly at the fallen Su Tianying, rubbing her eyes, feeling as though she were trapped in a dream. Su Liang, cease this at once. No matter what, the second elder is still your senior. Su Zhengyang gasped sharply, the first to react, hastily calling for a halt. Since the master has spoken, I shall grant this old fool a modicum of face. But should I hear him insult my parents again? The consequences will not be so simple. Su Liang chuckled coldly, lifting his foot from Su Tianying and kicking him in the side, sending him flying several meters. Stumbling to his feet, Su Tianying clutched his bloodied mouth. His eyes filled with unmasked murderous intent, his demeanor frenzied as he charged at Su Liang. You dare to insult me, you little wretch? I will kill you. Despite the missing teeth giving his speech a comical edge. His aura was terrifying. Unfettered, Su Tianying unleashed his full strength as a 7th level acquired realm practitioner, 2 azure lion heads materializing in his hands, roaring fiercely as they charged towards Su Liang, the force of his punch stirring up the dirt and stones beneath them. Brother, be careful, Su Shaoxian shrieked as she witnessed Su Tianying's assault. The elders Su Tianlong and Su Zhengyang exchanged anxious glances, desperate to intervene, but it was too late. Facing the overwhelming force of the punch, Su Liang remained undaunted, his stance firm as he spread his legs, extending his right arm to trace a circular motion before crashing into Su Tianying's fist. Mountain-shifting punch, with a thunderous boom. Their fists collided, causing Su Tianying to stagger slightly, yet he remained standing. In contrast, Su Liang was forced back over 10 steps before finally halting, the disparity in strength glaringly evident. Even with his past experiences and skills, he was now only at the 4th level of the acquired realm, making it difficult to contend with Su Tianying's 7th level might. However, this was only the case when he refrained from using any techniques. If he were willing to pay a price, he still possessed the capability to kill Su Tianying. As he contemplated this, Su Liang cast a disdainful glance at Su Tianying. Old fool, I spared you this time only because of the master. Do not overstep your bounds. How could this little wretch's power suddenly increase so significantly? Su Tianying, both furious and astonished, reflected on his earlier punch, which he had thrown in anger, employing his full strength and ultimate techniques. He had believed that even if he couldn't kill Su Liang, he would at least leave him grievously injured. Yet, he had merely pushed Su Liang back, sustaining minor injuries himself. Their enmity ran deep, and now he found it increasingly difficult to eliminate Su Liang. If Su Liang were to grow stronger, the consequences would be unimaginable. This child cannot be allowed to live, with his teeth gritted. Su Tianying's aura intensified as he prepared to launch another attack. Suddenly, a commanding voice rang out, Stop! Su Tianlong, leaning on his cane, stepped in front of him with a ghostly grace. Tio continually strike at a junior. What a disgraceful act for an elder. This little wretch dares to strike at me. He deserves to be slain. Elder, do you truly intend to obstruct me? Su Tianying's pupils constricted. His teeth clenched as he halted his advance. So what? Su Tianlong stroked his graying goatee. Glancing at Su Liang behind him, his eyes glimmering with interest as he offered a warm smile, Su Liang, rest assured. While I am here, Su Tianying will not harm you. He had always had a contentious relationship with Su Tianying, and upon witnessing Su Liang withstand a blow from him without injury, he felt a surge of admiration. Such a talent, if he could draw him to his side, would undoubtedly surpass Su Tianying in no time. The elder chuckled dismissively, asserting that the old man was not worthy of inflicting harm upon him. Su Liang replied calmly, his tone audacious yet somehow instilling a sense of conviction in the ears of those who listened. Upon hearing Su Liang refer to him as an old man, Su Tianying was visibly enraged. Very well, Su Tianlong. This little wretch not only devastated the Su family's medicinal fields, but also shows utter disrespect to his elders. Such a person is a threat to the Su family, and your protection of this little wretch is tantamount to complicity. Head of the family, please assist me in apprehending this little wretch along with the elder and escorting them to the Hall of Justice. Su Tianlong, of comparable cultivation, was a challenge for Su Tianying, who, realizing he would struggle to contend with him, turned to Su Zhengyang for assistance. However, to his astonishment, Su Zhengyang not only refrained from joining him but also took a step back, seemingly establishing a boundary. Second elder, Do not be angered. Su Liang acted out of youthful passion upon hearing his parents were insulted. Such behavior is understandable. As for the destruction of the medicinal fields, it was likely an unintended mishap. If we can have Su Liang replant the silver moongrass, that would suffice as restitution. Su Liang, despite his youth, had withstood Su Tianying's assault, and with the provision of rare resources, he would undoubtedly surpass Su Tianying in the future, potentially becoming a master of innate prowess. Meanwhile, Su Tianying, being of advanced years, had limited room for improvement. Su Zhengyang could discern who bore greater weight in this matter. It was truly unexpected that after being deemed a waste for over a decade while remaining at the initial stage of postnatal cultivation, Su Liang possessed such formidable strength. From his previous defense against Su Tianying's strike, one could infer he was at least at the 4th level of postnatal cultivation, employing techniques that were far from ordinary, perhaps guided by a remarkable mentor. Should he manage to invite this mentor to the Su family, it would not be impossible for them to become the foremost family in Wudong town. With a gaze akin to that of a monster, Su Zhengyang could not suppress the fervor he felt towards Su Liang. Sensing the evident allure in Su Zhengyang's words, Su Liang remained indifferent. When he was still the ancient celestial emperor, countless celestial kings had knelt before him, and he had paid them no heed. He had little regard for a mere Su family. He would act solely according to his own will. If the Su family could be reasonable, he would not mind extending a helping hand. Conversely, should they view him as a thorn in their side, he would not hesitate to crush them with his strength. While Su Liang remained composed, Xu Pengfei was filled with trepidation. He had previously bullied Su Liang, and now that Su Liang had grown so powerful, if he were to find Xu Pengfei displeasing, the consequences would be dire. In this vein of thought, he anxiously tugged at his grandfather's arm, pleading earnestly, "Grandfather, we cannot let this matter rest. Su Liang is so arrogant. We must not easily forgive him, or he will only become more brazen in the future." "Silence, you fool! This incident was instigated by you." Su Tianying's fury intensified as he glared at Xu Pengfei's foolish demeanor. Each time Xu Pengfei caused trouble, it fell upon him to clean up the mess, which had truly worn him thin. While he had managed to resolve previous minor issues, this time he had evidently hit a brick wall. The imprint on his face still burned, reminiscent of a branding iron. Straining to suppress his rising anger, Su Tianying turned to Su Zhengyang with a sinister gaze. "You think I have dedicated decades to the Su family, only to be outdone by a junior? It is truly disheartening. If the head of the family insists on favoring this little wretch, I may have no choice but to leave the Su family." Upon hearing this, Su Zhengyang's countenance darkened, caught in a dilemma. He indeed wished to nurture Su Liang, but Su Tianying had also made significant contributions to the family and was a formidable postnatal 7th-level expert. He was reluctant to abandon either party. Does this old dog truly believe the Su family cannot function without him? Su Liang's eyes glinted coldly as he cast a disdainful glance at Su Tianying. Akin to regarding a mere insect, I do not wish to put the head of the family in a difficult position. How about this? We hold a duel before the entire Su family in a week. If you win, I shall take my own life. If you lose, you shall leave the Su family. What say you?" Hearing this, Su Tianying's anger transformed into a sardonic smile. Good, good. Let it be decided thus on that day. Do not expect mercy. I shall return your words verbatim, Su Liang replied nonchalantly. You are merely a child. This is your moment to be arrogant. I will crush every bone in your body and savor your slow demise. Enjoy the last 7 days of your life. Ignoring Su Liang's taunts, Su Tianying turned and left with Xu Pengfei, not even sparing Su Tianlong and Su Zhengyang a glance, clearly disillusioned with both. "Su Liang, your end is nigh. I shall collect your corpse." Xu Pengfei pressed his lips tightly together, casting a menacing glance at Su Liang. Su Liang turned coldly to regard him, the terrifying killing intent in his eyes causing Xu Pengfei to feel as though he were plunging into a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood. His complexion turning pale as he dared not utter another word, hastily following Su Tianying out. Chapter 5. The Alchemy Room. Su Liang, how has your strength suddenly surged so dramatically, and how have you mastered such powerful martial arts? As soon as the second elder departed, Su Zhengyang turned towards Su Liang. Astonishment etched across his face. "It is merely fortune that led me to encounter a remarkable mentor who took me as his disciple. All the martial techniques and cultivation methods were imparted to me by him, and the silver moon grass was inadvertently absorbed by him as well." Su Liang had anticipated the questions regarding his rapid ascent in strength and had prepared this excuse in advance. Fabricating a mysterious master would serve to deter Su Zhengyang and others from harboring ill intentions while also deflecting blame for the destruction of the silver moon grass, a twofold benefit. After the second elder's departure, Su Shaoxian approached him. Upon hearing his words, she stuck out her tongue. She had clearly witnessed her brother's cultivation causing the surrounding silver moon grass to wither, which had nothing to do with that fictitious master. Though she kept this thought to herself, I see. To be able to instantly absorb an entire field of silver moon grass, your master must be an extraordinary figure. Might I invite him to visit the Su family for a discussion? Su Zhengyang's eyes brightened at Su Liang's explanation, which aligned with his conjectures. Alas, that is not possible, for my master is elusive, rarely seen, and even I do not know his whereabouts. However, should the opportunity arise, I shall mention it to him. Su Liang shook his head. I understand. Su Zhengyang's eyes reflected a clear disappointment, but he quickly masked it, patting Su Liang's shoulder with a warm smile. Given your current cultivation, you are at least at the 4th level of postnatal cultivation and can stand against the second elder. Such strength qualifies you as a direct descendant of the Su family, entitled to receive a monthly stipend of 1 gold and 3 small cultivation pills. The Su family has indeed owed you much. Do not dwell on it. As compensation, you may receive an additional 3 months' worth of medicinal pills. As for the matter of the medicinal fields, do not be concerned. Since it was your master who absorbed them, it is not your fault. I will arrange for other disciples to clean up here shortly. Thank you, head of the family. Su Liang clasped his fists in gratitude, his expression remaining composed. When one is powerful, they are fawned over. When weak, they are cast aside. This was the law of the world, one he had long since come to understand. In this life, I shall not only become strong but also return to the pinnacle and become the mightiest. In an instant, Su Liang resolved firmly within his heart. Unpretentious and unhurried, this child is truly worthy of great use. Perhaps he can indeed defeat the second elder. Let me look forward to it. Seeing Su Liang's demeanor, Su Zhengyang nodded in satisfaction. By the way, now that you are a direct descendant, you cannot continue residing in such a humble place. Come, allow me to select a new residence for you. Approximately 10 minutes later, Su Liang and Su Shaoxian gazed upon the elegant courtyard, surrounded by ancient trees, their faces alight with joy. Su Shaoxian, particularly exhilarated, stammered as she spoke. This courtyard is so vast. Even the elders' residences are not as grand. Can we truly use this? Of course, if you find the courtyard too large and difficult to clean, I can send 2 servants to assist you, Su Zhengyang replied with a smile. Thank you, head of the family. Su Shaoxian exclaimed, her eyes brimming with barely contained delight as she glanced at Su Liang. She understood that her current fortune was due to her brother's newfound strength. The head of the family has pressing matters to attend to. So this should suffice. I shall now lead Su Liang to the alchemy room, as I manage the alchemy affairs within the Su family. Su Tianlong, who had remained silent throughout, suddenly spoke, casting a meaningful glance at Su Zhengyang. Upon meeting Su Tianlong's gaze, Su Zhengyang immediately grasped the unspoken intent. Su Zhengyang had been the one to curry favor with Su Liang thus far. Now it was Su Tianlong's turn. Considering that both parties were now aligned in support of Su Liang, Su Zhengyang nodded with a smile. Indeed, then it shall be up to the Grand Elder. With that, Su Zhengyang took his leave. Su Liang followed Su Tianlong to the alchemy room, while Su Shaoxian stayed behind under the pretense of cleaning the room. Her excitement was evident, clearly eager to experience the new home, and Su Liang smiled indulgently, allowing her to go. The Su family's alchemy room was centrally located among the many courtyards, comprising a series of interconnected stone buildings. In front of it lay a square adorned with 9 bronze cauldrons, from which wisps of azure smoke spiraled upwards. Within and around the alchemy room, numerous Su family disciples came and went, either carrying medicinal materials for refining or collecting pills. Even before approaching, Su Liang could already feel the intense heat emanating from within the alchemy room. In his previous life as a waste, he had been unworthy of entering to claim pills, and thus he was not well acquainted with the place. As Su Liang cautiously surveyed his surroundings, Su Tianlong stroked his grizzled beard, revealing a warm and genial smile. The Su family is renowned for their elixir trade, and this place could be considered a stronghold of the family. Ordinarily, unless one sought to concoct elixirs, common folk would not dare approach. However, you are different. Should you require any elixirs in the future, feel free to speak directly to me. As long as the necessary ingredients are available, I can assist you in refining them free of charge. After all, I am a first-tier high-grade alchemist. Su Tianlong expressed these words with a sense of pride. In the mortal realm, alchemists are categorized into 10 tiers, each further divided into upper, middle, and lower grades. Corresponding to the quality of the elixirs produced, first-tier alchemists can craft first-tier elixirs, which can benefit those at the acquired realm. while second-tier alchemists produce elixirs that enhance the cultivation of innate realm experts, and so forth. The higher the tier of the elixir, the more ingredients required and the greater the difficulty in refining it, which is why superior elixirs are exceedingly rare and high-tier alchemists are held in great esteem. Xu Tianlong, as a first-tier high-grade alchemist, is well known throughout Wudong Town, with individuals queuing daily outside the Xu residence seeking his alchemical expertise. Offering to refine elixirs free of charge is a testament to his high regard for Su Liang. Oh, thank you, Elder. Su Liang nodded calmly. Over the course of his 2 millennia of cultivation, he had encountered numerous alchemists, even those of higher realms, and he himself was an alchemist of the celestial tier. Thus, he regarded Xu Tianlong's first-tier status with indifference. After speaking, Xu Tianlong continued to gaze at Su Liang, hoping to see a glimmer of excitement on his face. Instead, he found the young man unperturbed. Leaving him somewhat disappointed and contemplative, he marveled at the youth's remarkable composure, noting how he remained unfazed by the allure of elixirs. With these thoughts in mind, Xu Tianlong concealed his sentiments and led Su Liang briskly into one of the stone chambers. This chamber is my personal alchemical workshop, typically unused by others. It contains small Peiyuan pills. Let me take you there. As he pushed open the grand door, before he could finish his words, a thunderous explosion echoed, followed by a burst of orange flames that singed his beard to a crisp. Su Liang reacted swiftly, stepping back to avoid the blast. Instinctively peering inside, he observed that on the left side of the workshop, neatly arranged jade boxes contained elixirs, while on the right stood a row of various alchemical furnaces. The center was a purple 8-trigram furnace, marred by numerous charred cracks and emitting thick clouds of black smoke. Sitting cross-legged nearby was a young woman clad in green, brushing off the dust on her attire, her expression one of vexation. Another failure. I meticulously followed every step outlined in the formula, yet the second-tier Peiyuan pill refuses to take shape. The young woman was tall and possessed lustrous black hair. Her features striking, particularly her pair of expressive black and white eyes that sparkled with vitality. Murmuring to herself, she seemed to sense someone entering and turned to look. Grandfather. And who is this? Ahem. Su Liang, please excuse the scene. This is my granddaughter, Su Xilan. Xu Tianlong rubbed his now dry and straw-like beard, offering an awkward smile to Su Liang before hastening towards the damaged furnace with concern. Xilan, how many times must I tell you? Your current capabilities are insufficient for refining second-tier elixirs. This marks the 10th time this month you've destroyed a furnace. While the loss of the furnace itself is minor, should any of the elixirs nearby be damaged, that would be a considerable issue. It is precisely due to my inability to succeed that I must persist in trying. Without the courage to attempt, how can one aspire to be an alchemist? I will compensate for any losses incurred here, deducting from my profits from elixirs refined this month. Upon concluding her words, Su Xilan moved the damaged furnace aside and replaced it with a new one. Moreover, I have just grasped a hint of the intricacies involved in refining the second-tier Peiyuan pill. It was your sudden interruption that caused the furnace to explode. Su Xilan huffed lightly, already dismissing her guests. You are such a headstrong child. This is Su Liang, who has already reached the 4th level of the acquired realm at such a young age. Do you not even wish to greet him? Xu Tianlong's beard trembled in anger as he sought to introduce Su Xilan to Su Liang, only to find her casting a disdainful glance. 4th level of the acquired realm. Is that such a remarkable achievement? I am already at the 5th level, she retorted, clearly uninterested in the identity of her visitor. If you have no business here, please leave. Using a gentle fire for morning and evening and a vigorous fire at noon. This furnace exploded because you mismanaged the temperature. The cracks on the furnace resemble a snake, unevenly spaced. It seems you not only employed a vigorous fire, but also intentionally heightened its intensity. If you continue this way, you will never be able to refine second-tier elixirs. It is a shame for such a fine furnace. Sensing the animosity radiating from Su Xilan, Su Liang chose to ignore her. Calmly stating him, Su Xilan glanced at Su Liang, a mocking smile appearing on her lips. I did not expect you to understand the distinctions between gentle and vigorous fires. It seems you have dabbled in alchemy. But your superficial knowledge is best kept to yourself. The formula clearly states that refining the Peiyuan pill requires a vigorous fire, and the larger the flame, the better the quality of the elixir produced. If you do not comprehend this, refrain from making unfounded assertions. With that, Su Xilan turned to Xu Tianlong, an expression of dissatisfaction crossing her face. Grandfather, please do not bring such people around again. Those who do not understand yet pretend to know are the most irritating. You little girl, cease this nonsense. Su Tianlong's face flushed with embarrassment as he shot a fierce glare at Su Zilong. If first-tier high-grade alchemist, he recognized the truth in her words, leaving him uncertain about how to defend Su Liang. However, he also felt a twinge of annoyance, thinking that Su Zilong should have kept her thoughts to herself. There was no need to air grievances that could sour relations. He had hoped to cultivate a favorable relationship with Su Liang, possibly gaining access to the mysterious powerhouse behind him. If he could draw that individual closer, he would become a hero of the Su family, thereby elevating his status. Now, all of that was jeopardized by Su Zilong's outburst. As Su Tianlong's mind raced, contemplating how to apologize to Su Liang. Su Liang suddenly broke into a smile and approached Su Zilong. By your tone, you must be an alchemist. Which tier do you belong to? First tier high grade, soon to advance to second tier. What of it? Su Zilong responded with a sense of pride. So you are merely at the first tier. It is understandable that you lack knowledge of pharmacology, Su Liang replied nonchalantly. Even lacking understanding of pharmacology, I am still far superior to you, someone who pretends to know. Su Zilong's anger flared at his words, and she shot back. Is that truly the case? Su Liang raised his hand, pointing towards the sun outside. During the growth of medicinal herbs, they absorb the essence of the sun and moon. Thus, the same principle applies during refinement. In the early morning and at night, when sunlight is scarce, one must increase the flame's temperature to compensate for the lack of sunlight. Conversely, at noon, when sunlight is abundant, the flame's temperature should be lowered, or else the herbs will be damaged. Furthermore, depending on the season in which the herbs grow and the current climate, there are numerous considerations to take into account when refining elixirs. It is entirely possible for elixirs refined using the same method to yield entirely opposite effects. You merely follow the formula without understanding the context in which it was written. Do you even know when, in what year, and at what time the author refined those elixirs? Without grasping these nuances, how can you claim expertise in pharmacology? Su Zilong's face flushed with indignation, leaving her momentarily speechless. She longed to retort, yet she felt the weight of Su Liang's words resonating with logic, leading her to a realization. Who would have thought that this young friend possesses such profound knowledge of alchemy? Su Tianlong regarded Su Liang with astonishment, his mouth agape. For someone who had been refining elixirs for decades, he found Su Liang's insights to be enlightening, clearly indicative of a well-educated individual. All of this is merely basic knowledge imparted by my master. Su Liang casually tossed the pot aside, further astonishing Su Tianlong. The exquisite reasoning he had just heard was considered elementary in Su Liang's eyes, only deepening his curiosity about the mysterious master behind him. Grandfather, do not listen to this fellow's nonsense. While it may sound plausible, anyone can speak. The true skill lies in the ability to refine elixirs. Su Zilong interjected defiantly, her face a mask of disbelief. Very well, then I shall refine a Peiyuan pill myself. Without displaying any anger, Su Liang approached the alchemical furnace. If you cannot produce a finished elixir, it will prove that your assertions are baseless, and you shall no longer be welcome in the alchemical chamber. Su Zilong stepped aside with bravado, casting a disdainful glance at Su Liang before retrieving various herbs from nearby and laying them before the furnace. These are the ingredients. Do you want me to show you the formula again? No need. It's merely a second-tier elixir. There is no necessity for me to consult the formula, Su Liang replied calmly, pressing a switch on the side of the furnace, causing orange flames to leap forth from below. These flames originated from underground and were known as earth fire. The stronger the flames, the better the elixir produced. Alas, in my prime, I could summon celestial energy from within myself to create true fire, refining elixirs at a speed 1,000 times faster than this. With a sigh of nostalgia, Su Liang selected several herbs and added them to the furnace, sealing the lid. A few of the herbs you chose differ from those in the formula. Indeed, you have been speaking without knowledge. Su Zilong regarded Su Liang with a determined expression. Refining elixirs is not merely about following the formula. The truth will be revealed once the elixir is completed. Su Liang ignored her, glancing at the blazing sun outside, and quietly adjusted the flames downward at Su Liang. Perhaps it would be best to reconsider? Observing Su Liang, Su Tianlong tentatively inquired. Although Su Liang's earlier remarks were quite reasonable, the essence of alchemy lies in the mastery through practice. He had never heard of Su Liang's proficiency in refining elixirs. The thought of another explosion from the furnace would surely cause him great distress. Fear not, should the concoction fail, I shall bear all losses incurred here. With a dismissive wave of his hand, Su Liang gestured for Su Tianlong to remain calm. Secretly, he formed a hand seal, and the flames beneath the furnace suddenly parted, transforming into a cerulean hue, unfurling like a blooming blue lotus. This was the alchemical technique known as Earth's Heart Blue Lotus. This move was a fragment of alchemical lore he acquired during his time in the celestial realm. When he vanquished a rival alchemical sect, it allows for the transformation of flames into various forms, comprising 21 techniques in total. Not only does it accelerate the refining process, but it also enhances the quality of the produced elixirs. Regrettably, with his current strength, he could only employ the simplest technique. What method of alchemy is this? An expert can discern the truth at a glance. Upon witnessing Su Liang's technique, Su Tianlong was left dumbfounded. His mouth agape as if it could accommodate an egg. Chapter 7. The excited elder transforming flames and changing colors is hardly remarkable. Su Xilan observed Su Liang's astonishing technique with some surprise. Yet she could not help but mutter in dissatisfaction. Earth's Heart Blue Lotus is the first technique in the alchemical arts, suitable for refining with earthly flames. Elixirs produced with this flame will bear the pattern of a blue lotus, enhancing their efficacy by 30%. Alas, given my current realm, controlling it is exceedingly strenuous. Recalling the knowledge of this technique, Su Liang skillfully manipulated the flames, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. Approximately 10 minutes later, a clear aura suddenly emerged from the furnace, accompanied by an undeniable fragrance, reminiscent of blooming lotus flowers and gentle white clouds caressing one's face. Su Tianlong and Su Xilan, upon inhaling this aroma, felt their bodies relax, their spiritual energy circulating at an accelerated pace. He truly succeeded in refining it. How is this possible? He didn't even use the correct materials, and the speed is astonishing. The recipe clearly states that refining a second-tier Great Peiyuan pill requires at least an hour. Su Xilan stared blankly as Su Liang calculated the time with his fingers before lifting the lid of the furnace. Yes, nearly done. Come and see for yourselves whether it was successful. As Su Liang spoke, he closed the flame valve and stepped back. With the lid of the furnace lifted, a billowing aura of spiritual energy wafted forth, coalescing into the shape of azure clouds. Accompanied by a fragrance magnified several times over, Su Xilan and Su Tianlong could no longer contain their eagerness and approached with anticipation. Inside the furnace lay 2 elixirs, entirely black with a blue lotus imprint at their center, exuding a captivating aroma. Cautiously, Su Tianlong picked up one elixir, swallowing hard as he beheld its perfection, resembling a finely crafted artifact, evoking a sense of trepidation in him. Remarkable, simply astounding. This is the legendary elixir pattern. Just this alone renders this elixir invaluable. Gazing at the elixir in his hand, Su Tianlong's white beard trembled slightly from sheer excitement. The elixir pattern reflects the quality of the elixir. 1 pattern signifies the weakest, while 10 signifies the strongest. Each pattern enhances the elixir's potency by 10%. The shapes of the patterns vary with different elixirs. Although Su Tianlong had never heard of an elixir with a blue cloud-shaped pattern, it was evident that this was indeed a genuine pattern. Tio have produced an elixir pattern. How enviable, no, how detestable. However, what does it matter? We had agreed on refining a second-tier Great Peiyuan pill. If this is not a Great Peiyuan pill, then the wager is still lost. Su Xilan looked at the elixir in Su Tianlong's hand, her expression betraying a hint of envy, her tone lacking its earlier firmness. Let me verify this. Withdrawing a silver needle from his robe, Su Tianlong carefully scraped a layer of powder from the elixir and tasted it, his eyes widening in disbelief, rendered speechless. Well, grandfather, this certainly is a Great Peiyuan pill, right? Su Xilan asked nervously from the side. No, you are mistaken. It has a tangy entrance and a sweet aftertaste, with a warm current coursing through my limbs. This is unequivocally a genuine Great Peiyuan pill. Furthermore, it is a top-tier second-grade Great Peiyuan pill with an elixir pattern. No, given its quality, it could even rival a third-grade elixir. One alone could fetch 100 gold. As he spoke, Su Tianlong turned to Su Liang, his eyes shimmering with astonishment. Forgive my ignorance. I never anticipated that young friend Su Liang possessed such extraordinary alchemical prowess. This skill, even if I were to toil for another decade, I could scarcely hope to achieve. Might I inquire if you would be willing to impart this alchemical technique to me? If so, I would gladly take you as my master. Instinctively, Su Tianlong addressed Su Liang with respect. Yet even this did not suffice to convey the tumult of emotions within him. He had been enamored with the path of alchemy since childhood, laboring for decades to barely attain the level of a first-tier alchemist, struggling to break into the second tier. Thus, he had endeavored to cultivate Su Xilan, hoping she could realize his aspirations. However, The second-tier elixir he had longed to produce was accomplished by Xu Liang using an unconventional method in a mere 10 minutes. Were it not for the ingrained social hierarchy, he would have knelt before Xu Liang in reverence. I am sorry, but my master has expressly instructed me not to share this alchemical technique. Xu Liang replied, casting a glance at Su Tianlong, directly refusing. Is that so? The light in Su Tianlong's eyes dimmed instantly, his face betraying unmasked disappointment. However, while I cannot impart this alchemical technique, I can certainly share some knowledge regarding alchemy. Xu Liang smiled slightly, observing Su Tianlong's excitement as he grasped his arm. Young friend Xu Liang, I am immensely grateful. Such a great favor. I hardly know how to repay it. Should you ever have need of anything in the future, regardless of what it is, I shall do my utmost to fulfill it. Is this truly happening, or am I dreaming? Su Xilan gasped in shock at her grandfather's high praise for Xu Liang. She retrieved an elixir from the furnace, gently scraped off a bit, and tasted it, her complexion paling as she bowed her head in defeat. I have lost, the granddaughter of Su Tianlong and a 20-year-old first-tier alchemist. She had always prided herself on being the genius of the Su family and even the entire Wudong town. Yet upon meeting Xu Liang, she realized there are always greater talents beyond oneself. She had been too narrow-minded. In the future, when confronted with the unknown, I must refrain from skepticism. The path of alchemy is far broader than I can imagine. Xu Liang nodded in agreement. Indeed, I have learned my lesson. Su Xilan lowered her head even further, her cheeks flushed, recalling her earlier reprimands towards Xu Liang. It felt as if she had been admonishing herself, and she was overcome with a sense of shame. Wishing to find a crack in the ground to hide within, having spent considerable time here, I must take my leave now. Elder, please hand me the elixirs. Upon seeing Su Xilan's demeanor, Xu Liang chose not to press her further and turned to Su Tianlong. How foolish of me! I shall fetch them for you at once. The family had stipulated 9 elixirs, but I will take the liberty to add an additional month's supply for you. Totaling 12, it is my humble offering, of course. You may not find these elixirs to your liking. Feeling somewhat embarrassed, Su Tianlong swiftly produced a jade box filled with 12 small great Peiyuan pills, handing it to Xu Liang. Reflecting on the indifference Xu Liang had shown toward his status as a first-tier alchemist upon their initial meeting, he now understood. With Xu Liang's alchemical prowess, he was simply not worth considering. Then I shall express my gratitude to the elder. Xu Liang accepted the elixirs with a nod, preparing to depart. Just then, Su Xilan suddenly raised her head, gathering her courage to step forward and grasp his arm. Wait! About what happened earlier, I apologize. I should not have underestimated you. I have been stuck at the second-tier Great Peiyuan Pill for several months now, and with the alchemist exam approaching, I have made no progress whatsoever. Would you be able to offer me some guidance? Her ears flushed with embarrassment, Su Xilan spoke hesitantly, as if a weight had been lifted off her shoulders. That is indeed possible. Xu Liang felt somewhat conflicted. Having just returned to life, he wished to spend quality time with his sister and did not want to dedicate time to this endeavor. Just as he was about to suggest a different time, Su Xilan, brimming with excitement, pulled him to the side of the furnace and forcibly pressed him down. Next, I will refine the second-tier Great Peiyuan Pill. You help me identify any issues. Seeing Su Xilan's enthusiasm, Su Liang's words lingered on the tip of his tongue but did not escape. Ahem, from here on out, this is between you two youngsters. I shall not interfere. Su Tianlong, witnessing this scene, cleared his throat and left the alchemy chamber with a beaming smile. Xilan has reached the age for marriage. None of the younger generation from the Su family have caught her eye these years. The only one who seems to captivate her is young friend Xu Liang. If these two could forge a beautiful union, it would surely propel me forward in the realm of alchemy. As this thought crossed his mind, Su Tianlong could not help but smile broadly, humming a tune as he strolled back to his courtyard, hands clasped behind his back. The Su family disciples he passed looked on in astonishment, puzzled as to what joyous event had befallen the elder. Leaving him in such high spirits, Chapter 8, Success. The second-tier Great Peiyuan Pill is complete. I never anticipated that the silver moon grass, the core fruit, and the tranquil heart flower, when combined, could yield the grand vitality pill. This method is far more convenient than traditional formulas. Should this approach become standard for refining the grand vitality pill in the future, it would undoubtedly save the Su family a considerable sum. Xu Liang, you have truly accomplished a remarkable feat. As Su Xilan gazed upon the pill, which was the size of a longan, radiating a rich brown hue and emanating a delightful fragrance, her face lit up with joy. Half an hour had passed since Su Tianlong's departure, and under Su Liang's guidance, She had successfully concocted a grand vitality pill following his method. Although the process was slower and the pill bore no intricate patterns, the achievement of producing a pill after months of stagnation was sufficient to exhilarate Xu Xilan. This is all thanks to you. I am truly grateful, stealing glances at the composed Su Liang beside her. Xu Xilan couldn't help but admire him a little longer. While Su Liang's features could not be described as handsome, they were certainly refined. His calm, unruffled eyes and indifferent demeanor possessed an inexplicable allure, akin to a magnet, causing her heart to flutter ever so slightly. You flatter me. Now that the pill is completed, it is time for me to take my leave. Su Liang nodded, stifling a yawn as he clutched the jade box Su Tianlong had given him and made his way outside. Must you depart so soon? Can't you stay a little longer? Xu Xilan bit her lip, her eyes betraying a hint of reluctance and disappointment as she watched him, as one of the foremost alchemists in the Xu family. And a stunning beauty at that. Many suitors had pursued her over the years, both within the Xu family and throughout the entire Wudong town, and no matter what she desired, there were always eager individuals vying to please her. Yet, Su Liang remained indifferent, which left her feeling a sense of small defeat, even causing her to question her own beauty. A sound of acknowledgement escaped her nose as Su Liang approached the alchemy room's door. Just as he was about to grasp the handle, the door swung open of its own accord. A slightly plump youth in black attire, his right hand bandaged, entered with a fierce expression that bore an unsettling malevolence. My dear Lan Lan, I have come to change my bandages. Upon hearing from the Xu family disciples that you were here refining pills, I rushed over immediately. It feels like an eternity since I last saw you. When will you marry me? As he spoke, Xu Pengfei's gaze fell upon Su Liang's face, and his expression soured as if he had swallowed a fly. You worthless fool. Why are you here? Are you too? Glancing between Su Liang and Xu Xilan, Xu Pengfei's countenance turned ashen. Xu Pengfei, who would ever wish to marry you? And please refrain from speaking to me in such a manner. We are not that close. Even if there is something between Su Liang and me, it is none of your concern. Xu Xilan's face contorted with disgust upon seeing Xu Pengfei. How dare you, Xu Xilan? My grandfather has proposed to you numerous times. Yet you refuse him, so it turns out you are entangled with this good-for-nothing. Ha! This good-for-nothing has but 7 days to live. After that, my grandfather will personally eliminate him. If you truly wish to be with him, you'll only end up a widow. Xu Pengfei sneered coldly. Do not spew such filth. Xu Xilan's face flushed with anger at the disgusting insinuations made by Xu Pengfei. I hear you are here to change your bandages? Su Liang's gaze remained tranquil, and his tone gentle as he addressed Xu Pengfei. This unusual demeanor caused Xu Pengfei to recoil in fear, taking a cautious step back. Oh, what if I am? I warn you, the Xu family is not a place where you can act recklessly. If you dare to lay a finger on me, my grandfather will not spare you. You still have time to beg for mercy. Perhaps if I am in a good mood, I might persuade grandfather to be lenient and leave you with a complete corpse. Feeling that he had lost face by retreating before Xu Xilan, Xu Pengfei straightened his neck and adopted a haughty demeanor. Oh, that is how it is. It seems you will be needing to change plenty of bandages today. Su Liang maintained his gentle demeanor, even smiling. What you say? Understanding the implication behind Su Liang's words, Xu Pengfei's eyes widened in alarm. Just as he was about to threaten again, Su Liang struck him across the face, rendering him speechless. With a sharp crack, propelled by Su Liang's formidable strength at the 4th level of postnatal cultivation, Xu Pengfei spun through the air several times before crashing heavily to the ground. Several of his teeth shattered, blood streaming from his mouth. Without pausing, Su Liang stepped forward, placing his foot firmly on Xu Pengfei's face, leaving a clear shoe print. I told you not to provoke me. Muffled cries escaped Xu Pengfei as he lay beneath Su Liang's foot, struggling to articulate his thoughts. Rest assured, I will not kill you. Killing a worthless creature like you would only soil my hands. Go back and inform your grandfather to prepare himself. I shall personally make him pay in front of the entire Xu family. Now, be gone. As Su Liang's voice faded, he stomped down on Xu Pengfei's other unharmed arm with a resounding crack, shattering it, then delivered a kick to his face that sent him flying several meters. Unable to rise. Having completed this, Su Liang did not spare a glance at the writhing, howling Xu Pengfei and walked away. Gasping, Xu Xilan watched the scene unfold, her hand raised in shock, forgetting to intervene. Only regaining her senses after a moment, Xu Pengfei was at the 3rd level of postnatal cultivation. Even though I am 2 levels above him, I would not have found it so easy to confront him. Is Su Liang truly at the 4th level of postnatal cultivation? Moreover, he acted with such audacity, completely disregarding any semblance of courtesy. He is utterly domineering. I heard that Su Liang was once considered a waste of the Su family. Yet if this is what a waste looks like, then we are nothing but refuse. As she gazed at Su Liang's retreating figure, Su Xilan's heart fluttered with a mix of admiration and awe. Upon leaving the alchemy room, Su Liang returned directly to his new residence, giving no thought to Xu Pengfei. He was merely an ant, easily crushed should he ever feel displeased. "Brother, you have returned." Upon seeing Su Liang, Su Shaoxian rushed to greet him. Having just bathed, steam enveloped her, carrying a faint fragrance of gardenias, her lustrous black hair cascading down in damp strands. She wore a new Su family garment adorned with silver trim, exuding an undeniable charm. Previously, due to financial constraints, Su Shaoxian had not been able to groom herself, resembling a mere girl in her youth. Yet, with a little effort, her allure could rival that of Su Xilan. Upon witnessing his sister's transformation, even Su Liang was momentarily taken aback. This attire was prepared in the courtyard. "What do you think? Does it fit well?" Seeing her brother's gaze fixated upon her, Su Shaoxian playfully twirled around, sticking out her tongue. "It fits perfectly, absolutely splendid, fear not. For as long as your brother is here, you shall wear even finer garments, and there will be no need to worry about life's hardships," Su Liang praised, ruffling Su Xiaoxuan's hair affectionately. "Yes, I believe in you, brother." Su Shaoxian nodded earnestly, her eyes narrowing in delight. Remembering something, she hesitated before speaking. "By the way, brother, you once asked me what I wish to do in the future, right? I have made up my mind. I want to cultivate and become as strong as you, so I can assist you and ensure that no one bullies you. Shaoxian, since you have made up your mind, I will train you diligently. However, training can be quite arduous, so do not complain of fatigue," Su Liang replied with a smile, grasping Su Xiaoxuan's hand. "Before we proceed, I must first assess your physical condition and then determine the most suitable cultivation method for you." Though he currently practiced the Ancient Devouring Sky technique, a powerful but enigmatic method that could not be conveyed through words or writing, it could only be integrated into one's celestial soul. It had taken him considerable effort to master it, making it impossible to pass on to Su Shaoxian. Thankfully, he retained memories of numerous other martial arts and techniques in his mind, including celestial methods that would certainly suit her. Contemplating this, Su Liang extended a thread of spiritual energy into Su Xiaoxuan's body to assess her condition, and his expression shifted dramatically. Chapter 9. The indestructible dominance. Her meridians were far more intricate than those of an average person, and her bones exhibited an extraordinary resilience. If I am not mistaken, this should be the legendary indestructible dominance. As he carefully examined Su Xiaoxuan's meridians, Su Liang muttered to himself, "The indestructible dominance is a physique spoken of in the celestial realm, renowned for its invincibility. As long as a single cell remains, it can rapidly regenerate. Its physical form rivals the finest celestial artifacts, capable of shattering myriad laws with a single strike. In my previous life, I left home early and lacked sufficient strength. By the time I returned, Shaoxian had already passed away, preventing me from discovering that she possessed such a formidable physique." With this thought, a domineering smile crept onto Su Liang's face. If the indestructible dominance is nurtured well, Xiaoxuan's future achievements may well surpass my own. "Oh, cruel fate, in my past life, you caused my family to fall apart, yet in this life, you have bestowed upon me such fortune. Could this be some form of compensation?" Noticing Su Liang's prolonged silence, Su Shaoxian looked over anxiously, cautiously inquiring, "Brother, how is my physique? Is it unsuitable for cultivation?" "It is not unsuitable. It is far too suitable." Su Liang retracted his hand, tapping Su Xiaoxuan's forehead with his index finger. "Your body is known as the indestructible dominance, a remarkably powerful physique. With diligent cultivation, you will undoubtedly become a formidable force that shakes the world. Now, I will teach you the cultivation method associated with this physique. It may be a bit painful, so bear with it." Su Shaoxian nodded vigorously, though she did not fully comprehend what the indestructible dominance entailed. She trusted her brother's words that it was strong, thus it must be. As long as she possesses strength, she can assist her elder brother, which not only alleviates her worries but also fills her heart with a flicker of joy. "Buzz!" Su Liang gently tapped Su Xiaoxuan's forehead, slightly closing his eyes, channeling his fragmented consciousness. A torrent of memories belonging to him surged into Su Xiaoxuan's mind, leaving a small black mark resembling a magical pot upon her smooth brow, exuding an imposing aura that compelled her to furrow her brow. This mark is a form of restriction, a subtle technique inherent to the Ancient Devouring Sky technique, capable of preserving a portion of his power. In order to leave this restriction, Su Liang's recently attained postnatal fourth realm stability wavered slightly, teetering on the brink of collapse. However, safeguarding his sister made all of this seem trivial. How about it? Little Xin, are you still feeling discomfort? After imparting his memories, Su Liang retracted his hand, his face pale, and asked with concern. Brother, what kind of technique is this that allows you to impart memories? Furthermore, the cultivation method you shared with me feels incredibly potent. I vaguely saw a giant, as massive as a mountain, whose mere wave could drain oceans and desiccate the land, though it remained shrouded in fog, rendering it somewhat unclear. What level of cultivation technique is this? Su Xiaoxian opened her eyes, a glint of golden light flashing within her black pupils. She shook her head in disbelief, gazing at Su Liang. The levels of cultivation techniques and martial skills in the mortal realm are akin to those of medicinal pills, categorized into 10 tiers from the lowest to the highest, with each tier further divided into upper, middle, and lower grades. However, even the legendary techniques capable of invoking celestial phenomena seem inferior to the overwhelming body cultivation mantra Su Liang just bestowed upon her. Do not concern yourself with that. Simply understand that this technique surpasses any in this world, Su Liang replied ambiguously. Discussing the celestial realm with Su Xiaoxian would be futile, and until he possesses the strength to protect his sister. It is wiser not to divulge specific details about the technique, though that's how it is. To possess such a technique, brother, you are truly remarkable. Noticing Su Liang's reluctance to elaborate, Su Xiaoxian refrained from pressing further, her eyes sparkling with admiration as she gazed at him. Previously, Su Liang lacked strength and was bullied, but ever since he confronted Xu Pengfei, he seemed transformed, like a majestic mountain or an unfathomable ocean. Enveloped in mist yet inexplicably comforting. Very well, although you possess the indestructible body, this technique is incredibly challenging to cultivate and requires the intake of substantial medicinal pills. We must not delay. Let us commence training immediately. It is fortunate that I am still here in the Su family to guide you. Sensing the implication in Su Liang's words, Su Xiaoxuan's eyes widened in surprise. Still in the Su family? Brother, are you planning to leave here? Indeed, a week from now is the time for the duel with the second elder. Given my current strength, I am still insufficient to face him, so I have decided to depart for the Monster Beast Mountain range outside Wudong Town to train. Su Liang nodded. This had been his plan all along, which is why he placed a restriction on Su Xiaoxian to prevent her from being bullied in his absence. That is the case. Su Xiaoxuan's face revealed a hint of reluctance. She did not wish to part from Su Liang, but she understood her brother's words were wise and could only resolutely nod. All right, since brother is going to train, I will also strive to improve, and when you return, I will surprise you. Such a good girl. Ruffling Su Xiaoxuan's hair, Su Liang felt a wave of contentment wash over him. With a sister like her, what more could a brother wish for? This further solidified Su Liang's determination to cultivate Su Xiaoxian into a formidable warrior. He took out a jade box obtained from the pill chamber, opening it to reveal 12 brown medicinal pills exuding a fragrant aroma. Selecting 5 of the finest, Su Liang fed them to Su Xiaoxian. Since you have never trained before, 5 small nourishing origin pills are the limit you can endure, and they will help you establish a solid foundation. Now, follow the memory I imparted and activate the technique. Upon hearing Su Liang's words, Su Xiaoxian quickly sat cross-legged on the ground, a faint golden glow enveloping her, forming intricate patterns like a spider's web that slowly entwined around her. Crack, accompanied by a series of bone-cracking sounds, Su Xiaoxuan's pores opened wide, releasing bursts of foul black gas that blew her hair back. As the impurities expelled from her body, Su Xiaoxuan's skin became as white as jade, her formerly gaunt cheeks now full, exuding an indescribable allure. Simultaneously, a small point of starlight appeared on her brow, resembling a form of imprint, radiating a mountain-like aura. The indestructible star seal has emerged. For practitioners of the indestructible body, as their realm deepens, the number of indestructible star seals atop their heads will increase. With peak practitioners possessing up to 10, these star seals can not only enhance one's physical strength, but also increase one's stature, and more seals can even connect one with the heavens. Observing Su Xiaoxuan's transformation, Su Liang nodded in satisfaction, swallowing the remaining 7 nourishing origin pills before sitting cross-legged beside her, activating his own devouring sky pot dantian to begin cultivation. Due to his current low realm, it took him half an hour of full operation to completely absorb the medicinal potency. Swish! Slowly opening his eyes, a fleeting glimmer of profound black light shone in Su Liang's dark pupils, and his aura suddenly surged, becoming several times stronger than before. as he ascended to the postnatal fifth realm. Almost simultaneously, Su Shaoxian also opened her eyes, releasing 3 crisp sounds as a ferocious beast-like aura emanated from her. Standing up, Su Shaoxian moved her arms, each casual motion creating a gust of wind, her face brimming with astonishment. Brother, I actually advanced to the postnatal third realm. To rise so many levels in an instant is simply unbelievable. For the indestructible body, such a cultivation speed is considered slow. To successfully cultivate the indestructible body, realm is one aspect, but the refinement of the physical body is even more crucial. Next, I will impart to you a third-tier upper-grade martial skill. The Inch Force Fist. Pay close attention. As Su Liang spoke, he imparted all 6 techniques contained within the Inch Force Fist to Su Shaoxian, guiding her through the motions and correcting her posture until he felt satisfied. After advising Su Shaoxian to practice the Inch Force Fist diligently over the next few days, Su Liang packed a change of clothes and some simple provisions into a coarse cloth bag. Leaving the Su family and heading towards the Monster Beast Mountain Range outside Wudong Town. Just as he departed, a lecherous Su family disciple with buck teeth suddenly emerged from behind a nearby tree. If Su Liang were present, he would certainly recognize him as one of Xu Pengfei's lackeys. Brother Fei asked me to monitor Su Liang's family these past few days. I didn't expect Su Liang to leave the courtyard. This is crucial news that I must relay to Brother Fei without delay. Chapter 10. Entering the Monster Beast Mountain Range at the Su family, within the courtyard of the second elder. What? You say Su Liang has left the Su family? Is that truly the case? Xu Pengfei sat upon a stone chair, his hands wrapped in bandages, secured between 2 wooden boards resting on his chest. His forehead also bandaged, revealing only a pair of eyes filled with resentment, resembling a mummy. Absolutely true. I saw Su Liang exit the Su family, and judging by the direction he was heading, it should be towards the outskirts of Wudong Town. The buck-toothed Su family disciple knelt before Xu Pengfei, a sycophantic expression on his face. That useless Su Liang dares to leave Wudong Town. He must be heading to the Monster Beast Mountain Range to cultivate. Leaving his sister all alone at home, he seems quite unconcerned. I've heard he is very protective of her. Since I cannot defeat him, I shall target his sister instead, though she is just a little girl. She is quite pleasing to the eye and will provide me with ample enjoyment. As he spoke, a hint of depravity flickered in Xu Pengfei's eyes. Brother Fei, if you do this, Su Liang will surely go berserk. The buck-toothed disciple's face turned pale, revealing a conflicted expression. What is there to fear? No matter how he trains, he will never be a match for my grandfather. In 7 days, he will surely perish. We shall take advantage of this time to have his sister. What can he do about it? Moreover, his berserk state will only serve to disrupt his state of mind, rendering him even less of a match for my grandfather. Xu Pengfei's face twisted into a sinister grin, and upon noticing the buck-toothed disciple's lingering hesitation, he kicked him. I am the Su family. I am your shield. What is there to fear? Once I am done, you can have your turn as well. Bring a few more people along. Does Su Liang dare to oppose all of us? Hearing this, the buck-toothed disciple felt it made sense and immediately grinned, reaching to support Xu Pengfei's arm. Brother Fei is wise. If that is the case, I shall be second. I fear that if we take too long, Su Shaoxian might not be able to withstand it and die. That would be quite boring. Ouch, 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 you fool. Do you think you can be second with such feeble strength? Do you not realize my arm is broken? Support my back instead. As the buck-toothed disciple bumped against his arm, Xu Pengfei kicked him again, his expression cold as he rose and strode towards the courtyard's exit. Su Liang, dare to provoke me, and you will pay for your transgressions, especially for daring to target Lan Lan. You shall weep for both old and new grievances combined. In a matter of minutes, Xu Pengfei summoned several of his former lackeys, who, although not as powerful as him, held some status within the Su family and belonged to the ranks of young scions. Readily agreeing to partake in such a venture, a group of 6 set off towards Su Liang's family courtyard. We must make Su Liang's sister adopt various postures and kneel on the ground. Begging for mercy? Xu Pengfei licked his lips, kicked open the door, and charged in with his 5 lackeys. A sudden exclamation from Su Shaoxian and a cacophony of sounds erupted within. Mere seconds after the noise began, Xu Pengfei and his 5 companions rushed out with even greater speed, each one bearing bruises and injuries. Xu Pengfei fared the worst, his legs shattered as if they were mere strands of noodles. Sprawled helplessly on the ground, emitting anguished cries akin to that of a slaughtered pig, a band of nefarious individuals sought to bully me in the absence of my brother. Should they not hasten their retreat? Following them, Su Shaoxian stepped through the doorway, her hands resting defiantly on her hips, her delicate face emanating a fierce resolve. while she instinctively touched her brow. Upon witnessing a horde charging in, she momentarily panicked and forgot to resist. Fortunately, a warm current flickered at her brow, manifesting as a formidable, ethereal fist imprint that swept across Xu Pengfei's legs, shattering them and granting her the opportunity to react, deploying the recently learned inch force punch to send the others sprawling. How terrifying! This woman is a force to be reckoned with. My apologies, Brother Fei. Su Liang is formidable, but his sister is even more so. We are of no help in this matter. A group of Xu family disciples, covering their faces and fleeing in disarray, left behind a buck-toothed individual nursing a broken tooth, who hoisted Xu Pengfei and dashed towards the courtyard of the third elder. Good heavens! Xu Shaoxian possesses a realm of postnatal third level, akin to Brother Fei. How come I had never heard of this before? Had I known Xu Shaoxian was so powerful, I would have rather perished than come here. Not only is the brother strong, but the sister is equally impressive. This pair of siblings is simply monstrous, utterly beyond our capacity to provoke. News of Xu Pengfei's attempt to harass Xu Shaoxian spread swiftly among the fleeing Xu family disciples. Xu Jingyang and Xu Tianlong erupted in fury, meting out severe punishment to all involved disciples and dispatching a multitude of guards to secure Xu Xiaoshuan's courtyard. Even Xu Tianying, overwhelmed by shame, dared not confront Xu Jingyang, but instead unleashed his wrath upon Xu Pengfei, confining him within the house to prevent him from venturing outside. However, given Xu Pengfei's current state of being utterly incapacitated, he could not have left even if he wished to. Meanwhile, Su Liang arrived at the forefront of the Monster Beast Mountain Range. Adjacent to Wudong Town, the Monster Beast Mountain Range is the largest in the vicinity, stretching 10 miles in length and rising hundreds of meters in height, resembling a sinuous dragon, densely populated with trees. Even before entering, the sounds of monstrous roars echoed forth, and an overwhelming aura of wilderness enveloped him. Figures clad in various attires, resembling cultivators, traversed the mountain's outskirts, while merchant caravans set up camp, their steeds stamping hooves and whinnying. Within the depths of the Monster Beast Mountain Range, the majority of beasts are of a lower rank, with formidable creatures lurking only in the deeper recesses. The cores of these beasts can be utilized for alchemy, and their muscles and hides serve as excellent materials for crafting, holding immense value and accounting for a significant portion of Wudong Town's income. Su Liang's presence here was inconspicuous. How nostalgic this feels. After departing from the Su family, I spent a considerable time cultivating here. I wonder if the beasts and spiritual herbs I discovered in my previous life still occupy their former locations in this life. A hint of reminiscence crossed Su Liang's eyes as he sensed something at his brow, a flicker of cold light passing through. The restriction left on Xiao Xian had been triggered, likely by Xu Pengfei and his cohort. Although the barrier I established should suffice to deter these individuals, daring to lay hands on my sister is tantamount to courting death. A dragon has a reverse scale. To touch it is to invite demise. Resolute in his decision, Su Liang plunged into the depths of the Monster Beast Mountain Range. Upon entering the mountains, the roars of beasts intensified, yet an unusual tranquility enveloped the atmosphere. Giant insects clung to the thick trees around him, while vividly colored serpents coiled upon branches, their crimson tongues flicking out, cold eyes fixated upon him, evidently regarding him as prey. Su Liang stepped upon the branches strewn across the ground. They creaked underfoot, and he strolled leisurely into the mountain's depths, seemingly unperturbed by the surrounding dangers. This demeanor caught the attention of a virulent green snake perched upon a nearby ancient tree. Before Su Liang could approach, the snake flicked its tongue, baring its fangs and lunging at him like a bolt of lightning. With a resounding thud, before the green snake could reach him, Su Liang instinctively extended his hand. Grasping its head, it turned out to be a Qingye snake, a first-level beast, whose bile can be utilized to concoct detoxifying elixirs. The classification of monster beasts ranges from 10 levels, with first-level beasts comparable to postnatal cultivators and second-level beasts akin to innate masters, and so forth. Due to their tougher skin and flesh, beasts of the same level possess greater combat prowess than ordinary humans. This Qingye snake appeared to be juvenile, its strength roughly at the postnatal first level, making it unfortunate to encounter me. Exerting a slight force, Su Liang crushed the Qingye snake's head, revealing a ball the size of a mung bean, entirely green and shimmering with a lustrous sheen, which was indeed the beast's core. Such a diminutive core would fetch a paltry sum and occupy space. I might as well absorb it. As he spoke, a faint black glow enveloped his palm, and the seemingly resilient core rapidly melted, transforming into warm green liquid that flowed through his pores, enhancing his cultivation slightly. The core embodies the essence of the beast, containing exceptionally volatile energy. Typically, such energy would be impossible to absorb directly. But Xu Liang was different. Practicing the Huanggu Tunshinju, he could accept any type of energy, provided his body could withstand it. As Xu Liang effortlessly absorbed the Qingye snake's core, the other snakes swirling among the trees shrank back in trepidation, retreating into hiding, unwilling to continue their assault. Paying no mind to the retreating serpents, Xu Liang advanced deeper into the monster beast mountain range. Although many ventured into these mountains to hunt, the vast expanse rendered them as inconspicuous as stones cast into the sea. After walking for quite some time, Xu Liang had yet to encounter another soul. He recalled that 500 meters into the mountains, there was a small hill concealing a cave where geocentric fruits, essential for crafting the grand nourishing pill, grew. This cave was obscured by dense underbrush, making it difficult to discover. In his previous life, he had stumbled upon it while fleeing from a powerful second-level beast. I wonder if this cave still exists in this lifetime? Contemplating, Xu Liang followed the direction etched in his memory. As a formidable cultivator, his spiritual essence possessed a memory capacity infinitely superior to that of ordinary individuals. Anything he had experienced or witnessed could be recalled with but a moment's thought. With each step, the surrounding trees began to thin, revealing a towering earth mound over 100 meters high. Cloaked in dense underbrush and vines, a dozen or so 2-meter long, wolf-sized beasts prowled through the undergrowth, hunting rabbits, their crimson eyes wide with ferocity, bearing sharp fangs. These were first-level Qingfeng wolves, their strength comparable to postnatal third-level cultivators. Such beasts possess a strong territorial instinct. Upon detecting an intruder, they attack without hesitation. Upon spotting the Qingfeng wolves, Xu Liang's mind automatically conjured memories of them, prompting him to approach. As he neared, the wolves' blood-red eyes ignited with a predatory gleam, their azure fur rising in a whirlwind as they honed their claws, transforming into streaks of light that hurtled towards him at lightning speed. Inch force. Mountain moving. Faced with the pack of Qingfeng wolves, Xu Liang remained composed. He stood firm, his left arm sweeping out while his right fist traced a Tai Chi symbol, a towering aura radiating from him, sending the first 4 wolves crashing to the ground, mangled and lifeless. The remaining wolves, witnessing this spectacle, emitted whimpering sounds, hesitating and retreating, their courage waning as they fled into the distance. Ignoring the fleeing Qingfeng wolves, Xu Liang approached the carcasses of the 4 beasts, adeptly crushing their skulls to extract 4 cores the size of mung beans, glowing faintly with a greenish hue. A gentle current of energy flowed into him, absorbed and transformed by the celestial devil's cauldron within his dantian, further enhancing his prowess. Alas, the strength of these first-level beasts is too low. Even after absorption, the elevation in cultivation is minimal. I should continue to seek the geocentric fruits, Xu Liang sighed. The Huanggu Tunshinju, as a technique passed down from the sacred domain, possesses the formidable ability to devour all forms of energy. However, it also requires significantly more energy for each advancement in cultivation compared to other techniques. Following the path etched in his memory, Xu Liang arrived at the eastern side of the hill, parting the entwined vines to reveal a dark cave. The cave was modest in size, just over a meter high, and shrouded in darkness, where a damp breeze wafted faintly. Xu Liang hastened inside, swiftly reaching the cave's end, where he discovered gnarled ancient trees growing upon the rugged rock face, adorned with 3 brown, fist-sized fruits that glimmered enticingly. The geocentric fruits are indeed here. Seeing the fruits before him, Xu Liang's eyes sparkled with delight. Everything mirrors my previous life, which means I can effortlessly acquire the resources I once possessed. With this thought, even a being as powerful as Xu Liang felt a stir within his heart. Possessing the memories of his past life, he knew precisely where the territories of formidable beasts lay within the monster beast mountain range and where rare treasures could be found, granting him the advantage of foresight to seize them before others. The monster beast mountain range is indeed a treasure trove for me. Lost in contemplation, Xu Liang did not hesitate to step forward and pluck several geocentric fruits from the branches. He consumed 2, leaving one for his sister to concoct a potion upon his return. The taste of the geocentric fruit was slightly astringent, yet it left a lingering sweetness on the palate, imbued with the profound essence of the earth. After undergoing transformation through the swallowing heaven demon pot, this essence was significantly concentrated, nourishing his body and solidifying his physique. While practicing the ancient swallowing heaven technique, a unique demonic energy would manifest, but it would only become apparent upon reaching the innate realm. In the acquired realm, the ingested items merely fortified the body. His next objective was to seek out more spiritual herbs. With a smile upon his lips, Su Liang departed the cave and swiftly ventured deeper into the Beast Mountain range. He visited several locations and acquired dozens of commendable spiritual herbs. Some thrived in the mountain crevices, others concealed behind waterfalls, and a few even buried beneath the soil, requiring him to dig 3 feet deep to unearth them. Within half an hour, his backpack was already brimming with spiritual herbs. At that moment, he found himself confronted by a fierce tiger, adorned with black stripes and a pure white coat, possessing 2 heads. The tiger stood amidst a dense thicket. Beside it loomed an ancient tree that 3 men could embrace, upon which blossomed a tricolored flower, red, yellow, and blue, radiating an enchanting brilliance. This was the rare tricolor wonder flower, known for its soul-nourishing properties, which would be immensely beneficial for his now-depleted celestial soul. It was imperative that he acquire it. Su Liang murmured to himself, shifting his gaze towards the 2-headed tiger. This creature, known as the twin-headed demon tiger, was an eminent second-tier beast, its strength comparable to an 8th-layer practitioner of the acquired realm. Serving as the guardian of the tricolor wonder flower in his previous life, when he encountered this twin-headed demon tiger, he recalled that one of its hind legs seemed injured. Nonetheless, he had expended considerable effort to slay it. Reflecting upon his past memories, Su Liang directed his gaze toward the twin-headed demon tiger, noticing several sword marks on its robust hind leg, although the wounds had scabbed over and were somewhat obscured by its fur. Its unnatural gait betrayed its condition. Indeed, it was injured, and an injured twin-headed demon tiger would undoubtedly possess diminished fighting capabilities. It should not pose a threat to him. Resolute in his decision, Su Liang charged forward, unleashing the mountain-moving technique. The twin-headed demon tiger, refusing to yield, emitted a thunderous roar and lunged at him, raising its forepaw to collide fiercely with Su Liang's, producing a deep, resonating sound. The struggle between man and beast ensued, neither side willing to back down. Truly, the twin-headed demon tiger remained formidable, even in its wounded state. With a sigh of admiration, Su Liang observed both heads of the tiger simultaneously lifting, revealing their fanged maws, each gathering flames and frost, indicating its preparation to unleash a powerful skill known as the Flame Ice Pillar. Without hesitation, Su Liang propelled himself with explosive force, transforming into a fleeting shadow that vanished before the twin-headed demon tiger. Mountain-moving technique, a flash. The mountain-moving fist comprised 6 distinct forms: a flash, iron cut, cloud mist, mountain-moving, sea-filling, and heaven-opening. Each form amplified specific body parts several times over, unleashing tremendous power in a brief moment. Iron cut, for instance, concentrated strength into the fist capable of severing steel. A flash, the first form, concentrated all bodily power into the legs, yielding a speed that far surpassed normal limits. As the twin-headed demon tiger landed, it created a massive crater in the ground, rocks scattering in all directions. Both heads emitted beams of varying colors, merging to obliterate the earth in a radius of several meters, leaving one half charred and the other frozen. A truly terrifying sight. Mountain-moving technique. 6 consecutive flashes. Observing the twin-headed demon tiger's astonishing destructive power, Su Liang's expression shifted. He darted around it 6 times, utilizing his speed to encircle the beast. To the tiger, Su Liang appeared merely as a tiny insect, easily squashed. Infuriated by being toyed with by such a small creature, it unleashed the Flame Ice Pillar repeatedly, devastating the ground and shattering nearby trees with its ferocious attacks. Though beasts often possess strength surpassing that of humans, lower-tier beasts lacked the intelligence to match. As the twin-headed demon tiger unleashed the Flame Ice Pillar 10 times, becoming fatigued, Su Liang seized the opportunity and struck its hind leg, incapacitating it. Stripped of its right leg, the tiger's strength diminished significantly, allowing Su Liang to swiftly dispatch it. This body was still too feeble. After merely 10 minutes of combat, he already felt his stamina waning, breathing heavily like a bellows. Su Liang pried open the tiger's head and extracted a demon core the size of a longan, adorned in red and blue hues. After a few seconds of absorption, he regained much of his vitality and was ready to pluck the tricolor wonder flower from the tree. Just then, whoosh, a faint sound of air splitting echoed as a feathered arrow shot forth, embedding itself in the tree trunk just inches from his face. Had he not instinctively lowered his head, the arrow would have surely pierced the back of his skull. Chapter 12. Li Family's Li Yuanhao Who Goes There? Su Liang's expression hardened as he turned his head. He discovered 3 individuals clad in purple garments adorned with thunder motifs had appeared behind him unbeknownst. The leader, a youth in his 20s, wielded a uniquely designed longbow, intricately carved with dragon patterns, faintly crackling with electric arcs. Clearly no ordinary weapon. Behind him, a quiver strapped to his back held arrows akin to those on the tree. Their heads triangular with barbed tips designed for bloodletting. Should they strike, they would easily create a significant wound. With a flick of his bow, the handsome youth displayed a hint of regret on his face. Ah, such a pity. You were so close to being hit. I didn't expect your reflexes to be so sharp. You must possess considerable strength. How about this? Hand over that tricolor wonder flower before you. And I, Li Yuanhao, shall spare you today. Though a smile graced his features, the youth's words were far from courteous, exuding an air of disdain. Having heard the commotion of battle from afar, he had come to witness the spectacle, only to stumble upon such a lucrative opportunity. The tricolor wonder flower, known for its soul-nourishing properties, would surely delight his father. Two burly men, also garbed in purple, flanked him, each bearing a scar on their faces and brandishing long swords. Their expressions menacing as they regarded Su Liang with palpable contempt. Li Yuanhao, from the Li family. Su Liang furrowed his brow upon observing their attire. The Li family was one of the two prominent families in Wudong Town alongside the Su family, forming the trio of leading clans along with the Lu family. Among them, the Li family wielded the greatest influence, with their patriarch, Li Yuan, a 10th-layer practitioner of the acquired realm, rumored to be on the verge of breaking into the innate realm. Additionally, 3 elders resided within their ranks, each at the 8th layer of the acquired realm. Li Yuanhao, as the second son of Li Yuan, had already attained the 5th layer at a young age. Recognized as a prodigy within the family in his previous life, Su Liang had harbored a grudge against this individual due to his sister's mistreatment by the Li family, ultimately leading to his destruction of the clan. Spare me? How laughable! This tricolor wonder flower belongs to me. Despite Li Yuanhao's considerable reputation, Su Liang regarded him with indifference, letting out a cold laugh as he stored the flower in his backpack. Having heard of the illustrious Li Yuanhao, he dared to act so brazenly. It seemed he was courting death. To Li Yuanhao's right, a burly man with a bald head and a face marked by muscle surged forward without a word, raising his fist to strike Su Liang squarely in the face. The man's fist crackled with a layer of purple electric arcs, evidently employing the Li family's secret technique, the purple lightning technique, which not only boasted incredible speed but also tremendous destructive force, exuding the powerful aura of a 3rd-layer practitioner of the acquired realm, clearly aiming to deliver a fatal blow. Unfazed by the incoming attack, Su Liang met the strike with a punch of his own. Crack! A sharp sound echoed as the bald man's arm twisted at an unnatural angle, blood spraying forth as he staggered back several meters. Collapsing to the ground, clutching his injured arm in agony. My arm. It hurts so much. I could have spared you had you simply surrendered the tricolor wonder flower. Li Yuanhao's demeanor shifted as he observed the fallen man, his gaze turning icy. Now, I've changed my mind. Not only must you hand over the tricolor wonder flower, but you must also relinquish everything else in your backpack and kneel before me, bowing 10 times. Before we can consider this matter resolved, Su Liang regarded Li Yuanhao with a calm demeanor. Very well, how delightful. You are the first in all of Wudong Town to dare challenge me, given your attire. You must be from the Su family. Reveal your name. Li Yuanhao, clapping his hands, wore an increasingly frosty smile. Dead men have no right to know my name. Su Liang regarded Li Yuanhao with the condescending gaze one might cast upon an insignificant insect, inciting a furious response as Li Yuanhao's complexion darkened, his eyes glinting with murderous intent. Your strength may be lacking, but your arrogance is not. Regardless of who you are, you shall perish for harming a member of the Li family. Today, I shall bury you here, and none will be the wiser. As he spoke, Li Yuanhao knocked 3 arrows onto his longbow, drawing it back into a crescent shape. Dark purple lightning crackled between his fingers, enveloping the arrows in a menacing electric plasma. Li Yuanhao's ultimate technique, the purple lightning tri-star. This Su family brat is doomed. The burly man beside Li Yuanhao, who had remained passive until now, observed the unfolding scene with wide eyes. Turning to Su Liang with a look of pity, the violet lightning trident can unleash 3 arrows simultaneously, not only boasting an extensive attack range but also an immense power capable of easily shattering rocks, an assault that Su Liang could not possibly withstand. At this moment, the burly man who had been wailing on the ground managed to rise, clutching his arm while gasping in shock, casting a venomous glance at Su Liang. Young Master Yuanhao, please show mercy and do not kill this little beast in one blow. I wished to crush his bones one by one, allowing him to wail in agony for an entire hour before he succumbs, in retribution for the earlier punch. Haha, as you wish, then I shall first pierce his limbs. Li Yuanhao boisterously laughed, nodding in agreement. He released his right hand, and 3 neatly arranged feathered arrows transformed into 3 streaks of lightning, shooting forth in a formation that sealed off all of Su Liang's escape routes. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. As the arrows approached, Su Liang stood frozen in terror, unable to move. Upon witnessing this scene, Li Yuanhao's expression blossomed into a smug smile. I thought you possessed some strength since you managed to defeat my guard with a single punch. But it seems you are merely a decorative pillow, appealing to the eye but lacking substance. Before he could finish his taunt, Li Yuanhao was startled to see the 3 arrows he had released pass right through Su Liang's body, who had transformed into a fleeting shadow and vanished, leaving Li Yuanhao's smile abruptly frozen. An afterimage? Just as the thought crossed his mind, Li Yuanhao's expression shifted to one of caution, and before he could turn around, a chilling voice whispered in his ear, I am right here. Accompanying the voice, Su Liang appeared before him, his fist, the size of a sandbag, rapidly enlarging in front of him. Hee, you dare to come close? You have fallen for my trap. Did you think my greatest skill lay in archery? In truth, my forte is in hand-to-hand combat. Thunderous fist, perish. Li Yuanhao's face contorted with malice as he raised his fist, enveloped in a heavy thunderous aura, and brought it crashing down towards Su Liang's face. However, as if foreseeing this move, Su Liang sidestepped at the last moment, narrowly evading the blow, and his right fist struck Li Yuanhao's face with ferocity. Fist technique. Heavens opening, bang, a resounding explosion echoed as Li Yuanhao's head collided with Su Liang's fist, bursting apart like a ripe watermelon, showering the area in a mist of blood. A headless corpse remained. Yet it seemed unaware of its demise, reaching out to touch its neck, which bore a scar the size of a bowl, emitting meaningless gasps as it crumpled to the ground. The fist technique, heavens opening, being the final move of the fist technique, harnesses the full power of the body into one point. Su Liang, at the innate 5th level, could unleash unimaginable destructive power by concentrating his strength into a single point, something Li Yuanhao was naturally ill-equipped to endure. In my past life, it was because of this very move that I had half of my arm crippled in my quest for vengeance against the Li family. I remember it vividly. How could I allow you to succeed again in this life? Su Liang remarked coldly, gazing at Li Yuanhao's fallen form. Young Master Yuanhao has actually been slain, but he was at the innate 5th level. What level is this man? The 2 imposing figures who had followed Li Yuanhao were now aghast, their bravado evaporating as they sat down in shock upon seeing Li Yuanhao's corpse. Su Liang, crouching down before the lifeless body, plunged his hand into Li Yuanhao's dantian. Crackle. A surge of intense purple lightning erupted from Li Yuanhao's body, swiftly flowing into Su Liang's hand, where it was devoured by the swallowing heaven demon pot and transformed into spiritual energy within him. Originally at the innate 5th level, his cultivation suddenly surged, hinting at a trend towards the innate 6th level. After absorbing this energy, Li Yuanhao's body shriveled up, dissipating into dust, leaving behind only his quiver and longbow, along with a gleaming silver ring. This man actually absorbed young Master Yuanhao's corpse. What a monster! Mother, save me! The 2 men, witnessing Su Liang's actions, screamed for their mothers, regretting not having been born with 2 extra legs. As they fled in terror towards the wilderness beyond the Beast Mountain, Su Liang merely cast a glance at their retreating figures, uninterested in pursuing them. These 2 ineffectual beings were not worth his time to kill. Even if the head of the Li family learned of this incident, he would not care. If the Li family refrained from provoking him, all would be well. Yet should they dare to challenge him, he would not hesitate to slaughter the Li family once more in this life. Picking up the silver ring from the ground and slipping it onto his finger, Su Liang's face lit up with excitement. A storage ring. I have been troubled by where to store all these medicinal herbs, and young Master Li Yuanhao has truly gifted me a splendid treasure. The storage ring is a precious artifact in the mortal realm, typically crafted from rare spatial ores, possessing storage capabilities that vary in size and value according to their capacity. A ring capable of storing 1 square meter is worth a fortune, while one that can hold 10 square meters is worth 10 times that. Only affluent families can afford such luxuries. Contemplating for a moment, Su Liang extended a thread of his spiritual essence into the storage ring, discovering that it contained a spacious area of 10 square meters filled with various pills and herbs, causing him to beam with delight. Though storage rings usually come with restrictions, Li Yuanhao was dead, and with his formidable spiritual essence, Xu Liang easily bypassed the restrictions. Raising his hand, he stored the weapons and arrows from the ground into the storage ring and continued deeper into the Beast Mountain. After nearly 10 minutes, he arrived before a vast waterfall, where droplets splashed and roared with thunderous might. Beneath the waterfall lay a cold pool, inhabited by enormous, scaled black fish-like beasts, while outside the pool stood a polished rocky platform, seemingly shaped by human hands, smooth to the touch, upon which rested a massive circular stone, towering over a person. During this time, Xu Liang had been unable to find any spiritual herbs. Some herbs that matched his memories from his previous life had already been harvested. Additionally, the deeper he ventured into the mountains, the more advanced the beasts became, many being second-tier beasts that were beyond his current capabilities. Having gathered a sufficient amount of herbs, it was now time to focus on cultivation. Xu Liang declared, approaching the platform, gazing at the giant stone, which bore 2 iron rings evidently sculpted by human hands, and slowly knelt down, respectfully bowing twice. Master Shani, I have returned. It was here that he had once met an elder named Shani and learned the fist technique. Regrettably, in this life, while the scenery remained unchanged, the old friend was no longer present. Gradually rising, Xu Liang hoisted the enormous stone onto his back, threading his arms through the iron rings, bending slightly, his face reddening as he gasped for breath. This massive stone had been his training tool for the fist technique. One flash in his previous life, weighing over 1,000 pounds. Even now, at the innate 5th level, it remained a struggle to carry. The fist technique. One flash serves as the foundation of the fist technique, emphasizing the compression of all bodily strength into the legs, enabling them to bear the full force and unleash an unimaginable speed. Thus, training with such weight serves as the best exercise. In my past life, I ran 10 kilometers daily with this stone on my back for a month to achieve minor success. Now, with prior training experience, I can progress even faster, Xu Liang proclaimed, straining under the weight of the stone as he trudged forward, each step requiring intense effort and heavy breathing before he could take the next. His laborious strides left shallow impressions in the ground, mingling with the sweat that dripped from his brow. Despite every part of his body aching, Xu Liang persevered, gritting his teeth as he circled the waterfall. The barren rock surrounding him, devoid of vegetation, meant few beasts ventured here, making it an ideal training ground. Time passed swiftly during his training, and before he knew it, 5 days had elapsed. Throughout these 5 days, whether in motion, during meals, or while sleeping, Xu Liang had continuously borne the weight of the massive stone, fully acclimatizing to its presence. In these days, whenever hunger struck, he would consume wild fruits, and when fatigue set in, he relied on the medicinal pills and herbs within his storage ring to restore his stamina. Although the effects of the herbs were somewhat diminished without being refined into pills, the urgency of his training overshadowed such concerns. As he consumed the herbs, he found himself nearing completion of his training, having progressed through the fist technique. One flash at a pace several times faster than in his previous life. On the 6th morning, Xu Liang washed his face in the cold pool beneath the waterfall, shedding the remnants of several days' toil. Compared to the previous days, his physique had become significantly more robust. His exposed arms resembled solid rock, his build akin to that of a young bull, even standing taller than before, resembling a small mountain in stature, a far cry from his former gaunt appearance. In my past life, my talent for cultivation was abysmal. I could only grasp the first move of the 3rd-tier superior fist technique, one flash, while subsequent techniques eluded me entirely. Back then, Master Shani consoled me, stating that even mastering a single move to perfection would render me a formidable warrior. Alas, I only fully grasped this wisdom much later. Tightening his grip on the stone behind him, Xu Liang's eyes gleamed with determination as he inhaled deeply, drawing in the surrounding air, which began to coalesce into a whirlwind, visibly spiraling into his body and gradually settling into his legs, causing his muscles to swell, thickening significantly. To reach the pinnacle, one must concentrate all strength into a singular point. Fist technique, one flash. As the words fell from his lips, Xu Liang bent his torso, channeling power through his legs. Bang! A muffled sound echoed as he stomped the hard rocky ground, creating 2 large craters. And shards of stone flew about. He shot forth like a cannonball, transforming into a fleeting shadow, swiftly escaping the waterfall's reach. The bushes along his path bent under his weight, while some lurking beasts, startled, fled in all directions. Yet, before they could escape far, they were torn apart by an overwhelming force, reduced to bloody remnants. With a flicker of his technique, he extracted the cores from the slain beasts. and Xu Liang propelled himself off the ground again, leaping astonishingly onto the sturdy ancient trees surrounding him. Each tree he touched erupted with enormous craters, further enhancing his speed as he dashed towards the foot of the Beast Mountain range. The distance from there to the periphery of the mountain was a daunting 5 kilometers. His daily training consisted of running to the outskirts and back while slaying any beasts he encountered along the way. In just a few days, he had collected over 100 cores, half of which he had absorbed, leaving him with nearly 50 intact. Another stone monster is here to harvest the cores. Everyone run. In the nearby forest, a group of cultivators, having just felled a clear wind wolf, turned pale upon seeing Xu Liang's shadow and shouted in panic, too frightened to collect the beast's core, hastily fleeing in all directions. Chapter 14. Postnatal 6th layer. In recent days, Xu Liang, burdened by the stone, had been spotted by numerous cultivators who mistook him for a monster with a rocky back. After all, who could run while carrying such immense weight? The Beast Mountain range had recently become perilous. Not only were there stone monsters, but rumors also circulated about man-eating creatures. Just days ago, Master Li Yuanhao of the Li family had been devoured, leaving no trace behind. Let us process the clear wind wolf's skin and bones and leave this place. Leading the group of cultivators was a burly man, who, watching Xu Liang vanish in an instant, noted the missing core of the clear wind wolf, trembling as he spoke. The boss is right. Since the incidents in the Beast Mountain range, the number of hunting caravans entering has drastically decreased. We had hoped to profit, but it seems prudent to reconsider. No amount of money is worth risking our lives. The other members, realizing the core had vanished, nodded in agreement. They regarded the stone monster as relatively benign, merely harvesting cores without causing harm, but if they encountered a flesh-eating beast, their fates would be dire. Xu Liang remained oblivious to the significant impact his training had on the Beast Mountain range. He simply ran to the foot of the mountain, breathing rhythmically, exhaling misty white clouds. At this moment, his breathing was not conventional, but rather a method associated with the lightning form of his inch force technique. This breathing rhythm mimicked the natural phenomenon of lightning, allowing the energy within him to surge with explosive force. Only by synchronizing with the lightning form could the true power of the inch force be unleashed. The method was devised by the venerable Master Zhan Yi, who, despite being unable to cultivate due to blocked meridians, could perceive the heavens and derive such formidable techniques, achieving prowess comparable to that of a grandmaster, truly a genius of his time. Xu Liang marveled at the thought and increased the frequency of his lightning form breathing, envisioning his legs transforming into lightning. With a swift turn, he dashed up the mountain. Wherever he passed, the air resonated with thunder, startling a multitude of birds into flight. Covering 10 kilometers in less than 10 minutes, Xu Liang had returned to the waterfall's edge. He finally lifted the massive stone from his back and cast it to the ground, feeling as light as a feather without the oppressive weight. After a brief stretch, his movements became so swift that they seemed to blur into illusions. In the realm of martial arts, speed is invincible. At this velocity, although I stand at the pinnacle of the postnatal 5th layer, I can still contend with those of the postnatal 7th layer. Should I encounter an 8th layer practitioner, while I may not be able to defeat them, escaping would pose no challenge. Shaking off the tension, Xu Liang entered the cold pond, arriving beneath the waterfall. His inch force technique had reached a minor success. With just 2 days remaining, he would advance to the next stage of his training. To elevate the inch force to completion, he needed to endure the waterfall's relentless pressure, merging his spirit with the heavens. A daunting task, one that could not be accomplished quickly. Yet, should he succeed, his speed would rival that of thunder, covering 100 miles in an instant. With this in mind, Xu Liang plunged directly into the waterfall. As he entered, his back immediately bent under the immense pressure. Even with the strength to carry 1,000 pounds, he could scarcely withstand the waterfall's force. Nature possesses such overwhelming power. The aim of a cultivator is to contend against nature through relentless training, to conquer the heavens, maintaining the rhythm of his lightning form breathing. Xu Liang bent low, his fists drawn to his waist, adopting a standard horse stance, immovable as a boulder, intimately engaging with the waterfall. Immersing his mind within, he remained in this stance for 2 days. During this time, he felt as though he had become flowing water, completely merging with the waterfall. The aquatic creatures within the cold pond seemed to regard Xu Liang as part of nature, swimming leisurely past him without a single one attacking. On the 7th morning of his journey to the Beast Mountain range, as the sun began to rise, Xu Liang inhaled the first breath of pure energy from the world. Slowly opening his eyes, a profound glow flashed, accompanied by a force akin to a volcanic eruption. Under this momentum, the waterfall cascading over him halted for several seconds before crashing down heavily. The surrounding pond erupted as if a bomb had been detonated, sending numerous aquatic beasts flying, landing dazed upon the rocky shore. He had reached the postnatal 6th layer. Regrettably, his inch force technique had not yet attained full mastery, but he had made substantial progress. With his current strength, he could easily slay practitioners at the postnatal 7th layer, and even contend with those at the 8th layer, provided they lacked particularly powerful techniques. It was time to return to the Xu family and fulfill his pact with the second elder. With a serious expression, Xu Liang slowly emerged from the waterfall, extracting the cores from over 10 aquatic beasts lying on the shore, his confidence evident as he strode purposefully back to the Xu family. Compared to 7 days prior, his strength had increased manifold. Second elder, prepare yourself. You shall await your fate. To conserve energy, Xu Liang refrained from using his inch force technique, opting instead for a brisk walk. Even so, his pace remained rapid, covering 2 meters with each step, and in just over 10 minutes, he exited the Beast Mountain Range, returning to Wudong Town. Instead of heading directly home, Xu Liang visited a shop named Spirit Beast Pavilion. This establishment was a property of the Xu family, specializing in all matters related to beasts, including the collection of cores. Minutes later, Xu Liang emerged with a bag containing 6 taels of gold. Leaving the portly proprietor in shock. In the mundane realm, currency consisted of silver and gold, with 1 tael of gold valued at 1,000 silver. The market price for a first-tier beast core from the Beast Mountain Range was 100 silver. Xu Liang had sold dozens to amass such wealth. Generally, individual cultivators would consider it remarkable to acquire even a few first-tier cores from the Beast Mountain Range. Only larger caravans could afford to sell dozens at once. Individuals like Xu Liang, capable of defeating numerous beasts single-handedly, were exceedingly rare. Had he not absorbed over half the cores himself, the shopkeeper would have been even more astonished. Stowing the money bag in his storage ring, Xu Liang smiled, quickening his pace towards the Xu family. With this fortune, he could treat his sister to a lavish meal. Xiaoxian had been living frugally for years due to his circumstances, but that would change. He was determined to provide her with the finest life imaginable. Muttering to himself, Xu Liang arrived at the Xu family gate. Before he could enter, his expression abruptly shifted. A luxurious carriage adorned with purple lightning motifs was parked outside, drawn by 2 enormous steeds featuring lightning-shaped purple tails and a single horn, snorting with arcs of electricity dancing from their nostrils. First-tier beast lightning horses. Wasn't this the transportation of the Li family? As Xu Liang scrutinized the lightning horses, the guards at the Xu family gate looked at him with confusion, taking a moment to recognize him. You're Xu Liang. How have you become so formidable? They hesitated before continuing. No time for pleasantries. Things are dire. The Li family insists you killed Li Yuanhao and are pressuring the family head in the council chamber. The second elder has already sided with the Li family, planning to hand over your sister to resolve this issue through marriage. The family head has summoned you to the council chamber immediately. Su Tianying and the Li family dare to lay their hands on Xiaoxian? They must be courting death. Su Liang's smile faded, replaced by a grim expression as he stepped forward, vanishing from sight in an instant, leaving the guards stunned, rubbing their eyes in disbelief. What speed was that? Am I seeing things? Chapter 15. The death of Su Tianying. The council chamber of the Xu family, once modest, was now filled to capacity, the atmosphere unbearably tense. Su Jingyang, you have audaciously incited the clan's disciples to murder our young master Yuanhao. It seems the Xu family has grown arrogant over the years. You shall decide how to handle this matter. An elderly man, adorned in a purple robe embellished with golden patterns, sat in the council chamber. His visage peculiar and graced with a gray beard. He lifted his teacup, gazing at the tea leaves within, and spoke with a sardonic smile. Beside him sat a young man in his 20s, bearing a striking resemblance to Li Yuanhao. He was none other than Li Yuanhao's elder brother, Li Yuanjia, the eldest son of Li Yuan. At this moment, he watched Su Xiaoxian, standing below the platform in attire befitting the Xu family, her pallid complexion eliciting a flicker of malevolence in his eyes. That worthless Su Liang dared to slay my brother. This matter shall not be easily resolved, however. I am not one to hold grudges. Here's the deal. Deliver this woman, Su Xiaoxian, to me as a concubine and relinquish half of the Xu family's assets, and I shall graciously let you go. His words were flippant, and when he mentioned Li Yuanhao's demise, Li Yuanjia displayed little sorrow. Unlike the extraordinarily gifted Li Yuanhao, he was merely 25 and had only attained the 3rd stage of the postnatal realm. Thus, the position of the next family head was fated to elude him. With Li Yuanhao's death, he became the sole heir of the Li family, and rather than mourning, he relished the prospect. Upon hearing Li Yuanjia's declaration, the Xu family members gathered below turned ashen. Yet they dared not voice their indignation. The power of the Li family far surpassed that of the Xu family. To provoke them would lead to dire consequences. I have long proclaimed that Xu Liang is a scourge. I wonder what has blinded the patriarch and the elder, rendering them incapable of discerning right from wrong. Now, thanks to Xu Liang, this beast has brought such peril upon the Xu family. Will you still cover for him? Rising from his seat, Xu Tianying wore a cold smile, revealing a set of gold-capped teeth, rendering his demeanor grotesque. The second elder is correct. Xu Liang is indeed a calamity. It would be prudent to hand him over. Indeed, not just Xu Liang, but his sister as well. Ever since their arrival at the Xu family, peace has eluded us. I have long advocated for their expulsion. Among the onlookers from the Xu family, many began to jeer at Xu Tianying's remarks. Most were parents of those who had previously participated in the harassment of Xu Shaoxian alongside Xu Pengfei, holding some status within the Xu family. Having borne grudges against Xu Liang and his sister since their children had been beaten, they had remained silent due to the protection of Xu Zhongyang and the elder. Now, seizing the opportunity, they gleefully sought to add to their woes. Xu Tianying, is this the language of a gentleman? Xu Liang's ability to slay Li Yuanhao attests to his extraordinary talent. Furthermore, the events in the Demon Beast Mountains remain shrouded in mystery. Perhaps it was Li Yuanhao who provoked him, leading to his demise. Not to mention, Xu Liang is adept at alchemy. To disregard such a genius would undoubtedly sever the Xu family's path to resurgence. And let us not forget that the Li family demands half of the Xu family's wealth. Are you intent on bringing ruin upon the Xu family? Xu Tianlong rose in fury, pointing an accusatory finger at Xu Tianying. How can I be said to bring ruin upon the Xu family? I am aiding them. Though Xu Liang is talented, if we do not surrender him, the Xu family will face annihilation. What future then? Xu Tianying remained unfazed, merely smiling sinisterly. Gentlemen, let us not quarrel. Xu Liang has yet to return from the Demon Beast Mountains, and the specifics of this matter remain unclear. Perhaps there has been a misunderstanding. Let us await his return before making a decision. Sitting at the head of the table, Xu Zhengyang regarded Xu Tianying and Xu Tianlong with an awkward smile. Chuckling lightly, the demands of the Li family were excessive, and he could not acquiesce, yet the Xu family lacked the strength to confront them. He could only place his hopes on the mysterious master behind Xu Liang. Should this enigmatic figure intervene amid such a crisis, the threat would dissipate. This is a matter for your Xu family. It has no bearing on the Li family. Moreover, our people have reported that it was your Xu family who murdered young Master Yuanhao. Do you truly believe we would fabricate such a lie? Does your Xu family possess the standing to challenge us? Patriarch Zhengyang, the Li family has little patience left. You would do well to provide a response post-haste. The elder from the Li family slammed his teacup onto the table with force, a cold smile gracing his lips as he directed his gaze at Xu Zhengyang. Xu Zhengyang's countenance darkened upon hearing such impudent words. Caught in a quandary, unsure of how to respond, Xu Tianying stood abruptly and strode toward Xu Shaoxian. Since the patriarch cannot decide, allow me to take charge. This Xu Liang poses a threat to the Xu family and must be eliminated. As for Xu Shaoxian, being the sister of a sinner, she must be offered to the Li family for a marriage alliance as atonement. However, before that, as he spoke, Xu Tianying faced Xu Shaoxian, his expression menacing, unabashedly exuding the formidable aura of the seventh stage of the postnatal realm. As a sinner and a junior of the Xu family, why do you not kneel before your elders? Feeling the oppressive aura emanating from Xu Tianying, Xu Xiaoshuan's pallor deepened, yet she stood her ground. Neck held high. My brother has taught me that kneeling is an expression of respect. It is only appropriate before those truly deserving of it. Are you implying that I am not worthy of respect? Xu Tianying's forehead bulged with veins, his gaze turning increasingly ferocious. You have yet to account for the injury my grandson sustained, and now you show such disrespect. I shall settle both accounts with you. I shall see if you will kneel once I have broken your legs. With that, Xu Tianying swung his fist toward her legs. Surveying the scene, Xu Shaoxian realized that neither the Li family nor the Xu family members showed any signs of assistance. Only Xu Zhengyang and the elder sought to intervene, but they were blocked by the elder from the Li family and unable to advance. Despairing, she closed her eyes, anticipating the expected pain, but instead heard a familiar voice. Inch force, a flash. Moments later, a heavy thud echoed as something fell. It was her brother's voice. Her eyelashes fluttered, and slowly, she opened her eyes to see a towering figure before her, the second elder, who had been about to strike, now hurtling backwards several meters, his head colliding with the ground. blood gushing forth, the recently affixed golden teeth shattering and staining with crimson as he flew away. To dare lay a hand on my sister in my absence, Su Tianying and the Li family, you are audacious indeed. Now that I have returned, let us see who dares to touch my sister. Su Liang spread his arms wide, shielding Su Shaoxian, his gaze cold as it swept over the gathered assembly. Anyone who met his eyes felt an icy dread seep into their bones. You insolent wretch! How dare you humiliate me? I shall see you dead. Su Tianying, rising from the ground, pressed a bloodied hand to his mouth and charged at Su Liang in a frenzy. Two azure lion heads manifested atop his fists. Accompanied by a howling wind, the wind lion fist struck down before the assembled members of the Su family and the guests from the Li family. Su Tianying was consumed by rage, his singular focus to eradicate Su Liang. Disregarding all else, my brother is in danger. Sensing the terrifying aura radiating from Su Tianying, Su Xiaoshuan's expression shifted, and she cried out in alarm, only to see Su Liang gesture reassuringly, "Do not worry. Xiaoxian, your brother is here." With those words, Su Liang moved with purpose, eschewing any ostentation as he met Su Tianying's fist with his own bang. The clash of their fists rang out, producing a dull thud. Su Liang remained steadfast, while the azure lion head on Su Tianying's arm dissipated, contorting grotesquely, blood spraying as he stumbled back, disbelief etched across his face. Impossible! How can this wretch possess such strength? There is nothing impossible. Su Liang retorted, his expression devoid of emotion. Old fool, I initially intended to engage you in a fair contest before everyone here, granting you a dignified demise, since you refused to heed my offer. Do not blame me for what follows. And no, I do not wish to die. Elderly Lin, please save me. Feeling the murderous intent radiating from Su Liang, Su Tianying's resolve crumbled, and he collapsed to the ground, abandoning all pretenses of dignity as he scrambled toward the elder from the Li family. How dare you, Su Liang? Not only did you slay young Master Yuan Hao, but you also dare to commit murder in public. Your audacity knows no bounds. Cease this at once. Elderly Lin stepped forward, threatening Su Liang. The ones I seek to kill cannot be stopped. To intervene is to invite death. Su Liang replied calmly. Employing the inch force, a flash, appearing behind Su Tianying in an instant, delivering a devastating blow. Su Tianying's head exploded like a watermelon, blood spraying across the entire hall. Until his last moments, despair was all that graced Su Tianying's face. He could not even muster a cry of alarm. Chapter 16. I am not targeting anyone. Hiss. A palpable silence enveloped the room, the sound of a pin dropping distinctly audible. All the members of the Su family stood in stunned silence, staring at the headless corpse of Su Tianying on the ground, unable to process the scene before them. A formidable warrior of the 7th stage of the postnatal realm, one of the Su family's peak forces, had been so easily dispatched by Su Liang as if he were but an insect. The magnitude of Su Liang's strength was unfathomable. My brother is incredible. Behind Su Liang, Su Shaoxian gazed at his figure with awe, her eyes sparkling as she exclaimed, "You young ones dare to defy me." Elderly Lin's expression darkened, veins bulging on his forehead. Su Tianying has called upon my assistance. Do you still dare to act? Do you not regard the Li family with any respect? Witnessing Su Tianying's demise before his very eyes, elderly Lin's face turned ashen, his fury palpable. Rest assured, I am not targeting anyone. I speak of all present. Anyone who has cast their eyes upon my sister shall meet their end, including you, Li family. Su Liang raised his foot and kicked Su Tianying's lifeless body aside, casting a calm glance at Li Lin. With an air of tranquility, he uttered the most audacious words, the stark contrast inciting a furious yet sardonic smile from Li Lin. Very well, a mere junior who dares to disregard the Li family. If this continues, where will the dignity of the Li family reside? Today, I shall slay you, so that all may know the Li family is not to be trifled with. As his voice fell, Li Lin stepped forward, enveloped in crackling purple lightning, transforming into a streak of light as he advanced towards Su Liang, unmistakably utilizing the purple lightning technique. Su Liang remained cautious. Li Lin was the 3rd elder of the Li family, boasting a formidable cultivation level of the 8th stage of postnatal awakening. Even I am no match for him. You must summon your master quickly. Seeing Li Lin's movement, Su Jingyang, panic-stricken, sprang to his feet. Rest assured, the mere 8th stage of postnatal awakening is nothing to trouble my master. Su Liang replied with a serene smile. You are young but speak with great bravado. Your ability to kill Su Tianying was solely reliant on your speed. Judging by your demeanor, You have only just ascended to the 6th stage of postnatal awakening. How dare you flaunt your strength before me? It is akin to courting death. Allow me to demonstrate the swiftness of the Li family's ancestral technique. The purple lightning claw. Li Lin let out a cold chuckle, his right hand curling into a claw-like shape, dense purple arcs of electricity emanating from it, the air thick with the scent of charred matter. He lunged towards Su Liang, an illusion of himself surging forward, the surrounding furniture and chairs being cast aside by the gust of wind he generated, his overwhelming aura akin to a mountain. Pressing heavily upon Su Liang in the face of this onslaught, Su Liang stood motionless, speaking only as Li Lin drew within a meter of him. The purple lightning technique is merely a first-tier skill. Is such speed truly impressive? To me, your swiftness is hardly superior to that of a tortoise. Employing the thunder-breathing technique, Su Liang inhaled deeply, his legs swelling with power as he forcefully propelled himself off the ground, creating 2 shallow craters beneath him. His body instantaneously vanished from sight, weaving through the air around Li Lin. Rapid strike. Continuous flash. Impossible. How can someone at the 6th stage of postnatal awakening possess such speed? Li Lin's eyes widened in disbelief, his hands maintaining the stance of the purple lightning claw as he frantically scanned his surroundings. With his 8th stage prowess, he could barely discern Su Liang's trajectory. Such inquiries can be made in hell. A calm voice resonated in his ear as Su Liang appeared before him, delivering a resounding slap. Crack! The sharp sound echoed as a red, swollen handprint appeared on Li Lin's right cheek, several bloody teeth flying from his mouth. Damn you, beast! I will fight back. Purple lightning prison, die! Li Lin's eyes blazed crimson as every pore of his body erupted with intense purple lightning, forming a cage several meters in diameter. Any furniture that came into contact was shattered by the purple arcs, igniting into blazing fireballs. The sheer power was terrifying. Several Xu family disciples nearby were hurled away by the shockwave, while those further back screamed and retreated in horror. This is bad. The purple lightning prison is the most powerful move of the purple lightning technique, capable of unleashing one's full strength in an instant. It's a killing blow. Su Liang is finished. Su Zhengyang and Su Tianlong exchanged anxious glances, their bodies emanating a bluish glow as they attempted to rush to his aid, only to be repelled by the erratic purple currents, their expressions dimming. Though unsure of how Su Liang had managed to advance to the 6th stage during his time in the Beast Mountain range, they were certain he could not withstand this attack. Whoosh, whoosh! The purple lightning raged for several seconds as Li Lin, drenched in sweat and panting heavily, surveyed the scorched ground with a triumphant grin. Little beast, although you are fast, you cannot escape such a vast attack. I suspect you have been reduced to ash by the thunder. This is the consequence of offending the Li family. If you had mastered a technique above 3rd tier, I might have been injured. But alas, 1st-tier techniques are simply too weak. The voice echoed from above. Li Lin's smile faltered as he lifted his gaze, stunned to find Su Liang perched upon a sturdy beam in the hall, coldly regarding him, utterly unscathed. How can this be? Muttering to himself, Li Lin's expression shifted rapidly. Having just expended much of his energy on the purple lightning prison, he was now devoid of the strength to continue fighting. Rapid strike, mountain shifting. With a light push off the beam, Su Liang descended from the sky, his legs spread apart, right hand tracing a Tai Chi symbol as he brought down a force akin to a mountain upon the unprepared Li Lin. This strike, augmented by his descent, was significantly more powerful than a standard mountain shifting technique. Crack! With a sharp sound, Li Lin's head was driven into his chest, unable to utter a sound as he collapsed to the ground. Blood streaming forth. This cannot be real. Su Zhengyang and Su Tianlong stood rooted in disbelief, their mouths agape as if they could fit an egg inside. Just moments ago, Li Lin had unleashed a move that together they would struggle to withstand. Yet Su Liang had effortlessly evaded it and countered with lethal force. This felt like a dream. Thud. At that moment, a dull thud resonated as Li Yuanjia, who had been seated and watching the spectacle, fell to the ground, his legs trembling uncontrollably, his trousers stained with a yellowish substance, gazing at Su Liang with the eyes of a monster. You not only killed Yuanhao's brother, but now you have ruthlessly attacked elder Li Lin. You are finished. My father will not let you go. Su Liang turned his icy gaze towards Li Yuanjia. Instantly, Li Yuanjia crumpled to the ground, resembling a puddle of mud. Su Liang, no, Su Liang the elder. I was wrong. As long as you spare my life, I will not reveal what transpired here. I should not have had my eye on your sister. All of this was Li Lin's doing. It's none of my business. Please, do not kill me, as he pleaded. Li Yuanjia buried his head in his arms, tears streaming down his face. His cultivation was only at the third stage of postnatal awakening, far inferior to Li Lin. Given that Su Liang had easily dispatched Li Lin, killing him would be akin to squashing Abu Jai in a desperate bid for survival. He was willing to forfeit his dignity. Su Liang regarded Li Yuanjia with a furrowed brow. His intentions towards Su Liang's sister had originally placed him on Su Liang's hit list, but seeing Li Yuanjia so pitiful, Su Liang felt no inclination to strike. Someone, find Li Yuanjia, and take care of the second elder and Li Lin's bodies. Su Zhengyang, seasoned by the storms of life, was the first to regain his composure, his gaze fixed intently on Su Liang, as if appraising an unparalleled beauty. Regardless of how Su Liang had attained such a level, his ability to slay Li Lin signified that Su Liang possessed the strength of the 8th stage of postnatal awakening, heralding the rise of the Su family. Wait, master, let me handle these bodies. Upon hearing Su Zhengyang's words, Su Liang waved his hand, halting the approach of 2 Su family disciples who were about to collect the corpses. He strode directly to the bodies of Su Tanying and Li Lin. Inserting his hand into their dantians, activating the heavenly devouring demonic cauldron, a powerful gravitational force emerged, causing their corpses to wither and shrink until, in mere moments, they were reduced to dust, swept away by the wind. In stark contrast, Su Liang's body shimmered, a powerful aura emanating from him, transforming into a whirlwind that swept through the surroundings, unmistakably elevating him to the 7th stage of postnatal awakening. Thud. The 2 Su family disciples who had come to collect the corpses trembled, their legs giving way as they knelt before Su Liang. Why do you honor me with such reverence? Su Liang stood, observing the 2 kneeling disciples with confusion. We saw the ground was a bit dirty, and we were just cleaning it up. Cold sweat broke out on the faces of the 2 disciples as they stammered their response, attempting to wipe the blood from the floor, their expressions filled with fear as if they were on the verge of tears. Having absorbed 2 corpses and advanced a level, it appeared undeniably sinister. Moreover, considering Su Liang's decisive actions in killing moments before, should they fall out of favor, he could easily end their lives. Such a fate was too tragic. My brother met his end in such a manner, a monster. Not far away, Li Yuanjia, already filled with dread, appeared even more terrified, his eyes rolling back as he foamed at the mouth, collapsing into unconsciousness. The surrounding Su family members regarded Su Liang with transformed expressions, instinctively retreating as if he were a fearsome beast. Su Liang, your cultivation technique is indeed peculiar. Could it be that it was also imparted to you by your master? Su Zhengyang observed Su Liang, his lips twitching. Indeed, however, my master's technique is even more brutal. It can even refine living beings into medicinal pills. Su Liang spoke without a trace of emotion, witnessing the collective gasp from the Su family members. His objective was straightforward. The more ruthless he portrayed his master, the more fearful the Su family would be, deterring them from taking action against him. As anticipated. Following his declaration, the 2 kneeling disciples promptly bowed their heads. Trembling uncontrollably like leaves in the wind, Su Zhengyang's expression paled as he begrudgingly offered praise. To achieve such a level, your master is indeed an extraordinary figure. Only Su Shaoxian, standing nearby, stuck out her tongue. She knew her brother was fabricating tales, her eyes filled with admiration, her fists clenched in determination to pursue her own cultivation. Once again, I have been rescued by my elder brother. My abilities still leave much to be desired. If only I could become a bit stronger, I would be capable of vanquishing these villains on my own. Su Liang, with your current prowess, you are likely able to rival a formidable opponent at the 8th level of the acquired realm. Having a genius like you is indeed a blessing for the Su family. It would not be a daunting task to ascend to the status of the foremost clan in Wudong Town. How pitiful that Su Tianying wishes to hand you over to the Li family for punishment. He is truly a fool among fools, deserving of his fate. Su Tianlong stroked his beard, gazing at Su Liang with a mixture of admiration and astonishment. You are too kind, eldered. In a humble response, Su Liang surveyed the surroundings. All those from the Su family whom he beheld took a step back, their faces pale with dread. I have heard that during my absence, Xu Pengfei has once again harassed my sister. Who else was involved in this? Step forward and meet your doom. His cold voice cut through the air like the chill of March, causing everyone to tremble simultaneously, with several middle-aged men dropping to their knees, desperately kowtowing to Su Liang. Lord Su Liang, may your grace overlook our transgressions. I implore you, spare our children. They were merely young and ignorant, misled by Xu Pengfei's wicked influence. Yes, it is all Xu Pengfei's fault. It has nothing to do with us. The group pleaded fervently, their faces contorted with distaste at the mention of Xu Pengfei. His actions within the Xu family had always been objectionable, and now he had entangled their children in his misdeeds, inciting their deep-seated hatred towards him. Brother, there were 5 individuals who accompanied Xu Pengfei. They were driven away before they could lay a hand on me. So I believe their crimes do not warrant death. Su Shaoxian, sensing Su Liang's intent to exact vengeance, hesitantly tugged at his sleeve, wishing to prevent him from staining his hands with the blood of kin. Since you have voiced your concerns, very well, shouldn't you express your gratitude to my sister? Su Liang cast a gentle glance at Su Shaoxian, sighed, and turned to the kneeling Su family members. Thank you. Lady Su Shaoxian, your benevolence is unmatched. You are truly a celestial being. A chorus of thanks erupted, heads bobbing fervently. While you may escape the death penalty, the lesser punishment cannot be avoided. Bring Xu Pengfei to me, and each of your children shall receive 20 lashes. This matter shall be considered settled. Yes, Lord Su Liang. The group scrambled to their feet, hastily making their way outside. Observing their furious expressions, it was evident that Xu Pengfei was in for a world of pain. Patriarch, is my handling of this matter acceptable? Su Liang turned to Su Jingyang. Although he had already decided to take matters into his own hands, he still wished to show respect to Su Jingyang. Certainly, it is quite fortuitous that the second elder has just passed. Thus, a vacancy exists among the elders of the Xu family. You shall assume the position of second elder, endowed with the authority to manage family affairs. Furthermore, the enterprises under the second elder shall also be yours. Su Jingyang smiled ingratiatingly at Su Liang. Su Liang's current strength surpassed his own, especially with an inscrutable master backing him. As long as he could keep Su Liang content, he would not hesitate to grant him even the position of family head. I can accept the title of elder, but as for the second elder's enterprises, I have no interest in such matters. Let the patriarch and the elder divide them amongst themselves. Su Liang glanced at the 2 men. One should not be overly greedy, having already become the second elder of the Xu family. Wielding considerable power, seizing the family's interests would only breed resentment towards him. Moreover, he had little interest in such affairs. Allowing Su Zhengyang and the elder to savor the spoils would ensure their greater support in the future. Upon hearing his words, Su Jingyang and Su Tianlong exchanged glances, both displaying expressions of delight. The assets of Su Tianying constituted a significant portion of the Su family's wealth, nearly half of it. Even if divided between the two, they would reap substantial benefits. As they looked at Su Liang, Su Jingyang and Su Tianlong found him increasingly endearing. Not only was he powerful, but he also possessed wisdom. The Su family was truly fortunate to have such a son. The surrounding members of the Su family gazed at Su Liang, their faces brightening with smiles. While they held a healthy respect for Su Liang's methods and strength, Su Tianying had previously offended many in his attempt to protect Xu Pengfei. Nevertheless, since Su Liang was a member of the Su family, their sense of security was bolstered by having such a strong protector. While the group was conversing, those who had been dispatched to capture Xu Pengfei returned, their faces ashen. This is grave news. Xu Pengfei has heard of his grandfather's death and has taken his own life at home. Upon delivering this disquieting news, the group cast anxious glances at Su Liang, uncertain of the punishment they would face for failing to accomplish his directive. Having committed such heinous acts, it was only fitting that he met such an end. Very well, let this matter rest. You may depart. Su Liang waved his hand, causing the members of the Su family to breathe a sigh of relief. Filled with gratitude, Su Liang, the issue with Xu Pengfei has been resolved. Yet the real challenge lies ahead. You have slain Li Yuanhao and Li Lin. The Li family will undoubtedly seek retribution, and conflict with our Su family is inevitable. Su Jingyang expressed his concerns. His gaze fixed anxiously upon Su Liang. Chapter 18. Sanyang Long Dan. Hearing Su Jingyang's words, the atmosphere in the council hall turned oppressive once more. Indeed, the Li family, despite losing an elder, still had 2 elders at the 8th level of the acquired realm, while their patriarch, Li Yuan, was at the 10th level of the acquired realm. Should they launch a full-scale assault, our Su family may not stand a chance. Su Tianlong stroked his chin, nodding in agreement, his expression laden with worry. If only your master could intervene, this situation would be easily resolved. Is there any possibility? Su Zhengyang's eyes flickered as he regarded Su Liang. Unless absolutely necessary, my master will not intervene. Moreover, the Li family is but a minor concern. Once I elevate my realm by 2 more levels, I can dispatch them as easily as one would cull a dog. They would do well to stay away. Should they come, their demise is assured. Su Liang spoke calmly, his gaze fixed on the lifeless form of Li Yuanjiao on the ground. Furthermore, with his son here, I believe the Li family will think twice before acting rashly. For now, we merely need to buy some time. That seems to be our only option. After hearing Su Liang's words, Su Jingyang and Su Tianlong nodded in unison. One thing intrigues me. You were supposed to be cultivating in the Demon Beast Mountains. How did you attract the attention of the Li family? After a moment of contemplation, Su Jingyang posed his question. Even if they were to engage in warfare with the Li family, it was crucial to have justification. Otherwise, even if they emerged victorious, the Su family would face scorn from the townsfolk of Wudong. Additionally, the members of the Su family needed an explanation. Otherwise, they would remain bewildered and unmotivated to fight for Su Liang. Upon hearing this, not only the elder but also other nearby members of the Su family leaned in attentively, eager to learn about the events that had transpired in the Demon Beast Mountains. However, previously, with the Li family bearing down upon them, and Su Liang's decisive actions, they had not had the opportunity to inquire. The situation unfolded as follows. Su Liang took several minutes to recount the key points, deliberately omitting details regarding his search for spiritual herbs and cultivation. It is simply outrageous. Li Yuanhao must be punished. Su Tianlong's face flushed with anger as he listened to Su Liang's explanation, his beard quivering slightly. It was the Li family's members who were at fault from the outset. How dare they retaliate against our Su family? Do they truly believe us to be pushovers? I always said that although Elder Su Liang possesses immense strength, he does not seek to provoke others. It turns out that it was the Li family who initiated the confrontation. We shall fight the Li family to the bitter end, vowing to stand with the Su family and Elder Su Liang in life and death. The members of the Su family raised their fists in solidarity, discussing the matter fervently. Among them were those filled with righteous indignation and others who sought to curry favor with Su Liang. Yet, without exception, their hearts burned with anger towards the Li family. Now it is clear. Su Liang, you have done nothing wrong. For now, you should rest well. I pledge that as long as the Su family endures, neither you nor your sister shall come to harm. We must also prepare ourselves in case the Li family decides to strike. Su Zhengyang's expression softened as he nodded. Thank you, Patriarch. Su Liang acknowledged with a nod, turning to grasp Su Xiaoshuan's hand as they made their way out of the council hall. Every Su family member they encountered bowed respectfully, parting to allow Su Liang to pass. As they beheld Su Liang's retreating figure, they felt as though they were witnessing the rise of a new star. They understood that the Su family was on the brink of transformation. Shortly after leaving the council hall, Su Liang and Su Xiaoxian returned to their family courtyard. As soon as they entered, Su Liang turned to Su Xiaoxian. Xiaoxian, the Su family may soon face a great battle. I may not have the time to look after you, so you must strive to elevate your realm swiftly. Yes, brother, I understand. Su Xiaoxian nodded resolutely, demonstrating a set of inch-force boxing techniques, a powerful aura radiating from her that hinted at her nearing the peak of the third level of the acquired realm. Very good. Your stance is quite standard, indicating that you have indeed been diligently training. Noticing her imminent breakthrough to the fourth level of the acquired realm, Su Liang felt a surge of pride and affection as he ruffled Su Xiaoshuan's hair, urging her to continue her training at home while he made his way towards the alchemy chamber. Due to the impending threat from the Li family, most of the Su family's members had gathered in the council hall. Leaving the vicinity of the alchemy chamber relatively empty, Su Liang arrived at the room where Su Tianlong had previously taken him to gather herbs. Upon pushing open the door, a wave of warm air imbued with the scent of herbs rushed out. Accompanied by a resounding explosion, boom! An orange flame shot forth, which Su Liang narrowly evaded with precision. Peering inside, Su Liang discovered Su Xilan seated near the shattered alchemical furnace, her expression one of frustration as she gazed at the charred cracks above. Tapping her head in dismay, the fissures formed a uniform, web-like pattern, and she lamented, "It must be that my flames were too feeble. It's early morning, and I should have intensified the fire during the alchemical process. I know this well, yet I still fail to master it. If only Su Liang were here." As she spoke, Su Xilan instinctively lifted her head and spotted Su Liang standing at the doorway, rubbing her eyes in disbelief. Su Liang, I thought you had departed for the Beast Mountain range. Am I imagining things? It's been so long. Su Liang smiled gently, closed the door, and stepped inside. It truly is you. It dawns on me that today marks the 7th day, the day you were to duel with the second elder. I completely lost track of time while refining pills. By your appearance, could it be that the battle has concluded? Who emerged victorious? Her bright eyes flickered as she keenly noticed the bloodstains on Su Liang. Curiously, she inquired, Did you slay the second elder and the people from the Li family? Is war now brewing between the Su and Li families? Su Liang nodded solemnly. Indeed, Thus I intended to refine some elixirs here to bolster the strength of both myself and my sister. Xu Xilan's mouth fell agape, her gaze scrutinizing him as she exclaimed in astonishment. I can hardly fathom how you manage it. Not only are you adept at alchemy, but your combat prowess is formidable as well. The heavens have certainly favored you. How enviable! Yet the Li family is indeed detestable. Count me in, for confronting the Li family will inevitably lead to injuries. When that time comes, we will require elixirs to support us. Therefore, you must teach me well. The higher my skill, the fewer casualties our family will suffer. Producing a small notebook from seemingly nowhere, Xu Xilan regarded Su Liang with a mischievous glint in her eyes. Today, the elixir we shall concoct is the Sanyang Longhu, a high-quality second-tier pill that serves a purpose akin to the great Peiyuan pill. Albeit with enhanced efficacy. It can refine one's soul, dispel inner demons, and facilitates swifter cultivation. The primary ingredients include the tricolor wonderflower, earth heartfruit, and celestial withering vine. Su Liang began to recite the names of the herbs, while Xu Xilan diligently recorded them in her notebook. After enumerating dozens of ingredients, Xu Xilan furrowed her brow. Most of these herbs are quite common and should be available in the Xu family's warehouse. But the tricolor wonderflower, do not fret. I have already gathered these herbs from the Beast Mountain range, so there is no need to draw from the Xu family's reserves, Su Liang replied with a slight smile. Rubbing his storage ring, which instantly manifested dozens of spirit herbs upon the ground, causing Xu Xilan to jump back in astonishment. You gathered all these herbs by yourself? Now I understand why your strength has surged so rapidly. She shot him a peculiar glance, filled with admiration. Most spirit herbs in the Beast Mountain range are fiercely guarded by powerful beasts. To obtain them, one must engage in combat, thereby significantly enhancing one's own battle capabilities. Without further ado, let us commence. I am eager to witness the extraordinary qualities of the Sanyang Longhu. Without dwelling too much on the spirit herbs, Xu Xilan hurriedly fetched an alchemical furnace, settling down beside it like an obedient child. Eagerly awaiting Su Liang's alchemical process. Chapter 19. The Li family's scheme. Seeing Xu Xilan in such a state, Su Liang wasted no time. He skillfully placed the various spirit herbs into the furnace, igniting the earth fire valve and regulating the flames, employing the alchemical technique of the earth heart blue lotus. The originally orange flames immediately transformed into the shape of a blue lotus, petals cascading down. Although she had witnessed this alchemical method once before, Xu Xilan was still awed by the sight. With reverent eyes, she gazed at Su Liang as fragrant vapors began to waft from the furnace. Vibrant hues of red, yellow, and blue flickering and coalescing into the forms of a dragon and a tiger, accompanied by the resonant sounds of their roars, truly a spectacle to behold. The Sanyang Longhu was no ordinary elixir. Its primary ingredient, the tricolor wonderflower, was notoriously difficult to extract, thus requiring a longer refinement period of approximately half an hour. Calculating the time, Su Liang took a deep breath and proceeded methodically with the alchemical process. Meanwhile, thousands of meters away, at the Li family's main estate, chaos reigned. Once the residence of the family head, Li Yuan, it now lay in ruins, resembling a scene ravaged by wild beasts. The ground was strewn with remnants of furniture and shattered fine ceramics. The sounds of destruction echoing incessantly. Crack, crack. A middle-aged man donned in an opulent purple robe, his hair secured with a jade hairpin, seethed with rage as he sent the desk and its contents flying. An aura of authority emanated from him, akin to a frenzied beast. Beside him stood a beautiful woman adorned with phoenix hairpins, her face painted delicately, who covered her face and wept softly. Yuanhao is dead. And now Yuanjia has been captured by the Li family. I have but these two sons. Do you wish for me to send my white-haired parent to the grave? She lamented. Hurry and leave. It is precisely your overindulgence that has led to their dire fate. Li Yuan, fraught with frustration, was unable to contain his fury upon hearing the woman's cries. He struck her across the face, sending her sprawling several meters away, with a few of her teeth shattered. Dear husband, please do not be angry. I have a proposal. Covering her bruised cheek, the woman did not retaliate but crawled a few steps closer to Li Yuan. Revealing a venomous smile, blood trickling from the corner of her mouth. Oh, what plan do you have? Speak. I am all ears. Li Yuan cast a cold glance at her. Though the Xu family may not possess our strength, they have their share of powerful individuals. Especially now that we have lost elderly Lin, should we engage in open conflict, even if we were to win, the losses would be catastrophic. Yuanjia would perish too. And we would only serve to benefit the Lu family. Instead, Let us first sever the Xu family's sources of wealth. The Li family's main enterprises revolve around beast dealings and alchemical sales. If we simply demolish their shops and acquire their herbs, they will be unable to produce elixirs. Without financial means, the Xu family will be like a toothless tiger, ripe for slaughter, the woman replied softly. Very well, an excellent plan. Peiyuan laughed heartily, gradually crouching down to caress the woman's swollen cheek. I apologize. I lost my temper earlier and couldn't control myself. Please do not take it to heart. Rest assured, all that I possess belongs to you, my husband, as long as it brings you joy and leads to the Xu family's demise. I am indifferent to the means. Very well, let it be as you say. Someone, go and demolish the Xu family's shops. Whoever dares to harm my son will face the annihilation of their entire clan. Peiyuan rose, issuing commands, leaving the woman on the ground, clutching her face. Her expression filled with resentment. Yuan Hao, await my vengeance. It will come swiftly. At the Xu family's alchemical chamber, Su Xilan watched anxiously as the furnace emitted a radiant tricolored glow. Su Liang, you've been refining for quite some time. Is everything all right? She recalled that during his last attempt at the great Peiyuan pill, he had completed the process in merely 10 minutes, and now, the extended duration of this endeavor filled her with trepidation. Do not worry. It will be ready shortly. Su Liang reassured her, his gaze fixated on the furnace, which emanated a triumphant aura of 3 distinct colors. Now is the moment. Closing the earth fire valve, he had no time to wipe the sweat from his brow as he swiftly lifted the lid of the furnace. Roar! A cacophony of fierce roars erupted as a phantom 3-colored dragon and tiger entwined. Tearing at one another in the center of the luminous display, 3 pills floated in a character formation, each adorned with 2 azure lotus imprints. The 2 patterns Sanyang Longhudanjin had been successfully crafted, 3 in total. Gazing at the elixirs before him, Su Liang felt a profound sense of satisfaction. Given his current level, producing such elixirs had reached his limit. To forge higher-tier pills, he would need to elevate his cultivation to the innate stage. He had heard legends of advanced elixirs that not only produced extraordinary phenomena but could even provoke elixir tribulations. Initially skeptical, he now believed wholeheartedly. This elixir had manifested a phenomenon, and he wondered what miraculous effects it might possess. Su Xilan's eyes sparkled with fervor, a hint of drool threatening to escape as she beheld the Sanyang Longhudanjin. Since I have utilized your alchemical chamber and the quantity of elixirs is sufficient, I shall take one for myself. Noting her expression, Su Liang shook his head with a smile. Are you truly certain? Then I shall not be modest. Su Xilan licked her delicate lips, taking the elixir and carefully placing it in her mouth. As she prepared to sit cross-legged on the ground, a surge of potent energy erupted from her body, propelling her to the 6th level of the acquired realm. This, I have not even begun to cultivate. And yet I have advanced. The effects of this elixir are astonishing, Su Xilan exclaimed in astonishment. Having lingered at the 5th level for quite some time, she was taken aback that a mere elixir could elevate her cultivation. It was no wonder. The Sanyang Longhudanjin crafted by Su Liang was a high-quality 2nd-tier elixir, and with its 2 patterns, it rivaled 3rd-tier elixirs, capable of affecting masters of the realm, thus facilitating Su Xilan's promotion with ease. It is not acceptable. The medicinal pills can only be absorbed during cultivation to unleash their utmost efficacy. I must hasten to cultivate. Sitting cross-legged on the ground, Su Xilan opened his eyes in frustration after just a few seconds. Casting a glance at Su Liang, damn it, I can no longer sense the potency of the medicine. What on earth were you thinking, concocting such formidable pills? Now, a significant portion of their power has been utterly squandered. Is it my fault that the pills are so potent? Su Liang, equally exasperated, waved his hand, placing the remaining 2 Sanyang Longhudan into a jade box. The pills have been refined, and I must take my leave. You should continue your efforts, rest assured. I have thoroughly memorized your formula. As long as I have the 3-colored miraculous flower, crafting the Sanyang Longhudan will pose no challenge. Do not underestimate my capabilities. It is indeed high time for me to procure some medicinal materials from the external apothecary. Perhaps fortune will favor me with a chance to acquire the 3-colored miraculous flower. Su Xilan stretched lazily and exited the alchemy chamber alongside Su Liang. However, they had barely traversed a short distance when they were greeted by a cry of alarm. Elder Su Liang, trouble is afoot. The Li family has brought a multitude of individuals to cause a ruckus. Many of our Su family's shops have been vandalized, and not only have the cores of the demon beasts been seized, but the medicinal pills have also been snatched away. A Xu family disciple clad in black rushed over, Anxiety etched across his face as he looked at Su Liang. What? I was merely preparing to purchase medicinal materials. How utterly despicable of the Li family. At these words, Su Xilan's countenance darkened in an instant. The Li family? He murmured to himself, and Su Liang's gaze turned icy. Where are the troublemakers? Take me to them. Chapter 20. Li family, Li Shandai in Wudong Town. At the Spirit Beast Pavilion. Su Liang had just sold a demon core here, and now the place was unrecognizable. Half of the second-floor loft had collapsed. The once orderly wooden windows lay shattered, and the counters inside had been completely emptied. Most of the demon cores had been stolen, with only a few scattered on the ground, stained with blood. Su Ruinian, the proprietor of the Spirit Beast Pavilion, lay on the ground, bruised and battered, groaning alongside several guards. How dare the Li family brazenly attack our Su family's shops in broad daylight? Is there no law to uphold? Law? In Wudong Town, our Li family is the law. Standing before them were over 10 Li family disciples clad in purple garments. The leader, an imposing elder with gray and white hair who bore a massive 2-meter hammer on his back, displayed a look of disdain, waving his hand dismissively. We have already taken most of the goods. You lot prepare torches and set this place ablaze. Should you dare to provoke our Li family? This will be your fate. On both sides of the street stood numerous onlookers, murmuring amongst themselves at this audacious display by the Li family, who so casually destroyed another shop and looted demon cores. Such behavior is no different from that of bandits. Hush, keep your voice down. You value your life, don't you? If the Li family hears you, it will not bode well for you. Sigh, the Su family is one of the 3 great families in Wudong Town. One wonders how they have offended the Li family. You are not aware, are you? Su Liang of the Su family killed young Master Li Huan and an elder of the Li family. Now the Li family is furious and intends to wage war against the Su family. The onlookers expressed their pity, their eyes filled with sympathy for the Spirit Beast Pavilion. Offending the Li family in Wudong Town guarantees no favorable outcome. Not even for the other 2 great families, as the crowd murmured. The Li family members arrived with torches, advancing towards the Spirit Beast Pavilion, intent on setting it ablaze. Halt! I will not allow you to destroy this place. You shall have to step over my corpse first. Su Ruinian struggled to rise from the ground and lunged forward, grasping the leg of the Li family disciple holding the torch. This is the Su family's asset. A legacy passed down through generations. Ever since my grandfather's time, my family has been the steward of the Spirit Beast Pavilion, and I have worked here for over 20 years, forging a deep emotional connection. Oh, I have never heard such a peculiar demand. If that is the case, then perish. The Li family disciple, a young man in his 20s, revealed a malevolent expression at Su Ruinian's words, pressing the torch towards Su Ruinian's face. As the torch neared, Su Ruinian's hair and eyebrows began to singe, and in despair, he closed his eyes. Just then, a flash of movement occurred. A thunderous sound erupted as a streak of light darted forward. Appearing between the 2, bang. The torch fell from the Li youth's hand as a large footprint materialized on his chest, the impact sending him flying several meters back, where he crashed to the ground. Spewing forth a mouthful of blood mixed with internal organs, clearly on the brink of death, the streak of light landed, revealing Su Liang's figure, who turned to glance at Su Ruinian. Are you all right? So it is Su Liang. No, now he should be addressed as Elder Su Liang. We are saved. Please, you must help me protect this place. With great difficulty, Su Ruinian opened a narrow slit in his swollen eyes, managing a smile that was more akin to a grimace. Fear not. I shall ensure this place suffers no further harm. Reassured by Su Liang's confirmation, Su Ruinian smiled faintly, his head tilting as he collapsed onto the ground. Crouching down, Su Liang checked Su Ruinian's breath and found that he had merely fainted, which eased his worry. Just then, he heard an anxious voice beside him. Su Liang, you ran too fast. Wait for me. Gasping for breath, Su Xilan and the guard who had previously conveyed Su Liang's message rushed over, drenched in sweat. Upon seeing Su Ruinian lying on the ground, battered and bruised, their faces were etched with a mixture of anger and concern. How is Uncle Ruinian? Is he all right? He is not in any danger. I leave his care in your capable hands. Su Liang entrusted Su Ruinian to Su Xilan, rising to his feet and turning his gaze towards the dozen or so Li family disciples ahead. Focusing intently on the elder with the hammer on his back, a glint of coldness flashing in his eyes as memories churned in his mind. Elishan, the second elder of the Li family. Born with immense strength, he possesses a second-tier low-grade martial skill known as the chaotic hammer technique. You are Su Liang, the one who killed my 3rd brother. Since fate has brought us together here, I shall slay you and avenge my brother. Li Shan, recognizing Su Liang, his eyes flickered with surprise, quickly replaced by fury as he unslung the massive hammer from his back, swinging it with a flourish. The colossal hammerhead, spanning half a meter, sliced through the air with a dull thud, leaving a shallow crater in the ground. The other Li family disciples drew their blades, surrounding Su Liang with malicious grins. Although they had heard of Su Liang's prowess in slaying Li Lin, Li Shan's strength far surpassed that of Li Lin, and with their numbers, even if Su Liang possessed the strength of 3 men, he would not stand a chance. This is bad, Su Liang. You are no match for them. We should retreat swiftly and leave this to the family head to handle, Su Xilan exclaimed, her face pale as she realized the overwhelming odds against them. However, Su Liang stood firm, resembling an unyielding mountain. Before Uncle Ruinian fainted, he entrusted me with the task of protecting this place, and I shall honor that promise. Su Liang cracked his neck, advancing rather than retreating. His cold gaze fixed upon Li Shan and his cohorts. Tio faced the Li family's multitude alone. Su Liang truly possesses remarkable courage. A promise made will be fulfilled. He embodies not just courage, but also responsibility. What a pity, even if Su Liang is strong, he cannot possibly contend against so many from the Li family. A generation of talent is destined to fall here. The surrounding crowd watched Su Liang with a mix of admiration and regret. Little beast, I have heard of your swiftness. If you attempt to flee, it will indeed be troublesome. Yet, to my astonishment, you choose to stand your ground. It is as if you seek death in that case. I shall not hold back, Li Shan sneered, gesturing, and the surrounding Li family disciples charged at Su Liang with their weapons drawn, the air slicing with their sharp cries. Generally, Li family disciples are slightly stronger than those of the Su family. Their cultivations hover around the 3rd layer of the acquired realm, and their coordinated attacks reflect rigorous training in combined techniques. In a flash, Su Liang transformed into a streak of lightning, darting through the encirclement of the Li family disciples. Racing towards Li Shan, despite sustaining deep gashes on his arms and thighs, blood splattering everywhere. Though he moved with remarkable speed, he could not evade all attacks. Just as expected, little beast, prepare to die. As Su Liang approached, Li Shan swung his hammer with all his might, delivering a strike of immense force. The weapon, though heavy, moved with astonishing swiftness, crashing into Su Liang's extended fist. Bang, a deafening sound echoed. Li Shan merely staggered slightly, while Su Liang was forced back over 10 steps, his arm creaking under the strain, nearly fracturing. Even with his resilient nerves, he could not help but frown. Born with immense strength, Li Shan could lift a 1,000-pound object. And with a weapon in hand, Su Liang, unarmed, found it nearly impossible to withstand. In his past life, when he exterminated the Li family, he had been at the innate level, and even then, he had to employ various tactics to contend with Li Shan. How much more challenging it was now with his current cultivation at the 7th layer of the acquired realm. Shaking out his fist, Su Liang had yet to prepare for another strike when the Li family members closed in on him, inflicting fresh wounds and overwhelming him. Nevertheless, Su Liang chose to endure the pain rather than retreat, resolutely protecting the spirit beast pavilion behind him. Having been fed several elixirs by Su Xilan, aside from Su Ruinian, the other guards of the Su family had already risen to their feet. Upon witnessing Su Liang's movements, their eyes shimmered with tears of gratitude. It was for our protection that Elder Su Liang sustained his injuries. Brothers, let us charge forth and confront these scoundrels from the Li family with all our might. Chapter 21. An eye for an eye. With a furious roar, several guards from the Su family lunged forward, tightly restraining a few of the Li family's guards. Though their arms and thighs were wounded from the blades, they did not retreat. Elder Su Liang, we have come to assist you. Damn it, what is wrong with these fellows? Do they have a death wish? Half of the Li family's guards turned their bodies, retaliating against the Su family's protectors with fists and kicks, shattering their teeth. Yet not a single one relinquished their grip. Rest assured, your efforts have not been in vain. As the pressure suddenly diminished, Su Liang seized the opportunity to step back, retrieving a jade box from his robe. He chuckled derisively. What can a handful of Su family's trash accomplish? Once I have dispatched these worthless fools, your demise will be imminent. Little beast, Li Shan, noticing Su Liang's movements, cast a scrutinizing glance at the jade box in his hand, dismissing it in his view. The outcome was already determined. No matter what Su Liang attempted, it would prove futile. You think you can kill me? You are not worthy. Opening the jade box, Su Liang extracted one of the 2 Sanyang Long Hu Dan pills and placed it in his mouth. Instantly, a tricolored radiance enveloped him, and a formidable aura surged forth like a tempest, propelling him to the 8th level of the acquired realm. Xu Liang swayed slightly, the previously profuse bleeding from his wounds rapidly coagulating. Leaving shallow depressions in the ground beneath him, he actually leveled up? Impossible. I have yet to hear of any elixir that can induce an upgrade. The pill you consumed must merely enhance physical prowess temporarily. And even if you have ascended to the 8th level of the acquired realm, you remain no match for me. Li Shan gazed at Xu Liang, his eyes widening in disbelief before the realization struck him, and he charged towards Xu Liang with a vicious expression, swinging his hammer with reckless abandon, casting numerous afterimages and stirring the dust on the ground into a swirling gray tempest, hurtling towards Xu Liang with immense force. The chaotic wind hammer technique. Upon witnessing Li Shan employ this maneuver, the surrounding Li family members retreated in fear of collateral damage. True to its name, the chaotic wind hammer technique was characterized by utter chaos. Like crashing waves against the shore, the hammer was omnipresent, leaving nowhere to escape. Even the onlookers instinctively stepped back, their gazes filled with pity for Xu Liang. Such a terrifying assault would be difficult for anyone of the 8th level of the acquired realm to withstand, let alone someone who had just leveled up. Although the chaotic wind hammer technique was chaotic, it was not without discernible patterns. Xu Liang observed Li Shan's advancing attack with a tranquil demeanor, meticulously discerning the rhythm within Li Shan's onslaught. Whether it was a horizontal slice, an upward slash, or a hammer swung in a semicircle, after a few poses, Li Shan would invariably repeat his prior movements. Now is the moment, in strength, open heaven. Having battled Li Shan in a previous life, Xu Liang quickly grasped the pattern of Li Shan's attacks within mere seconds. Utilizing the thunder form breathing technique, he inhaled deeply, allowing the energy to evenly disperse throughout his body, causing his muscles to swell by more than double. With a forceful push from his legs, he transformed into a streak of light. Charging towards Li Shan. You seek death. My chaotic wind hammer technique is invincible in close combat. Seeing Xu Liang's movements, Li Shan let out a sinister laugh, hastening the speed of his hammer swings. However, with a resounding thud, Xu Liang appeared before Li Shan, the muscles throughout his body contracting simultaneously, channeling immense power into his right hand. His fist expanded several-fold, becoming the size of a fan, effortlessly penetrating the surrounding hammer illusions and directly striking Li Shan's face. Spitting out a mouthful of blood, Li Shan's nose caved in, a distinct imprint of a fist appearing on his face as he was sent flying over 10 meters, crashing heavily to the ground. All his teeth shattering simultaneously, the hammer flying from his grasp and clattering upon the floor. How is this possible? How could you perceive the trajectory of my chaotic wind hammer technique? Gasping for breath, Li Shan struggled to rise from the ground, his voice trembling, his eyes filled with terror. You might as well ask that in hell. Rubbing his fist, Xu Liang approached Li Shan, lifting a foot to stomp down upon his head. With a dull thud, Li Shan's face, marked by despair, shattered into a grotesque mass of blood and flesh. In the span of mere seconds, from Li Shan's assault to his demise, the onlookers collectively gasped in shock. Taking a moment to regain their composure, rubbing their eyes in disbelief, as if awakening from a dream, Xu Liang had actually confronted Li Shan's chaotic wind hammer technique head-on and emerged victorious. Even slaying him, what realm does he inhabit? Could it be that he has already ascended to the innate level? It feels unlikely. Xu Liang should still be at the 8th level of the acquired realm. The reason he defeated Li Shan is because he completely deciphered Li Shan's attacks. It is truly inconceivable. The chaotic wind hammer technique is a top-tier martial skill, available solely to the 3 prominent families of Wudong Town. For Xu Liang to see through it is a testament to his extraordinary martial talent. The crowd gazed at Xu Liang with expressions of awe and admiration, marveling at his prowess. Li Shan, the elder, had actually perished? Retreat. Upon witnessing Li Shan's death, the remaining Li family members displayed a stark transformation, their faces contorted in terror as they ceased their assault on the Xu family guards. Scattering in all directions, nearly wetting themselves in fright, Xu Liang, noticing the disarray among the Li family, paid them no heed but instead walked directly to Li Shan's corpse, retrieving his iron hammer for inspection. This is forged from refined steel. Though I am not adept with hammers, I could melt it down and forge a suitable weapon. It is unfortunate that Li Shan possesses no storage ring. Perhaps he left it at home, for otherwise, I could have taken it to present to my sister. With a sigh, Xu Liang casually placed the hammer into his spatial ring and reached down to insert his hand into Li Shan's dantian. As the formidable suction from the swallowing heaven demon cauldron surged forth, Li Shan's body began to convulse, slowly withering away into dust, scattering into the earth. Simultaneously, a pure essence of spiritual energy was absorbed and transformed by the swallowing heaven demon cauldron, nourishing Su Liang's flesh, solidifying his recently attained realm. Raising his head, Su Liang surveyed the onlookers, and those who met his gaze turned pale, instinctively retreating. He actually devoured human flesh and blood. What a monster! Amidst the tidal wave of astonished gasps, the crowd of spectators fled in terror, no longer daring to linger. Some, in their haste, stumbled and fell, opting to crawl forward, fearing that if they left too late, they too might be consumed by Su Liang. Ignoring the fleeing crowd, Su Liang absorbed the remnants of Li Shan's body, making his way back to the spirit beast pavilion. Observing the guards who lay exhausted on the ground, panting yet visibly exhilarated, a smile graced his lips. "Do you still have strength left? The Li family has wreaked havoc upon our Su family's establishment. It is only fitting that we repay them in kind, lest we do a disservice to their efforts." Upon hearing this, the guards exchanged glances, their weary expressions suddenly ignited with renewed vigor. Yes, we still have strength. They had endured a one-sided beating from the Li family, harboring a pent-up frustration, and now, with an opportunity for revenge, they would rise to avenge it, even if it cost them their lives. Excellent, rise and lead the way. I recall that the Li family possesses a number of enterprises in Wudong Town. Let us determine where to begin our demolition. The Li family's largest establishment is the Beast Pavilion, which deals in demonic beasts. Let us start our destruction there. The Su family guards eagerly led Su Liang onward. Rolling up their sleeves, brimming with enthusiasm for the impending battle, Su Xilan supported Su Ruinian, trailing behind, and as she gazed at Su Liang's silhouette, it was as if she beheld a lion awakening from slumber. Her eyes filled with awe. This man possesses not only formidable strength, but also an unyielding ruthlessness towards his foes. It is my first encounter with such a person. Does he truly harbor no compassion? The Li family has provoked his wrath, and their fate will undoubtedly be dire. Chapter 22. The gathering of the three prominent families. The Beast Pavilion is situated on the main street of Wudong Town, a three-story structure adorned with various levels of demon cores and beast materials. Depending on the rarity of the items for sale, each floor showcased different tiers of goods. The first floor displayed first-tier demon beast parts. The second floor held second-tier demon cores, and the third floor contained even more precious items, such as dragon tendons and feathers from rare birds. Originally an elegant establishment bustling with customers, at this moment, all patrons kept their distance from the Beast Pavilion. Deterred by the sounds of crashing and shattering emanating from within, Su Liang trod upon the shattered porcelain, directing several Su family guards in their destruction. During this chaos, Su Ruinian, having received an elixir from Su Xilan, awoke from his stupor, joining in the fray with fervor, smashing the surrounding counters with the most ferocity, chanting incantations. Exquisite antique porcelain, shattered. First-tier demon cores. Mine! You dare to vandalize my ancestral property? This is retribution. You lunatics! How dare you lay hands on the Li family's enterprises? The family head will not let you off lightly. Prepare to be torn to shreds. The proprietor of the Beast Pavilion, a man clad in purple attire with a handlebar mustache, was bound and gagged alongside several other Li family guards, his face swollen and bruised as he glared at Su Liang and his companions with unbridled fury. Enough, silence yourself. Upon hearing this, Su Liang had yet to respond, but Su Xilan, standing beside him, had already removed the man's boots and stuffed them into his mouth. As the taste overwhelmed him, the man rolled his eyes, nearly foaming at the mouth. The other members of the Li family, who had initially seemed poised to speak, upon witnessing the man's miserable fate, quickly sealed their lips, too intimidated to utter a word. Su Liang, though his words were infuriating, possessed a kernel of truth. If we do not vent our frustrations now, it will be far more challenging to escape when the main force of the Li family arrives. The head of the Li family, Li Yuan, is a formidable master of the postnatal 10th realm. While your strength is considerable, you would undoubtedly be no match for him. Rising to her feet, Su Xilan cast a worried glance at Su Liang. Let us do this thoroughly. I am well aware of what must be done, so rest assured. Su Liang shook his head and turned his gaze to Su Ruinian and the others. You all should not limit your destruction to this floor. The treasures above hold far greater value. Encouraged by Su Liang's words, Su Ruinian's eyes immediately lit up as he hurried upstairs with several guards. Su Xilan merely rolled her eyes, refraining from intervening. The destruction continued for over 10 minutes, with thousands of various demon cores displayed in the Beast Hall being transferred into Su Liang's storage ring, filling it to the brim. including a precious fragment of a dragon's bone and the sharp horn of a third-order demon beast. The remaining items were either too large or held only collectible value, and they were destroyed by Xu Ruinian and his companions. It was only when they could find no more treasures that the Li family, led by Li Yuan, finally arrived, albeit fashionably late. Such audacity! How dare you wreak havoc on my Li family's territory? In decades, I have never encountered such insolence. Before nearly 100 members of the Li family stood Li Yuan, clad in resplendent attire, his face ashen as he surveyed the ravaged beast hall, his lips trembling with rage. Just moments ago, he had received news of Li Shan's death in battle. The Li family had lost 2 of its 3 elders in an instant, severely diminishing its overall strength. Reluctantly, he had to lead the elite forces of the Li family out, which cost him precious time. He had already resolved that this time, he would do whatever it took to slay Su Liang and alleviate the hatred in his heart. Fear not, similar scenes shall unfold before your eyes more frequently in the future. Su Liang emerged from the beast hall alongside Su Xilan and the others, calmly fixing his gaze upon Li Yuan. Li Yuan was not particularly tall, standing only 7 feet, with a pale complexion devoid of a beard. His resolute face bore deep lines, and beneath a pair of thick eyebrows, his narrow eyes gleamed with an eagle-like intensity. His every gesture exuded the aura of one accustomed to high status, accompanied by a powerful wave of energy that resonated through the air. The tremors in the atmosphere signified a breakthrough into the postnatal realm, a sign of the nascent innate energy within him. After a brief scan, Su Liang realized that Li Yuan had already set one foot into the innate realm, causing his expression to grow grave. In his previous life, when he had annihilated the Li family, Li Yuan had already ascended to the innate realm, and in this life, he was nearing a breakthrough. Such a master was beyond his current capabilities. However, Su Liang felt no fear. They had wreaked havoc in the Li family's establishment for quite some time, and it was impossible for the Su family not to have received word. Calculating the time, they should be arriving soon. Indeed, as Su Liang contemplated this, a voice tinged with mockery resonated from the left side of the beast hall. Oh, is that not the head of the Li family? You seem rather unwell. Have you fallen ill? With the weather turning cooler, the head of the Li family ought to take care of his health. The speaker was Su Jingyang, flanked by Su Tianlong, who leaned on a cane, along with nearly 100 members of the Su family, their numbers matching those of the Li family. As both factions converged, their gazes locked, the atmosphere crackled with tension. Residents on either side of the street hastily retreated, closing their windows and daring not to show their faces for fear of being caught in the crossfire. It is the head of Zhangyang. We are saved. Su Xilan and Su Ruinian, who had initially appeared anxious, sighed in relief upon seeing Su Jingyang come to their aid and approached him. Su Liang followed suit, maintaining his composure and not even glancing at the Li family. This scene nearly drove the Li family to the brink of fury, with Li Yuan's face twisting in murderous intent as he pointed a finger at Su Liang. Su family head, let us not beat around the bush. Hand over this little beast to me, and then surrender my son, Yuanjia, vowing allegiance to the Li family, and I may let you go. Otherwise, next year on this day will mark the anniversary of the Su family's demise. As his words fell, the Li family members behind him unsheathed their weapons, crackling with purple lightning. Let me be clear then. We will never surrender Su Liang. If the Li family desires battle, then let it be war. The Su family is not to be trifled with. A cold glint flashed in Su Zhengyang's eyes as he retorted with a sneer. Behind him, along with the Grand Elder, all their garments stirred without wind. Weapons drawn, an azure whirlwind swirling at their feet. The combined might of hundreds surged forth, transforming into a terrifying pressure, the air thick with the scent of gunpowder, heralding the impending clash. Good, excellent. The Li family has been silent for too long, causing the people of Wudong Town to forget who the true overlord is. If so, today shall see a bloodbath of the Su family, a warning to others. A violet spark flickered in Li Yuan's eyes as he raised his right hand, poised to give the order to attack. Just then, from another street beyond the two factions, a group of individuals clad in blue emerged, predominantly women. Leading them was a striking woman in a sky-blue gown, wielding a long whip. Although nearing 30, she was exceptionally well-preserved, her skin fair and nearly wrinkle-free, adorned with a hint of makeup, her figure curvaceous and alluring, exuding a captivating aura. The two prominent families of Wudong Town gathering here is quite the spectacle. I find myself somewhat intrigued. May I join in? The beautiful woman spoke, flicking her whip, though smiling. Her bright eyes sparkled with a snake-like glint, instilling a sense of dread. So it is the head of the Liu family. I have no objections. Su Zhengyang's gaze flickered at the sight of the beauty, offering a polite smile. But Li Yuan's expression darkened entirely. Lu Mei, this is a matter between the Li and Su families. I advise you not to meddle, otherwise you will bear the consequences. Chapter 23. Heading to the Lu family. Li Yuan, I must disagree. Regardless of the circumstances, the Lu family is one of the three major families in Wudong Town. When the Li and Su families clash, how can it not concern us? From what I heard in your earlier remarks, it seems you have entirely disregarded the Lu family. It saddens me greatly. To preserve the standing of the three major families, perhaps we must ally with the Su family. Lu Mei covered her face with her hand, letting out a light, tinkling laugh, further darkening Li Yuan's countenance. Lu Mei, are you threatening me? Oh, not at all. With my meager strength at the postnatal 8th realm, how could I dare threaten the head of the Li family? Lu Mei's words were polite, yet her eyes held no respect. She took a few steps closer to Su Liang, eyeing him with keen interest. I have heard that you have killed 2 elders of the Li family in quick succession. You are still but a child, yet possess such formidable strength, and I must say, you are quite handsome, precisely my type. Why not join the Lu family? We have many women, and we are in need of a powerful man. Should you choose to join us, I would be willing to make you the head of our Lu family. As she spoke, Lu Mei's eyes sparkled with allure, akin to the waters of March or the breezes of May, drawing one in with a single glance. What? The head of the Lu family? At her words, Su Zhengyang and Su Tianlong exchanged glances, their expressions turning somewhat grim. Lu Mei was resorting to seduction to poach Su Liang. Although she was over 30, one could not deny her allure. Even they found her request somewhat tempting, let alone a young man like Su Liang, who was at the peak of youthful infatuation. Not only them, but even Li Yuan furrowed his brow. He considered the implications. If Su Liang were to become the head of the Lu family, it would effectively unite the Lu and Su families, leaving no place for the Li family in Wudong Town. The remaining members of the Su and Li families, however, did not ponder such complexities, merely gazing at Su Liang with envy and jealousy. With the Lu family being predominantly female, accounting for 70%, if Su Liang were to become Lu Mei's consort, he would wield great power while indulging in familial bliss, an aspiration every man dreams of. Among the crowd, only Su Xilan wore a scowl. What is this old woman thinking? Stay away from Su Liang. Su Xilan glared at Lu Mei, feeling inexplicably displeased. Oh, do not speak so. My age is not that advanced. And perhaps Su Liang favors a mature woman like me over a young girl like you. With a meaningful glance at Su Xilan, Lu Mei's smile widened, her delicate hand reaching towards Su Liang's chest, her gaze brimming with tenderness. Slap! Before her hand could touch Su Liang, he swiftly swatted it away. There is no need for such trivial seduction with me. Su Liang stepped back, his expression devoid of emotion as he regarded Lu Mei. The allure in Lu Mei's eyes clearly stemmed from a high-level charm technique, designed to make her appear exceedingly attractive. However, Su Liang's formidable spirit rendered such enchantments ineffective, like a stone sinking into the sea, creating no ripples. Furthermore, during his years as an immortal emperor, numerous renowned celestial maidens had sought his affections, yet he paid them no mind. What could a mere Lu Mei possibly offer? Upon having her innermost thoughts exposed, Lu Mei did not exhibit any signs of embarrassment. Rather, she gazed at Su Liang with an increasingly fervent expression, as if beholding a rare treasure, licking her lips in anticipation. At such a tender age, possessing such profound discernment and composure, I find myself yearning for you more than ever. She was practicing the Lu family's ancestral charm technique, by Finqian Huanju, a first-tier superior dual cultivation method that allows one to absorb a man's yang energy, thereby enhancing her own cultivation. Having mastered this technique to an advanced level, her sense of smell had become extraordinarily acute, enabling her to detect the unique scents emanating from different men. The weaker ones exuded a dust-like aroma, while the powerful, like Li Yuan, radiated an aura akin to thunder, making differentiation effortless. However, the scent surrounding Su Liang was as warm and blazing as the sun, detectable from a considerable distance. It was the first time she encountered such an intense fragrance. And under the influence of her fascination, she publicly engaged in flirtation with Su Liang. Ahem, Lu Mei, the matriarch, matters of love require mutual consent to flourish. Furthermore, with the imminent threat posed by the Li family, we should prioritize resolving this issue before delving into other concerns. Su Zhengyang interjected with a cough, interrupting Lu Mei's attempts to entice Su Liang further. Rest assured, head of the Lu family, considering the friendship with young Su Liang, Our Lu family will undoubtedly stand by your Xu family's side. As Lu Mei spoke, her eyes remained fixated on Su Liang's figure. She harbored a strong premonition that if she could win Su Liang over and engage in dual cultivation for a period, her own realm would undoubtedly ascend with remarkable speed, potentially allowing her to reach the innate level. Under the allure of such elevation, the position of Lu family head seemed less significant. Lu Mei? You shameless woman, are you truly willing to oppose the Li family for the sake of a junior? I shall remember this and will settle the score with you in due time. Do not assume this matter is concluded. Li Yuan cast a cold glance at Lu Mei, gesturing dismissively as he led his family members away without hesitation. Initially, while the Li family faced some challenges against the Xu family, there remained a chance for complete annihilation. However, with the Lu family joining in, that possibility had dwindled to near zero. Remaining any longer would only lead to further humiliation. It would be wiser to retreat and devise a better strategy. Safe travels, head of the Li family. Do watch your step and take care not to injure your back. Watching Li Yuan's retreating figure, Su Jingyang offered a faint smile. As Li Yuan retreated steadily. Upon hearing Su Jingyang's words, he faltered slightly, nearly losing his balance. Hemph! With a cold snort, Li Yuan refrained from engaging in verbal sparring with Su Jingyang, disappearing with his family members. As the Li family departed, the atmosphere in the vicinity immediately lightened. Young Su Liang, do you have time to visit our Lu family? The Li family will not relent easily, and I happen to wish to discuss the collaboration between our families with head Su Jingyang. Lu Mei extended a warm invitation to Su Liang, conveniently including Su Jingyang. She discerned that Su Liang did not seem particularly fond of her. However, with Su Jingyang's presence, the purpose became more legitimate. This matter still required Su Liang's consent. Su Jingyang, perceiving Lu Mei's intentions, did not hesitate to look directly at Su Liang. Su Liang shook his head. He had initially intended to deliver medicinal pills to his sister, and after such a delay, he felt an urgent need to return. He opened his mouth to refuse, but was abruptly interrupted by Su Xilan beside him. Su Liang, do not go. This old woman is clearly up to no good with her flattery. Moreover, we have yet to locate the three-colored exotic flower required for our alchemy. You shall accompany me to procure some spiritual herbs instead. Grasping his arm, Su Xilan glared at Lu Mei with hostility. In response, Lu Mei did not express anger but instead smiled warmly. Little sister, did you just mention the three-colored exotic flower? What a coincidence. We have several in stock at the Lu family, as they are highly beneficial to the nourishment of the soul and invaluable for our cultivation techniques. I have expended considerable effort to procure them, and I believe our Lu family possesses the largest supply in Wudong Town. If you are interested, I would gladly offer them to you. What do you think? Little sister? This Su Xilan was immediately torn. The three-colored exotic flower was indeed hard to find, and the prospect of receiving it for free was tempting. Although she loathed Lu Mei, she found it difficult to refuse at that moment. This woman is incredibly cunning. First, she uses head Jingyang as an excuse, and now she seeks to win over Su Xilan at a loss, all to curry favor and achieve her goals. Surprised, Su Liang wore a contemplative expression before ultimately deciding to take a look. Then I shall thank you, head Lu Mei. Please lead the way. Chapter 24. The path of weapon forging. The Lu family estate is situated at the southernmost edge of Wudong Town, nestled against the Beast Mountain range, encompassing an elegant courtyard. The courtyard features a harmonious arrangement of pavilions, towers, rockeries, and lakes, complemented by a dense grove of purple bamboo, creating a picturesque scene. While Su Tianlong led the Su family members back to their residence to prepare for the impending schemes of the Li family, only Su Liang, Su Jingyang, and Su Xilan accompanied Lu Mei back to the Lu family estate. As they beheld the scenery, only Su Liang maintained his composure, while Su Jingyang and Su Xilan appeared somewhat astonished. Even though they had visited the Lu family several times, each encounter with such beauty evoked a sense of delight. Indeed, it is quite beautiful, Su Jingyang remarked with a hint of admiration. Su Xilan remained silent this time, her gaze fixed on the bamboo forest swaying gently in the breeze, resembling a sea of purple, pondering whether to cultivate similar vegetation at the Su family residence. What does young Su Liang think of our Lu family? Lu Mei, upon hearing Su Jingyang and Su Xilan's remarks, looked at Su Liang with pride. Indeed, the scenery is delightful, and the spiritual energy is abundant. It appears that beneath these bamboo groves, some formation has been employed to gather spiritual energy, resulting in a concentration of spiritual energy that exceeds other areas by a full 50%. Su Liang surveyed his surroundings, expressionless, and nodded slightly. You possess keen insight. Indeed, this place employs a spirit-gathering formation. Our Lu family is renowned for weapon forging and formations. Considerable effort was invested in establishing such a vast spirit-gathering formation, which has been deliberately enhanced for concealment. Even innate-level experts may struggle to discern it. I did not expect you to have such perceptive abilities. With a flicker of surprise in her eyes, Lu Mei regarded Su Liang. You flatter me, head Lu Mei. I have merely learned a bit about weapon forging from my master. Su Liang replied ambiguously. To be able to nurture such a formidable talent as Su Liang, your master must be an extraordinary figure. Since you are knowledgeable about weapon forging, why not visit our forge and offer your guidance? Lu Mei complimented him softly, though her words were more of a formality than genuine admiration. Among the three prominent families in Wudong Town, both the Li and Su families were engaged in the alchemy trade. While the Lu family dominated the weaponry market, thus possessing a slight edge in overall strength despite having more women, as Wudong Town's recognized family of weapon forgers with a history spanning centuries. The Lu family's expertise in forging was unparalleled. Lu Mei, as the head of the family, was a skilled practitioner. In her view, Su Liang's achievement of being a postnatal 8th-tier cultivator at such a young age was already remarkable. Although his ability to discern the spirit-gathering formation was commendable, forging required practice and experience, and she doubted a youth of his age possessed significant expertise. Guidance may be an overstatement. However, I do wish to forge a suitable weapon and would like to utilize your facilities. If that is acceptable, Su Liang mused briefly before responding politely. Currently, he had two weapons in his possession, Li Yuanhao's longbow and Li Shan's heavy hammer. Additionally, he had gathered materials such as the bones of a flood dragon from the beast pavilion, all of which could be refined into a high-quality weapon, significantly enhancing his combat prowess and bolstering his chances against the Li family. Of course, that is perfectly acceptable. You may use our facilities freely. Although Lu Mei was unaware of Su Liang's specific intentions, she did not mind. Should he fail to forge anything, she could still assist him, presenting a prime opportunity to ingratiate herself with him. With that, Lu Mei gestured forward, and two young girls in blue dresses, appearing around 14 or 15 years of age and possessing charming features, approached. Xiao Hong, Xiao Lan, go to the storage room and fetch the remaining 2 3-colored exotic flowers. And also bring some ores to the forging workshop. Yes, head of the family. The two girls blinked their large, dark eyes, casting curious glances at Su Liang before hastily departing to gather materials. Please follow me. With a gesture of invitation, Lu Mei led the group toward the forging room. The Lu family's forging chamber lay deep within the estate, surrounded by several rockeries, with a central area comprising a series of iron structures. Only the roof and 3 walls remained, the front being open, featuring furnaces and elongated steel workbenches. Behind each bench stood Lu family women clad in thin, form-fitting attire, their hair tied back in ponytails. Wielding hammers as they tirelessly forged steel, sparks flying, sweat glistening on their foreheads. The forging chamber housed 20 such stations, all manned by beautiful women, with not a single man in sight. Truly remarkable. Those hammers appear to weigh hundreds of pounds. To wield such heavy tools for forging steel is a feat even men would find challenging, let alone women, Su Zhengyang remarked in awe. Although he had visited this place several times, it was his first time witnessing the Lu family's forging chamber. All thanks to Su Liang. Who says women are inferior to men? Our Lu family, having a majority of women, must strive even harder in weapon forging. Only by creating powerful weapons can we compensate for the physical disparities with men. With a slight smile gracing her lips, Lu Mei raised her eyebrows ever so gently, exuding an indescribable sense of grandeur that compelled Su Liang to steal a surprised glance at her. Initially, he had presumed Lu Mei to be merely a frivolous woman with a deep-seated cunning. However, it was evident now that his assumptions were far too simplistic. Truly remarkable, but Su Liang, are you certain you wish to forge weapons? Though your alchemical prowess is formidable, weapon forging and alchemy are distinct disciplines. Perhaps it would be wiser to leave this task to the head of the Lu family and seek her assistance. After observing the Lu family's forging chamber, Su Xilan felt a flicker of doubt and cast a skeptical glance at Su Liang. No need for that. Weapons crafted by outsiders can never achieve a perfect fit. Moreover, while I possess a rudimentary understanding of forging, the weapons I desire are beyond the capabilities of these individuals. Su Liang's tone remained calm, but as his words faded, the clanging sounds from ahead abruptly ceased, plunging the surroundings into an eerie silence. The Lu family disciples, drenched in sweat, shot him angry glares. Although they did not vocalize their thoughts, the flames of animosity igniting in their eyes were unmistakable. Clearly incited by Su Liang's recent remarks. Hey, Su Liang, even if that were true, couldn't you be a bit more modest? Su Xilan rolled her eyes. exasperated as she rubbed her temples. Young Master Xu, I cannot simply disregard what you just said. Although the Lu family is not renowned as an illustrious clan, our forging techniques have been passed down for generations, and our ancestral methods must not be belittled. Lu Mei regarded Su Liang with a serious expression. The head of the Lu family speaks harshly. I harbor no intention of insulting the Lu clan. Very well, let me demonstrate the items I wish to forge. As Su Liang spoke, he opened his storage ring and revealed its contents. Thud, thud. With several crisp sounds, a number of items appeared on the ground. A gleaming purple longbow, a giant hammer over 2 meters in length, a lengthy bone of a flood dragon, and several spiraled black horns. The purple gold star bow, the shattered steel hammer, the 3rd-tier flood dragon bone, and the 3rd-tier unicorn horn. Not to mention the 2 exquisite weapons. Just the materials from these 2 3rd-tier beasts require temperatures soaring into the thousands, necessitating at least 3 days of relentless forging to melt down. Is this truly what the young master intends to forge? Lu Mei gazed at the items on the ground, her cherry lips parting in astonishment as she struggled to conceal her inner turmoil. It dawned on her why Su Liang claimed that the Lu family could not forge such items. Even for her, crafting weapons from these materials would entail considerable difficulty. Chapter 25. The forging of celestial techniques. These items are indeed beyond our capabilities to forge. But can this man truly accomplish it? Indeed, he might be unaware. The purple gold star bow and shattered steel hammer were originally crafted by our Lu family, honed to perfection. It is utterly impossible to advance them further. This fool wishes to melt them down and reforge them into new weapons? He is simply dreaming. Within the forging chamber, the Lu family disciples who had paused their work began to murmur amongst themselves. Their gazes directed at Su Liang filled with disdain in their eyes. Su Liang was merely a detestable figure, flaunting wealth while lacking any genuine understanding of the art of weapon forging. Young Master Su is an esteemed guest. You all ought to be silent. Lu Mei furrowed her brow, admonishing her kin, before turning to Su Liang with a gentle smile. The younger generation is often ignorant. I hope young Master Su will not take offense. Since you wish to forge a weapon, allow me to assist you. Although it may take some time, I am confident I can create a satisfactory weapon for you. Thank you for your kind offer. Head Lu, but I would prefer to handle this myself. Shaking his head, Su Liang firmly declined Lu Mei's assistance. Very well, step aside and grant young Master Su a workspace. With a sigh of resignation at Su Liang's obstinacy, Lu Mei gestured to one of her kin, yielding her workstation to him. If Su Liang wishes to give it a try, so be it. After all, he would inevitably seek her help should he falter. The young woman whose workstation was relinquished shot Su Liang a venomous glare, her tone laced with dissatisfaction. Hey, you there. You may experiment, but do not damage my workstation. I need it for my own work later. Rest assured that Su Liang laid out the 2 weapons, along with the flood dragon bone and unicorn horn, atop the still warm workstation. Before he could begin, a soft gasp echoed from a distance. 2 petite maidens, one carrying a heavy box, wobbled back, revealing themselves to be the previously departed Xiao Hong and Xiao Lan. We have returned, Head Lu, with the tricolor exotic flower and the ores. The pair opened the box, revealing 2 jade cases atop a bed of irregular, dark ores, some adorned with vibrant patterns, exuding an enchanting allure. Deliver these to young Master Xu, at Lu Mei's command. The 2 girls placed the box before Su Liang and retreated slowly, their large eyes swirling with curiosity as they pondered why this outsider would engage in weapon forging. After stowing away the tricolor exotic flower, Su Liang selected several pieces of blue-patterned cold iron ore, placing them before him as he began to channel his explosive breathing technique, adjusting his physical state while contemplating the shape of the weapon he wished to create. Among the myriad of weapons in existence, the sword is my utmost familiarity. After all, in my past life, I shared a close relationship with the Sword Emperor among the 6 great emperors of the immortal realm, from whom I learned several techniques of the divine sword art. The heavenly universal sword technique. In that case, I shall simply imitate the Sword Emperor's extermination sword to forge a weapon of my own. As Su Liang envisioned the extermination sword in his mind, he remained still for a time, prompting a different interpretation from those around him. Indeed, this fellow knows nothing. If he cannot forge, he should have sought help from Head Lu. Why attempt to save face? The Lu family girl, whose workstation had been occupied by Su Liang, stood with her hands on her hips, visibly indignant. Su Xilan and Su Zhengyang exchanged awkward glances, having never heard of Su Liang's forging capabilities. It would have been wiser to let Lu Mei assist him, rather than attempting to prove himself. risking disgrace for both him and the entire Xu family. Liu Mei, recognizing Su Liang's inaction, felt a tinge of helplessness and was about to intervene when Su Liang suddenly sprang into action. Grasping the hammer in his hands, with legs firmly planted, Su Liang pushed his explosive breathing technique to its limits, his arms swelling with muscle as he wielded the colossal hammer and struck down upon the cold iron ore. Thud! The sound resonated. Though not loud, it echoed deep within the hearts of all present, stirring them involuntarily. Then came a second strike, a third. The rhythm of the hammering quickened, resonating like a tempest, sparks flying from the cold iron or as it transformed visibly. Impurities being expelled. Su Liang's arms moved so swiftly that they appeared to create phantom images, as if he had sprouted 1,000 limbs. Forging celestial techniques, 1,000 hands of the summit. Just as alchemy is categorized from 1st to 10th tier, with each tier further divided into upper, middle, and lower grades, so too is the art of forging. 1st-tier weapons can slice through iron with ease, while 2nd-tier weapons can manipulate the elements, invoking the forces of nature. Higher-tier weapons may even give birth to sword spirits, capable of severing heads from miles away. The forging celestial techniques were acquired by Su Liang from a friendly forging clan, at great expense. Prior to his ascension to the status of an emperor, as he endeavored to craft powerful celestial artifacts to withstand the tribulations of the emperor. After diligently researching this technique and forging several comparable artifacts, he had set it aside. Thus, though Su Liang claimed only a rudimentary understanding of his forging methods, he possessed skills that rivaled those of celestial tier forgers, far surpassing the capabilities of mortals. What kind of forging technique is this? Observing Su Liang's actions, Liu Mei halted her own tasks, her eyes wide with astonishment. The previously irate Liu family girl now stood speechless, her mouth agape. With several years of forging experience, she recognized that Su Liang was employing a supremely advanced forging technique. No way! I must be imagining things. Su Xilan rubbed her eyes in disbelief. Beside her, Su Zhengyang wore a wry smile. Not only was he powerful and adept in alchemy, but he also possessed forging skills. Su Liang was truly a prodigy. When an individual displays extraordinary talent, they receive accolades. However, if someone excels in every discipline, they are often regarded as a monster. Ignoring the peculiar gazes from those around him, Su Liang immersed himself fully in the cold iron ore before him, as though he and the ore had become one, tirelessly expelling impurities to render it more refined. Generally, forgers in the mortal realm must rely on the scorching flames to eliminate impurities. But Su Liang required none of that. The forging celestial techniques, 1,000 hands of the summit, enabled him to strike 1,000 blows in a single second. The intense heat generated from such repeated impacts was internal, purer and more ferocious than any flame. Under his relentless hammering, within mere minutes, the once head-sized cold iron ore had been condensed into a fist-sized mass, its volume reduced exponentially, truly astonishing. Witnessing Su Liang's performance, the previously indifferent Liu family girls began to abandon their workstations, encircling Su Liang with expressions of admiration, some even clenching their fists to their chests, their eyes sparkling with wonder. So impressive. Chapter 26. The sword that slaughters men. The Liu family is predominantly female, leaving the men to handle menial tasks. Thus, the girls of the Liu family inevitably develop a sentiment that all men are ineffectual. However, Su Liang was different. This formidable forging technique was unprecedented in their experience, leaving them feeling inferior. To them, this was the embodiment of a true man. Uncertain of the thoughts of the Liu family's young men, Su Liang spent a few minutes swiftly shaping the cold iron ore into a long sword blank. With the blank formed, the next step was to coat it with a layer of hard plating and sharpen the blade. A glimmer sparked in Su Liang's eyes as she disregarded the sweat beading on her forehead. Her arms transformed into 1,000 shadows, gradually retracting. Gripping a large hammer in her right hand, she brought her left hand to her mouth, biting down to draw blood, which she smeared onto the hammer. Buzz! A soft sound resonated as the blood on the hammer ignited instantly, transforming into searing flames. The forging celestial art, blood refinement. This celestial technique comprised 12 forms. The first, the 1,000 hands of the apex, utilized rapid movement specifically designed to eliminate mineral impurities. Blood refinement was the second form, harnessing the practitioner's own blood to summon a unique flame that melted the metal, imprinting the user's essence upon it, allowing the weapon to be stored within the body. Typically, only weapons that birthed a sword spirit or certain unique innate treasures could be absorbed into the body for nurturing, showcasing the might of the blood refinement technique. Moreover, Weapons forged through this method would grow in power alongside their master as their cultivation advanced. Without hesitation, Xu Liang activated blood refinement, bringing the blood-tinged flames of the hammer down forcefully upon the bones of the dragon and the unicorn horn. The materials, originally capable of withstanding thousands of degrees, began to decay under the crimson flames, merging into a gray liquid that enveloped the sword blank, forming a protective layer. Subsequently, Xu Liang melted the fragments of the steel hammer and the purple-gold star bow, transforming them into a shimmering alloy of gold and silver that she then poured over the blade. With a swift stroke of her hand, she intensified the blood-colored flames, simultaneously employing the 1,000 hands of the apex to rapidly strike the sword blade before her. A 3-foot-long sword, entirely gray with serrated edges glinting with golden and silver hues, resembling the fangs of a monstrous beast, took shape, adorned with mysterious red patterns that flickered like the veins of a living being, exuding a rich blood aura. While this process seemed swift, Xu Liang dedicated a full hour to its completion. The onlookers were entranced, captivated by the spectacle, falling into a reverent silence, at that moment, with the final strike. A brilliant red light erupted from the blade, shaking violently and emitting a soft chime that soared into the heavens. The numerous finished and unfinished weapons hanging on the workbenches began to tremble, bending towards the long sword beside Xu Liang. All swords bowed in submission to the King of Swords. This sword was at least of low-grade Tier 3, and there was even a hint of a sword spirit forming within it. Utterly astounding, Lu Mei, witnessing the extraordinary phenomenon, was the first to regain her composure, staring at Xu Liang in sheer astonishment. As the finest blacksmith in the Lu family and even in Wudong town, she could only forge a high-grade Tier 1 weapon, yet Xu Liang had crafted a Tier 3 weapon. A chasm lay between their abilities, leaving her momentarily dazed, a prodigy indeed. Was there anything in this world that Xu Liang could not accomplish? Su Xilan and Su Zhengyang exchanged glances, shaking their heads with wry smiles. The other Lu family maidens gazed at Xu Liang, their eyes ablaze with fervor, akin to starving wolves that had just spotted meat. Filled with a fervent desire. Almost there. Only the final step of quenching remained. Extending her hand, Xu Liang caressed the blade, calming it, while her other hand wielded the hammer, spinning it like a windmill to create a whirlwind that drew the surrounding air away from the blade. The forging celestial art. Flowing dance. This technique, the third form of the forging celestial art, utilized the rapid extraction of air to achieve cooling through thermal conduction, a method superior to traditional quenching and more stable, preventing any damage to the steel's surface while maintaining sharpness and flexibility. Minutes passed, and as ice formed on the workbench, Xu Liang finally ceased her motions, lifting the long sword. You are a replica of the Zhujian sword. Though your materials are ordinary and you cannot become a celestial sword, your potential for growth ensures you can traverse the mortal realm without issue. Henceforth, you shall be named Ren Tu, the celestial sword Zhujian. The mortal sword Ren Tuesday. This name embodied Xu Liang's aspirations to vanquish all obstacles and eliminate all who displeased her. Upon bestowing the name, the Ren Tu sword quivered twice, seemingly pleased. Before settling down, the previously vibrant blood-red patterns dulled, forming intricate cracks. With a gentle swing of the long sword, the Ren Tu sword emitted a barely perceptible sound of slicing air, carving a deep gash into the hard rocky ground. Causing Xu Liang's face to brighten with joy. It was worth the effort I put into forging this sword. With it, my strength will at least increase by 50%. Xu Liang, you are truly gifted. I apologize for my earlier lack of discernment. Observing the power of the sword in Xu Liang's hands, Lu Mei's eyes sparkled with admiration as she could not restrain herself from approaching. May I have the honor of trying it? Of course, Xu Liang did not refuse and handed the Ren Tu sword to Lu Mei. How heavy! The sword weighed 100 pounds. Upon grasping it, Lu Mei felt her arm sink slightly, a flicker of surprise crossing her bright eyes. She had just seen Xu Liang wield it effortlessly and had assumed it was not heavy. After all, it was forged from the fragments of the steel hammer and the purple-gold star bow, along with other materials. Such weight was to be expected. Xu Liang smiled, explaining that her ease in wielding it stemmed from the blood refinement method employed in its creation. No matter the weight, she felt none of it. Holding the Ren Tu sword, Lu Mei attempted to swing it, discovering that the once rigid blade now flowed like a serpent, wrapping around her. With a gentle flick, the blood-red patterns on the sword cracked, transforming into myriad blade fragments that extended several meters, effortlessly severing an ancient tree in half from a distance. Incredibly sharp and adaptable in form, this long sword was truly formidable. How extraordinary! Lu Mei marveled, returning the Ren 2 sword to its original length before drawing her own signature weapon, a barbed, glimmering whip, and, steeling herself, made a gentle slash, crack, with no resistance whatsoever. Her Tier 1 weapon was instantly cleaved in two, falling to the ground like dust. Chapter 27. Frosty Heaven's Seat. Cutting a Tier 1 weapon is akin to slicing through tofu. If I am not mistaken, this sword could even cleave through the protective spiritual energy of a congenital master. Murmuring to herself, Lu Mei's eyes sparkled with uncontainable excitement as she turned to Su Liang. Su Liang, please, I urge you to forge a similar weapon for our Lu family. My request is modest. A Tier 2 standard would suffice. I am willing to pay 10,000 gold pieces. Gasp. This declaration drew sharp intakes of breath from those around them. The Lu family had accumulated only a few tens of thousands of gold over the years. Yet she was willing to part with a significant portion just for a single weapon from Su Liang. However, no one was surprised, for they understood that the weapons Su Liang forged were worth every penny. A Tier 2 weapon could inflict damage on congenital masters, and should Lu Mei acquire such a weapon, she could contend with even pseudo-congenital powerhouses like Peiyuan, as long as the Lu family provides sufficient materials. I can assist. As for payment, let us consider it a favor between friends. Su Liang replied calmly, his demeanor unruffled, instantly flushing Lu Mei's cheeks as she hurriedly expressed her gratitude. Thank you, Su Liang. Your kindness is something I will remember for all my days. Though she was a 30-year-old woman, in this moment, Lu Mei was as exuberant as a child rewarded with candy. Lu Mei, let me also see this sword. Su Zhengyang, witnessing Lu Mei's delight, swallowed hard, his gaze fixated on the sword in her hand, filled with yearning. Hearing this, Lu Mei did not immediately hand over the longsword. Instead, she looked to Su Liang, and upon receiving a nod from him, she passed the Ren 2 sword to Su Zhengyang. Gripping the Ren 2 sword, Su Zhengyang executed a series of sword techniques, the blade's aura intertwining and cutting deep grooves into the ground. His expression a mask of flattery as he gazed at Su Liang, rubbing his hands together, a treasure indeed. I have commanded the Su family for decades without a single worthy weapon. Would you be so kind as to forge me one too? Of course, I will provide the materials. I want one too. Such a splendid weapon. Su Liang, please craft one for me as well. Su Xilan snatched the Ren 2 sword from Su Zhengyang's hands, unable to resist its allure, and joined in the chorus. The other Lu family maidens looked on, their throats dry with desire. They too wished for such a weapon but felt too shy to voice their wishes to Su Liang. I can forge for you, but not today. I am a bit fatigued. Su Liang conceded, moving to Su Xilan's side. With a flick of his hand, the Ren 2 sword transformed into a red streak of light, merging into his body and slowly rotating within his dantian. Truly, I haven't had my fill yet. Su Xilan murmured reluctantly as Su Liang reclaimed the weapon. Originally, she had only intended to bring Su Liang to visit the Lu family and build rapport. Now it seemed a collaboration between the Lu and Su families was indeed necessary. With a sigh, Lu Mei cast her gaze towards Su Zhengyang, who returned the look, both of them acutely aware of each other's thoughts. Due to Su Liang's remarkable craftsmanship in weapon forging, the Lu family would undoubtedly turn to him for assistance in the future, naturally compensating the Su family for their services. Conversely, the Su family lacked proficient artisans in this craft, thus presenting an opportunity for collaboration with the Lu family to create weaponry, each benefiting from the other's strengths. The entire connection stemmed from the genius that was Su Liang.as for the alliance between the Lu and Su families. That matter was best left to the two family heads to resolve. I have no interest in it. Speaking of which, I must deliver some medicinal pills to my sister. I have already delayed far too long. I shall take my leave now. As Su Liang prepared to depart after bidding farewell to Su Zhengyang and Lu Mei, he was suddenly intercepted by a group of young women from the Lu family. Su Liang, please don't leave just yet. Your forging skills are remarkable. Could you offer me some guidance? I am trying to forge a high-quality first-tier weapon but keep failing. Please teach me. I possess the highest aptitude. I arrived first, so you must instruct me first. Surrounded by a flurry of eager voices, Su Liang felt overwhelmed. Yet he hesitated to decline due to Lu Mei's gift of the three-colored extraordinary flower. After spending half an hour reluctantly offering advice to a few individuals, he seized an opportunity to extricate himself and left with Su Xilan. Upon handing over the two three-colored extraordinary flowers to Su Xilan, he cautioned her to proceed carefully upon returning home, then made his way back to his courtyard. Upon entering, Su Liang was immediately greeted by a delightful aroma. The stone table in the courtyard was laden with exquisite dishes: braised pork, white-cut chicken, pearl and jade soup, refreshing appetizers, and 2 jugs of wine. Xu Xiaoxian, adorned with a white apron, was meticulously arranging the bowls and chopsticks. Hearing the door open, she wiped her hands and blushed as she looked at Su Liang. "Brother, you've worked hard. I heard you went out to confront the Li family. You must be exhausted at it's noon now, so I thought I would prepare some dishes for you. I hope they meet your expectations?" "Thank you, Xiaoxian," Su Liang replied. Touched, he sat down at the stone table, picked up a piece of braised pork with his chopsticks, and his eyes lit up as he gave a thumbs up. "Delicious, truly exquisite. Whoever marries you will live in bliss." "Brother, you jest. I shall not marry anyone. I will stay by your side." Su Xiaoxian sighed in relief, sitting next to Su Liang, continuously serving him food with a blissful smile. The meal lasted nearly 20 minutes, and Su Liang devoured every dish on the table without leaving a trace. Once Su Xiaoxian cleared the table, Su Liang fed her the Sanyang Longhudens, causing her to ascend 2 realms instantly, reaching the 5th level of acquired realm. Overwhelmed with joy, Su Xiaoxian hugged Su Liang for a long while before, under his guidance, she began to meditate on the indestructible body to consolidate her realm. As Su Xiaoxian immersed herself in cultivation, Su Liang was not idle either. With a flash of red light, the Ren 2 sword materialized, radiating a sharp sword aura. The Li family would not take their recent defeat lightly. It was imperative to enhance his strength. Having acquired weaponry, it was time to practice swordsmanship. Without hesitation, Su Liang delved into his memories, recalling the technique of the divine array swordsmanship. The divine array swordsmanship mimics the natural world, emulating the forms of all living beings. All phenomena of heaven and earth manifest as sword techniques. With a single sword, one can alter the heavens and shatter the firmament. This is the signature move of the sword Immortal Emperor, the might of the divine array swordsmanship. Although this technique is immensely powerful, its cultivation requires one to at least reach the level of an immortal to invoke the forces of nature and unleash formidable sword strikes. Given my current capabilities, it is exceedingly difficult to manifest its essence, but imitating its form is within reach, and even its mere form surpasses any sword technique of the mortal realm. With these thoughts in mind, Su Liang held the Ren 2 sword inversely, its blade facing backward, tilting toward the sky. He gently closed his eyes, emanating a subtle chill from his body. The air around him seemed to stir, beginning to flow, and a layer of frost formed on the ground, crackling as it spread outward from beneath Su Liang's feet. Divine array sword, form of snow, frosty heaven's seat. The Ren 2 sword sliced through the air with an eerie arc, gliding effortlessly as if devoid of power, yet a biting cold wind surged forth, forming a colossal ice crystal crown above his head. The crown soon shattered, transforming into delicate snowflakes that drifted down. Everything touched by the snowflakes, flowers, trees, and stone walls, was coated in a layer of pale blue ice, exuding an intense coldness. Standing amidst the flurry of snowflakes, Su Liang's eyes turned a terrifying white. The chilling aura emanating from him was strikingly potent. As if he were transforming into a statue of ice, his bones crackling ominously. This state persisted for a few seconds before Su Liang shivered, dispelling the light in his eyes. This sword strike was a complete imitation of the snowflakes in nature. Wielding such power could freeze 1,000 miles and blanket 10,000 miles in snow. Even a fraction of its might could potentially freeze my body solid. With my current strength, I can only sustain this technique for a maximum of 3 seconds, and it requires repeated honing. However, before that, taking a deep breath, Su Liang repositioned the Ren 2 sword, its blade directed toward the ground. He slowly closed his eyes, then reopened them, which now gleamed with a golden hue. As if flames were igniting within them, a wave of scorching heat radiated outward, dispelling the chill within him, causing the frost beneath his feet to melt, and even distorting the air above the Ren 2 sword. Divine array sword, form of fire, blades flowing like fire. The Ren 2 sword rose from below, tracing a perfect circle, forming an enduring ring of flames that expanded outward, dissolving the frost into vapor. Su Liang then executed both the form of snow and the form of fire in succession, creating an intense contrast of temperatures that enveloped the courtyard in thick, swirling white mist, leaving the Su family guards stationed outside bewildered. After several strikes, Su Liang found himself gasping for breath, needing to rest for half a day before attempting the next slash. During this time, Su Xiaoxian was stirred awake by the rapid shifts in temperature. Casting a look of admiration and envy at her brother, she pondered what technique he was practicing that could invoke such celestial phenomena. Was it a 10th-tier martial skill? I must strive harder. I cannot allow myself to fall behind my brother. Muttering to herself, Su Xiaoxian closed her eyes and resumed her cultivation. The remainder of the day found Su Liang exceedingly busy. Due to the alliance between the Su and Lu families, he was obligated to venture to the Lu family to forge weapons. Over the course of 3 days, Su Liang assisted Lu Mei, Su Jingyang, and Su Xilan in crafting a high-quality second-tier weapon each. Lu Mei received a whip, Su Jingyang a ruler, and Su Xilan a long sword, which he insisted be crafted similarly to the Ren Tu sword, requiring considerable effort from Su Liang. However, the rewards were substantial. Throughout the forging process, Su Liang continuously honed his own skills, solidifying his 8th level of acquired realm and edging toward the 9th eye in addition to forging. He also guided Su Xilan in concocting a new batch of Sanyang Longhudens, totaling 3, 1 each for him, Su Xilan, and Su Shaoxian. Only Su Shaoxian successfully advanced to the 6th level of acquired realm. While he and Su Xilan did not ascend, both refined their realms significantly, and their physiques became notably stronger. During these days, the Li family had remained silent, leaving Su Liang unaware of their schemes. Nevertheless, he dared not let his guard down and utilized every spare moment to practice the 2 distinct sword techniques, alternating between them to maintain his body temperature. After thousands of repetitions, he could now proficiently execute the forms of snow and fire, sustaining a single slash for up to 10 seconds and executing 4 consecutive strikes before requiring an hour of rest. On the 4th day, Su Liang awoke in the morning to continue his practice of the 2 sword techniques when he was suddenly interrupted by an exclamation from a guard. "This is bad. Elder Su Liang, the Li family has introduced a first-tier high-quality pill called the Revitalizing Pill, receiving rave reviews. Our Su family's apothecary has ceased sales due to lack of demand, and the Li family is aggressively acquiring herbs, leaving our inventory dangerously low. If this continues, our pill business will collapse. Master Jingyang has asked me to inform Elder Su Liang to discuss countermeasures. I understand." After hearing the guard's report, Su Liang nodded, a glint of cold light flashing in his eyes. "So, this is why the Li family has been so quiet. They intend to sever the Su family's pill business, undermining our income without a single soldier drawn. A truly cunning strategy." With that, Su Liang instructed his sister to continue her cultivation at home and strode purposefully toward the conference hall. Along the way, he encountered Su Xilan, her expression filled with fury. "Su Liang, you arrived just in time. The Li family has somehow procured a second-tier lower-grade alchemist. The pills they produce are even superior to mine, and they claim our Su family's pills are worthless. It infuriates me. If I encounter this person, I will certainly slice him to pieces with the Choshui sword." As she spoke, Su Xilan brandished a long sword, entirely sky blue with serrated edges, resembling the Ran Tu sword, its surface gleaming coldly like a pool of autumn water. Chilling to behold, do not be angry. Let us first hear what the family head has to say. With a soothing word for Su Xilan, Su Liang led her into the conference hall. Inside the grand chamber sat 3 individuals, Su Jingyang, Lu Mei, and Su Tianlong. Su Jingyang and Lu Mei each caressed a golden-red ruler and a sleek black whip, their expressions filled with affection, while Su Tianlong, with a look of jealousy, sipped his tea. Feeling out of place beside the other 2, upon seeing Su Liang, Su Tianlong hastily set down his teacup, stood up first, and approached with a sycophantic demeanor. "Brother Su Liang, look at how both the head of the Su family and the head of the Lu family possess their weapons. Yet I have none. Could it be that? It's possible, provided you have the materials?" Su Liang nodded, only to see Su Tianlong's face twist in bitterness as he sighed heavily. The precious stock of rare ores he had painstakingly gathered had all been used to forge the autumn water sword for that girl's island. "At this rate, who knows when I could craft a weapon of my own? Don't be disheartened, Elder, weapons will eventually come. Moreover, our immediate priority is to resolve the issues concerning the Li family," Su Jingyang said, setting down his ruler and looking grave. Upon hearing this, the elder's expression turned serious as he spoke slowly. "If you ask me, we might as well do as we did last time and smash the Li family shops. Wouldn't that resolve the matter with ease? Ah, if only it were that simple." The alchemist invited by Li Yuan is named by Jianzheng, reportedly a member of the By Emperor City Alchemist Association from Wudong Town, and he is said to have some familial ties to the Lord of By Emperor City. If we were to use force and injure the Li family, it would be a minor issue. However, inciting by Jianzheng's wrath would be disastrous. Lu Mei interjected, her expression darkening. By Emperor City is one of the renowned 32 cities in the Snow Kingdom, unlike this ungoverned little town. By Emperor City is guarded by a lord of innate realm strength, with various judicial and penal institutions below him. Should anyone be found engaging in actions contrary to the laws of the Snow Kingdom, they would be thrown directly into prison, and violators could face execution. The Li family has allied with someone from By Emperor City, which is akin to possessing a protective talisman. Originally, the Xu and Lu families could have easily annihilated the Li family, but now they must tread carefully. Chapter 29. Alchemist Association. By Emperor City and the Alchemist Association indeed present some trouble. Su Liang frowned upon hearing this. Although the Snow Kingdom is a relatively small nation in the mortal realm, it still boasts a population of millions. A city lord can govern tens of thousands of people, and the city defense army alone is sufficient to flatten the Su family 10 times over. The Alchemist Association is an even more troublesome organization. Due to the Snow Kingdom's northern location, which endures winter for about half the year, mining is exceedingly difficult, making the alchemical industry far more developed than the forging industry. Some high-level alchemists have voluntarily organized the Alchemist Association, where registered alchemists receive protection, monthly stipends, and the right to participate in national alchemical competitions. Should a member of the Alchemist Association be killed, the association would pursue the perpetrator relentlessly and would forever refuse to provide any form of alchemical assistance to the offender or their descendants. Under such harsh penalties, even the most ruthless of criminals would hesitate to provoke the Alchemist Association. Let alone the small families of Su and Liu. Seems we have no choice but to lower the prices of our elixirs as much as possible and see if we can sell some to mitigate our losses. And then send people from the Su family to the Monster Beast Mountains to gather herbs and increase our stock. Su Jingyang contemplated for a moment, then sighed. This is indeed a last resort. Currently, the medicinal herbs in Wudong Town are under the control of the Li family. To concoct more elixirs, we must send someone to the Monster Beast Mountains, even though this method is fraught with danger. Alas, it seems we have no other option. Lu Mei and Su Tianlong exchanged glances and sighed in unison. Wait a moment. The reason the Su family's elixir business has been so severely suppressed is because Bai Jianzheng concocted a type of first-tier high-grade revitalizing pill. If that's the case, can't we create an elixir with even better effects? Su Liang suggested, noticing the somber expressions of those around him. Su Liang, the competition between prominent families is not like the competition in alchemy. It is not simply about making the most precious elixirs, but rather taking into account the difficulty of the concoction, the cost involved, and the efficacy. Su Jingyang explained. Su Liang nodded in understanding. In his previous life, he had always been a solitary figure, accustomed to having whatever he desired handed to him, and he was not well versed in the intricacies of family rivalries. In that case, let us develop a formulation that is cheaper to produce and more effective. Easier said than done. To invent a new recipe, one must undergo at least 1,000 trials, and that is for lower-tier formulas. Higher-tier formulas require even more time for research. If creating recipes were that simple, alchemists would not be held in such high esteem. Lu Mei remarked. In my opinion, the recipe in Bai Jianzheng's hands was likely not developed by him, but rather obtained from the Alchemist Association. Instead of researching it ourselves, it would be wiser to devise a plan to steal the recipe from them. Her voice took on a venomous lilt as her narrow phoenix eyes glinted with intent. This could be considered a last resort. Before that, let me take a look at the revitalizing pill. Perhaps I can analyze its structure and spare us the trouble. Su Liang waved his hand to silence Lu Mei, surveying the surroundings with a calm demeanor. Though the others extolled the revitalizing pill's virtues, it was merely a first-tier high-grade elixir in his eyes, not as extraordinary as they made it out to be. Hearing his words, the others exchanged glances, shaking their heads in unison. Perhaps out of fear of our replication efforts, the revitalizing pill is prohibited from being sold to members of the Su and Lu families. We were turned away when we attempted to purchase it before. If that's the case, we'll just have to see it in person. Xylan, lead the way. Heads of the family, you stay here to avoid drawing attention with too many people. Su Liang turned and strode confidently towards the exit. Yes, it's just the right time for us to discuss alternative plans. Su Jingyang, Su Tianlong, and Lu Mei nodded simultaneously. Why is it always me? Su Xylan exclaimed in surprise, pointing at herself, yet she complied and led Su Liang outside. Lingji Hall, the Li family's largest enterprise for trading spiritual herbs, featured a 2-story pavilion with a row of 8 alchemy furnaces in front. Behind each furnace stood a skilled disciple of the Li family, diligently refining elixirs in front of them. A long line of hundreds of people eagerly awaited to purchase the finished elixirs, orderly and efficiently. Among the crowd, a gaunt, weasel-like middle-aged man with a mustache shouted loudly, "First-tier high-grade revitalizing pill, a massive clearance sale, only 100 silver per pill. The lowest price in all of Wudong Town, personally certified by Master Bai Jianzheng of the Alchemist Association. Each person is limited to 1 pill, guaranteed safe. Don't miss out." This was intriguing. A typical first-tier high-grade healing elixir is valued at 100 silver, with higher quality ones reaching up to 200 silver. Given the exceptional efficacy of the revitalizing pill, selling it for only 100 silver is no wonder no one visits the Xu family's shop. Su Liang, accompanied by Su Xilan, blended into the Li family's queue. Observing with keen interest, people are inherently drawn to the allure of a bargain. Given the chance to purchase a higher quality elixir for less, they would prefer to wait a little longer unless in dire need. As he pondered, the Li family disciple in front of him completed the refinement of a revitalizing pill, and the first three in line joyfully handed over their money and left with their elixirs. "Excuse me, dear lady, may I have a moment to examine the elixir in your hands?" Su Liang politely inquired, stopping a similarly aged girl. The girl turned her head, initially appearing impatient, but upon seeing Su Liang's face, her expression paled. "You are the monster Su Liang. Here, take the elixir. Just don't eat me." She hurriedly thrust the jade box containing the elixir into Su Liang's hands, covering her head in panic as she retreated, disappearing into the distance in the blink of an eye, leaving Su Liang awkwardly retracting his outstretched hand and scratching his nose. "Monster Su Liang, when did I acquire this nickname? You truly lack self-awareness. Ever since you devoured Li Shan's corpse in public, you became a recognized monster. Now, in all of Wudong Town, aside from the members of the Su and Lu families, everyone else will flee at the sight of you." Su Xilan rolled her eyes. "It seems I'll need to wear a mask whenever I go out from now on." With a resigned smile, Su Liang opened the jade box in his hand, revealing a pill the size of a longan, emanating a rich medicinal aroma. He brushed his finger against it, brought it to his nose, and squinted slightly. Silver moon grass, sunfire flower, along with treated water blue vine. So that's how it is. Though the sunfire flower and silver moon grass are inherently conflicting, the water blue vine's neutralization doubles their medicinal properties, enhancing the healing effects. The individual who developed this recipe must possess profound knowledge of pharmacology. In an instant, Su Liang's spirit stirred, allowing him to decipher the primary formulation of the revitalizing pill. "Isn't this the esteemed young master Su Liang and Miss Su Xilan? What brings you to our Li family's territory? Surely, you're not here to steal our alchemical techniques, as that would be strictly forbidden by Master Bai Jianzheng. So, if you know what's good for you, hand over the elixirs you've taken from others." The sound of the girl fleeing grew louder, drawing the attention of a middle-aged man from the Li family nearby, who, upon seeing Su Liang and his companion, displayed a look of piqued interest. Chapter 30. The Gamble. "What? Su Liang? What brings him here? Surely he doesn't intend to feast on us again. Everyone, run." Those standing in line before Su Liang turned their heads upon hearing the commotion, and upon realizing that Su Liang was truly present behind them, they were instantly struck with terror, their faces paling as they retreated, abandoning even their purchases of medicinal pills. The nearby queues also hastily withdrew, distancing themselves from Su Liang and the entire Wudong town. There was no one who inspired such awe, not even the heads of families like Su Zhengyang or Li Yuan, except for Su Liang. Disregarding the gazes of those around him, Su Liang scrutinized the middle-aged man sporting a mustache before him. Noting his considerable cultivation level, which was at least at the 6th stage of the postnatal realm, indicating he held a certain status within the Li family, he couldn't help but chuckle. Extending his hand holding a jade box, "I heard that the Li family has concocted some miraculous elixirs, and out of curiosity, I came to take a look. However, I found it to be vastly different from my expectations. And I must admit, I am quite disappointed. You little brat with no experience, don't spout such grandiose claims here. This is a precious recipe obtained directly from the Alchemist Association by Bai Jian. Something a waste like you could never comprehend. Hand over the pills in your possession?" The middle-aged man sneered, looking down on Su Liang as he raised his hand to seize him. Seeing the man's movement, Su Liang remained unfazed. He casually flipped his palm, allowing the jade box to fall to the ground. The brown pills rolled out and he crushed them underfoot, turning them to dust. "If you desire such worthless pills, perhaps you should kneel down and collect them. Su Liang, how dare you insult Master Bai Jian's elixir and label it as trash? You are finished. Master Bai Jian will not let you off easily." The middle-aged man, realizing Su Liang's formidable strength, immediately retracted his arm and took 2 steps back, a cold smirk on his face. "Trash is trash. Only your Li family would regard such a recipe as treasure." Su Liang, with his hands clasped behind his back, spoke with a calm demeanor, as if merely stating an undeniable fact. This tone infuriated the middle-aged man, his rage evident as a glimmer of malice flickered in his eyes. "Su Liang, if you claim this elixir is trash, what would you say about those who purchase it? Do you consider them trash as well? Moreover, If you deem this elixir to be worthless, you must concoct something of higher value to substantiate your claims. Mere words without proof will only expose your ignorance. Upon hearing the man's words, the surrounding onlookers regarded Su Liang with growing hostility. To them, Su Liang was deliberately causing trouble, obstructing their purchases. Had they not known he was beyond their capabilities, they might have already acted against him. Yes, the man's words incited the crowd's ire and positioned Su Liang against them. A smile crept onto Su Liang's lips, secretly admiring the man's eloquence while his expression remained unchanged. The pills from the Li family are indeed trash, and those who mistake trash for treasure are naturally trash as well. I am not targeting anyone specific. I am simply stating that all present are trash. As Su Liang's voice echoed, those who met his gaze lowered their heads, adopting a demeanor of suppressed anger. While being labeled as trash was unpleasant, it was far better than being devoured by Su Liang. Su Liang, you truly are something else. Could you not speak a little more courteously? Su Xilan, standing nearby, covered her face, pretending not to know Su Liang. She realized that Su Liang seemed to possess an aura of sarcasm, making him the center of attention at every moment spent in his company. Ha, well said. Everyone heard that Master Su Liang claims our Li family's elixirs are trash. Surely, he must possess something far superior. If Master Su Liang cannot present a more valuable elixir, I could interpret that as a deliberate insult to the Li family and even the Alchemist Association. Should the association pursue this matter, it would not concern our Li family. The middle-aged man wore a cold smile, casting a provocative glance at Su Liang. In his estimation, Bai Jian of the Alchemist Association was the pinnacle of alchemical skill in Wudong Town, and it was inconceivable that anyone could surpass him, least of all a mere child like Su Liang. Very well, let us make this clear. If I cannot produce a more precious elixir, I will take my own life on the spot. However, should I succeed in presenting a more valuable elixir, you might as well close your Li family shop. This shall be a gamble, witnessed by everyone present. What do you think? Su Liang's gaze was as calm as a still pond as he regarded the middle-aged man. Noticing the man's momentary hesitation in the face of his unwavering demeanor, he let out a cold chuckle. Ha! You may choose anyone to compete with me, Li Guangchen. You are one of the best alchemists in the Li family. Do not lose to this brat, the middle-aged man scoffed. Yes, Li Tai is in charge. From behind the furthest left alchemical furnace emerged a strikingly handsome youth with black and white hair, who cast a haughty glance at Su Liang in a battle. I would undoubtedly be no match for you. But in alchemy, you could never hope to surpass me. If Su Xilan were to face me, perhaps she might have a slight chance, but you, accept your defeat. Such confidence. But how can one know the outcome without a comparison? Su Liang retorted, I can concoct elixirs swiftly, so to prevent you from losing heart after I finish first, I shall grant you a chance to showcase your skills. You have half an hour. Su Liang, unperturbed, dusted off his clothes, showing no intention of moving. Half an hour may not suffice. Why not grant him a full hour instead? Beside him, Su Xilan cast a sympathetic glance at Li Guangchen. Well aware of Su Liang's true strength, having once faced Su Liang, she had been thoroughly bested. Li Guangchen's alchemical abilities were comparable to her own. How could he possibly contend with Su Liang? As the two exchanged disdainful remarks, Li Guangchen was incensed. He, a distinguished alchemical prodigy of the Li family, the disciple of the esteemed elder Li Hai, and already a first-tier alchemist at such a young age, had felt an inkling of being on the verge of breaking through to the second tier. Such prowess should have crowned him as the finest in Wudong Town, yet he found himself belittled. Taking a deep breath, suppressing his fury, Li Guangchen approached the alchemical furnace, skillfully placing various herbs within, sneering to himself, since I am to begin first, I shall not hold back. Prepare to weep. With Li Guangchen's deft control, the flames beneath the furnace surged as he expertly separated and extracted the herbs, allowing them to meld together in a visually pleasing flow. The crowd surrounding them murmured in admiration. Truly, the Li family's alchemical genius. His technique rivals that of a second-tier alchemist. From the looks of it, he is concocting a first-tier superior revitalizing pill. This is exactly what I need. I shall purchase it once it is ready. I wonder how Su Liang will respond. I have only heard of his formidable strength. I have never heard of him being an alchemist. Alas, it seems he is bound to lose this gamble. Chapter 31. I have lost. Amidst the sighs of dismay from the crowd, Su Liang merely crossed his arms, calmly observing Li Guangchen as he crafted the elixir, showing no sign of action. Merely feigning composure. While concocting the elixir, Li Guangchen stole a glance at Su Liang, noticing his calm demeanor, which elicited a smirk of disdain. He refocused all his attention on the elixir before him. Su Liang had killed 3 members of the Li family, Li Yuanhao, Li Lin, and Li Shan, significantly diminishing their power, which had fueled the hatred of every Li family member towards him. This gamble, held before all, was a perfect opportunity to eliminate Su Liang, and Li Guangxun was determined to win at all costs. What he was crafting was not the conventional revitalizing pill, but rather an enhanced version that incorporated his own insights and understanding, a testament to his utmost effort. After nearly half an hour of intense concentration, Li Guangxun wiped the sweat from his brow, lowered the furnace's flames, and prepared for the final step of solidifying the elixir. During this process, the elixir emitted a low hum, accompanied by an enticing fragrance that invigorated those in proximity, drawing their wide-eyed attention on why elixir is complete. Su Liang, you are surely defeated. For I have not produced a first-tier superior revitalizing pill, but rather a second-tier inferior great revitalizing pill, Li Guangxun, beaming with joy, opened the furnace lid, revealing swirling green smoke that wafted with an invigorating aroma. Within the emerald haze lay 2 pills the size of lychees, glistening with a radiant sheen. Master Guangxun, may I acquire one of those pills? I am willing to pay 10 gold. 10 gold for a second-tier pill? Are you jesting? I shall offer 100 gold. The crowd surrounding Li Guangxun's prized elixir sparkled with desire, completely forgetting about the ongoing gamble with Su Liang. I intend to consume these 2 pills myself, so I regret to inform you that they are not for sale. Li Guangxun clasped his fists and surveyed the surroundings. Although his tone was polite, it could not conceal the pride gleaming in his eyes. He had been intent on concocting the great rejuvenation pill for several days, yet his previous attempts had ended in failure. This time, driven by a fervent desire for victory, he decided to take a gamble, and to his astonishment, he succeeded. This pill was something he had long deemed unattainable, and Su Liang was unlikely to surpass him. Well then, little beast, do hasten to fulfill your promise and take your own life. There is no longer any need for this competition to continue. If you self-terminate now, our Li family shall grant you a complete burial. However, should you prolong this charade, you will merely bring humiliation upon yourself. A middle-aged man named Li Tai regarded Su Liang with a cold smirk. While Su Liang's demise would be ideal, if he were to violate the agreement, it would provide Li Tai an opportunity to tarnish the Su family's reputation, thus benefiting him either way. He had requested half an hour, and now that the time had not yet elapsed, Li Tai's impatience to declare the outcome was palpable. Did he perhaps lack confidence in his own disciple? Su Liang cast a calm glance at Li Tai, causing the latter to grind his teeth in frustration. Such a sharp-tongued brat. Very well, I shall grant you an opportunity to concoct your potion, ensuring you lose in a manner that leaves you utterly convinced. For certain, no matter what, Su Liang could never hope to rival Li Guangxun, who had successfully crafted a second-tier pill. Any struggle on Su Liang's part would merely waste time. The onlookers shared similar sentiments, their eyes reflecting pity for Su Liang. Among the crowd, only Su Xilan maintained a steadfast expression, vigorously cheering, Su Liang, give it your all, do not let the Li family best you. Of course, Su Liang replied with a slight smile, moving to the alchemical furnace recently utilized by Li Guangxun. He extracted half of the remaining herbs intended for the rejuvenation pill, selecting a few additional herbs with care before placing them into the furnace. His rationale for using Li Guangxun's furnace was straightforward. He wished to avoid any claims of discrepancies should he succeed. Initially, upon witnessing Su Liang's confident demeanor, Li Guangxun felt a twinge of anxiety. However, upon seeing the herbs Su Liang had chosen, he burst into laughter. From the looks of it, you intend to imitate my rejuvenation pill. Alas, your selection of herbs is utterly misguided. You are bound to fail miserably. Enough of your prattle, Su Liang retorted, his words imbued with a potent aura that caused Li Guangxun to tremble slightly. He shut his mouth, glaring at Su Liang with palpable resentment. Humph, let us see how long you can squirm. The longer you struggle, the more humiliating your defeat shall be. This was Li Guangxun's mindset until he observed the flames beneath the furnace shift in hue, transforming into cascading azure lotus petals under Su Liang's control. What sorcery of alchemy was this? Not only Li Guangxun, but even the other spectators, excluding Su Xilan, were witnessing such a marvelous technique for the first time. Their eyes widening in astonishment, some women even lost in admiration. Alchemy is simply alchemy. Why all these unnecessary embellishments? In my view, Su Liang has surely chosen the wrong herbs, and the furnace will soon explode. Li Guangxun silently cursed Su Liang, yet fate did not favor him. The furnace before Su Liang showed no signs of explosion. Instead, a fragrant aroma wafted forth, far more potent than during Li Guangxun's previous attempts. The onlookers could not help but swallow hard, astonished by the scent. What kind of pill is this? Why does it smell so exquisite? Calculating the time, Xu Liang discerned it was nearly complete. After approximately 10 minutes of alchemy, he lifted the lid of the furnace, revealing a blooming azure lotus of vapor, from which 4 black pills the size of dragon eyes spun gracefully in the air, each adorned with 2 lotus-shaped pill patterns. 2 patterns? My heavens, Xu Liang has actually produced pills with patterns. He is truly remarkable. It appeared that the quality of these 4 pills was at least of mid-tier second-ranked in terms of quality. Quantity and pill patterns, Xu Liang had undoubtedly triumphed. In an instant, all eyes turned to Xu Liang with a gaze akin to that reserved for a monster. Not only was he powerful, but his alchemical prowess was equally formidable, almost inhuman. Reflecting on Xu Liang's rumored cannibalistic tendencies, the crowd felt a sense of understanding. After all, he was a monster, so achieving such feats was hardly surprising. How could this be? This is impossible. You clearly did not use the correct herbs for the rejuvenation pill. How could you possibly create it? I refuse to believe this. It must be a failed toxic pill. Li Guangxin's face paled as he shook his head, disbelief etched upon his features. Whether it is or not, you shall find out for yourself. Without further ado, Xu Liang thrust one of the azure pills into Li Guangxin's mouth. A soft hum resonated as a faint green glow enveloped Li Guangxin, who suddenly emitted a muffled sound. His aura surged dramatically, advancing from the 3rd to the 4th stage of the postnatal realm. I have lost. Feeling the transformation within his body, Li Guangxin's expression soured. And he could say no more, slumping to the ground. Meanwhile, the bystanders, witnessing this spectacle, turned their gazes to Xu Liang, their eyes glinting with predatory desire. To think that a single pill could elevate one's realm so directly. Its potency was astounding. Xu Liang, my family has a daughter, aged 18. I am willing to offer her hand in marriage as a dowry for this pill. What nonsense! Your daughter looks like a club. Xu Liang, I beg you. Allow me to purchase this pill. I am prepared to give up everything for it. Chapter 32. Can't you play fair? How on earth did Xu Liang achieve this? Li Guangxin sat despondently on the ground, listening to the surrounding crowd extolling Xu Liang, their praises that had once been aimed at him now redirected, leaving him feeling hollow. He had always prided himself on being a genius in alchemy, only acknowledging Xu Xilan from the Xu family as a worthy rival. Everyone else he dismissed, yet today, he faced an undeniable blow. Even Bai Jianjing from the White Emperor City had ignited a desire for competition within him. But before Xu Liang, he was utterly lost, unsure of how to even begin to catch up. Xu Xilan cast a glance at him, sighing. How unfortunate. When I first met Xu Liang, I was similarly crushed. Thankfully, as a member of the Xu family, I was spared his full wrath. Otherwise, my resolve would have surely crumbled. Xu Liang was a monster. Anyone who dared to challenge him in alchemy would be driven to despair. As the two lamented, the protagonist, Xu Liang, found himself encircled by the crowd. Initially, the inhabitants of Wudong Town had kept their distance due to his unsettling reputation for consuming corpses, but the allure of his pills drew them in. And soon, all thoughts of caution were abandoned in favor of acquiring the pills to enhance their strength. Had they not feared Xu Liang's power, they would have already begun to fight for the pills. There is no need for competition, everyone. This pill is a new concoction developed by our Xu family, called the Spring Revival Pill. Much like the Rejuvenation Pill, it is priced at 100 silver per pill. And you may purchase them shortly from our Xu family apothecary. These few pills are the first batch, but there is one condition. Xu Liang altered the name of the Rejuvenation Pill, pausing dramatically to capture everyone's attention. Their anticipation palpable. My condition is simple. To purchase pills from our Xu family, one must not engage in any transactions with the Li family or sell any goods. Those who violate this will be placed on our Xu family's blacklist and will no longer be provided with any pills. Xu Liang's lips curled into a smile, and the crowd reacted instantly, their voices rising in unison. We will not engage in any transactions with the Li family from now on. Both the Xu and Li families dealt in beast and pill commerce. Their wares largely interchangeable. If the Xu family had what the Li family offered, and even items the Li family lacked, why would they continue to buy from them? Absolutely. From now on, I am a loyal supporter of the Xu family and Xu Liang. Listening to the crowd's assurances, Xu Liang nodded in satisfaction, turning to the pale-faced Li Tai, his smile turning icy. Well then, Li Tai, it appears I have emerged victorious in this wager. According to our agreement, the Li family's spirit medicine hall must now be closed. Our rejuvenation pill only possesses healing properties, not the ability to elevate one's realm. You clearly concocted a different type of pill. This is mere trickery and cheating. This wager is null and void. Li Tai's complexion flushed as he glared at Su Liang, shouting in desperation. The business of the Spirit Medicine Hall represented half of the Li family's income. If it were to shut down due to his actions, he would undoubtedly face dire consequences from Li Yuan. Does our agreement specify the type of pill to be concocted? Su Liang's eyes narrowed, his voice dropping to a frigid tone as he stepped forward, emanating the overwhelming aura of the 8th stage of postnatal power, which bore down upon Li Tai, forcing him to the ground, drenched in cold sweat and his eagerness to engage in alchemical competition with Su Liang. Li Tai had momentarily forgotten that Su Liang's greatest asset was his combat prowess. Should he provoke Su Liang's ire, he would not only risk the Spirit Medicine Hall but his very life as well. Faced with the choice between Li Yuan and Su Liang, Li Tai chose to capitulate, scrambling backward while waving his arms. Quickly, closed the Spirit Medicine Hall and returned to inform the family head. At his command, the once spirited disciples of the Li family, who had been so eager to concoct pills, now trudged along with their heads hung low, carrying the alchemical furnace as they followed him toward the Li family's estate. In a fleeting moment, the apothecary hall was deserted, while the Su family's apothecary, the 100 Herbs Pavilion, bustling with activity. Some guards, previously despondent within the shop, instantly revived their spirits upon witnessing Su Liang leading a throng of people, promptly reopening for business. After grasping the unfolding events, the shop owner, unable to express his admiration for Su Liang, hurriedly prepared a specialized alchemical furnace along with tables and chairs for him. The crowd that followed Su Liang obediently queued, their faces aglow with fervor as they gazed at the 3 remaining pills in Su Liang's possession. Each individual was permitted to purchase only one, and they must take turns. Currently, there were only 3 pills available, and for any additional ones, they would have to wait for me to continue refining and rejoin the queue. Having established these rules, Su Liang distributed the pills, which were instantly snatched up by the first 3 individuals in line. Hey, Su Liang, while your strategy has effectively suppressed the Li family, you are the sole alchemist capable of producing these pills. With so many people, it's utterly overwhelming, Su Xilan remarked, observing the ever-growing crowd of over 500 individuals. Who said it was just me? You are here as well, are you not? Su Liang turned, revealing a peculiar smile. The method for refining this pill is a streamlined version derived from the rejuvenation pill, eliminating unnecessary impurities while retaining the essence, thus significantly reducing costs while maintaining identical efficacy. Due to the reduced materials required, you will learn quickly. After observing just a few times, you will be able to concoct a high-quality first-tier pill. Once you've mastered it, you can teach the other alchemists, and we can manage this influx. Am I merely a laborer? Su Xilan thought, realizing she had been enlisted by Su Liang. However, rather than feeling disgruntled, she felt a thrill at the prospect of being helpful. Well, it seems I have no other choice. Let's begin. Su Xilan fetched another alchemical furnace from the 100 Herbs Pavilion, watching Su Liang's process and beginning to imitate him. Outside, the revelry was completely isolated from the Li residence, which now resembled a prison, steeped in a chilling silence. Did you say Su Liang developed a pill stronger than the rejuvenation pill, monopolizing the market and closing down the apothecary hall? Li Yuan glared at Li Tai, who lay prostrate on the ground, revealing his gleaming white teeth like a ferocious beast. Yes, Li Tai trembled, his cold sweat soaking the ground as he hurried to explain. It's all because Su Liang is too powerful. The formula for the rejuvenation pill was directly deciphered. I had no choice. Please, head of the family, grant me. Before he could finish his sentence, his head was crushed underfoot. Li Yuan rose, shaking the blood from his foot, his expression growing darker still, an imposing aura radiating from him like a tempest, causing the air to ripple faintly. What right does a worthless fool, who cannot even safeguard the family assets, have to demand a second chance? Beside Li Yuan, a beautiful woman adorned in resplendent attire, her hair pinned with a phoenix hairpin, silently observed the scene without intervening. Head of the Li family, your brutality is excessive. I dislike witnessing bloodshed. Not far away, seated on a wooden chair, was a pale, hollow-eyed youth resembling a sickly wraith, flanked by 2 girls garbed in Li family attire. The girls, stiff with trepidation, dared not resist. Upon hearing the youth's voice, a glimmer of disdain flitted across Li Yuan's eyes as he spoke, his tone subtly threatening. Young master Bai Jian, you promised that as long as I find you a captivating beauty, you would gift me a second-tier high-quality pill to aid my ascension to the innate realm. It is time to fulfill that promise, is it not? Do not rush. I have not yet had my fill of amusement. Moreover, these common flowers do not stir my heart. Bai Jian shrugged dismissively, a mischievous grin adorning his face. Li Yuan's expression darkened immediately, his words laced with palpable menace. Su Liang is far too monstrous. He must not be allowed to live. I require that pill to advance to the innate realm. Otherwise, if this continues, the Li family will inevitably be drained by the Su family. That is your concern? Not mine, Bai Jian retorted arrogantly, unperturbed by Li Yuan's threats. Calm down, my dear husband. Allowing this wastrel to clash with Su Liang may prove beneficial. With Su Liang's decisive nature, should Bai Jian dare provoke him, he will surely be annihilated, thus inciting Su Liang's wrath against the Lord of Bai Di City. At that moment, you, having ascended to the innate realm, can exact revenge upon the Su family on behalf of young Master Bai, undoubtedly earning the Lord's favor. Although a smile graced Li Qingya's lips, her eyes brimmed with malice. Quite right. It was indeed wise to invite this wastrel at such a considerable cost. Time is of the essence. Swiftly consume this pill to ascend to the innate realm. Su Liang, that little wretch, has already slain members of my Li family. It is time to settle the score. Meanwhile, at the 100 Herbs Pavilion, the queue not only failed to diminish but instead swelled to nearly 1,000 individuals. Some who had purchased pills and consumed them felt their realms elevate significantly and eagerly rejoined the line. Especially those who ingested pills refined by Su Liang experienced immediate advancements, unwilling to depart so easily. After observing Su Liang refine several pills, Su Xilan had already mastered the method and imparted it to 4 other alchemists at the 100 Herbs Pavilion. With 6 individuals refining simultaneously, the pace remained insufficient. Each person wished for an additional pair of hands, their brows drenched in sweat without a thought to wipe it away. Yet, aside from Su Liang, who genuinely felt the strain, the others reveled in the experience. The business at the 100 Herbs Pavilion had never been so vibrant. In less than an hour, the earnings surpassed those of the previous month, and the alchemists employed their war smiles that nearly split their faces. Regrettably, this invigorating atmosphere was abruptly interrupted by a brazen voice. Well, quite the crowd. This must be the territory of the Su family. Accompanying the voice was a slender, weaselly young man clad in a lavish white robe embroidered with a furnace design in emerald green thread, swaggering toward them while embracing 2 rosy-cheeked girls. Observing his attire, some of the more worldly individuals recognized him, their expressions shifting to astonishment as they recoiled. That is the emblem of the Alchemist Association. This person is one of their members. It is said that the Li family has summoned a second-tier alchemist from Bai Di City, a relative of the Lord of Bai Di City. The rejuvenation pill sold previously was crafted by him. Could this be the very individual before us? Upon hearing the gasps from the crowd, Bai Jian appeared composed, as if entirely unfazed. He continued to stride toward the 100 Herbs Pavilion, his eyes lighting up with mischief upon spotting Su Xilan. Ah, splendid! The Li family matron did not deceive me. Indeed, Su Xilan is a gem. Such beauty is rare even in Bai Di City. To find it in such a remote location is a true stroke of fortune. You lot, step aside. As he spoke, the onlookers wore displeased expressions. They had patiently queued for the opportunity to purchase Su Liang's pills and would not easily concede their spots. Just as this thought crossed their minds, they witnessed Bai Jian twist the silver-white storage ring on his hand. Clink, clink, clink. A mountain of silver coins cascaded to the ground, numbering in the thousands, causing the eyes of those surrounding him to widen in disbelief. 5,000 silvers. Does that buy me a spot? Yes, of course. All the spectators' ire dissipated as they hurriedly donned eager smiles, scrambling to collect the coins. At 100 silvers per pill. The prospect of dividing such a sum meant that each person could expect at least 50 silvers, a sum sufficient to sustain an ordinary household for several months. Seizing this opportunity, Bai Jianjing approached Su Xilan, releasing the arm of the Li family maiden he had been holding, and took hold of Su Xilan's right hand, bringing it to his nose for an indulgent sniff, revealing an affected, graceful smile. What an enchanting fragrance it is, more fragrant than flowers, richer than elixirs, akin to your ineffable beauty. I wonder, miss, if you would care to join me for a meal? No, go away, with a disdainful jerk of her hand. Su Xilan suppressed her urge to retch, her face pale as she snapped, instinctively drawing closer to Su Liang. Noticing this movement, Bai Jianzheng maintained his elegant smile, turning to Su Liang and sizing him up. A flicker of disdain crossing his eyes. So, you must be Su Liang, the one capable of deciphering the formula for the rejuvenation pill. You possess a certain talent in alchemy, but that is merely the beginning. In the eyes of true geniuses, your actions are nothing remarkable. I presume you have yet to encounter any second-tier elixirs. Here, take this bottle of second-tier low-grade Prajna Dragon Elephant Pill. Consuming it will enhance your strength by 1 elephant. Now, take this elixir and vanish from the presence of this lovely lady. As he spoke, Bai Jianjing produced a crystal-clear jade vial from his storage ring and presented it before Su Liang. Inside the vial lay 2 brown pills, exuding a hazy spiritual aura that subtly coalesced into the shape of a giant elephant, adorned with silver patterns. It was indeed a second-tier elixir, and it bore a pill pattern. Such a powerful elixir offered so casually, truly, one hailing from the White Emperor City is extravagantly wealthy. Listening to the surrounding chatter, Bai Jianjing wore a smug smile. This vial of elixir was among the better ones he carried. Yet for the sake of courting the fair maiden, it was all worthwhile. With a glimmer of certainty in his eyes, he envisioned Su Liang, overwhelmed with gratitude for his generosity. However, to his astonishment, Su Liang merely cast a fleeting glance at the elixir before furrowing his brow. "Would you kindly remove this garbage from my sight?" "Garbage? You dare to label my elixir as garbage?" Bai Jianjing stared at the composed Su Liang, his eyes widening in disbelief, momentarily rendered speechless. The Prajna Dragon Elephant Pill, while not the pinnacle of elixirs in the White Emperor City, certainly belonged to the precious category. Moreover, it bore a pill pattern. Such quality elixirs, once revealed, would undoubtedly incite a frenzy among the masses. Yet Su Liang dismissed it so carelessly. "Ha, a country bumpkin. It appears you do not comprehend the value of this elixir." Bai Jianjing's elegant smile could no longer be maintained, and with a casual gesture, he pointed to a man nearby who had just gathered some coins, a lingering expression of delight on his face. "You, come here, young Master Bai. How may I assist you?" The man approached, rubbing his hands together with an obsequious demeanor. "Consume a Prajna Dragon Elephant Pill and allow this fellow to witness its effects." Nodding, Bai Jianjing signaled for the man to proceed. "Really? Thank you, young Master Bai. I shall forever remember your immense kindness." Upon hearing this, the man was instantly ecstatic, hastily opening the jade vial and taking one of the Prajna Dragon Elephant Pills into his mouth. Second-tier elixirs are typically hard to come by, even for those with wealth. Now, to receive one for free, only a fool would refuse. The onlookers regarded him with envy and jealousy. Boom! As the elixir entered his stomach, the man's body trembled violently. His muscles swelling, nostrils flaring as he expelled 2 distinct bursts of scorching energy, leaving shallow impressions on the ground. Swinging his arms, he was astonished to find that each movement produced a sound of rushing air. His expression lit up with delight. "My strength has indeed increased significantly. Though not quite an elephant's might, there is still a force of several hundred pounds. This is due to your low realm. Thus, the full effect of the elixir has not manifested. Were you at the innate realm, this elixir would grant you the strength of 1 elephant," Bai Jianjing explained, casting a confident glance at Su Liang. In his view, Su Liang's earlier lack of astonishment was surely the result of his humble origins and limited exposure to the preciousness of elixirs. Once he witnessed the elixir's effects firsthand, he would undoubtedly bow in reverence to Bai Jianjing's prowess. "Yet I have stated, remove your garbage from my sight. This is the second time I have requested it. Do not compel me to repeat myself." Su Liang regarded the Prajna Dragon Elephant Pill on the table as if it were excrement, his gaze imbued with disdain, inflicting a grievous wound upon Bai Jianjing's pride, causing him to seethe. "You infuriate me. You must be feigning composure. Surely, upon seeing my illustrious Prajna Dragon Elephant Pill, you cannot remain unfazed." Bai Jianjing's words faltered as he was interrupted by the man who had just consumed his elixir. A sheepish grin on his face as he lightly tapped Bai Jianjing's shoulder. "Young Master Bai, would you kindly step aside? We are preparing to purchase elixirs." "Indeed, young Master Bai. We assumed you were here to buy elixirs given your earlier display of generosity. If you simply stand there wasting time, it is quite troublesome for us." Others nodded in agreement. Upon hearing this, Bai Jianjing's head buzzed, a surge of rage swelling within him, nearly causing him to faint. Having taken his money and consumed his elixir, they now sought to drive him away. Such audacity. "What do you mean by this, especially you? After consuming my Prajna Dragon Elephant Pill, you wish to purchase elixirs here? Do you truly believe my elixir inferior to those available for sale?" Grasping the collar of the middle-aged man who had just ingested the Prajna Dragon Elephant Pill, Bai Jianjing's face contorted with fury as he prepared to strike, prompting the man to shield his face in fear. Yet, emboldened by Su Liang's remarkable talents in alchemy, he mustered the courage to speak the truth. "Young Master Bai, do not be angry. while the Prajna Dragon Elephant Pill indeed enhances strength. The elixirs crafted by young Master Xu, akin to the Rejuvenation Pill, not only possess two pill patterns but also enable immediate advancement. Clearly, their efficacy is superior. What did you say? The Rejuvenation Pill can facilitate advancement. How absurd. I am most proficient in such elixirs. Surely I know better. No matter how this person alters the formula, he cannot achieve such results. What he has concocted is certainly not the Rejuvenation Pill. Bai Jianzheng relinquished his grip, glaring venomously at Su Liang. Your shortcomings do not imply that others are equally incapable. The truth shall be revealed through trial. Calmly rising, Su Liang chose not to engage in debate with Bai Jianzheng. Instead, he selected a dozen varieties of herbs and, before Bai Jianzheng's eyes, commenced the alchemical process using the earth core green lotus technique. Layers of azure floral flames ignited, rapidly raising the temperature within the cauldron. Melting the herbs down, a mist of spiritual essence wafted through the air, accompanied by the fragrant aroma of the herbs, causing Bai Jianzheng to take 2 steps back in astonishment. Earthly beings, flames take form. This is an advanced alchemical technique that harnesses the essence of earthly fire to its utmost. Few possess such mastery even within the White Emperor City and the Alchemist Association. How did you come to acquire such skill? Unlike the others, Bai Jianzheng, hailing from the Alchemist Association, was well-versed and understood that Su Liang's technique transcended mere alterations of the color and shape of the earthly fire. It involved a communion of intent, birthing spiritual resonance that accelerated both the refining process and the quality of the elixirs produced. Bai Jianzheng's astonished exclamation echoed. Those around them regarded Su Liang with newfound respect. So, Su Liang possesses profound alchemical abilities. I had assumed his flair was merely for show. No wonder he can produce elixirs with 2 pill patterns. Although I lack knowledge of alchemy, it is evident that a technique capable of astonishing young master Bai must be of exceptional caliber. In the midst of the onlookers' astonishment, Su Liang, as per usual, completed the concoction within 10 minutes. Lifting the lid of the cauldron, 3 elixirs emerged, buoyed by the essence of azure lotus, slowly rotating and emanating a lustrous glow. Each adorned with 2 azure lotus imprints, indeed, 2 pill patterns. 100 taels of silver each. After collecting the requisite payment, Su Liang distributed the elixirs to the 3 individuals before him. Bang, 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 with 3 consecutive muffled sounds. The 3 men, all first-time consumers of elixirs, simultaneously advanced in their realms, their auras significantly enhanced. The man who had just consumed the Prajna Dragon Elephant Pill was among them, his expression alight with surprise as he marveled at his newfound strength. Now at the innate 4th level. Truly, the elixir crafted by young Master Xu is remarkable. Not only did I advance, but I also feel invigorated, far superior to the Prajna Dragon Elephant Pill. Quickly, let us return to the line. Perhaps before nightfall, we can procure another. The group conversed as they returned to the back of the queue, while Su Liang waved his hand, dispersing the fragrant aura from the cauldron as he prepared to continue his alchemical work. Suddenly, Bai Jianzheng reached out to stop him. Though I do not know how you accomplished it, the elixirs you just produced are at least of mid-tier 2nd grade. A mid-tier 2nd grade elixir adorned with 2 pill patterns could fetch no less than 10 gold coins anywhere. Yet you sell them for a mere 100 silver? Have you lost your mind? Gazing at Su Liang, Bai Jianzheng's expression shifted from condescension to awe. He could discern that Su Liang's alchemical skills were unfathomable, rivaling even the president of the Alchemist Association in White Emperor City. Yet, the young man seemed somewhat naive. Such exceptional elixirs should not be sold at such a loss. I am content. It is effortless to craft. And the materials are inexpensive. Why not sell them for 100 silver? Su Liang replied flatly, casting a sidelong glance at Bai Jianzheng. Bai Jianzheng was left speechless by Su Liang's words, unable to articulate a response. It was his first encounter with such a headstrong individual, and he found himself utterly unable to refute him. Though reluctant to admit it, you truly are a fascinating character. Taking a deep breath, Bai Jianzheng gazed at Su Liang, his eyes suddenly ablaze with a fervent intensity, radiating a feral green light akin to that of a wild wolf, as if he were beholding a stunning beauty in the nude. His visit to Wudong Town was motivated partly by the invitation from the Li family for a brief escapade, and partly due to the imminent national alchemist competition organized by the Alchemist Association. As one of the representatives from Baidi City, he sought to scout a few talented alchemists to recommend to the association, aiming to elevate Baidi City's ranking in the competition. The National Alchemist Competition involves 32 cities across the nation, each sending 10 alchemists to complete various challenges, with individual and city points awarded. The higher an individual score, the better their ranking. Those in the top 10 receive substantial rewards. Meanwhile, The collective individual scores of a city determine its overall city points, which dictate the resources available to the local branch of the Alchemist Association. Regrettably, as a key pillar of Baidi City's Alchemist Association, Bai Jianjun consistently found himself at the bottom of the individual rankings, dragging Baidi City's reputation down with him year after year. His master had scolded him on numerous occasions. Many alchemists had succumbed to the harsh conditions of Baidi City and sought refuge in more favorable locales. Originally, there were 10 participants slated for this year's competition, but 3 had been poached prior to the event. His master had issued a stern command. He must recruit several suitable competitors before the competition, or they would forfeit participation altogether. Given their perennial last-place finish, entering would only bring disgrace. This visit to Wudong Town was primarily motivated by that directive. Otherwise, with his status as both an alchemist and the nephew of the city lord, he would hardly be swayed by a mere invitation from the Li family. Su Liang's ability to concoct mid-tier second-grade elixirs with apparent ease suggested that with a bit of effort, he might even produce high-tier second-grade elixirs. Such talent was rare and must be courted. If my master were to see me bringing such a formidable contender to the competition, perhaps he would reward me with my favorite third-grade elixir. Lost in reverie, Bai Jianjun imagined the Alchemist Association's president smiling warmly at him, with gold coins cascading endlessly into his hands, a foolish grin spreading across his face as drool slipped from the corner of his mouth. Feeling uncomfortable under Bai Jianjun's gaze, Su Liang furrowed his brow. Are you here to purchase elixirs? If not, kindly step aside and do not impede my business. Upon hearing Su Liang's words, Bai Jianjun snapped back to reality, hastily swallowing his saliva. With a flourish, he produced a purse from his storage ring, revealing a glimmering pile of gold, no less than 100 taels. With 100 taels of gold, I can buy out all the elixirs you have, provided you agree to one request. Apologies, but each person is limited to 1 elixir at a time. If you wish to purchase more, please join the queue at the back, Su Liang replied coldly, not even glancing at the gold before him. How can this be? This is 100 taels of gold, equivalent to the cost of producing 1,000 elixirs. Are you not tempted? Bai Jianjun exclaimed. Incredulity etched on his face. Accustomed to his domineering ways in Baidi City, where no one dared challenge him, thanks in part to his familial ties to the city lord and his own cunning, Bai Jianjun could not fathom Su Liang's indifference. In his view, there was no problem that money could not resolve. If there were, it simply meant the funds were insufficient. How about this? I promise you 1,000 taels to buy this apothecary, and you can work exclusively for me. The value of your Xu family's apothecary is, at most, 100 taels. My offer is already quite generous. Although I do not have that much cash on hand, I can write you an IOU, and I shall pay you upon my return to Baidi City. Bai Jianjun slammed the table emphatically, his conviction unwavering. Tio him, such a high price must surely sway Su Liang. 1,000 taels of gold. Such a sum could elude the entire Xu family's profits for an entire year. Beside him, Su Xilan's eyes widened in astonishment, her gaze filled with visions of 2 shimmering mountains of gold. The alchemists from the Xu family stationed at Baichao Zhai behind her were equally taken aback, their mouths watering at the prospect. Had Su Liang not yet spoken, they would have eagerly nodded in agreement. Even the onlookers in line for elixirs exchanged incredulous glances, murmuring their astonishment. 1,000 taels of gold? If only I had that kind of money, my future would be secure. Indeed, he is the young master from Baidi City, making an offer that we can only dream of. If only that money could be mine. Stop dreaming. It's broad daylight. The only reason Bai Jianjun would offer such a high price is because of Su Liang. He possesses the strength to command such sums, and we can only envy him. However, if the Xu family were to acquire such wealth, they would undoubtedly undergo a transformation, possibly surpassing the Li family to become the foremost clan in Wudong Town. As a throng of people debated, their eyes fixed on Su Liang, they were convinced he would eventually acquiesce. Yet, Su Liang merely regarded Bai Jianjun with a serene expression before decisively declining. I'm sorry. But even if you offered me 1,000 taels of gold, I still would not concoct elixirs for you. If you wish to obtain an elixir, you must join the line. What? At this proclamation, a collective gasp erupted from the crowd, with Su Xilan wearing an expression of regret. Bai Jianjun's demeanor shifted to one of displeasure. Why? Give me a reason. The reason is quite simple. It is merely my preference. Bai Jianjun was momentarily rendered speechless, scrutinizing Su Liang's eyes, which were as dark and still as a tranquil abyss, devoid of any ripples of ambition or desire. He realized that Su Liang was genuinely indifferent to fame and fortune, a rarity he had never encountered in his life. Even the president of the Alchemist Association and the city lord of Baidi City, despite their differing statuses and perspectives, sought means to elevate their own standings and that of Baidi City, which could be viewed as a subtle pursuit of fame and wealth. He never expected there existed individuals for whom money held no sway. This posed a dilemma. He needed to devise another strategy. Suddenly, an idea struck him, and his eyes gleamed with triumph at Su Liang. You may not be aware, but the head of the Li family has consumed my elixir and is currently on the verge of breaking through to the innate realm. He is likely to arrive shortly. If you agree to my request, I can intercede on your behalf and ensure your safety. What do you think? What? Su Liang's expression shifted as he processed Bai Jianjin's words. While Su Xilan's face turned pale, panic overtaking her features, Su Liang, we must flee. The innate realm and the acquired realm are worlds apart. The cultivation of the acquired realm focuses on honing the body and enhancing physical abilities. But the innate realm is different. An adept in this realm has established a connection between the body and the heavens, their attacks capable of invoking nature itself, and their senses heightened. With your current strength, you stand no chance. We must seek the assistance of the family head and rely on numbers to prevail. Not only Su Xilan, but the other Su family alchemists exchanged glances, their faces clouded with dread as they began to pack up their alchemical furnaces. Preparing to close Baichao Zhai, the innate realm's powerhouses were legendary, and Li Yuan was the first in Wudong town to reach that level. The thought alone was terrifying. The head of the Li family is breaking through to the innate realm? How infuriating. It seems a battle is imminent. We must retreat. How frustrating. I still haven't managed to purchase my elixirs. Why must the head of the Li family arrive at such a critical moment? The crowd waiting in line for elixirs began to back away, clearing a space of several hundred meters in front of Baichao Zhai. Although many wore expressions of regret, they dared not linger. Understanding that no elixir was worth risking their lives, Su Liang, it seems your only salvation lies with me. Bai Jianjin observed the reactions of those around him, a smug smile gracing his lips. I was just lamenting my lack of opportunity to eradicate the Li family. With Li Yuan coming to me, it is the perfect chance to settle the score. Yet, rather than panic, Su Liang's eyes burned with a subtle fire. His right hand raised to reveal a long sword adorned with dark red, fractured patterns and serrated edges, pulsating in his grasp with a heart-like luster. Go draw the blood of an innate master with my first strike. The Blood Reaper sword. You should be thrilled as well. Hey, you? Are you even listening? While your alchemical skills are formidable, that is still an innate master. Even in Baidi City, such experts are rare. Though Li Yuan has just recently ascended to the innate realm, he is not someone you can contend with. Have you lost your mind? Bai Jianjin shouted in exasperation, his face a portrait of panic. Having finally discovered such a promising talent in Su Liang, he was distraught at the thought of losing him before they could return to Baidi City. A man of honor in this world must act with purpose. My enmity with the Li family runs deep. A confrontation is inevitable. If I flee, it would only implicate the Su family. Thus, this is not a matter of capability but one of necessity. I must fight. Upon hearing Su Liang's declaration, Bai Jianjin found himself at a loss for words, staring at him in a daze as if gazing upon a magnificent mountain. Clap, clap, clap. Ha well said. As Su Liang's voice faded, a sudden and crisp sound of applause echoed from the street opposite Baichao Zhai. Hundreds of Li family disciples, clad in resplendent purple garments, emerged, with Li Yuan at the forefront. Unlike his usual demeanor, Li Yuan exuded an indescribable aura, as if he were one with the heavens and the earth. Delicate purple arcs of electricity danced upon his exposed arms, intertwining and crackling with a sharp clarity. Even his eyes had transformed into an eerie shade of violet. As he stepped forward, his pace was unhurried. Yet each stride resonated with a sense of oppressive force, as if he were treading upon the very chests of men, instilling an overwhelming sense of storm and turmoil. The manipulation of the elements and the outward projection of spiritual energy clearly indicated his ascension to the innate realm. Observing Li Yuan, Su Liang muttered under his breath, his expression grave. A true man in this world has his pursuits and his abstentions. Su Liang, your courage is commendable. Even I must concede that, if only you were one of my Li family, then all of Wudong town would surely belong to us. Alas, this world holds no if-onlys, and thus, you are destined to perish by my hand today. Out of respect for your audacity, I shall only take your life. Sparing the others of the Su family, buoyed by his unwavering confidence in killing Su Liang, Li Yuan regarded him without haste, instead expressing a sense of regret. The head of the Li family jested. Indeed, someone shall perish today, but that person shall be you. After wiping his bloodthirsty sword, Xu Liang severed the table before him with a single stroke, rising to his feet and stepping forward, while simultaneously gesturing with his hand. Su Xilan, take the others of the Su family and leave. However, Su Xilan's face was one of reluctance, and just as she was about to offer comfort to Su Liang, she was interrupted. This is the elder's command. And your presence here would only hinder us. I understand, but please, do not let anything happen to yourself. Although Su Liang's tone was decidedly brusque, Su Xilan recognized the truth in his words. With a pout, she gathered the alchemical furnace and led the Su family members back to Baichao Zhai. In an instant, apart from Su Liang, only Bai Jianjing and two young maidens from the Li family remained before Baichao Zhai. Observing both Su Liang and Li Yuan, and sensing the tension in the air, Bai Jianjing cleared his throat. Hey, old man Li, I've changed my mind. Su Liang's alchemical skills are quite remarkable. I intend to take him to participate in the national competition of the Alchemist Association, so you cannot kill him. If you have any sense, you should lower your weapons and return home obediently. Bai Jianjing spoke with an air of triumph, believing that Su Liang had fallen into a dire situation, and his intervention would surely earn Su Liang's gratitude, perhaps even an enthusiastic agreement to his proposal. The more he contemplated, the more exhilarated he became, envisioning a scene where Li Yuan would retreat, and Su Liang would prostrate himself in admiration. However, contrary to his expectations, Li Yuan merely cast a scornful glance in his direction and waved dismissively at the two Li family maidens beside him. You too, restrain young Master Bai, but be gentle. Do not harm him. Yes, head of the family. The two maidens, responding with deference, shed their previous delicate demeanor, their fair faces now imbued with lethal intent in an instant. A formidable aura of the innate fifth realm radiated from them, as they seized Bai Jianjing's arms with a firm grip, producing a series of cracking sounds. Although Li Yuan had instructed them to be gentle, their prior experiences with Bai Jianjing's inappropriate advances compelled them to exert a bit more force, eliciting agonized cries from him. What do you think you're doing? How dare you treat me this way? You, ugh, due to his habitual indulgence in debauchery and neglect of training, Bai Jianjing had only attained the innate fourth realm, and even that was achieved through the use of medicinal pills. Naturally, he could not escape the grasp of two innate fifth realm experts. As he screamed and protested, the two maidens covered his mouth and dragged him into the ranks of the Li family, rendering him invisible. Now that the nuisances have been dealt with, it is time to commence our battle. Li Yuan, undeterred by Bai Jianjing's fate, fixed his gaze firmly upon Su Liang, stepping slowly forward. Wherever he tread, the grains of sand beneath him were drawn into motion by an unseen force, slowly levitating and swirling around him in arcs of purple lightning. This phenomenon was a result of his recent ascension to the innate realm, and while he could not yet fully control the power within him, the spectacle was nonetheless fearsome enough to cause onlookers to retreat hundreds of meters. Their faces pale with trepidation. Come, let us fight. Su Liang brandished the bloodthirsty sword, an intense surge of sword energy erupting from him as he uttered those two words, though he was merely at the innate eighth realm. His imposing presence stood unwavering against Li Yuan in an instant. The atmosphere thickened, and even the wind ceased to stir. A monumental clash was imminent. Chapter 37. Su Liang versus Li Yuan with a sigh. Upon hearing the report from a disciple about the Li family's aggressive sortie, Su Zhengyang hastened to the scene, only to find matters as grave as he had feared. Fortunately, he had arrived in time. Just as Su Liang and Li Yuan faced off, their energy surging, a voice of refined elegance rang out. Su Zhengyang's figure appeared at the opposite end of the street, flanked by over 100 members of the Su family. Wielding a gold-red gauge in his hand, a playful smile gracing his features. Beside him, Su Tianlong scanned the surroundings anxiously, only relaxing when he spotted Su Xilan safe within Baichao Zhai. Congratulations, Headley, on your ascension to the innate realm. However, as Su Liang's friend from the Lu family, I hope you will cease your hostilities. The outcome you desire may not align with my wishes. To the side of the Su family contingent, Lu Mei arrived with over 100 Lu family disciples, wielding a steel whip, barbed and segmented, that flowed gracefully like a serpent, effortlessly carving deep furrows into the ground. This whip, crafted by Su Liang, was a second-tier low-grade weapon known as the White Chain. When wielded, it resembled a cloud of mist, capable of striking down foes before they even realized the threat. Flanking Lu Mei stood two elderly women, both possessing the strength of the innate seventh realm. So the Lu family and Su family have formed an alliance. Yet, Li Yuan remained unfazed, his icy gaze betraying no hint of fear as he smirked. Li Hai, Take the Li family members and protect young master from any ambushes by other families. The rest is up to me. With a nod, a white-haired elder of the innate 8th realm, whose eyes barely opened, respectfully complied, leading the Li family members away. Stepping into the center of the street, Li Yuan surveyed his surroundings, beckoning with his finger, a domineering smile gracing his lips. Since you are so determined to aid that little wretch Su Liang, let us deal with you all at once. Will you charge together, or will you come at me one by one? Bold Li Yuan, how dare you be so arrogant? You have just ascended to the innate realm. You cannot hope to contend against so many of us. Everyone, attack together. Su Zhengyang and Lu Mei exchanged a glance and nodded in unison, surging forward. Not only they, but Su Tianlong and the 2 elderly women also charged at Li Yuan. Their intentions clear, dashing strike, a flash, following them. Su Liang joined the fray, employing the explosive breathing method. His leg muscles expanded dramatically as he became a streak of light, propelling the bloodthirsty sword towards Li Yuan with incredible speed. A chilling mist enveloping him as the ground beneath froze, invoking the deadly technique he had painstakingly practiced. Snow form, frosty heavens condensation, in an instant, 2 innate 8th realm experts, along with 4 innate 7th realm masters, surrounded Li Yuan, their formidable auras pressing down upon him like a mountain, poised to obliterate him. Su Zhengyang was the fastest, swirling with the wind, appearing before Li Yuan, wielding the second-tier low-grade weapon, the Zhengyang ruler. Crafted by Su Liang, a scorching aura ignited upon it, faint flames forming as he aimed for Li Yuan's eyes. I wondered how you had the audacity to challenge me. It seems you have secretly forged commendable weapons. Yet, alas, even the finest weapons are worthless in the hands of the weak. Get out of my way. With a cold laugh, Li Yuan swung his right arm, unleashing a wave of purple lightning that coalesced into a thick armament of energy. Purple lightning battle armor, bang. When Li Yuan's arm met the Zhengyang ruler, a thunderous clang resounded. Yet Li Yuan remained immovable, while Su Zhengyang was sent sprawling, spitting blood as he hit the ground heavily. Immediately after, Lu Mei, Su Tianlong, and the remaining 2 elderly women unleashed their attacks in unison. Lu Mei's whip coiled like a cloud, darting towards Li Yuan's neck, while Su Tianlong wielded his staff as a sword. Cleaving through the air with azure blades, the 2 elderly women struck simultaneously, their palms exuding a sweet, toxic pink mist that enveloped Li Yuan's mouth and nose. Seeing Li Yuan ensnared and on the brink of demise, a smirk suddenly graced his lips, his eyes flashing with disdain. Let me show you the true power of the innate realm, purple lightning celestial prison. With those words, every pore of Li Yuan erupted with arcs of electricity. Not only did his body emit this energy, but the surrounding air responded, revealing flashes of purple lightning. Even the clouds in the sky seemed to gather ominously above, a harbinger of the impending storm. And though no lightning struck, the sound of thunder reverberated ominously. Arcs of electricity manifested around Li Yuan. They swiftly coalesced into a colossal cage measuring several meters in diameter. Tendrils of purple lightning, as unyielding as steel, swept outward, simultaneously hurling away the 4 assailants, Lu Mei and her companions, who had dared to attack him. They were flung through the air, blood sprang forth, and fell heavily to the ground, convulsing, clearly bereft of their combat abilities. Just after their departure, Su Liang's assault arrived, as the blade of the human butcher's sword arced gracefully downward, amidst drifting snowflakes, a massive crown of ice and snow materializing above his head. It descended like a small mountain, crashing down onto the electric prison surrounding Li Yuan. A thunderous boom echoed, as the lightning entwined around Li Yuan disintegrated, scraping away 3 layers of earth and creating a crater 10 meters wide, with fissures as thick as a man's arm radiating outward. In contrast, Su Liang's ice and snow crown shattered under the force of the impact, sending him drifting back over 10 meters, his body enveloped in frost and arcs of electricity. His arms trembling slightly, a trickle of blood seeping from the corner of his mouth. However, compared to Su Zhengyang and his companions, who had been rendered incapable of fighting after a single blow, Su Liang's performance was markedly superior. Hiss! The battle among the onlookers felt protracted, yet it had transpired in the blink of an eye. Witnessing the severely ravaged streets, they collectively gasped in astonishment. The destructive power unleashed in the clash of the 3 great families' pinnacle warriors was nothing short of staggering, particularly Li Yuan, who, having advanced to the innate realm, could simultaneously vanquish multiple foes. An astonishing display of strength. Su Liang was no less impressive, managing to withstand a blow from the head of the Li family. Albeit sustaining minor injuries, listening to the murmurs of the crowd, Li Yuan slowly emerged from the crater, appearing as though he had exerted little effort, casting a dark glance at the fallen Su Zhengyang and his companions before fixing his gaze on Su Liang. Narrowing his eyes slightly, remarkable. As fellow practitioners of the innate 8th layer, your strength surpasses that of Lu Mei and Su Zhengyang, enabling you to endure my strike. I find myself compelled to commend you. Moreover, despite your lack of ascent to the innate realm, the sword technique you just employed summoned a manifestation of the heavens, clearly not of mundane origin. Should you reveal this technique to me, I might consider leaving you with a complete corpse. The Thunder Prison, while a devastating display of my full power, can be unleashed with only about 1/10 of my spiritual energy, thanks to my advancement into the innate realm, allowing me to manipulate external spiritual energy as lightning, conserving my internal reserves. At present, I still possess considerable fighting capability, recovering at a pace far exceeding Su Liang's. The same technique, when executed by an innate master, is not only easier but also more potent and swiftly recuperated, illustrating the absolute dominance of innate experts over those of the acquired level. Tio aspire to learn my sword techniques. You are not worthy. Su Liang cast a cold glance at Li Yuan, inhaled deeply, and with the human butcher's sword held aloft, he spread his legs in an unusual stance, a fierce heat wave surging forth, distorting the air and evaporating the ice crystals and electricity clinging to him, transforming into a billowing white vapor. Such a display is merely bravado. Since you refuse to cooperate, I shall have no choice but to eliminate you and claim what is rightfully mine. Sensing the overwhelming aura emanating from Su Liang, Li Yuan revealed a cruel smile, stepping forward as he vanished from sight, reappearing before Su Liang, his right fist crackling with surging thunder, poised to strike. Thunderous Fist, Chapter 38, The Flames of Heaven Emerge. The form of fire, flowing blade of fire. As Su Liang confronted Li Yuan's formidable assault, a flash of crimson light flickered in his eyes. The human butcher's sword sliced through the air with blinding speed, encircling Li Yuan's fist in a ring of unyielding flames. The searing fire clashed with the lightning enveloping Li Yuan's palm, producing a series of violent crackling sounds as they merged into a blinding sphere of light. Unleashing a tremendous shockwave, buffeted by the circular airflow, Su Liang staggered back several steps, his form swaying as he struggled to maintain his footing, a metallic taste in his throat, his chest surging with blood, enveloped in a sensation of indescribable pain. Conversely, while Li Yuan remained rooted in place, his right hand's skin had turned a vivid red, a shallow cut oozing blood. You actually managed to injure me? Observing the wound on his palm, Li Yuan's pupils contracted in disbelief. Su Liang, being of the acquired 8th layer, had enhanced his physique through the cultivation of the Ancient Devouring technique, rendering him more robust than others of his level. Furthermore, his swordsmanship mimicked celestial techniques, combined with a blade nearing the 3rd tier, bridging the chasm between the acquired and innate realms, thus narrowing the gap between himself and Li Yuan. Could it be? The head of the Li family has been wounded. It is the first time I have heard of an acquired 8th layer injuring a master of the innate realm. Su Liang is truly a prodigy. Observers from a distance gasped in astonishment at this spectacle. Su Liang, for heaven's sake, do not perish. Su Xilan and the others, initially hiding in the herb pavilion, mustered their courage to approach after witnessing Su Zhengyang and Lu Mei being flung aside, carrying the injured back for medicinal aid, their faces etched with concern for Su Liang. Su Liang, you are truly a once-in-a-century, no, a millennium talent from Wudong Town. If allowed to grow unimpeded, after advancing just 2 more minor realms, I would stand no chance against you. Alas, you have provoked my ire. Your future is now forfeit. I have witnessed your sword techniques. While powerful, they impose a significant burden on your body. You will likely find it difficult to sustain such exertion, whereas I can rapidly absorb the spiritual energy of heaven and earth to restore my strength. The outcome is already determined. Li Yuan sneered coldly, flicking his hand, the wound he had sustained healing rapidly. Opposite him, Su Liang gasped, clenching the sword in his hand, his forehead and back drenched in sweat. He could employ the forms of fire and snow at most 3 times within an hour, having already used one. If he could not defeat Li Yuan within the next 2 attempts, he would collapse on the ground without needing Li Yuan to lay a hand on him. Indeed, as Li Yuan stated, if this drags on, I am absolutely no match for him. Thus, I shall wager all my strength on the next strike. Resolute, Su Liang suddenly closed his eyes, letting the human butcher's sword hang limply by his side. His head tilted up at a 45-degree angle, as if attuning to something. Physique, giving up so soon? I had thought you could last a bit longer against me. It appears I overestimated you very well. Let me hasten to eliminate you, then proceed to eradicate the Liu and Xu families. With a domineering grin, Li Yuan swiftly approached Su Liang, his form entwined with dense purple lightning, reaching for Su Liang's face. Just as his hand was about to make contact, the onlookers could hardly bear to watch that moment. Su Liang slowly opened his tightly shut eyes, revealing irises transformed into a brilliant golden hue. Radiant as the sun, this bizarre sight caused Li Yuan's raised hand to instinctively freeze in midair. Locking eyes with Li Yuan, Su Liang spoke slowly, the air around his mouth warping due to the intense heat. Do you hear it? Hear what? Li Yuan instinctively inquired, an ominous feeling stirring within him. Before him, Su Liang seemed entirely transformed from the individual he had faced moments ago, radiating an intense, searing heat that instilled a deep-seated fear in Li Yuan's heart. Gritting his teeth, he unleashed a thunderous fist, infused with tremendous force, aimed directly at Su Liang's face. Bang! Following the muffled thud came a pained howl. Aru. Su Liang's cheek remained unscathed, while Li Yuan recoiled, clutching his fist in agony. His hand charred black as if seared by a branding iron, a faint scent of scorched flesh wafting through the it. Seems you cannot hear the sound of the flames dancing. Su Liang spoke slowly, disappointment evident in his gaze, as golden red flames erupted from the pores of his face and body. Initially a mere spark, the flames rapidly grew into a roaring inferno, engulfing him entirely. Thick black smoke billowing into the sky, even his dark hair transformed to a golden red hue by the flames. With a gentle step, Su Liang left behind fiery footprints in the ground, slowly burning into charred pits. His entire being resembling a deity of fire, leaving the onlookers agape in shock, rendered speechless. Damn it, kid, what kind of trick is this? Li Yuan's countenance turned pale as he gazed at Su Liang. He had an instinctual sense that if the flames surrounding Su Liang were to touch him, it would spell his doom. This technique is the first move of the Celestial Universal Sword Technique's fire form. The flames of heaven emerge. Remember it well, for you shall perish beneath this very strike. Gradually raising the human butcher sword, the formerly smooth 3-foot blade now emanated a powerful allure, drawing the flames erupting from Su Liang's body towards it. Enveloping the blade in a thick layer of golden red flames, extending its length by 10 meters. Dragging the 10-meter-long sword, Su Liang resembled a wielder of a flaming tempest, an absurd yet magnificently destructive sight. The fire form, unlike the fire shape, represents the true celestial universal sword, becoming one with the fire, incinerating all. Executing this move would transform his body into a raging inferno. Celestial beings could wield it without issue. But Su Liang was merely an acquired practitioner. Should he force its use, his meridians would be scorched before he could harm his enemy. Yet, for the sake of defeating Li Yuan, he could not afford to concern himself with such matters. You insolent wretch, I am a formidable master of the innate realm. Do you truly believe you can kill me? Such a notion is utterly delusional. With a malevolent expression, recognizing Su Liang's attack as excessively powerful, Li Yuan, entangled in purple lightning, retreated without hesitation. In his perspective, Su Liang's ability to unleash such a formidable technique could not come without consequence. As long as he could evade it, Su Liang would inevitably lose his combat efficacy. Fire affinity, celestial flame unsheathed. Observing Li Yuan's frantic dodges, Su Liang's expression turned frigid, as if he were gazing upon a corpse. He gently waved the manslaying sword in his hand, and a 10-meter blade of searing flames swept past Li Yuan's head. Damn it, purple lightning prison! Realizing he could not escape this strike, Li Yuan bellowed in fury, employing all his might to conjure a violet lightning cage spanning 10 meters. The density of the lightning rendered the cage thicker than the city walls. Yet, in the face of the 10-meter flame blade, this purple lightning prison appeared as fragile as parchment, splitting instantly in two, taking Li Yuan with it, causing a line of blood to erupt from his body, tearing him asunder. How could this be? With disbelief etched upon his face, his words trailed off as his body ignited, turning to ashes, leaving only a pale silver storage ring to fall to the ground. Boom! After cleaving through Li Yuan's body, the power of the flame blade remained undiminished, crashing down upon the earth with a deafening roar, shattering the structures on either side, while the grains of sand melted into flowing red magma. The 20 or so members of the Li family closest to Li Yuan, including the leader, Li Hai, who was at the 8th stage of the acquired realm, emitted not a single cry of anguish but were vaporized instantly. The remaining onlookers screamed in terror, some collapsing in fear, stripped of the will to flee, their pupils dilated and filled with the despair of death. Why goodness, to unleash such a powerful attack, is this Xu Liang even human? Amidst the chaos among the Li family, Bai Jianjing lost control, gazing at the inferno before him and at Xu Liang, standing amidst the flames with his golden red hair billowing, his throat tightening as he emitted a voice that felt foreign to him. Chapter 39. What did you call me? As a second-tier alchemist of the White Emperor City, Bai Jianjing had witnessed the duels of innate realm masters before. Yet, none had displayed such destructive prowess. With a single strike, annihilating 10 meters, it was as if a monster had emerged. Although Li Yuan had just advanced, he was still an innate realm master, his physical strength surpassing that of the acquired realm by no small margin. Yet he possessed not the slightest ability to resist. This must be a fabrication. Xu Liang actually severed Li Yuan with a single sword. What realm of mastery is he? Could he have already ascended to the innate realm? In the distance, Su Xilan, along with Su Zhengyang and Lu Mei, stood in stunned silence, mouths agape, eyes bulging, unable to regain their composure. How terrifying! Is Xu Liang a reincarnation of the fire god? Xu Liang's attack had obliterated the very place that was their home. A house he had labored for 20 years to acquire, now reduced to nothing. Count your blessings. While the house can be rebuilt, a lost life cannot be reclaimed. Among the onlookers further from Xu Liang, expressions of awe and fear mingled, their faces pale as they retreated. A few mourned in anguish, yet dared not confront Xu Liang. It was absurd. If even a master like Li Yuan had been slain by Xu Liang, they, mere mortals, would likely be reduced to ashes before they could even approach him. After vanquishing Li Yuan, the flames of the blade in Xu Liang's hand rapidly dissipated. Thud! A muffled sound echoed as his arm trembled slightly, the man-slaying sword slipping from his grip and clattering to the ground. Indeed, wielding such a technique in my current state is still too much for me, he muttered softly, sensing a blur before his eyes. The world transforming into a hue of flames, his nerves relaying the searing pain, and the sounds around him became indistinct, as if he were sinking into the depths of the ocean. That last strike had consumed more than half of his blood, transforming it into flames that burned and evaporated, a charred scent wafting from his skin. His meridians and muscles had also been scorched. As this thought crossed his mind, Xu Liang staggered a few steps, retrieving the storage ring Li Yuan had left behind. Unable to endure any longer, the flames erupting from his body subsided, his golden red hair faded, and he collapsed to the ground like dust. Xu Liang, are you all right? You mustn't die. He heard exclamations from various voices, and then he felt himself enveloped in a warm and soft embrace before everything faded to black, his consciousness slipping away entirely. Pain, a searing pain. When he next awakened, he could not discern how much time had passed, slowly opening his eyes to the familiar ceiling above. A parched sensation clawed at his throat, akin to being scraped repeatedly by a blade. Excruciatingly painful water. Struggling to move his lips, Xu Liang emitted a hoarse voice, akin to glass scraping against one another. Brother, you're awake? You want water, right? I'll get it for you right away. Beside him, Su Shaoxian wore an expression of delight, hastily rising to her feet. Judging by her haggard appearance and dark circles under her eyes, it was evident she had not rested properly for several days. Quickly procuring water, Su Shaoxian returned, supporting Xu Liang as she helped him drink. As the cool liquid flowed down his throat, Xu Liang felt a sense of refreshment, gradually regaining some strength. Looking down, he noticed his entire body was wrapped in bandages, glimpses of charred flesh visible through the gaps. His muscles having withered significantly, reverting to the frail state he had possessed before his cultivation. Not only that, but his internal meridians were riddled with wounds, some completely severed. Fortunately, his swallowing heaven demon cauldron still remained intact, preserving his realm. Otherwise, he would have been forced to start anew. The cost was indeed great. Thankfully, the rigorous training he endured over the past few days had strengthened his body, or he might have perished outright. Contemplating the terrifying possibility of losing his soul and the efforts of this life being in vain, perhaps even forfeiting the chance for reincarnation and recultivation, Xu Liang involuntarily shivered, silently vowing to himself that unless faced with a life-or-death crisis, he would never employ that technique again. I'm so relieved that you're all right, brother. I thought you were going to leave me. Su Shaoxian clung tightly to Xu Liang, burying her head in his chest, greedily inhaling his scent, her face a portrait of emotion and contentment. Rest assured, I am fine, Xu Liang replied. By the way, Shaoxian, How long have I been unconscious? Straining to lift his hand, he gently ruffled Su Xiaoxuan's hair. Curious about her reply, brother. You've been in a coma for a full 3 days. Rubbing her reddened eyes, Su Xiaoxian looked up. Oh, that's how it is. You've been taking care of me all this time? Haven to you. Truly, you've worked hard. Nodding with gratitude, Su Liang was about to smile when he noticed Su Xiaoxian shaking her head. You're mistaken, brother. It was actually Sister Su Xilan who took care of you more over the past 2 days. She hasn't closed her eyes for even a minute. I saw her so exhausted that I had her take a break. And no sooner had she finished speaking than a voice filled with excitement echoed from outside. Su Liang is awake? Is it true? Let me see. With that, Su Xilan burst into the room, holding a copper basin of water. Upon seeing Su Liang sitting up, she dropped the basin, rushing to his side, and, in a moment of overwhelming emotion, landed a punch on his chest, tears streaming down her panda-like eyes. You fool! You're not dead, so hurry up and get up. You've made everyone so worried. I apologize. It was my fault. Enduring the pain in his chest, Su Liang acknowledged her concern with an nod. As long as you know your mistake. If you ever act so recklessly again and end up gravely injured, I won't care for you anymore. I'll simply give your sister to that by Jianjing as a wife, and you can weep in the afterlife, Su Xilan threatened, gesturing with her delicate fists. Sister Xilan, please don't say such things, Su Xiaoxian huffed, puffing out her cheeks in indignation. During her brother's coma, Bai Jianzheng had inexplicably moved into their home, often visiting under the pretense of checking on Su Liang. Much to her annoyance, although he had not behaved inappropriately, unlike Xu Pengfei and others from before. Tio weep in the afterlife? Surely it cannot be that dire. Su Liang mused, I am a dignified second-tier alchemist, blessed with an exceedingly handsome visage and related to the lord of the White Emperor City. Being with me is hardly a hardship. Outside the door, Bai Jianzheng, as if he had been waiting, peeked in with a wry smile before stepping inside. Compared to a few days prior, he appeared much more composed, the arrogance on his face diminished, dressed in a simple white robe that lent him a certain charm. Upon entering, Bai Jianjing approached Su Liang's bedside and bowed respectfully. Brother-in-law, a few days ago, he had accompanied the injured Su Liang back to the Su family, where he had met Su Xiaoxian, inexplicably feeling a spark of affection that compelled him to pursue her. In his usual manner, he would either shower gifts or utilize force to win over a girl he fancied. However, with Su Liang's sister, and the vivid memory of Li Yuan turning to ash still fresh in his mind, he had no desire to meet a similar fate. Thus he treated Su Xiaoxian with utmost courtesy. What did you call me? Su Liang's icy gaze pierced through Bai Jianzheng, the chill reminiscent of a biting winter wind. Causing Bai Jianzheng to shudder slightly, Sister, Su Liang, I was joking. I just wanted to come check on you and see if you were feeling better. Chapter 40. The changes in Wudong Town come to see me? What exactly are your intentions? Su Liang remained vigilant, his gaze unwavering upon Bai Jianzheng. This fellow had shown interest in his sister and had previously flirted with Su Xilan. Most importantly, he was someone invited by the Li family, entirely unworthy of trust. Brother Su Liang, your words have deeply saddened me. It is merely because I witnessed your extraordinary battle with the Li family 3 days ago that I hold you in such high esteem. Which is why I wish to stay and serve you diligently. Rubbing his hands together, Bai Jianjing squinted his eyes and displayed a sycophantic smile, entirely shedding his previous arrogance. One might mistake him for Su Liang's sycophant. The Li family? Indeed. What has become of them since then? Su Liang muttered, his curiosity piqued. On that day, he had merely slain Li Yuan before losing consciousness, leaving him entirely unaware of subsequent events. Following Li Yuan's demise, the remaining members of the Li family were subdued by the Su and Lu families. Upon hearing this news, Li Yuan's wife, Li Qingya, took her own life, and the current head of the Li family is Li Yuanjia, whose medicinal industry is now under the Su family's jurisdiction, with other assets distributed to the Lu family. It was not Bai Jianjing speaking, but Su Xilan, who elaborated on the situation. So, it is as such. The former head of the Li family and 3 elders have perished, and now the leadership has fallen to that inept Li Yuanj. Seems that their decline is imminent. Su Liang mused inwardly. Feeling a twinge of emotion in his past life, he had decimated the Li family. Though this time around, they fared slightly better, they could not escape misfortune. He felt no pity for this outcome, as life often necessitates the infliction of harm upon one's enemies in the pursuit of protecting loved ones. Shaking his head, he cast these thoughts aside and struggled to rise from the bed. After lying idle for so long, his bones felt rusted. It was time for some proper exercise. The moment his feet touched the ground, Su Liang's legs weakened, and he nearly collapsed. Be careful, brother. Fortunately, Su Shaoxian and Su Zilin were quick to react, each supporting him from either side. Honestly, Su Liang, your body has yet to fully recover. It would be best if you rested a while longer. Su Zilin complained, holding Su Liang's right arm with concern in her eyes. Exercise is the best way to regain strength. Take me out for a walk. Su Liang smiled faintly, his pallor evident, but with the support of the two women. He made his way outside. Brother Su Liang, take it slow. Should I lend a hand as well? By Jianzheng, seeing Su Liang accompanied by two women, displayed envy and leaned forward, only to be met with a glare from Su Liang, causing him to wilt like a frost-bitten eggplant. After walking for a while in the courtyard, Su Tianlong, Su Jingyang, and Lu Mei arrived to inquire about his health. Ha, Su Liang, it is truly wonderful that you are well. Su Zhengyang exclaimed, joyfully patting Su Liang on the shoulder, dressed in elegant black attire, his demeanor cheerful. By the way, Su Liang, your strength is remarkable. The scene of you slaying Li Yuan still lingers in my mind. Do you know how the residents of Wudong Town refer to you? They call you the fire god Su Liang. Su Tianlong chimed in with a jest. Young friend Su Liang, the state of your health is partly my responsibility. Therefore, allow me to assist you in your recovery. I am familiar with a dual cultivation secret technique that can aid in your restoration. Lu Mei licked her delicate lips as she approached, her slender hand reaching out to caress Su Liang, only to be interrupted by Su Zilin's swift intervention. You old hag, keep your distance from Su Liang. Although Su Shaoxian remained silent, her puffed cheeks and outstretched arms clearly indicated her hostility towards Lu Mei. Haha, Lu Mei, do refrain from teasing Su Liang. He needs to focus on recuperating, especially since he will be heading to Baidi City in a few days. Su Jingyang interjected. Heading to Baidi City? When did this happen? I was unaware. Upon hearing this, Su Liang furrowed his brow. Young Master Bai said he would take you with him to Baidi City in a few days to attend the national alchemy competition held by the Alchemist Association. What is the matter, young Master Bai? Did you not explain this to Su Liang? Su Zhengyang turned to Bai Jianjing with a puzzled expression. Cough, cough, brother Su Liang has just awakened. Considering his health, I plan to discuss it later. Bai Jianjing awkwardly coughed, nearly choking. Originally, he intended to persuade Su Liang with money to compete alongside him, but upon realizing that approach was ineffective, he decided to take advantage of Su Liang's unconsciousness and finalize the arrangement. National alchemy competition. Did I ever express a desire to participate? Having grasped the situation, Su Liang cast a disapproving look at Bai Jianzheng. Bai Jianzheng shivered, biting his lip, and clasped his hands together, lowering his head. I apologize, brother Su Liang. This was entirely my own initiative, however. You must assist me. The National Alchemist competition is merely a week away. If you do not accompany me, Baidi City will have to forfeit. Participation in the competition offers various benefits. With your abilities, entering the top 10 should pose no challenge. Not only will there be precious medicinal materials, but the first prize is a third-grade upper-tier Qingxin Ice Divine Pill. The Qingxin Ice Divine Pill, if I recall correctly, is a royal exclusive from the Snow Country. It not only dispels inner demons, but also has a chance to awaken a hint of ice attribute spiritual energy, potentially allowing cultivators below the Master Realm to ascend 2 minor realms. Given the fire poison accumulating within me, this is indeed an opportunity worth pursuing. Memories of this particular pill flooded Su Liang's mind. His eyes brightening. So, does this mean you are agreeing, brother Su Liang? Bai Jianjing gazed at him with eager anticipation. Very well, I shall acquiesce to your request, but only after my injuries have healed. Yay! Securing the participation of at least a second-grade upper-tier alchemist. Baidi City now has a chance to rise from the bottom. My master and uncle will surely be pleased and reward me handsomely. Hee. Upon receiving Su Liang's affirmative response, Bai Jianzheng could hardly contain his excitement. Flailing his arms and jumping in place, a look of sheer delight on his face. Such a grand event as the alchemist competition cannot proceed without me. I will accompany you to Baidi City for my second-grade alchemist certification at the association. Su Zilin energetically swung her fists, sneaking glances at Su Liang. In that case, I too. Su Shaoxian glanced between Su Zilin and herself, her expression anxious as she began to speak, only to be interrupted by Bai Jianjing. I truly apologize. Although I would love to bring you along, the Alchemist Association has a rule that only alchemists may participate. Alas, the thought of being separated from the lovely Miss Shaoxian shatters my heart like fragile glass. Very well. Ignoring Bai Jianjing's theatrics, Su Shaoxian dejectedly nodded. Do not be saddened. I will return soon. Ruffling Su Xiaoxuan's hair, Su Liang offered a comforting word. After conversing with Su Jingyang and the others for a while, They all urged him to rest well before taking their leave, leaving only him and his sister. The national alchemy competition, is it? In my past life, I had heard of it but was too preoccupied with cultivation and revenge to participate. I cannot afford to miss it this time around. Gazing at the distant sky, the thought of competing against the prodigies from 32 cities in the snow country filled him with anticipation. His eyes sparkling with excitement. First and foremost, I must focus on recovering my body. Chapter 41. Journey to Baidi City 2998, 2999, 3000. With his hands clasped behind his head, Xu Liang struggled to perform squats in the courtyard, beads of sweat transforming into wisps of steam. Due to the severity of his injuries, many of his muscles had atrophied, compelling him to start with these relatively gentle movements to regain his physical form, planning to gradually increase his exercise regimen after using medicinal pills for recovery. Previously, he could carry immense stones over 10 kilometers in the Beast Mountain range while simultaneously hunting beasts. Yet now even a few thousand squats felt laborious. However, this injury was not without its advantages. Due to his body being transformed by flames, the previously non-attribute spiritual energy within him had morphed into a violent fire attribute, inherently possessing a burning effect and enhancing his resistance to flames. At this moment, should he unleash his heavenly fire, he would only risk losing a limb rather than suffering a calamitous fate. Brother, keep it up. Beside him, Su Shaoxian watched with concern, holding a beautifully embroidered handkerchief to wipe his sweat. Thank you, Shaoxian, but I'm fine. You should also exercise, Su Liang replied with a faint smile, continuing his squats. But brother, you are still unwell. What if something goes wrong while I'm not watching over you? Su Shaoxian expressed her dilemma. Do not worry. I have endured worse injuries. This is merely a matter of burned meridians, and I shall recover in a few days. Su Liang reassured her, and reluctantly, Su Shaoxian agreed to focus on her own training, though her attention remained partially on him, clearly still worried. What a worrywart. With a fond shake of his head, Su Liang's gaze turned resolute. After completing 5,000 squats, he transitioned to 5,000 push-ups, believing this would help clear some of the blockages in his meridians. Following that, he would combine it with medicinal pills to mend the internal damage. The storage ring of Li Yuan contained hundreds of medicinal herbs, which was indeed a treasure trove. Utilizing these herbs, he could concoct over 100 second-grade pills for recovery. This would serve as warm-up training before the alchemy competition, and in less than a week, he would be nearly back to his former self. Having made up his mind, Su Liang set forth on his planned course of action. Brother, take care of yourself while you are out. It is essential to depart early and return promptly. Otherwise, I shall miss you dearly. Su Shaoxian assisted Su Liang in adjusting the collar of his black garment, adorned with golden trims, her expression one of reluctance. On her hand, she wore a pale silver storage ring, unmistakably the one belonging to Li Yuan. After Su Liang had consumed most of the medicinal herbs within, only a few of the Li family's techniques and daily necessities remained, which he had set aside for his sister. Rest assured, dear Shaoxian, your brother will be well taken care of by me, ensuring he thrives in robust health. Besides Su Liang, Bai Jianzheng, with his gaunt chest, solemnly assured him, Teach, your words are utterly untrustworthy. Allow me to take care of Su Liang instead. Su Xilan, clad in a flowing black gown and carrying a teal bundle, interjected with a dismissive pout. I am grateful for your assistance, Sister Xilan. Ignoring Bai Jianzheng, Su Shaoxian nodded towards Su Zilan. Do your best. Su Liang, I have full faith that your prowess will secure you an excellent ranking in this grand competition. Su Zhengyang patted Su Liang's shoulder, offering encouragement. At this moment, the bandages that had once enveloped Su Liang had been removed. Although he still appeared somewhat frail, his internal injuries had largely healed. The next step involved purging the lingering fire poison from his meridians and consuming nutritious sustenance to replenish his lost vitality. Su Liang, you are unlike us. You are a true dragon, ill-suited to survive in the small pond of Wudong Town. Seize the opportunity of the National Alchemist Competition to make your name known. Su Tianlong stroked his grizzled beard, a look of satisfaction upon his face. I shall indeed. And I kindly ask the head of the family and the elder to look after my sister. With a resolute nod, Su Liang bowed to the individuals before him and, without hesitation, turned to depart, accompanied by Su Xilan and Bai Jianzheng, heading beyond Wudong Town. This marked the second occasion in his life that he was leaving Wudong Town. The first was for rigorous training, seeking a duel with the second elder, while this time was for participating in the alchemist competition with completely different mindsets. As he traversed the path, onlookers gazed at him in astonishment. Is that not the fire god, Su Liang? It is said that he was gravely injured after slaying Li Yuan. Who would have thought he would recover so swiftly? The power of a genius is beyond the comprehension of mere mortals. Observing Su Liang's demeanor, it seemed he was departing Wudong town. Soon, there would be no one left to concoct second-tier elixirs for us. What a pity. These individuals were yet unaware that in the future, they would consider their origins from Wudong town and acquaintance with Su Liang as a mark of honor. Upon stepping out of Wudong town, they were greeted by a vast expanse of mountains, with the echoes of beastly roars resonating through the dense forest. Gazing at the scene before him, Su Liang felt a pang of nostalgia. The Beast Mountain Range. I have returned. To reach Baidi City, one must navigate around the treacherous Beast Mountain Range, a journey not to be underestimated, spanning at least 20 to 30 kilometers. Fortunately, numerous merchant caravans frequent the vicinity of the Beast Mountain Range. We can easily hire one, Bai Jianjing explained to Su Liang, skillfully making arrangements. Before long, he led over a portly middle-aged man with a handlebar mustache, resembling a steward. I am Lin Chong. You are heading to Baidi City, are you not? As it happens, my young lady is also seeking medical attention in Baidi City. We can travel together. After some conversation, Su Liang learned that these individuals hailed from a prominent family, the Lin family, located near Wudong Town and Kai Town. Their family's heiress suffered from a peculiar ailment, unable to withstand sunlight, and after exhausting numerous elixirs without success, they intended to try their luck in Baidi City during the National Alchemist Competition, where renowned alchemists would gather. Encountering us is your good fortune. We are headed to Baidi City to participate in the alchemy competition. I am a second-tier low-grade alchemist. Where is your young lady? I must see her at once. Bai Jianjing rubbed his hands together, his eagerness palpable. Su Liang shot him a sidelong glance, the corners of his mouth twitching. Judging by Bai Jianjing's demeanor, it was evident that his desire to offer medical assistance was merely a guise for ulterior motives. A second-tier alchemist, truly remarkable. If you can cure the young lady's ailment, not only will your travel expenses be waived, but the master will surely reward you generously. Lin Chong's face lit up with excitement as he led Su Liang and the others to the merchant caravan nearby. Although the purpose was ostensibly to seek medical help, the Lin family caravan was quite substantial, boasting over 10 carriages laden with medicinal herbs and materials from beasts, indicating their intention to conduct business alongside seeking treatment in Baidi City. Each carriage was guarded by 2 to 3 robust, silver-armored sentinels, their swords gleaming, with stern expressions that conveyed their battle-hardened experience, their average strength around the 3rd layer of the acquired realm. Among the many carriages, one stood out for its heightened security, surrounded by 8 soldiers. The carriage was draped in layers of sheer fabric, meticulously shielded from prying eyes. At the entrance, a sprightly young girl donned in green robes adjusted the curtain that fluttered in the gentle breeze, clearly indicating that the occupant inside was sensitive to sunlight. Miss Yen Luo, I have encountered a few young individuals preparing to attend the alchemist competition in Baidi City, claiming to be second-tier alchemists. May I request them to diagnose your condition? Lin Chong approached the carriage, bowing slightly in deference. Second-tier alchemists, just these few, are they genuine? The young girl seated at the front of the carriage cast a skeptical glance at Su Liang and his companions, seemingly questioning their youthfulness. Xiaotsue, do not be rude to our guests. Allow them entry. A gentle voice emanated from within the carriage. Though it bore a reprimanding tone, it was as soothing as a spring breeze in March or the gentle rain of June. Enchanting and melodious. Yes, Mississippi complying with her words, the girl named Xiaotsue nodded obediently and then turned to Su Liang and his companions. The space within the carriage is limited. Only one may enter at a time. Who shall go first? I shall go first. Bai Jianjing raised his hands, eagerly volunteering for the first entry, in his mind. The young lady's tender voice must belong to an extraordinary beauty, and if he were to cure her ailment, she would surely be grateful, perhaps even offering herself in gratitude. Such a delightful notion. With this fantasy in mind, Bai Jianjing dashed into the carriage as Xiaotsue drew back the curtain. However, moments later, a blood-curdling scream pierced the air, and a pale-faced Bai Jianjing stumbled out, collapsing to the ground, his legs trembling uncontrollably. A monster! How dare you, ruffian, to disrespect our young lady? You shall pay dearly for this. Xiaotsue glared at Bai Jianjing in anger, prompting the 8 guards to draw their swords, advancing menacingly with Lin Chong at the forefront. Su Liang, help me! Upon witnessing this tense standoff, Bai Jianjing scrambled to cling to Su Liang's leg. You scoundrel! To think of taking liberties with a lady, only to falter at the last moment, truly unmanly. Su Xilan cast a disapproving glance at Bai Jianjing. Enough! Though I disapprove of Bai Jianjing's actions, he is still a companion on this journey. Xu Liang stepped forward, emanating an overwhelming aura of strength, akin to an erupting volcano, radiating warmth that left the nearby guards visibly shaken, instinctively retreating. Chapter 42. Which do you choose? So powerful. Xiaotsue was taken aback by the aura emanating from Xu Liang. Though her surprise was fleeting, swiftly replaced by indignation. What does strength matter? You dare insult my young lady. I must teach you a lesson today. Enough, Xiaotsue. My appearance is what it is, and it is inevitable that it may frighten some. There were others among the alchemists who displayed similar reactions when treating me. The gentle voice of the young lady from within the carriage resonated, causing Xiaotsue to deflate, her eyes still glaring at Bai Jianzheng. Did you hear that, you insufferable fool? If not for my young lady's kindness, you would surely face consequences today. With your demeanor, calling yourself a second-tier alchemist is utterly disgraceful. I wager you'll be at the bottom of the competition. And you are henceforth forbidden from approaching the young lady. You little maid, how dare you speak to me in such a manner? Bai Jianzheng bristled with indignation, feeling deeply insulted. After all, he was a well-known libertine in Baidi City, and being scorned by a mere maid from a backwater town was intolerable. Just as he prepared to retaliate, reaching for his storage ring to unleash his wealth upon Xiaotsue, Xu Liang grasped his arm. Shaking his head, he stepped forward, approaching the carriage. My friend may be frivolous in nature, but he harbors no ill intent. I apologize for any offense caused. If it is not too much trouble, could you allow us to examine your young lady? Perhaps we might uncover the nature of her ailment. Absolutely not. Leave at once. My young lady has already been harmed by you. Do you wish to inflict further injury upon her? Xiaotsue obstructed the entrance to the carriage, glaring at Xu Liang, refusing him entry. He, you little maid, truly do not recognize a good opportunity. My brother Xu Liang is capable of concocting second-tier upper-grade elixirs. Attending to your young lady's condition would be your privilege. There are few of such caliber in all of Baidi City. Should you miss this chance, you will regret it. Bai Jianzheng interjected with cold mockery. You can boast all you like. Just moments ago, you claim to be a second-tier low-grade alchemist. Aside from your lecherous tendencies, I see no merit in you. You are merely a coward. This so-called second-tier upper-grade alchemist is likely just a fabrication of yours, as we have yet to witness any evidence of your abilities. Xiaotsue, with an expression of defiance, retorted in a manner that only fueled Bai Jianzheng's fury further. Yet, he found himself at a loss for words. For he had indeed failed to discern the cause of her ailment and had been startled into retreat. Xiaotsue, I have already made it clear. Do not be discourteous to our guests. It is a fortunate occurrence that someone wishes to attend to my illness. The more individuals who examine me, the greater the hope. Do you not grasp this? The voice of the woman within the carriage rang out once more, tinged with annoyance yet remaining melodious, causing Xiaotsue to lower her head in frustration. I apologize. It is my mistake. Miss, I shall permit this person to enter, but if he dares to insult you again, I shall not spare him. With that, Xiaotsue, her demeanor displeased, pulled aside the curtain, gesturing for Xu Liang to hasten inside. With a swift motion, Xu Liang transformed into a fleeting shadow, darting through the opening with such speed that those around him were left in astonishment. Even Xiaotsue took a moment to react before dropping the curtain, a flicker of anticipation igniting in her eyes. This fellow possesses formidable strength. He cannot be a mere fool. Perhaps he may indeed provide assistance for the young lady's ailment. Upon entering the carriage, Xu Liang was immediately enveloped by the fragrant scent of orchids, fresh and elegant. Before him stood a square-shaped seat, adorned with luxurious animal pelts, at the center of which rested a purple incense burner, from which wisps of smoke spiraled upward. Behind the veil of smoke sat a woman clad in a long blue dress, her figure graceful, her lustrous black hair simply tied up with a jade hairpin. A layer of white gauze adorned her face, obscuring her features in a shroud of ethereal mystery, while the exposed skin revealed a sickly pallor, marred by prominent purple veins that resembled a grim brand. Miss, might you be so kind as to unveil your visage? Xu Liang inquired softly, gazing at the girl known as Lin Yanluo. Upon hearing his words, Lin Yanluo's veil fluttered slightly, as if she were shaking her head. Perhaps it is best left concealed. My appearance is rather frightful and may provoke fear in you, sir. Not at all. I am unlike the previous individual, Xu Liang thought to himself, harboring a silent disdain for Bai Jianzheng's actions that had left a shadow in the hearts of others. His tone was resolute, prompting Lin Yanluo to hesitate momentarily before raising her right hand, deciding to remove the veil. Beneath the veil lay a disfigured countenance. Her cheeks were a twisted shade of purplish blue, marred by swollen veins, and her mouth bore jagged fangs. The pupils of her dark red eyes seemed to glimmer like those of a vengeful spirit, presenting a stark contrast to the beauty one might expect. Su Liang's heart momentarily stilled as he comprehended why Bai Jianjian had fled. Indeed, it became clear that she was afflicted by a type of demonic transformation poison. Fortunately, it was not due to a special constitution. Otherwise, the situation would have been dire. As for this mere poison, it could be effectively neutralized if one could identify the appropriate antidote. Su Liang took a moment to assess her, nodding slightly. With his experience as an immortal emperor, there were few matters in this world of which he was unaware. There were myriad reasons for one to be unable to face the sun. Most commonly, it was due to a naturally frigid constitution, while others, like this instance, were the result of poison. Sir possesses great talent to discern that I am afflicted by demonic transformation poison. This conclusion took me numerous visits to alchemists, yet you perceived it at a glance. Lin Yin Luo gazed at Su Liang, her expression revealing astonishment. She could distinctly sense his genuine expertise, undeterred by any aversion, as though her visage were akin to that of any other, if I am not mistaken. The poison you have contracted originates from a first-tier demon beast known as the golden flame beetle. These creatures thrive in cold, damp environments and favor a plant called yellow phosphorus flower. Upon exposure to sunlight, they ignite spontaneously. This yellow phosphorus toxin is colorless and odorless, capable of being mixed with water. When ingested by humans, it results in distortion of the face and an inability to endure sunlight. A bite from this beetle would elicit similar symptoms. Su Liang spoke slowly, and with each revelation, Lin Yin Luo's eyes sparkled with increasing brightness. After Su Liang concluded, Lin Yin Luo appeared utterly captivated. Her eyes glimmering with excitement. I never anticipated that you truly understand this affliction. In your esteemed opinion, how might it be treated? Initially, she had harbored little hope for Su Liang, yet upon hearing his articulate explanations, she recognized their validity based on her own understanding of the illness. There are two potential remedies. The first involves locating a living golden flame beetle. Typically, the antidote accompanies the poison, by grinding its shell into powder and ingesting it. One may neutralize the toxin. Alas, due to its habitat, the golden flame beetle is exceedingly rare within the snow country. The second option is to seek out several fire attribute herbs, from which I can concoct a pill that will dissolve the toxins within your body. In comparison to the first remedy, this method may entail some pain. Which would you prefer? Indeed, as you have noted, the golden flame beetle is scarce within the snow country. Although I do not know who poisoned me, they must have recognized the rarity of the beetle and the ensuing difficulties in finding an antidote. Thus, I shall opt for the second approach. Lin Yin Luo smiled at Su Liang, and despite her fearsome appearance, her words conveyed an inexpressible lightness. The torment of this toxin had robbed her of restful sleep for years, and now, with the prospect of a cure, she was willing to endure pain, even if it meant having flesh excised from her body. Excellent. You may instruct your subordinates to seek out sunflower, solar stone, and 3 yang spirit fruit. Su Liang began, naming over a dozen essential herbs required for crafting first or second-tier elixirs, which were predominantly found in sunlit areas, particularly abundant in the Demon Beast Mountain range, thus not too difficult to acquire. Thank you, sir. The majority of these spiritual herbs are present within the carriage accompanying us, though we lack the 3 yang spirit fruit and solar stone. The former grows at elevations above 1,000 meters, facing the sunlight, while the latter can be found in low-lying basins where trees are sparse, situated below 100 meters. Locating them will require some time. If you are not in haste, please bear with us for a few hours. Lin Yin Luo smiled gently at Su Liang, her tone warm. Su Liang's expression changed to one of surprise upon hearing her detailed explanation. Might you be well-versed in pharmacology? Are you, perhaps, an alchemist yourself? I cannot claim to be an alchemist, merely a self-taught healer. In pursuit of remedying my own ailment, I occasionally concoct elixirs, albeit only at night. And the highest quality I can achieve is only that of a superior first tier. I am utterly incomparable to a second-tier alchemist like yourself, Lin Yin Luo humbly replied. To be self-taught and capable of producing superior first-tier elixirs is already quite remarkable. Su Liang thought, unable to suppress his admiration. Unlike Bai Jianjian, who, despite having a renowned mentor, remained a mere second-tier novice, or Su Zilan, a fervent researcher of alchemy who could barely manage to produce second-tier elixirs under guidance, Lin Yin Luo's ability to reach superior first-tier quality through occasional practice showcased an extraordinary talent. With merely a bit of guidance, she could undoubtedly ascend to the ranks of a second-tier alchemist. Perhaps, once I cure this young lady, I might take her to the White Emperor City to participate in the competition, Su Liang mused, a bold idea forming within him. Although this competition featured individual scores, the primary focus remained the rivalry among the 32 cities, making it advantageous for the alchemists of the same city to possess greater strength. However, such matters could be discussed later. For now, Su Liang gently lifted the curtain and stepped outside. What news of my young lady? Is there truly hope? Upon witnessing Su Liang's actions, Xiao Cui immediately cried out in a state of urgency. In her eyes, Su Liang's lack of negative comments regarding her mistress's appearance had significantly improved his standing, sparing him the rudeness she had shown by Jianzhan. Rest assured, Mrs. Affliction is now understood, and I have found a means for her healing, Su Liang replied calmly. What? Is what you say truly so? It was as though Xiao Cui had been struck by lightning. She stood frozen, tears welling in her eyes, reddening her cheeks. She had yearned day and night for her mistress's recovery, having waited for years, only to be met with disappointment time and again. Hearing something different this time, she found it difficult to accept. It is indeed true. Xiao Cui. Go and instruct your subordinates to assist me in procuring several herbs. Specifically sunflower. The gentle voice within the carriage echoed, reiterating the list of herbs Su Liang had just mentioned. I understand. Miss. Wiping away her tears, Xiao Cui quickly issued orders, and the 8 closest attendants, exchanging glances, respectfully bowed to Su Liang before excitedly heading toward the Demon Beast Mountain range. Lin Yanluo treated them with kindness, akin to family, fostering their deep respect for her. Having been concerned for her health over the years, they could not afford to delay upon hearing the prospect of her cure. The remaining attendants guarded the carriage. Had it not been for the need to ensure the safety of the cargo and their mistress, they would have joined the search. I never expected such remarkable talents to exist among you, especially Mr. Su Liang, who may genuinely cure the young lady's ailment. I extend my gratitude on behalf of the master. Your travel expenses shall be waived, and our Su family will cover the costs of reaching White Emperor City. Lin Chong approached with a beaming smile, expressing his thanks. However, in contrast to the excitement of the others, Lin Chong's smile appeared somewhat subdued, prompting Bai Jianzhan to scoff in annoyance. Ha! As if I require your meager funds. I could sell a few elixirs and buy your entire caravan. Lin Chong wore an expression of embarrassment, unsure of how to respond. Silently, he twisted a plain black ring on his finger, and a fleeting ripple of spatial energy emanated from it, vanishing in an instant. Su Liang, keenly perceptive, frowned at this. Although the ring appeared crude, it was evidently a storage ring. He had observed Lin Yanluo during his recent examination, noting the absence of such valuable items on her person. Why would a steward possess one? Moreover, from the subtle fluctuations emanating from the storage ring held by Lin Chong, Su Liang sensed a faint hint of menace. Though concealed, it stirred attention within him. Knowing you possess wealth, do refrain from flaunting it here. At that moment, Su Xilan, standing nearby, pinched by Jianjing's ear, rendering him speechless. While she cast an apologetic smile toward Lin Chong, I sincerely apologize. This fellow speaks without a filter. Please do not take offense. Lin Chong, with a sycophantic smile, relinquished his grip on the twisting ring and took a slow step back. The Liang stone and Sanyang spirit fruit are not easily found. The guards will not return until at least noon. I shall go prepare lunch, allowing everyone to embark after a hearty meal. At least until noon. Watching Lin Chong depart with the other busy guards, Su Liang squinted up at the sky, a playful smile gracing his lips. What of noon? Su Xilan released her grip on by Jianjing's ear and looked over at Su Liang. Both perplexed at it is nothing, merely a curious discovery. You shall soon find out. Although Su Xilan and Bai Jianjing were intrigued, they chose not to press further, observing Su Liang's deliberate air of mystery. As noon approached, the sun ascended, casting its scorching rays across the sky, causing the air near the ground to shimmer faintly. It is sweltering. Have those people not yet returned? If I wait any longer, I shall be baked to a crisp. Bai Jianjing sat in a cart, seeking solace from the heat, repeatedly sticking out his tongue to fan himself, wiping the sweat from his brow. Calmness breeds coolness. Would you kindly be quiet? Look at us. We are not complaining of the heat. Su Xilan remarked disdainfully, her arm draped around Su Liang's. Presently, Su Liang sat cross-legged within the cart, channeling the sword intent of Shuiji Xing and Shuang Tian Ningzhua. A gentle frost enveloped a 1-meter radius around him, providing an extraordinary chill, making Su Xilan feel as if she were embracing a block of ice, her expression one of delight. Observing Su Xilan, Bai Jianjing's face contorted with jealousy. He too wished to embrace Su Liang but was unceremoniously kicked away before he could approach. For the first time in his life, he pondered how wonderful it would be to be a girl. Just as Bai Jianjing was lost in his thoughts, Excited shouts erupted from outside. The herbs have been found. The voices faded as several guards, drenched in sweat and panting, returned, each cradling several pieces of golden red ore. One even carrying a branch adorned with 3 fist-sized, pale golden fruits that shimmered with a captivating rainbow hue under the sunlight. What? The herbs have been located. Such quantities. It seems the young lady may be saved. The remaining guards, along with Xiaotsue, rushed forward, their eyes alight with joy. With the Liang stone and Sanyang spirit fruit secured, it is now my turn to shine. Su Liang slowly opened his eyes, a smile gracing his lips as he stepped out of the cart. Addressing the guards before him, "You have all worked hard. I shall take it from here." Chapter 44. The three-legged golden crow. Thank you, esteemed alchemist. The guards placed the spiritual herbs before Su Liang, nodding vigorously, and began unloading additional herbs like the sunflower from the cart, opening boxes to reveal a plethora, sufficient for him to concoct 10 elixirs. The guards, anticipating potential failures, had prepared extra materials. It must succeed. Xiaotsue stood nearby, clasping her hands in prayer before her chest, eyes softly closed in earnest supplication. I see that the esteemed alchemist has not brought a Dan furnace. Our Lin family cart has one. Shall I fetch it for you? Lin Chong approached, his eyes glimmering as he gazed at Su Liang, a somewhat vacant smile on his face. No need. The elixirs I concoct do not require a furnace. This method ensures the most potent results. It may be hazardous ahead. Please keep your distance. Su Liang's expression was enigmatic as he waved his hand, signaling everyone to retreat. Can one truly refine elixirs without a furnace? Though the crowd complied, skepticism marred their expressions. Even Su Xilan exhibited doubt. Typically, an alchemist requires a furnace during the process, ideally utilizing earthly fire. Without it, flames produced by burning wood are also less than ideal. However, they had never heard of a method that forgoes the furnace entirely. After all, a furnace serves to enhance temperature and isolate external influences. Without it, the internal temperature may be insufficient, preventing the herbs from melting. And there exists a risk of impurities contaminating the elixir, leading to failure. While methods do exist that do not employ a furnace, they involve human fire. It is said that those of innate strength, who cultivate fire attribute skills, can communicate with the heavens and earth, generating a spark of spiritual fire within, forming a flame furnace in their palm, isolating it from air for refining, yielding results superior to earthly fire. My master could achieve such feats. While Su Liang has yet to reach innate realms, he must possess some means to accomplish this. Among the crowd, only Bai Jianjing contemplated deeply, looking at Su Liang with admiration and trust. Su Liang could effortlessly dispatch even those of innate strength. It seemed nothing was beyond his reach when it came to human fire refining. You speak rightly, Bai Jianjing. Human fire refining is indeed a viable method. Yet I shall employ an even higher technique. Su Liang smiled gently, uttering words that left Bai Jianjing wide-eyed, as if he had grasped a profound revelation. Su Liang, you cannot mean, indeed, I speak of heavenly fire refining. Nodding, Su Liang maintained a calm demeanor as he extended his hand, the Ran-Tu sword appearing in his grasp. The blade sliced upwards, creating a ring of searing flames in midair that engulfed all the elixirs before him. The form of fire, flowing blade of fire. Though this technique mimicked the fire aspect's moves, the transformation of his spiritual energy into fire attributes made it exponentially more powerful, generating temperatures of several thousand degrees, instantly melting all the herbs, including the Liang stone, into a molten, golden red orb, supported by the residual fire ring of flowing blade of fire, spinning in midair. Simultaneously, faint golden red mist ascended, echoing the sun in the sky, radiating a warm glow. These golden red luminescences represented the sun's essence accumulated within the herbs over the years, now wholly extracted by flowing blade of fire. Heavenly fire, human fire, earthly fire. These are the 3 principal refining methods in the mortal realm. Among them, earthly fire is the most commonly used. One merely needs to establish a furnace upon volcanic veins. Human fire is more complex, requiring the alchemist to possess innate strength and mastery of advanced fire skills. Heavenly fire is the rarest. It consists of yin fire and yang fire. Yin fire named Tsukuyami, derived from the moon, and yang fire named Amaterasu, drawn from the sun. Similarly, heavenly fire necessitates the cultivator to reach innate realms and communicate with the heavens to invoke it. Although Su Liang has yet to attain that level, the solar essence within the herbs before him possesses the ability to communicate with the heavens, combined with his alchemical skills, allowing him to achieve the same effect. Contemplating this, Su Liang swiftly formed peculiar hand seals while the sword energy of flowing blade of fire lingered, shaping into strange wing-like forms. Alchemical technique, third form. Heavenly fire refining, three-legged golden crow. As he performed the motion, the solar essence floating above the herbs transformed, morphing into a golden giant bird the size of a human head. Its wings, resembling gold, sparkled as it flapped, sending sparks flying, while its three sharp claws, as solid as steel, continuously trampled the elixir liquid below, purging impurities and consolidating it into a spherical mass. Caw! The moment the three-legged golden crow manifested, a soft cry resonated, causing the sunlight above to intensify, transforming into concentrated beams that surged into its body, inflating it at a visible rate into a giant bird half a meter in diameter. Faint golden flames cascaded from its form, igniting the ground it touched, generating plumes of green smoke as it turned to scorched earth. The golden crow flapped its wings, and heavenly fire engulfed the land. Witnessing this terrifying spectacle, the surrounding onlookers finally understood why Su Liang had urged them to retreat. Having already distanced themselves by 100 meters, they now retreated even further, fearful of the repercussions. Is this truly alchemy? The destructive force seems comparable to that of an innate realm expert. How astounding. No wonder he is a second-tier alchemist. This is the first time I have witnessed such a miraculous refining technique. The guards surrounding Su Liang, gazing at the soaring three-legged golden crow, gaped in awe, their eyes sparkling with wonder. How beautiful! Is this truly a method of alchemy? It seems entirely different from the techniques of other alchemists. Previously, I heard the young lady say alchemy is rather dull. Yet it appears otherwise. Xiaotsue watched the three-legged golden crow, her eyes shimmering with excitement, her fists clasped against her chest. Even she, an outsider, felt an urge to learn the art of alchemy upon witnessing such a breathtaking display. Su Liang is truly a marvel. He is capable of achieving such feats. Su Xilan turned her head away, unable to bear looking at Su Liang, fearful that her confidence might shatter under the weight of comparison. The heavenly fire refining technique is indeed worthy of Su Liang, my elder brother. Such a method of alchemy, even our master is incapable of producing. I have only ever heard of it in legends. Gazing at Su Liang, Bai Jianjin swallowed hard, his eyes ablaze with fervor. Unlike Su Xilan, he contemplated the potential of serving Su Liang diligently. If he were to earn Su Liang's favor, perhaps he could also be bestowed with the secrets of this formidable alchemical method, thereby becoming a respected alchemist himself. Upon this thought, Bai Jianjin broke into a foolish grin, drooling with anticipation. As if sensing the commotion outside, even Lin Yanluo, nestled deep within the carriage, curiously lifted a corner of the curtain to peer out. Upon witnessing Su Liang's miraculous alchemical prowess, she gasped, taking a moment before her gaze softened, and she spoke gently. Truly, Su Liang is extraordinary, capable of discerning my affliction with but a word. This is precisely why the Lin clan's caravan is positioned here, devoid of other merchants or cultivators journeying towards the Beast Mountain. Otherwise, the uproar would have been far greater. Among the crowd, only one individual remained unperturbed, Lin Chong, with a cold glimmer in his eyes. He gently caressed the storage ring in his hand, intently focused on Su Liang, lost in contemplation. Chapter 45. The enchantress Yanluo under the astonished gazes of the onlookers, Su Liang manipulated the three-legged golden crow for 10 minutes. And the elixir had begun to take shape. Beneath the talons of the golden crow, 10 pills, each the size of a longan, spun rapidly, resembling fiery orbs, each inscribed with the emblem of the golden crow, forming distinct alchemical patterns. The 10 sons of the golden crow, the elixir is nearly complete. Alas, as this is my first attempt at refining with heavenly fire, my lack of familiarity compared to earth fire has resulted in only a single alchemical pattern. Shaking his head, Su Liang waved his hand to dissipate the golden crow's manifestation, and the 10 golden red pills instantly appeared in his palm, shimmering and exuding an indescribable fragrance that warmed the bodies of those nearby, causing them to swallow instinctively. What an enticing aroma! Though I cannot ascertain the grade of these pills, their appearance surely suggests they are no less than second tier. Moreover, with an alchemical pattern engraved upon them. I yearn to taste one. Do not harbor such dreams. These pills were crafted by the esteemed alchemist for the young lady. With so many pills here, a single one would suffice for the young lady. Surely we can share the rest? A group of guards gazed at the pills in Su Liang's hand, salivating. Had their hearts not been concerned for Lin Yanluo, they might have already approached him to beg for a taste. This elixir is called the Qiyang Pill, a second-tier lower-grade concoction of my own design, highly effective for dispelling cold toxins and certain forms of beastly poison. It is meant for young lady Yanluo. Handing a Qiyang pill to Xiaotsue, Su Liang collected the remaining pills amidst the fervent gazes of those around him. Clutching the pill as if it were a priceless treasure, Xiaotsue hurriedly approached the carriage, eagerly presenting the pill within. Cough, cough. Mere moments later, a violent coughing erupted from within the carriage, accompanied by pained cries, as flames suddenly ignited around the carriage's curtains. Could it be that the elixir has failed? Young lady, are you all right? Seeing the flames, Xiaotsue grew anxious, attempting to rush into the carriage, only to be blocked by Su Liang, who darted forward. The Qiyang pill contains an abundance of solar essence, capable of replacing sunlight to evaporate the beastly poison within young lady Yanluo. This method works from the inside out, thus it will not cause her to spontaneously combust, though pain is inevitable. Furthermore, the volatile phosphorus gas emitted possesses a high propensity for ignition. It is perilous for you to enter. Upon hearing Su Liang's words and witnessing the fierce flames engulfing the carriage, Xiaotsue's eyes flickered with uncertainty, her expression increasingly worried as she prepared to disregard all caution and rush inside. Just then, a soft sound echoed, and a delicate, fair leg stepped out from the carriage, revealing Lin Yanluo. Due to the combustion, much of Lin Yanluo's garment had been charred away, revealing glimpses of her porcelain skin, free from the terrifying purple-blue markings, and her veil had been burned away, unveiling a flawless oval face, a delicate nose, and tender, pink lips. Her dark eyes sparkled with a star-like brilliance, long eyelashes fluttering gently. Exuding an ethereal grace akin to a figure stepped from a painting, captivating all who beheld her. Do not panic, Xiaotsue. I am unharmed. Her voice, as gentle as a lark's song, paired with Lin Yanluo's breathtaking beauty, overwhelmed Xiaotsue with emotion, prompting her to rush forward and embrace Lin Yanluo, weeping joyously. Young lady, this is wonderful news. Your face has truly returned, and you are no longer afraid of sunlight. The alchemist's elixir is truly miraculous. Young lady has genuinely recovered. Heaven has eyes, and I am certain that my father will be overjoyed upon hearing this. Around them, over 20 guards exchanged glances, their faces alight with joy, embracing one another with tears in their eyes. My heavens, I never imagined that Lin Yanluo's true appearance would be so enchanting. I am utterly smitten. Breathing heavily, Bai Jianjin, with a wildflower he had scavenged from somewhere, sprinted towards Lin Yanluo, taking her delicate hand in his. Fair maiden, your beauty is as captivating as this flower, drawing one into its embrace. If it would not be too much trouble, might you grant me the honor of sharing a meal together? Slap! Before Bai Jianjin could finish his sentence, Xiaotsue delivered a sharp blow, leaving him dazed. You lecher! Be gone. Just moments ago, you called our young lady a monster, and now you seek her favor. You have a long way to go before you can approach her. Hands on her hips, Xiaotsue glared at Bai Jianjin, who protested, clutching his reddened cheek, feeling wronged. Yet, recognizing his fault, he refrained from retaliating. I owe my thanks to young master Su Liang. He has restored my face, granting me a second chance at life. I, Lin Yanluo, have nothing to offer but my remaining life to serve young master Su Liang. In gratitude for such kindness, Lin Yanluo halted Xiaotsue, who was ready to unleash her ire, and directly approached Su Liang, kneeling respectfully before him with her hands placed on her abdomen. Young lady Yanluo, you overstate my efforts. I have merely lent a hand. Before Lin Yanluo could fully bow, Su Liang had already reached out to support her, smiling as he helped her rise. However, before anything else, young lady Yanluo, perhaps you should change into a proper garment. Noticing Su Liang's gaze linger on her, Lin Yanluo glanced down to see her tattered attire revealing her fair skin, causing her cheeks to flush with embarrassment as she recognized the impropriety. Thank you for your reminder, young master Su Liang. I shall return shortly. Releasing Su Liang's arm, Lin Yanluo lifted her skirt and retreated into a carriage, with Xiaotsue quickly following, clutching a change of clothing. During this time, Xiaotsue covertly assessed the budding connection between her young mistress and Su Liang. A sly smile gracing her lips. It seems that young master Su Liang and our young lady are quite well matched. Given Su Liang's remarkable abilities, if he were to marry her, it would be a tremendous stroke of fortune. Though Xiaotsue spoke softly, Su Liang's keen hearing caught her words, as did Lin Yanluo's, who cleared her throat. Xiaotsue, do not speak foolishly, hurry inside. Approximately 10 minutes later, Lin Yanluo emerged, adorned in a flowing white palace gown, 2 ribbons cascading down her back. The rosy hue on her cheeks added a touch of warmth to her ethereal beauty, rendering her even more endearing. Truly, you are the legendary fairy. Allow me to introduce myself anew. I am Bai Jianjin. The Lord of Baidi City is my uncle, and I am a second-tier lower-grade alchemist, still unmarried. Might I inquire if young Lady Yinluo, upon witnessing Lin Yinluo's beauty, Bai Jianjin's eyes transformed into heart shapes. Unable to resist rushing forward again, only to be blocked by Xiao Cui's outstretched arms, filled with fury. No. Get away. It matters not who you are. My young lady has no interest in you. Even Su Liang found himself momentarily stunned at Lin Yinluo's appearance. Indeed, her beauty was extraordinary, ranking among the finest he had encountered. Yet, in comparison to celestial beings, her allure lacked a certain ethereal quality, prompting Su Liang to quickly regain his composure. Su Liang, could it be that you too have developed feelings for young Lady Lin? After all, you have healed her affliction, and she is undoubtedly grateful. If you were to show her kindness, it would not be long before you captured her heart. Su Xilan observed his expression from the side, playfully poking his chest. Though her demeanor remained calm, a hint of jealousy tinged her voice. You jest. I harbor no such thoughts. Young Lady Yinluo and I share merely a doctor-patient relationship. For me, the path of cultivation is paramount. Romantic entanglements are but trivial matters. Su Liang shook his head, prompting Su Xilan to discreetly sigh in relief. Is that so? For reasons unknown, hearing his words brought her a subtle sense of ease. As if she did not wish to see Su Liang with another woman. Su Liang is my dear friend. Should he find companionship elsewhere, it would diminish our time together. I am merely safeguarding our friendship. Yes, that's it. Clenching her fists, Su Xilan reassured herself when suddenly, a calm laughter broke the air. Ha ha. Young Lady Yinluo's ailment has been cured. What joyous news. I shall report this to the master shortly. However, prior to that, in celebration of Miss Yinluo's recovery and in gratitude for the assistance of several alchemists, let us treat you all to a splendid feast. Lin Chong wore a somewhat awkward expression, a forced smile masking his true feelings as he waved his hand. Immediately, a few guards approached, carrying tables and chairs laden with a variety of exquisite dishes that emitted an enticing aroma. There were over 10 delectable offerings. You are far too gracious. I cannot accept such kindness. Upon seeing the spread, Bai Jianjin, whose stomach growled in protest, hastily approached the table, his polite words betrayed by the drool escaping the corner of his mouth. Having risen late that morning, he had missed breakfast and had been busy all morning, leaving his stomach in a state of emptiness. The sight of succulent chicken, duck, fish, and meat was simply irresistible. Observing Bai Jianjin's demeanor, Lin Chong felt a fleeting flicker of disdain in his eyes, yet he concealed it beneath a facade of amiable smiles. It is only fitting, he replied, all the while directing the guards to arrange the seating, ensuring that everyone took their place in an orderly fashion. Under Lin Chong's enthusiastic invitation, Su Liang took the seat of honor, with Su Xilan and Bai Jianjin seated to his left, while Lin Yinluo and the maid, Xiao Cui, occupied his right. The 5 of them formed one table, while the remaining guards were divided into 2 others. Lin Chong found himself seated at the same table as the guards, choosing to ignore the dishes before him. Instead, he raised his wine glass, wiping away a tear from the corner of his eye as he approached Su Liang with deep gratitude. Miss has finally recovered from her ailment after years of suffering, and now the master can rest easy. As her uncle, having watched her grow up, I felt utterly helpless during her illness. Thankfully, with your expertise, Master Su, you have healed her. Allow me to, on behalf of the master and the Lin family, raise a toast to you. As Lin Chong drew near, he lifted his wine glass high, and the guards behind him followed suit, raising their own glasses. Even Lin Yinluo and Xiao Cui, who typically abstained from alcohol, were swept up in the atmosphere and poured themselves a drink. Wait a moment. Just as everyone was prepared to clink their glasses, Su Liang suddenly stood up, shaking his own glass with a playful smile. This toast is intended solely for Lin Chong. Everyone else may lower their glasses. Brother Su, what do you mean by that? Bai Jianjin asked, confusion etched upon his face. Though puzzled, he complied and placed his glass down, and the others followed suit without question. Lin Chong, his hand holding the glass stiffening, struggled to maintain his smile. Master Su is jesting. I am but a mere steward. What merit do I possess to toast you alone? Is that so? A mere steward dares not toast. Yet what merit do you possess to poison the wine? Su Liang replied calmly, his words sending a ripple of shock through the room. Poison? Lin Chong has served the master for decades. He would not stoop to such treachery. The guards exchanged astonished glances, their vigilance heightened as they eyed their cups. Master Xu, while I respect you for saving the young lady, do not make baseless accusations. Lin Chong's smile froze, twisting into a grimace at this stage. What was the point in defending himself? With a swift motion, Su Liang poured the wine from his glass onto the ground. The crystalline liquid met the scorching stone floor, instantly producing a plume of greenish-white smoke that ignited into a faint flame that is yellow phosphorus poison. The wine contains the venom of the golden flame beetle. Su Xilan was the first to react, knocking over her glass and retreating rapidly. You old fool, how dare you betray us? Are you tired of living? Bai Jianjin's temper flared, and he flipped the table in rage, glaring at Lin Chong. Indeed, there is poison, damn it. Observing the characteristics of this poison, it is the same as that which afflicted the young lady. It dawned on them that the very poison that had tormented her for years was unleashed by Lin Chong, who now sought to eliminate them. His intentions were utterly reprehensible. The guards brandished their swords, angrily directing their ire toward Lin Chong. Uncle Lin, why would you do such a thing? The last to rise was Lin Yanluo, her expression one of disbelief and sorrow as she gazed at Lin Chong. So it has come to light. There is no turning back now. Faced with her accusation, Lin Chong's expression shifted from icy to twisted, culminating in a maniacal laugh as he fixed his bloodshot eyes on Lin Yanluo. Miss Yanluo, everything I have done is for you. I have known the master for 40 years, and as I watched the Lin family flourish, I remained merely a steward. I cannot accept it. The rightful heir to the family fortune should have been me. Yet that old fool chose to favor you. Fortunately, I had the foresight to acquire some golden flame beetles during my time in Nanxiang. How does it feel to endure the torment of this venom? Lin Yanluo, witnessing Lin Chong's deranged demeanor, felt not anger but a profound sadness. If you desired the inheritance, you could have simply spoken to me. I would not have contested it. You have cared for me since childhood. You are like a parent to me. Please, do not let this go any further. Return home with me and explain yourself to grandfather. He will surely forgive you. We can live as we once did, can't we? As she spoke, Lin Yanluo slowly approached Lin Chong, extending her delicate arms toward him, her face radiating warmth. Having been family for over 20 years, even in the face of his grave error, she could not bring herself to abandon him. This tenderness only twisted Lin Chong's already tormented visage, causing flickers of regret to surface as tears streamed from his bloodshot eyes. Miss, it is too late. Far too late. I have committed this atrocity, and there is no place for me in the Lin family any longer. The only path before me is one of darkness. Do not blame me, miss. After you perish, I will swiftly eliminate your grandfather as well, so that you shall not be lonely in the afterlife. His expression contorted once more. Lin Chong twisted the ornate black storage ring on his finger. With a swift motion, he unleashed a barrage of over 10 golden flame beetles, sending them hurtling in all directions, several of which were aimed directly at Lin Yanluo. Be careful. Lin Yanluo was too close to Lin Chong, and Su Liang could only shout in alarm as he enveloped her in his embrace, his arms flailing to intercept the incoming projectiles. A sharp pain shot through his arm as he looked down to find 3 beetles the size of a newborn's fist embedded in his flesh. Their black exoskeletons adorned with flowing patterns resembling flames, a long, straw-like proboscis pierced his skin, firmly attached and causing the veins near his arm to darken alarmingly, bulging grotesquely. Trouble. Young Master Xu quickly consumed the Qiyang pill. Seeing Su Liang get injured while saving her, Lin Yanluo felt a pang of both heartache and gratitude, exclaiming in alarm, "It is too late." The venom of the golden flame beetle acts swiftly. Within 3 seconds, it will spread throughout your body, and no remedy will suffice. What a pity for a talent like you, such a gifted alchemist. I believed you to be as inept as those previous quacks. Yet you discerned the ailment's source in an instant. Your method of refining pills with heavenly fire is truly impressive. Alas, if only you had not uncovered my scheme, I would have let you live. Lin Chong's face twisted with malice as he cackled at Su Liang. He had intended to seize this opportunity to eliminate Lin Yanluo and her escort, but his plans had been thwarted by Su Liang's keen insight. Regret washed over him. If only he had declined to travel with Bai Jianjin, but alas, there are no potions for regret in this world. As Lin Chong spoke, several of the golden flame beetles he had released landed on the guards. Young Master Xu, please, we need the Qiyang pill. I do not wish to die. Panic erupted among the guards as 8 of them, tears streaming down their faces, desperately attempted to remove the golden flame beetles from their bodies. Yet, before they could take more than a few steps, they ignited in flames, consumed within seconds and reduced to ashes. The remaining guards, witnessing this horrifying sight, screamed in terror and retreated, their eyes wide with fear. None daring to advance. I warned you. The venom of the golden flame beetle is exceedingly potent. It is considered a taboo in the regions of Nanxiang where such creatures thrive. Only the elders of Nanxiang possess the antidote. And even that merely temporarily suppresses the venom. Only those who have attained innate mastery can expel it through internal and external resonance with their spiritual energy. Those of the acquired realm stand no chance. Lin Chong spoke with a sense of triumph, but as he turned to face Su Liang, the anticipated scene of flames did not materialize, leaving him in shock. No, this cannot be. You were the first to be struck? How could you be unharmed? Are you surprised? Since you have spent time in Nanxiang, you should recognize the technique I have employed, Su Liang said with a slight smile, biting his left thumb and inscribing several blood-red runes near the wound on his right hand. The runes spontaneously coursed through his body, densely filling the wounds like a network along his veins, transforming his skin and flesh into a stone-like gray. Upon his right arm hung 3 golden flame beetles, which, having drained his blood, began to petrify from their mandibles, their entire bodies turning to stone before crashing to the ground, shattering into fragments. Could this be the legendary blood-draining technique of the Southern Chong? Observing the patterns on Su Liang's arm and the debris on the ground, Lin Chong recalled a certain legend, his eyes widening in horror. In the mortal realm, the land where people dwelled was known as the Peiyuan continent. Divided into 4 regions based on geography and the races inhabiting them, Zhongzhou, Dongyi, Shima, and Nansong. Zhongzhou, the largest area, occupied nearly half of the continent's territory, with the Snow Country being one of its northernmost nations. The people of Zhongzhou considered themselves the rightful human race, referring to the inhabitants of the other 3 regions as minorities: the barbarous Dongyi, the shamanistic Southern Chong, and the desert-dwelling Shima. Among these tribes, the Southern Chong shamans were the most enigmatic, renowned for their mastery of poisons and insects, practicing witchcraft distinct from orthodox martial arts, capable of controlling animals, even the dead and spirits. The Southern Chong blood-draining technique was a legendary maneuver that utilized special runes to seal one's own blood, inducing petrification, serving both as a means of sealing and healing. Some prominent shamans of the Southern Chong resorted to this technique in their waning days, turning their bodies to stone and sending their descendants to seek life-extending elixirs, only to later lift the seal, allowing them to live as long as the elixirs sufficed, akin to an elixir of immortality. Thus, the Southern Chong blood-draining technique remained a forbidden art among the shamans, only accessible to the Holy Clan, said to flow with the blood of the ancestral shaman. Lin Chong had a friend from the Southern Chong who belonged to this Holy Clan, having had the fortune to visit their village, thus possessing some understanding of these matters. Therefore, upon witnessing Su Liang employing the Southern Chong blood-draining technique, he was even more astonished. Could it be that you are of the Southern Chong Holy Clan? Impossible. Members of the Southern Chong Holy Clan typically possess golden hair and azure eyes, with high cheekbones, and as followers of the 12 ancestors, they bear mysterious totem tattoos on their faces and bodies. Yet, you bear none of these marks, nor do you resemble them. Who are you truly? Gazing at Su Liang, Lin Chong felt a chill surge from his heart to the crown of his head. I am Su Liang, an ordinary alchemist preparing to participate in the Great Pill competition. Surely, you are aware of this? With a sly smile, Su Liang slowly approached him. Su Liang, brother, give it your all and defeat this treacherous old wretch. Behind him, Bai Jianzheng, fearful of the golden flame beetles, had retreated 100 meters, hiding behind a tree to cheer Su Liang on. T.S. As a man, you lack any backbone. Not far from him, Su Xilan wielded a 3-foot-long autumn water sword, slicing through several stray golden flame beetles, which fell to the ground and ignited into flames, casting a disdainful glance at him. Hee, I care not who you are. Even if you wield the Southern Chong blood-draining technique, what of it? I have plenty more golden flame beetles within my storage ring. If your sole recourse is the Southern Chong blood-draining technique, then your ultimate fate shall be nothing more than to turn to stone. Awaiting slaughter, Lin Chong's eyes glowed crimson as he fixed his gaze on Su Liang, letting out a cold laugh. With a flick of his wrist, a swarm of golden flame beetles appeared, cascading towards Su Liang. Numbering at least 100, his cultivation was not high, merely at the 5th stage of postnatal awakening, and he was no match for Su Liang in direct confrontation. However, with the aid of these poisonous insects, he held absolute confidence in slaying Su Liang. Su Liang, watch out! Witnessing this scene, Lin Yanluo, who was closest, attempted to rush forward to protect Su Liang, only to be restrained by the tearful Xiao Cui beside her. Don T. Miss, if you charge in now, it would only be a death sentence. Behind Lin Chong, those guards who had retreated far away displayed expressions of sympathy, turning their heads away, unable to bear the sight. TSK, you truly have nurtured quite a number of golden flame beetles. Despite being from Zhengzhou, a region with an entirely different environment, it's quite impressive. If I were to rely solely on the Southern Chong blood-draining technique, I would indeed perish here today. Alas, I possess far more abilities than you might imagine. Su Liang allowed the golden flame beetles to descend upon him, activating the devouring power of the swallowing heaven demon cauldron within his dantian. The originally venomous yellow phosphorus toxin, upon passing through his dantian, transformed into pure energy, nourishing his flesh in the ancient times. The swallowing heaven technique consumed all, rendering it incapable of harm, as long as the energy contained did not exceed Su Liang's physical limits. No poison in this world could harm him. Along with the golden flame beetles on his body, he visibly shrank at a rapid pace, their wings spreading in a crescent shape, attempting to take flight. But it was as though they were glued to Su Liang's form, gradually disintegrating into dust. Why are you unaffected by the toxins of the golden flame beetles? What manner of monster are you? The poison of the golden flame beetles is not so easily dispelled. I refuse to believe you are unscathed. Witnessing such a scene, Lin Chong felt his heart quiver in terror, retreating incessantly, yet gritting his teeth. He released all remaining 200 golden flame beetles from his storage ring, swiftly alternating his hand gestures and uttering obscure incantations, commanding them to attack Su Liang. So, you truly have learned a great deal. Employing the Southern Chong's insect controlling technique. Unfortunately, it is not utilized in the right manner. Su Liang regarded the swarm of over 200 golden flame beetles soaring toward him with an unruffled demeanor. Softly uttering a single word, "Roll." The sound was not loud, yet it resonated like thunder on a clear day. Upon hearing his command, the golden flame beetles abruptly halted midair, fluttering their wings a few times before turning around. Flying towards Lin Chong instead. No, don't come over here. Your enemy is over there. With his eyes wide open, despair was etched across Lin Chong's face as he hastily emitted a string of obscure syllables at an accelerated pace. But to no avail. Soon, the golden flame beetles made contact with his body, igniting violently. Flames soared several meters high, visible from afar, yet the blaze lasted only a fleeting few seconds. Lin Chong and the golden flame beetles vanished entirely, leaving behind only an ancient-looking ring that quietly fell to the ground. Evil deeds bring about self-destruction. After taking a few steps, Su Liang picked up the ring and examined its contents. Chapter 48, The Bone of Gluttony and the Map. The ring contained little. Aside from some silver coins and medicinal herbs, there was only a book titled The Breeding Method of Golden Flame Beetles, a blood-red bone the length of an arm, and a piece of yellowed cowhide paper. First, Su Liang took out the red bone, scrutinizing it before him. The bone was slightly thick at one end and tapered at the other, divided into two segments. Seemingly transparent like crystal, emanating an indescribable aura of blood, instilling a sense of unease just by gazing at it. Even in the sweltering summer, it felt chilling to the touch. If my intuition serves me well, this should be a fragment of the finger bone of the fearsome beast, Gluttony. Su Liang recalled memories from his past life. The beast Gluttony was a colossal monster resembling a wild boar, with 6 green eyes, known to roam the southern Chong region. Its ferocity earned it the title of a fearsome beast, possessing a body length of 10 meters at birth, with a strength equivalent to a third-level demon beast. An adult Gluttony could reach heights of 100 meters, boasting powers of the 7th level or even higher. The bone in Su Liang's hand exuded a weak aura, only at the 3rd level. And due to the passage of time, its energy had diminished, reducing its quality to that of a superior 2nd-level item. The bone of Gluttony was excellent material for refining weapons, not only being exceptionally hard but also imbuing any weapon forged from it with an innate killing intent, capable of instilling fear in the hearts of others. Once he arrived at Baidi City, he could melt it down into the human slayer's sword. With this determination, Su Liang stored the bone of Gluttony away, then glanced at the tattered cowhide paper. It was covered with densely drawn black mountains and red lines, inscribed with the words Path of the Ancestors, yet regrettably, only a quarter remained. The 12 ancestral shamans revered by the Southern Chong shamans were not some mysterious beings, but rather 12 exceptionally powerful demon beasts, hidden within a special small world known as the ancestral space, which contained their treasures. In my previous life, I ascended too swiftly. Although I traveled through the Southern Chong, I never entered the ancestral space. Since I have fortuitously acquired the map in this life, perhaps I might explore it. Su Liang placed the quarter-sized map into his storage ring, feeling a sense of fulfillment in his past life. He had journeyed through the Southern Chong and had interactions with members of the Southern Chong Holy Clan, which explained his ability to employ the Southern Chong blood-draining technique, something Lin Chong would never comprehend until his last breath. Though Lin Chong's strength was lacking, he possessed quite a few valuable items. Thus, my efforts in defeating him were not in vain. With a sigh, Su Liang gripped the black storage ring and surveyed his surroundings. Anyone who met his gaze trembled simultaneously. Lin Chong's manipulation of the golden flame beetles was already quite peculiar, yet Su Liang's ability to devour them with his own body was evidently even more bizarre. Akin to that of a monster. Only Lin Yinluo displayed no change in expression, breaking free from Xiao Chui's grasp and stepping before Su Liang, her face a mixture of sorrow and gratitude. Thank you, young master Su Liang, for your saving grace. I deeply apologize for the injuries you have sustained. As she spoke, Lin Yinluo's gaze fell upon the gray, petrified portion of Su Liang's right arm. It is of no consequence. With a wave of his hand, Su Liang expelled blood-red runes from his arm, instantly lifting the petrification, revealing not a single wound. It is a pity about Uncle Lin Chong. In his final moments, he chose not to turn back. Alas, though Uncle Lin Chong committed numerous heinous acts during his lifetime, I fervently hope that his soul in death may find the same liberation as that of the other guards. With a heavy sigh, Lin Yinluo gazed upon the spot where Lin Chong had turned to ashes, silently kneeling and closing her eyes in prayer. As for Su Liang, he merely cast a glance at Lin Yinluo's actions before turning his head away. Unimpressed, he could see that Lin Yinluo possessed a genuine kindness. Regardless of how others treated her, she could repay malice with virtue. This rare tenderness is a scarce emotion in the world, yet it is a lamentable truth that those who are overly gentle are destined to be hurt by others. Phew! When Lin Chong unleashed so many golden flame beetles, it nearly terrified me to death. Thankfully, you, brother Su Liang, are immensely powerful. By the way, how did you manage that just now? Observing that the trouble had been resolved, Bai Jianjing hurried back, wearing a fawning expression as he looked at Su Liang. You wish to learn? Excellent. I can teach you. First, let us find a golden flame beetle for you to experiment with. Su Liang shot a chilling glance at Bai Jianjing, causing him to shiver. Just the thought of being bitten by a golden flame beetle and turning into flames made Bai Jianjing's face turn pale as he frantically waved his hands. No, I think I'll pass on that. Phew. Su Liang, in the future, please give a heads up before undertaking such perilous endeavors. You nearly gave me a heart attack, but speaking of which, how did you detect the poison Lin Chong put in? I recall that white phosphorus toxin is supposed to be colorless and odorless. Isn't it? With the Qiushui sword in hand, Su Xilan approached, her curiosity evident in her inquiry. The steward of a minor family, adorned with a valuable storage ring, possessed an intimate knowledge of the distribution and harvesting times of fire attribute medicinal materials within the Monster Beast mountain range, clearly indicating that he frequented this area. Su Liang smiled faintly and fabricated a response. Although he harbored suspicions about Lin Chong, he lacked concrete evidence. What truly aided him in revealing the poison in the wine was his formidable celestial soul, which effortlessly analyzed the components of the liquid so that's how it is. You are indeed clever. Su Xilan nodded in agreement, her praise sincere. By the way, here is something for you. I remember you don't have a storage ring, and this one has a space of 10 square meters, so feel free to use it. Seemingly struck by a thought, Su Liang handed the black ring in his hand to Su Xilan. Both he and Bai Jianjing possessed storage rings, while Su Xilan did not. Throughout their journey, she had been burdened with the Qiushui sword and a pile of clothes, which must have been quite exhausting. Refusing to accept it, Su Xilan shuddered, a look of disgust crossing her face. This storage ring belonged to Lin Chong, and it is filled with all manner of disgusting insects. If I were to place clothes or similar items inside, what if they came into contact with the remnants left by the golden flame beetles? The mere thought of retrieving clothing from the storage ring filled Su Xilan with both revulsion and trepidation. Fear not, for the environment within the storage ring is indeed a vacuum. Theoretically, there should be no residual matter. Of course, if you remain unconvinced, you can fill the ring with water and give it a thorough cleansing. Upon hearing Su Liang's explanation, Su Xilan hesitated for a moment, but ultimately succumbed to the enticing convenience of the storage ring. She took it and hurried to the nearest stream, filling it with water repeatedly, cleansing it over 10 times, and scrubbing its surface until it gleamed with a radiant luster. Only then did she don it, collecting her bundle and Qiushui sword, returning with satisfaction. During this time, Lin Yanluo had directed the guards to procure some wild game. Preparing a fresh meal, due to the horrifying spectacle of Lin Chong's spontaneous combustion still lingering in their minds, none had much appetite, and the atmosphere during the meal was rather oppressive. After a few bites, the guards commandeered the horse-drawn carriage, setting off towards Baidi City. Although Lin Yanluo's illness had been cured, there remained many medicinal materials and monster cores to be sold in the city. The Lin family's destination remained unchanged, allowing Su Liang and his companions to hitch a ride. After nearly 2 hours of travel, Baidi City came into view. Chapter 49, Dragon Garden. Baidi City, with its grandiose design, boasted walls towering several tens of meters high, bearing the scars of time. The entire city was arranged in a trapezoidal formation, with buildings growing progressively taller and more tower-like as one ventured inward. Before the towering gates stood soldiers clad in silver-white steel armor, brandishing long spears. Each soldier's helmet sported a plume of white feathers, exuding an imposing aura akin to that of a person at the 5th rank of strength. Before the gates, 2 long lines formed, consisting of merchant caravans numbering in the hundreds, along with bloodied adventurers, and some who were clearly alchemists. Due to the upcoming national alchemy competition, Baidi City was teeming with visitors. Rendering the Lin family's caravan rather inconspicuous within the throng, it was time to part ways here. After paying an entry fee of 10 taels of silver per person, Lin Yanluo turned to Su Liang and his companions with a gentle smile. Bidding farewell, having endured 2 hours of silence, she had emerged from the sorrow of Lin Chong's death, at least managing not to display her grief on her face any longer. Miss Yanluo, you shine like the stars in the sky. If you were to leave, my world would surely dim. Please do not abandon me. Bai Jianjing approached, tears glistening in his eyes, his expression one of longing. Before he could reach for Lin Yanluo's arm, he was met with a sharp slap from Xiao Chui. Smack, you scoundrel. I have warned you countless times not to come near my lady. Ouch, can't you be gentler? Bai Jianjing rubbed his stinging cheek. Looking utterly aggrieved, join me for the alchemy competition in Baidi City. After a moment of contemplation, Su Liang stepped forward, extending an invitation to Lin Yanluo. With some time still before the competition, he could provide special training to Lin Yanluo. While he could not guarantee a significant improvement, surpassing someone as inept as Bai Jianjing was certainly within reach, thereby enhancing the overall strength of Baidi City's alchemists and increasing their chances in the competition. Since it is young Master Su Liang's request, I shall certainly comply. With a gentle toss of her hair, Lin Yanluo readily agreed, her smile brighter than before, leaving Bai Jianjing utterly mesmerized. Instinctively, he reached out to Lin Yanluo, only to be firmly restrained by Xiao Chui. Stop right there. You let your... Ouch, ouch, ouch. I haven't even settled the score for that slap yet. You little girl, I've tolerated you for long enough. Do you really think I want to retaliate? Come on, then. If you're not going to fight back, you're not a man. Bai Jianjing and Xiao Chui glared at each other, engaging in a scuffle that sent them rolling on the ground, raising a cloud of dust and attracting the curious stares of passers-by, who regarded them as if they were mad and swiftly moved aside. Enough, Xiao Chui. Cease this foolishness and come back with me to tidy things up. Stopping the still wrestling Xiao Chui, Lin Yanluo turned her gaze to Su Liang. Young Master Su Liang, I will return to arrange matters with my subordinates and will find you shortly. We are to go to the Alchemist Association in Baidi City for the assessment. You can find me there later. Su Liang smiled faintly, and Lin Yanluo nodded, leading the dirt-covered Xiao Chui and the guards driving the carriage into the depths of Baidi City. Before departing, Xiao Chui shot Bai Jianjing a fierce glare and huffed, clearly expressing her disdain. Humph, my lady has given orders. I shall let you off for today. How could I, the illustrious Bai Jianjing of Baidi City, be bullied by a mere little girl? This is utterly disgraceful. Dusting himself off, Bai Jianjing stood up with a disgruntled expression, pouting. Is that so? To my eyes, you two seem quite well matched. Su Xilan interjected with a teasing smile. Please refrain from making such comments. How could a girl from the countryside possibly be worthy of my esteemed status? Like a cat whose tail had been stepped on, Bai Jianjing immediately exploded in indignation. Enough squabbling. Let us locate the Alchemist Association first. Bai Jianjing, you are more familiar with this place. Lead the way. Su Liang interrupted their bickering, signaling for Bai Jianjing to take the lead. Rest assured, brother Su Liang, I will handle it. With hands clasped behind his back, Bai Jianjing donned an air of arrogance, striding confidently in the direction opposite to where Lin Yanluo and the others had departed. Upon returning to Baidi City, Bai Jianjing seemed to have arrived home, his debauched nature re-emerging in an instant. The Alchemist Association of Baidi City was located in the city center, a vast structure resembling a cauldron. Occupying hundreds of square meters and standing 4 stories high, a massive sign hung outside, emblazoned with the words Alchemist Association. The comings and goings were predominantly individuals clad in white robes, each adorned with a dark blue cauldron emblem upon their chests. As they approached, the streets grew busier, lined with shops selling medicinal herbs, weaponry, and various wares, alongside stalls offering delectable snacks, their vendors' cries ringing out incessantly. Truly, this is a grand city under the snow country. It feels at least 10 times more bustling than Wudong Town. Xu Xilan exclaimed, her expression one of wide-eyed wonder as she surveyed her surroundings. Su Liang, however, merely glanced around without much interest, his focus primarily on the Alchemist Association. Having witnessed far grander sights in his past life, he remained unfazed. Is that not by Jianjing, the esteemed young master? I heard you've been retreating to the countryside for some leisure. It's surprising to see you back so soon. Has your time away not been so pleasant? Just as they were observing the Alchemist Association, a voice, neither distinctly masculine nor feminine, rang out, laced with a hint of mockery. Su Liang turned his head and noticed the speaker, who had long, flowing hair, elongated eyes, and delicate brows. Despite possessing a robust physique akin to that of a man, his face was refined, resembling that of a woman. He wore the distinctive white robe of the Alchemist Association. Adorned with an embroidered alchemical furnace. 2 individuals trailed behind him. To the left stood a man with thick brows and large eyes, his mouth naturally curved upwards. His Alchemist Association robe was open, revealing his muscular build, and he bore a massive stone pillar over a meter in diameter, exuding an aura of formidable strength. To the right was a petite girl, her realm indiscernible, with short, fine hair, cat-like cheeks and pupils, also clad in an Alchemist Association robe that appeared somewhat ill-fitting, causing her hands to be concealed within the sleeves, constantly flailing, which made her exceedingly adorable. Long Yuan, you detestable scoundrel, upon seeing the refined man before him. Bai Jianjin's expression contorted in disgust, akin to having swallowed a fly. Bai Jianjin, your rudeness remains as it ever was. This is hardly the demeanor one ought to exhibit when greeting a friend. But alas, I am magnanimous, so I shall pardon you. I see you have brought 2 companions. Could they be your participants for the alchemical competition in Baidi City? If so, I must apologize, for the 10 candidates have already been determined, and they are the 2 behind me, Suma and Xiao Qiao. Am I right? Long Yuan remarked with a feigned astonishment, glancing at Su Liang and Xu Xilan, with the corners of his mouth lifting. It is indeed an honor to participate in this grand competition. I am positively invigorated. Suma, shouldering the stone pillar, blinked his large eyes, thumping his chest and speaking to himself. Such a pathetic provocation. Utterly tedious. In stark contrast to Suma, the girl named Xiao Qiao simply turned her face away, showing no regard for Long Yuan. Witnessing this, a hint of embarrassment flickered across Long Yuan's face, which quickly dissipated. As it stands, these 2 are both second-tier low-grade alchemists. I have already reported to the esteemed president, who is quite pleased. Therefore, Bai Jianjin, if you comprehend the situation, I suggest you swiftly escort these 2 evidently rustic bumpkins away. Flipping his hair with pride, Long Yuan strode into the Alchemist Association with his companions, not sparing a backward glance. How infuriating! From the moment he entered the Alchemist Association, Long Yuan has been obstructing me at every turn, always seeking to outpace me. Once again, he has preemptively snatched 2 second-tier alchemists right from under my nose. It is utterly intolerable. I yearn to deliver a solid punch to that woman-like face of his. Bai Jianjin glared at Long Yuan's retreating figure, his anger causing veins to bulge on his forehead as he clenched his fists furiously. Who dares call me a bumpkin? I will have this loathsome fellow's head. Even Xu Xilan, for the first time, aligned with Bai Jianjin, furiously brandishing her Qiushui sword at Long Yuan's back. All right, we are no longer children, so let us abandon this childishness. With one hand on each, Su Liang effortlessly lifted the 2 by their collars, ushering them into the Alchemist Association. The interior of the Alchemist Association appeared even more expansive than it did from the outside. The first floor featured a spacious hall, with neatly laid tiles covering the ground, and a circular reception desk at the center, behind which sat a young lady dressed in the association's attire, ready to assist. A corridor behind the desk led to the second floor, flanked by individual rooms designated for testing, from which faint aromas wafted. Occasionally, sounds of triumph or disappointment echoed from within. Those who succeeded emerged with pride, while those who failed left dejected, and if any damage occurred to the alchemical furnaces during the assessments, they would be liable for compensation. The trio Su Liang had previously encountered, Long Yuan and his companions, were gathered around the reception desk, engaged in conversation with the young lady. Having set by Jianjin and Su Xilan down, Su Liang drew closer and overheard their dialogue. This lovely young lady, rest assured, I have just provided you with the final candidates for Baidi City's participation in this grand competition. As approved by the esteemed president, however, Long Yuan, the final list of competitors cannot be established until 3 days before the national competition. That is the rule. Therefore, tomorrow marks the final deadline. The reception lady gazed at Long Yuan. Her expression troubled. By Jianjin, having overheard this exchange, stormed up to Long Yuan, slamming his hand down on the reception desk with a resounding thud. How dare you, Long Yuan? There remains a day until the deadline, and you audaciously attempt to finalize the list on your own. What gives you the right? The individuals eligible for the alchemical competition are certainly those I have brought. Your participants stand no chance. Oh, you have not left yet? By Jianjin, allow me to point out that being an alchemist is a rather costly pursuit. Just look at the pitiful appearances of the two you brought along. They hardly seem to possess the potential to become alchemists. I advise you to concede before you humiliate yourself. Long Yuan covered his mouth with his right hand, laughing derisively, which only intensified by Jianjin's fury. Observing the commotion, other alchemists in the vicinity turned to watch, recognizing the two as the most formidable members of the Alchemist Association. Whispers circulated, noting the deep-seated animosity between them, with each encounter inevitably resulting in conflict. Yet, to be candid, Long Yuan's companions did indeed appear to be more formidable. It seemed by Jianjin was destined for defeat this time. The murmurs surrounding him grated on by Jianjin's ears, causing his eyes to widen in rage as he seized Long Yuan's collar. The individuals I brought possess substantial strength. How could they possibly lose to you, a mere scoundrel, if that is the case? Let us adhere to the traditions of the Alchemist Association and engage in a duel. The victor's participants shall be deemed eligible for the competition. Perhaps it is best to refrain from such a notion. Competing against your group would be a complete waste of time. Wouldn't you agree, Suma and Xiao Qiao? Raising an eyebrow, Long Yuan appeared unfazed by Jianjin's challenge, turning to his companions. A guaranteed victory is hardly exhilarating. Suma readily agreed, while Xiao Qiao merely shook her head, expressing her desire to return home quickly. You see, thus, if you are wise. Long Yuan turned to Jianjin, ready to deliver further mockery, but was abruptly interrupted. You are Long Yuan? Correct? While I regret to inform you, we have another companion wishing to participate in this alchemical competition. So could you kindly take your two useless subordinates and vacate this place? Su Liang wore an amiable smile. His tone gentle, yet his words were decidedly impolite. Hiss! The room fell silent at Su Liang's words. Onlookers regarded Su Liang as though he were a fool. Long Yuan, as a key figure in the Alchemist Association of Baidi City, had a stable position, with only he and Bai Jianjin remaining constant through the years, yet Su Liang audaciously suggested he withdraw from the competition. An utterly ludicrous proposition, and how laughable. It seems Bai Jianjin lacks discernment, bringing along such unworthy companions. Who do you think you are to speak to me in this manner? I dare say you are not even a registered alchemist. Straightening his robe, Long Yuan cast a disdainful glance at Su Liang. A registered alchemist is one who has passed the Alchemist Association's examinations, categorized by their scores into various tiers. Those who have never participated in such assessments, merely self-proclaimed alchemists from smaller locales, are typically disregarded, which is precisely why Su Xilan aspired to attain the rank of second-tier alchemist. Not only Long Yuan, but Suma and Xiao Qiao also regarded Su Liang with growing hostility. Indeed, we have come to participate in the assessments. However, traditional evaluations are overly cumbersome. Instead, how about this? Let us compete against each other. You are second-tier low-grade alchemists, correct? If I win, I shall be deemed a second-tier low-grade alchemist. Simple enough, no? Or do the esteemed second-tier low-grade alchemists, who feign disdain, actually lack the courage to face me? Su Liang's smile broadened, inciting a seething rage in Long Yuan, who nodded in agreement. Very well, let us compete. Should you lose, I demand you leave this place forever. Conversely, if you win, I shall allow you to participate in this grand competition. You seem to have misunderstood something. Slightly tilting his head, Su Liang looked at Long Yuan with mild surprise. I distinctly stated you, meaning I wish to challenge all three of you simultaneously. As long as the combined value of the elixirs you produce surpasses mine, you win. If it falls short, you lose. Such rules are only fair. Boy, are you insulting us? 3 veins bulged on Long Yuan's forehead as he glared at Su Liang. His skin twitching, he had encountered many challengers as the leader of the Baidi City Alchemist Association, Yet this was the first time he met someone as brazen as Su Liang, who seemed to regard him with utter contempt. A 3-against-1 duel? How exhilarating! Suma thumped his chest, his eyes wide with excitement, while even the perpetually bored Xiao Qiao raised her head, her delicate brows lifting. Though it is a base provocation, it is somewhat intriguing. Hey, Su Liang, is this for real? You can't possibly be serious about taking on 3 opponents at once. Su Xilan looked at Su Liang with concern. While she was aware of his remarkable alchemical skills, he was still facing 3 second-tier low-grade alchemists. Where did his confidence stem from? Not only she but also the crowd around them gasped in disbelief. He dared to challenge 3 alchemists, including Long Yuan. Surely, he was a fool. Excessive confidence teeters on arrogance. It appears this individual has yet to grasp his own limitations. Amidst the crowd, only Bai Jianjun displayed unwavering determination, gazing intently at Long Yuan. I firmly believe that Brother Su Liang will emerge victorious. You may choose the time and place, Brother Su Liang. I never imagined that Bai Jianjun would become someone else's subordinate. It seems that this Su Liang indeed possesses genuine talent. However, to surpass all 3 of us simultaneously is impossible. Since you are so eager for death, I shall oblige you. Let the contest commence right here and now. Chapter 51. President Gu Yun. A grave situation has arisen. Bai Jianjun's underlings are challenging Long Yuan, and they intend to confront 3 individuals at once. What? This is incredibly sensational. We must hurry to witness it. The news of the competition between Su Liang and the trio of Long Yuan spread like wildfire through the onlookers, igniting excitement throughout the Alchemist Association. Even before the contest commenced, the 3rd alchemy room, designated as the venue, was surrounded by an eager throng. Within a 100-meter radius of the alchemy chamber stood 4 identical purple cauldrons, positioned at 4 corners, with Su Liang occupying one, facing Long Yuan and his companions, a nonchalant smile gracing his face. To confirm, the rules of this contest stipulate that we will compare the total value of the elixirs produced by both sides, without restrictions on the types or time required. Correct. Standing at the central cauldron, Long Yuan cast a cold smile towards Su Liang. Indeed, please exert yourselves to concoct your most formidable elixirs. If possible, I would appreciate it if you could expedite the process. As my time is quite precious, foolish braggart, you can only afford to be so arrogant at this moment. Soon, I shall have you weeping. Just as Long Yuan prepared to commence alchemy, he was abruptly interrupted by a commotion from outside. The president has arrived. A voice rang out, prompting everyone to step back and clear a path. With a series of crisp footsteps, an elderly man clad in a dark green long robe, draped over his ceremonial garb, entered. His long white eyebrows arched elegantly, and his tousled white hair fell across his forehead. With hands resting on his waist, he stood tall and straight, exuding an aura of formidable presence akin to that of a towering bamboo. Greetings, President Gu Yun. All alchemists present bowed in deference to the elder, and even Su Xilan, who stood among the crowd, was compelled to bend at Bai Jianjun's insistence. Even within the 3rd alchemy room, where Long Yuan and his companions were poised to compete against Su Liang, they too knelt in reverence, leaving Su Liang the sole figure standing calmly in place, unperturbed. Gu Yun, the president of the Alchemist Association in Baidi City, a 3rd-tier low-grade alchemist and a formidable innate 5th-layer expert, was recognized as the highest authority in Baidi City, second only to the city lord. His esteemed status naturally commanded admiration and respect from all. During the bowing, Long Yuan caught a glimpse of Su Liang's unmoving figure and gasped in disbelief. Damn it, you fool. How dare you remain standing before the president? Do you not realize the gravity of your transgression? Not only Long Yuan, but others too regarded Su Liang with astonished expressions, as President Gu Yun was known for his notoriously bad temper. Su Liang's blatant disrespect could very well invite severe repercussions. To everyone's astonishment, however, Gu Yun did not display anger. Instead, he regarded Su Liang with keen interest. I heard that someone intends to challenge 3 of our alchemists simultaneously. Out of curiosity, I came to see. And to my surprise, the challenger is a mere child like you. How intriguing. It has been a long time since our Alchemist Association in Baidi City has seen such excitement. As he spoke, a grin spread across Gu Yun's face, revealing his white teeth, his smile reminiscent of a ferocious beast, sending shivers through the crowd. Our Alchemist Association in Baidi City has always welcomed geniuses. Allow me to see if you possess the requisite worth. Should you manage to defeat all 3 of Long Yuan's companions, I shall recognize you as having passed the assessment, granting you certification as a 2nd-tier low-grade alchemist and eligibility to participate in the Grand Alchemist competition. Conversely, should you fail, you may find it difficult to leave here on your own 2 feet. To provoke the Alchemist Association without the strength to back it up will surely result in dire consequences. Would it not? That is only natural. In the face of Gu Yun's ominous warning, Xu Liang smiled nonchalantly, turning his gaze toward Long Yuan and his companions. By the way, how long do you intend to remain kneeling? I believe I mentioned that my time is quite precious. Upon hearing his words, Long Yuan and his companions gritted their teeth, swaying in indignation, yet no one dared to move. There is no need to waste time. Rise. Xu Liang continued, I understand that you wish to compare the total value of the final elixirs produced. Therefore, I shall act as the impartial witness. I trust no one in the Alchemist Association holds greater authority than I in this matter. There are no restrictions on the types of elixirs or the time required. All necessary materials will be provided by the Alchemist Association, and the contest will conclude only when both parties call for a halt. If you comprehend this, we may commence the competition at once. With Gu Yun's voice echoing, Long Yuan and his companions finally stood, casting furious glances at Xu Liang. Particularly Long Yuan, his narrow eyes ablaze with fury, appeared ready to devour Xu Liang whole. You audacious child, how dare you humiliate us before the president? I had intended to show you some leniency, but since you have chosen this path, do not blame us for being merciless. Suemo, Xiao Xiao, unleash your utmost power. I wish to savor the expression of despair on this brat's face once he is defeated. With a thunderous roar, Long Yuan glanced at Gu Yun, hastily listing the materials he required for his elixirs. President Gu Yun, I need flameheart grass, sky blue vine, earth core fruit. Upon hearing the names of the numerous spiritual herbs Long Yuan requested, gasps of astonishment filled the crowd. Is that the lava spirit elixir? Lava spirit elixir? What is that? Xu Xilan inquired, her face etched with confusion. It is a second-tier middle-grade elixir, possessing both fire and earth attributes, capable of elevating innate realm experts who train in these two elemental techniques by a small level. Its grade surpasses that of ordinary second-tier middle-grade elixirs by a significant margin. Long Yuan has devoted years to researching the method of concocting this elixir and has achieved some success. I never anticipated he would come out swinging with all his might. Bai Jianjun glowered in frustration, casting a worried glance at Xu Liang. If Long Yuan and his companions were capable of refining such challenging elixirs, then for Xu Liang to secure victory, he would need to concoct a third-tier elixir. As second-tier high-grade elixirs would not suffice. During this time of collective astonishment, Suemo and Xiao Qiao also specified the elixirs they intended to produce, the second-tier middle-grade Mountain Emperor elixir and the second-tier low-grade Swift Travel elixir. Respectively, 0.2 second-tier middle-grade elixirs, plus 1 second-tier low-grade elixir. If they succeed, their combined value could reach 50 taels of gold. This young challenger they brought along is quite capable, Gu Yun murmured, nodding in satisfaction as he turned his attention to Xu Liang. And you, young man, what elixir do you plan to refine? Quite simply, President Gu Yun, just prepare the same materials as those three. I intend to produce the same elixirs as they do, so that the results may be fairly compared. Xu Liang replied with an unruffled smile. Gu Yun nodded in agreement. Indeed, that is a commendable approach. The others, however, were not as composed as Gu Yun. They regarded Xu Liang with incredulity. Tio challenged 3 opponents while intending to use the same elixirs to defeat Long Yuan and his companions. Was this confidence or arrogance? You may flaunt your bravado now, but soon enough, you will find yourself weeping, Long Yuan sneered darkly. Each alchemist specializes in different elixirs. For instance, the lava spirit elixir was the result of Long Yuan's over 3 years of dedicated research. And the other 2 had similarly invested considerable time into their chosen elixirs. The combined research time of the 3 individuals would not be less than a decade, whereas Xu Liang appeared to be merely 16 or 17 years old. Even if he had heard of the methods for concocting the lava spirit elixir and others, it was impossible for him to surpass those who had labored so diligently. This was a confrontation with a predetermined outcome. Chapter 52. Each showcasing their skills, the Alchemist Association operated with remarkable efficiency. After Long Yuan's trio and Xu Liang made their requests, alchemists swiftly arrived, bearing piles of materials. The ingredients were arranged according to the order of Xu Liang and Long Yuan's groups, with each participant receiving 10 portions of each type of elixir to ensure that everyone had the means to successfully refine their concoctions. The Alchemist Association of Baidi City. They certainly possessed a degree of ambition. However, this arrangement was contingent upon Xu Liang winning the contest. Should he lose, the expenses incurred from these materials would inevitably fall upon him. Xu Liang understood this principle well but remained unconcerned, leisurely inspecting the materials to ensure their quality. Truly, the Alchemist Association outdid itself. The herbs were cultivated impeccably, resembling those freshly harvested, a far cry from the wares sold in shops. After thoroughly examining the materials, Su Liang sighed in appreciation and ceased his activity. In stark contrast, Long Yuan and his companions were already anxiously opening the cauldron's ground fire valve, selecting their herbs, and placing them into the cauldron to extract the elixir's essence. Observing Su Liang's stillness, Long Yuan smirked coldly. Although no time limit has been set for the contest, you will surely take longer to produce 3 elixirs than we will. The president's temper is notoriously poor. So any attempt to drag this out will only lead to your more painful demise. Convinced that Su Liang was merely a braggart lacking genuine skill, Long Yuan disregarded him and immersed himself in the alchemical process. With his second-tier low-grade abilities, producing a lava spirit elixir was no simple task. In previous experiments, his best result had been one successful elixir crafted from 10 portions of materials in recent days. In preparation for the alchemical competition, my strength has significantly increased through rigorous training, so there is absolutely no cause for concern. Taking a deep breath, Long Yuan's hands moved swiftly, resembling a blur, as he executed intricate hand seals. Before him, the flames within the alchemy furnace began to shift dramatically. The originally orange ground fire transformed into a celestial blue flame, surging like ocean waves. Here it comes, Long Yuan's unique method of concoction. The Kanglan flame. Compared to ordinary ground fire, the Kanglan flame boasts a higher temperature and is easier to manipulate, flowing in waves like the tides, its form ever-changing. The essence of the earth, the fierce fire takes form. This method of alchemy is currently mastered by only Long Yuan and the esteemed president of the Alchemist Association. The onlookers from the Alchemist Association, familiar with Long Yuan's prowess, gasped in astonishment. Even Gu Yun nodded slightly, casting a glance at Su Liang. This lad dares to challenge 3 opponents at once, and he was summoned back by Jianjun. He must possess some skill. Yet why does he remain motionless? Is he merely stalling for time? Well, I shall wait a little longer. If Long Yuan and the others complete their concoctions, and he has yet to make a move, regardless of his capabilities, I shall declare him a failure for such disrespect towards alchemy. Under his watchful gaze, Su Liang occasionally glanced at the materials before him and then towards the window, appearing utterly bored, even stifling a yawn. This demeanor infuriated Gu Yun, causing veins to bulge on his forehead. Yet he restrained his anger, shifting his gaze to Su Mo and Xiao Qiao across from him. The two began their own preparations. Although their techniques were not as astonishing as Long Yuan's, their methods were distinctly unique. Su Mo removed the massive stone pillar strapped to his back, stirring rapidly within the furnace, producing a thunderous roar. Ha ha, this is truly exhilarating, he bellowed, his laughter causing those around him to turn pale. In contrast, Xiao Qiao's movements were notably delicate. Her slender arms emerged from beneath her oversized sleeves, each adorned with a broken black, shackled cuff. Rubbing them against the furnace caused delicate arcs of electricity to dance forth. Controlling various spiritual herbs to gracefully swirl above the furnace before descending in an orderly manner to melt within. The stirring refinement technique utilized immense physical force to pulverize the spiritual herbs, then employed centrifugal force to blend them uniformly. Such a method could only be mastered by someone like Su Mo, who possessed extraordinary strength. As for Xiao Qiao, her mastery of lightning attribute techniques allowed her to generate bioelectric currents to manipulate the herbs, stimulating the internal energy factors of the herbs to erupt, enhancing the quality of the elixirs produced. Long Yuan has indeed chosen 2 remarkable individuals. Stroking his beard, Gu Yun gazed at Xiao Qiao and Su Mo with a softened expression. The anger towards Su Liang dissipating as a smile graced his face. Not only Gu Yun, but the distinct skills of the 3 also mesmerized the surrounding audience. They are astonishingly powerful. I stand no chance against any of them. Observing the techniques of Long Yuan and his companions, Su Xilan silently clicked her tongue. She often prided herself on being the most talented alchemist in Wudong Town, but upon arriving in Baidi City, she realized she was but a frog in a well. Her alchemical skills, when compared to those before her, appeared childish and naive. With such thoughts, her gaze towards Su Liang grew increasingly anxious, subtly interwoven with frustration. What on earth is he thinking? Why hasn't he made a move yet? Does he truly possess such confidence, or has he lost faith in the competition upon witnessing the skills of the 3? Beside them, Jianjun clenched his fists, his expression grave. Su Liang, my future rests in your hands. You must win. It seemed the prayers of the 2 bore fruit, for the drowsy Su Liang finally lifted his gaze to observe the opponent's furnaces, finally springing into action. These 3 indeed possess some strength, but to me, they are merely average. The elixirs Long Yuan concocts exceed his current capabilities, and his anxiety has already led to irregularities in the fusion process. This batch of elixirs is likely to be rendered useless. Su Mo and Xiao Qiao, however, exhibited stable performances, particularly Xiao Qiao, who chose a second-tier low-grade elixir, allowing her to concoct with remarkable proficiency. Her elixirs might even display patterns. A glimmer of determination flashed in Su Liang's eyes as he swiftly assessed their alchemical progress through his formidable spiritual essence and millennia of experience in alchemy, wearing a nonchalant expression. Well, it hardly matters. The ultimate victor will undoubtedly be me. With such thoughts in mind, Su Liang did not hesitate, activated the ground fire switch, and then, disregarding the type of elixirs to be concocted, he recklessly threw all the spiritual herbs before him into the furnace in a chaotic frenzy. The furnace quickly filled to capacity, straining under the weight, causing the flames to diminish and emit sharp crackling sounds. This scene drew the attention of Gu Yun and the onlookers, their eyes widening in disbelief. What is this lad doing? Has he really just thrown all the elixirs in at once, intending to blow the furnace? Concocting elixirs requires a methodical approach, extracting the spiritual herbs separately to avoid hazards. This is common knowledge among alchemists. Yet this boy has simultaneously tossed all the materials into the furnace, a blend of ingredients for 3 different elixirs, leading to a chaotic clash of properties. There is no way he can successfully produce any elixirs. This lad clearly lacks any understanding of alchemy. Is he here to entertain us? Chapter 53. Lien Zhufeng Gu Yun was on the verge of insanity, his white hair flying wildly and his lips trembling, revealing his inner turmoil. Having served as the president of the Baidi City Alchemist Association for over 20 years, he had encountered many remarkable geniuses and some utter fools. He had witnessed countless failures in alchemical concoctions and explosive furnaces, but never had he seen someone simultaneously toss materials for different elixirs into a furnace. It is well known that alchemy is the art of harmonizing the properties of various herbs, a process where 1 + 1 exceeds 2. A moment's inattention may lead to explosive reactions, with the risk amplifying with the number of materials involved. Given the nearly 100 ingredients Su Liang had just thrown in, the potential for chaos was far beyond a mere furnace explosion. It could very well lift the roof off the entire Alchemist Association. Were it not for the last vestige of reason restraining Gu Yun, he would have charged at Su Liang in fury. Across from Su Liang, Long Yuan and his companions also noticed his reckless actions, their expressions simultaneously stiffening. This lad, could he possibly be aware of his impending defeat and has chosen to abandon the competition, even wishing to perish alongside us? Long Yuan muttered to himself, his face twitching dye in his eyes. There was no other explanation for Su Liang's actions other than a deliberate attempt to cause the furnace to explode. Not only was Xiao Qiao pale, but even the boisterous Su Mo found his enthusiasm waning. Just as everyone pondered whether to abandon the alchemical process and flee, a stunning spectacle unfolded. Su Liang's hands moved rapidly, forming intricate and varied hand seals, and the chaotic ingredients within the furnace surprisingly separated into 3 distinct clusters, each radiating a rich earthy glow, slowly levitating. The flames beneath the furnace surged violently, transforming into 3 miniature fiery peaks, connecting and spinning rapidly. The 4th form of alchemical immortal technique. Ground fire alchemy, Lien Zhufeng. The alchemical immortal technique comprises 21 forms, arranged in the sequence of ground fire, human fire, and heavenly fire. The first form is the ground fire alchemy's earth heart green lotus, and the 4th form is Lien Zhufeng, and so forth. There are 7 forms of ground fire alchemy, each increasingly powerful. In his prime, Su Liang could simultaneously concoct over 10,000 immortal-grade elixirs with this technique, but now, successfully concocting 3 second-tier elixirs is his limit. Under Su Liang's control, the materials within the 3 fiery peaks rapidly fused, causing the shapes of the peaks to shift. Some soared into the clouds, while others appeared rugged and uneven, mirroring the diverse forms of real-world mountains. Without excessive embellishment, the process relied on the alchemist's hand to awaken the natural potential of the herbs, allowing them to grow into the forms they aspired to become. This is the essence of Lien Zhufeng, unique and varied, each mountain surpassing the last in height. What manner of alchemical technique is this that allows the simultaneous concoction of 3 elixirs? Witnessing Su Liang's masterful technique, Long Yuan's jaw dropped in disbelief, momentarily forgetting to attend to his own concoction. It was not until the scent of burning herbs wafted from the furnace that he snapped back to reality, swiftly adjusting the ground fire valve to avoid an explosion. Damn it, I mustn't panic. Though this boy's alchemical technique is remarkable, The difficulty of simultaneously concocting 3 different elixirs is immense. He may not succeed. So we have yet to lose. Slapping himself on the cheek, Long Yuan took a deep breath, calming his mind as he resumed his alchemical work. His previous thoughts had shifted from how to surpass Su Liang to simply not losing. The gap between the two perspectives was vast, yet it ignited his fighting spirit, allowing him to devote himself entirely to the current concoction. Tio concoct 3 elixirs at once. This person is even more passionate than I am. Su Mo stared at Su Liang, his mouth agape, his stirring slowing down. What a monster! Xiao Qiao also cast a pale glance at Su Liang. Previously, when Su Liang proclaimed his intention to take on 3 opponents, they were filled with disdain. Yet at this moment, they have come to realize that Su Liang genuinely possesses that level of capability, prompting them to devote themselves even more fervently to alchemy. It is precisely because Su Liang is formidable that they cannot afford to lose. Otherwise, news of their defeat to a single individual would circulate, making it impossible for them to maintain their standing in the Alchemist Association. The 4 of them exerted their utmost effort in refining elixirs, filling the room with a dazzling array of colors and the fragrant aroma of potions, which in turn stirred the emotions of the onlookers. How extraordinary! It is astonishing that this individual named Su Liang can simultaneously concoct 3 different types of elixirs. Lord Longyuan and the others were no less impressive. Each of their alchemical techniques was executed with such finesse that it left onlookers in awe. This is the first time I have witnessed such an exhilarating contest. Alchemists clenched their fists, their spirits rising and falling with the 4 cauldrons present, wishing that they themselves were the ones refining elixirs at this moment. At this point, winning or losing was of little consequence. What mattered was the process of alchemy, into which everyone poured their heart and soul. Su Liang, press on, you must prevail. Su Xilan and Bai Jianjin gazed at Su Liang with fervent eyes, their hearts almost in prayer. Even Gu Yun's beard trembled with excitement as he fixed his gaze intently on Su Liang. This exhilarating feeling even stirred my own blood, making me yearn to join in the fray. Su Liang is truly a prodigy, and his method of multitasking in alchemy is unprecedented. Regardless of the outcome, I must ensure he remains. As Gu Yun observed Su Liang, he envisioned a sun rising in the realm of elixirs, radiating a brilliance that compelled worship. The elixir contest lasted for half an hour and ultimately concluded under the mesmerized gazes of the audience. The first to finish was Long Yuan, successfully refining his potion. Sighing with relief, the cauldron before Long Yuan emitted a blend of reddish-brown light, swirling like fiery mist, cradling 3 lava spirit elixirs within. However, he had not yet had a chance to admire his work before he collapsed onto the ground. Sweat soaking through his hair and back, his head spinning in exhaustion. We have completed our elixirs as well. Su Mo and Xiao Qiao simultaneously lifted their cauldrons, revealing a yellow and a green light that illuminated the room. As 4 potions gracefully ascended, the yellow light contained 2 mountain monarch elixirs, subtly coalescing into the shape of a small mountain, while the green light harbored 2 swift travel elixirs, entwined in a green whirlwind, each adorned with a distinct mark of clear wind, unmistakably the pattern of elixir runes. Compared to Long Yuan, Su Mo and Xiao Qiao performed slightly better. Although their bodies swayed, they managed to stand firm. Their gazes fixed intensely on Su Liang's direction. At that very moment, Su Liang's elixirs were also completed. Unlike the trio across from him, Su Liang appeared calm and unruffled, as though he had expended little effort. The fire valve closed, extinguishing the flames of the cauldron, and the 3 fiery peaks that floated in the air dispersed, revealing their true forms within. Each peak cradled an elixir, emanating an even more intense glow than those of his opponents. The lava spirit elixir, the mountain monarch elixir, and the swift travel elixir, each adorned with exactly 2 flame-shaped runes, radiated a rich aura of vitality. Chapter 54. A draw to everyone's astonishment. All 3 elixirs bore 2 runes each. How could this be? Xiao Qiao gasped, stepping back in disbelief. Truly exhilarating. I have lost. Xu Mo, lowering his head in dismay, set aside the stone pillar behind him. Of the elixirs refined by the 3 of them, only Xiao Qiao's bore a single rune. A stark contrast to Su Liang's, leaving him utterly speechless. Each elixir bore runes, and 2 at that. Long Yuan, slumped on the ground, heard this news without bothering to look at his own elixirs, surrendering to the earth in resignation. He no longer needed confirmation, for he was acutely aware of his own limitations. The effort expended to refine the lava spirit elixir had already reached his peak, and it bore no runes. How terrifying! Is this fellow even human? Could he be a reincarnated alchemy deity, possessing such formidable skills? The onlookers regarded Su Liang as if he were a creature of legend. Victory. Su Xilan and Bai Jianjun exchanged glances, tears of joy welling in their eyes. With a swift motion, Bai Jianjun attempted to embrace Su Xilan, only to be met with a slap that sent him sprawling, his expression one of indignation. President, it is time to announce the results of this contest. Ignoring the surrounding clamor, Su Liang smiled warmly and directed his gaze toward Gu Yun. Ahem. Now that both sides have completed their tasks, allow me, as president, to adjudicate this matter thoroughly. Clearing his throat, Gu Yun approached Su Liang, stifling his inner astonishment. He scraped a small amount of powder from the elixirs and tasted it, and suddenly, a glow of vitality enveloped him. His eyes lighting up. Exceptional, truly exceptional. It has been ages since I encountered elixirs of this caliber. After expressing his admiration, Gu Yun moved to inspect the cauldrons of Long Yuan and his companions, observing the significantly weaker elixirs floating above. Frowning, he refrained from tasting them and instead fell into contemplation. This demeanor caused Long Yuan and his companions to display anxious expressions, bracing themselves for the impending verdict. Suddenly, Gu Yun lifted his head and announced in a booming voice, "After careful consideration, I declare this contest a draw." The prolonged pause before the final words left everyone present in a state of shock. A draw? How could it possibly be a draw? President, you must be mistaken. It is clear that we have lost. Even Long Yuan and his companions were incredulous about this outcome. Only Su Liang smiled slightly, casting a knowing glance at Gu Yun, as if to say, just as I expected. He had previously heard Bai Jianjun mention the scarcity of talent in Baidi City, which consistently ranked at the bottom. Had he succeeded in this wager, Long Yuan and his companions would lose their eligibility to compete. Effectively crippling Baidi City, Xu Yun would not make such a foolish decision. Thus, the most favorable outcome would be a draw, allowing the wager to be nullified while permitting both Su Liang and Long Yuan's trio to participate normally. Fully aware of Gu Yun's intentions, Su Liang had refrained from exerting his full strength, yet still managed to surpass his opponents. Now, it remained to be seen how Gu Yun would justify and explain the results of this competition. Under Su Liang's intrigued gaze, Gu Yun, unflustered and serious, began to speak. As previously stated, the results of this competition are determined by the total value of the elixirs refined by both sides. Although Su Liang's elixirs are of superior quality, Long Yuan's trio produced a total of 7 elixirs, double the amount on Su Liang's side. Thus, the overall value is comparable, warranting a draw. Upon hearing Gu Yun's words, many alchemists exchanged glances, their expressions contemplative. "Oh, that is how it is. It seems the president does have a point." Only Su Xilan pouted in dissatisfaction. "Humph, clearly Su Liang won. This old man is so biased." It was unclear whether Su Xilan's mutterings reached Gu Yun's ears, but he cast an awkward glance her way, his smile strained. "And of course, though it was a draw, considering Su Liang's remarkable performance, I shall grant him the certification of a mid-level second-grade alchemist. Furthermore, all elixirs produced during this competition shall belong to him. And the Alchemist Association will not collect any fees. As a token of recognition for you talented youths, I hope you all strive to excel. As long as you can refine quality elixirs, the Alchemist Association shall not be stingy." As he spoke, Gu Yun surveyed the crowd, causing every onlooker to breathe heavily, their faces flushed with enthusiasm. Even Long Yuan and the others were no exception, while Su Liang maintained his calm demeanor. Unfazed. This old man is quite clever. First, he declared a draw to ensure Baidi City's strength remains intact, and now he uses the elixirs as bait to win me over. Ultimately, he aims to use this battle as a teaching moment to inspire everyone. A true master strategist? Noticing Su Liang's indifferent smile, Gu Yun regarded him with heightened seriousness. After exchanging glances, they recognized each other as seasoned strategists. Xu Yun respectfully inquired, "Su Liang, do you find the outcome of this contest and my handling of the situation satisfactory?" "Indeed, I find it quite agreeable," Su Liang nodded. After all, he intended to participate in the grand alchemical competition, and accommodating Gu Yun posed no disadvantage, especially since he would also receive 3 second-grade elixirs free of charge. "Ah, that is wonderful. Su Liang, please follow me. I shall handle your registration with the Alchemist Association." As he spoke, Gu Yun turned and walked away, parting the crowd of alchemists who eagerly made way for him. Su Liang waved his hand to collect the 3 second-grade elixirs, and amidst the envious and awed gazes of the onlookers, he followed closely behind Gu Yun. Bai Jianjun and Su Xilan immediately trailed after him. And many alchemists, particularly female ones, also followed suit. This astonishing contest had ignited a profound interest in Su Liang among them, prompting a desire to seek opportunities for deeper engagement. In an instant, the The third alchemy chamber was left desolate, with Long Yuan and his companions sharing bitter smiles. Although Gu Yun declared it a draw and permitted them to take their elixirs free of charge, none of them felt any joy, for they understood that this draw was merely a concession granted by Su Liang. How infuriating! Where on earth did Bai Jianjun find such a prodigy? It is utterly terrifying. I have been completely outmatched. Meanwhile, at the counter of the Alchemist Association, Su Liang followed Gu Yun here. President Gu. President Gu Yun. Upon seeing Gu Yun, the young lady behind the counter timidly nodded while casting a fearful glance at Su Liang. Although she had been seated there, the lively discussions outside room 3 had made it clear to her that Su Liang had triumphed in the competition. This is Su Liang, the newly promoted second-tier intermediate alchemist of the Baidi City Alchemist Association. Please log in his information and quickly find a fitting robe for him. Gu Yun smiled gently, revealing his pearly white teeth, prompting the counter girl to nod vigorously. After logging in the information, she proceeded to measure Su Liang's dimensions for the robe, but was suddenly halted by Gu Yun, her expression resembling that of a startled rabbit. Wait, I recall that tomorrow is the deadline for personnel registration. We must finalize everything today and add Su Liang to the list, with the assistance of our young friend Su Liang. I firmly believe that the reputation of Baidi City will soar to new heights. Ahaha, Hanli and Chu Yinsong, you two old fellows better brace yourselves. This time, Baidi City will surpass you. Let us see if you dare to mock me again. Gu Yun placed his hands on his hips, lost in his moment of triumph, laughing boisterously as if oblivious to his surroundings. Yes, President, understood, the counter girl replied, increasingly frightened yet unwilling to resist. Su Liang observed her foolish grin, reminiscent of Bai Jian, and began to suspect they might be father and son. Rubbing his temples in exasperation, he spoke up, Excuse me, President, but I hope you can add 2 more participants to the alchemy competition. My 2 companions also wish to partake. As he spoke, he grasped Su Xilan's arm, leading her before Gu Yun. This is Su Xilan, and another young lady named Lin Yanluo will be joining us shortly. My condition for entering this alchemy competition is that they must participate alongside me. Chapter 55. The winner of life. Hello, greetings. Su Xilan pushed forward to face Su Liang, looked at Gu Yun, her delicate brows twitching as she displayed a somewhat awkward smile. Unlike Su Liang, who seemed reckless, Su Xilan held a deep admiration for the Alchemist Association of Baidi City, idolizing Gu Yun as its president. Logically, a talent recommended by Su Liang shouldn't be a problem. But considering the interests of Baidi City, I shall conduct a brief assessment of these 2 young ladies you mentioned. Is that acceptable? Gu Yun stroked his chin, scrutinizing Su Xilan with an imposing gaze that made her break into a cold sweat. Just as she was about to crumble under the pressure, Gu Yun shifted his gaze away. When will the other young lady arrive? Very soon. Please be patient, President, Su Liang replied with a slight smile. Lin Yanluo had only mentioned that she would rush over once she settled her family matters, without specifying a time, yet Su Liang was confident she wouldn't keep him waiting. Master, how do you find the individuals I've brought back? Su Liang is indeed a genius I painstakingly invited from Wudong Town. As they waited, Bai Jianjun rubbed his hands together and approached Gu Yun with a sycophantic demeanor. You did well this time. Go to the warehouse and claim a 3rd-tier lower-grade Zhuozhuang Breaking Realm pill. Gu Yun glanced at Bai Jianjun and waved his hand generously, granting the reward. The Zhuozhuang Breaking Realm pill was his signature concoction, guaranteed to elevate a practitioner below the master realm by at least 1 minor level, with a chance of raising it by 2. Upon hearing the name, Bai Jianjun nearly fainted with joy, hastily expressing his gratitude to Gu Yun. Thank you, Master. You're truly too generous. Observing Bai Jianjun's unrestrained happiness, Gu Yun sighed inwardly as he compared the lad's exuberance to Su Liang's calm demeanor. His disciple had many vices, excelling in indulgences, yet his lack of diligence in alchemy was apparent. His current achievements were solely due to Gu Yun's insistence, leveraging the prestige of Baidi City. If only Bai Jianjun possessed the same talent and temperament as Su Liang, the Alchemist Association of Baidi City would surely thrive. As Gu Yun pondered this, the countergirl returned, holding a pristine white robe embroidered with 2 azure alchemical furnaces. Above the furnace design, the words intermediate grade were elegantly sewn in golden thread, signifying his status as a 2nd-tier intermediate alchemist. Young Master Su, your attire has been completed. Please see if it fits well. To Su Liang's delight, the efficiency of the Alchemist Association was indeed commendable. His eyes lit up as he quickly took the robe to an empty room to change. The white robe draped elegantly over his tall frame. Perfectly tailored, the alchemical furnace insignia on his chest exuded a sense of nobility and refinement, complementing Su Liang's striking features. His deep-set eyes and flowing long hair emanated an air of scholarly elegance. akin to the gentle breeze of spring, as if he could easily pass for a great scholar with a folding fan in hand. Indeed, the adage clothes make the man rang true. Su Liang seemed transformed. As soon as he emerged, he magnetically drew Su Xilan's gaze. Although Su Liang was handsome, she felt he fell short of the suave and charming demeanor she adored. Bai Jianjun, too, widened his eyes in astonishment, yet shamelessly boasted, "Oh please, you shouldn't be so vain." At that moment, a retching sound interrupted them. It was Long Yuan, accompanied by Su Mo and Xiao Qiao, exiting from the third alchemy room. "What brings you here? Defeated one? Looking for trouble again?" Bai Jianjun eyed Long Yuan warily. "No, you misunderstand. This time, I admit my defeat." Contrary to Bai Jianjun's expectations, Long Yuan shook his head dejectedly, acknowledging his loss. He quickly glanced at Bai Jianjun. His eyes filled with defiance. "But don't get too smug. I didn't lose to you, but to Su Liang. I don't know what kind of luck you stumbled upon to have attracted such a strong individual. But your fortune won't last forever. Next time, I will surely best you. I'll be waiting." Bai Jianjun shrugged, mimicking Su Liang's nonchalant expression, which infuriated Long Yuan, leaving him speechless. Behind them, Su Mo and Xiao Qiao paid no heed to the squabble, their attention solely on Su Liang. What a passionate young man. I'm utterly convinced by my loss. Given the chance, I would love to duel him again, Su Mo exclaimed, his candor unchanged. Xiao Qiao, however, thoughtfully traced her fingers over her lips, tilting her head to scrutinize Su Liang, pondering his attributes. He is quite strong and handsome. I wonder if he has a girlfriend? Not only they, but the other alchemists around also gazed at Su Liang with newfound admiration, particularly the female alchemists, who, having just witnessed his remarkable alchemical prowess, were now utterly captivated by his striking appearance. "Ha ha. I didn't expect you to look so fitting in the Alchemist Association's attire. Su Liang, it seems you were destined to be one of us." Gu Yun laughed heartily as he approached, affectionately patting Su Liang on the shoulder. "President, you flatter me," Su Liang humbly replied. He was aware of his pleasing appearance. After all, his sister Su Shaoxian was also a beauty. Previously, her modest upbringing and dedication to cultivation had left little room for self-presentation, but now, having tidied up, she resembled a completely different person. "Excuse me. Is this the Apothecary Association? I am looking for someone." Just as Su Liang was surrounded by admirers, a gentle voice from the entrance drew everyone's attention. The male alchemists blushed, their eyes shimmering. Standing at the door was a young woman in her 20s, clad in a palace-style gown, the ribbons flowing gently in the breeze. A strand of black hair fell over her fair face, which she casually brushed aside, exuding an enchanting allure that made hearts race. Her bright phoenix eyes sparkled with the colors of stars, as if she had stepped out of a painting. What a stunning beauty! In an instant, every man felt the same sentiment, and even Gu Yun stole a few glances at the young lady. "Dear miss, may I inquire your age and place of origin? Are you married?" Long Yuan stepped forward, blushing, with an outstretched hand. "I am Long Yuan, the chief disciple of the Alchemist Association, currently a second-tier lower-grade alchemist, but I shall soon advance to second-tier intermediate. Would you do me the honor of dining together?" With his nostrils flaring, Long Yuan approached, his face flushed. The young lady before him appeared flustered, unsure how to respond. "You scoundrel, keep your distance from Miss Yanluo," Bai Jianjun shouted, kicking Long Yuan aside before turning to the beautiful lady with a flattering smile. Scanning his surroundings cautiously, "Miss Yanluo, fear not. I shall protect you here at the Alchemist Association. By the way, where is Xiao Chui?" "Xiao Chui isn't an alchemist. I feared her presence might breach etiquette." "It is better if I come alone," Lin Yanluo replied, a hint of confusion in her expression. "No, that is not the case. Such a vulgar girl shouldn't be brought here. Let us not discuss that. Su Liang is waiting for you. I shall take you to him now." A cold sweat beaded upon his forehead as Bai Jianjun swiftly shifted the conversation, leading Lin Yanluo to Su Liang's side. "You have arrived," Su Liang remarked, nodding at Lin Yanluo. "I apologize for the delay. There were numerous matters to attend to, however. I must say, I am pleasantly surprised to see you in a new attire. You appear remarkably dashing." Lin Yanluo's eyes brightened at the sight of Su Liang adorned in the robes of the Alchemist Association's president. She jested lightly, her smile radiating an immense charm that left many male alchemists clutching their chests, as if struck by Cupid's arrow. Meanwhile, Long Yuan, who had just been sent sprawling by Bai Jianjun, managed to rise. Upon witnessing Lin Yanluo engaged in jovial conversation with Su Liang, he was instantly rendered speechless. Collapsing to his knees, "Could it be? Such a stunning young lady was indeed a rarity in the White Emperor city, and she had come here for Xu Liang. Mastering the art of alchemy with such extraordinary talent was one thing. But to be both handsome and adored by women, this insufferable winner of life was making it hard for the rest of us to exist. Chapter 56. The test commences. Long Yuan's words echoed the sentiments of all the male alchemists present. And in an instant, many gazes directed at Xu Liang brimmed with envy and resentment. Ignoring the surrounding stares, Xu Liang calmly addressed Gu Yun. President, this is the other contestant I recommend, Lin Yanluo, if you wish to conduct the test. We may commence at your convenience. Ah, splendid. I truly did not anticipate that the individual recommended by young friend Xu Liang would be so exceptional. Jiu Yun, momentarily taken aback by Lin Yanluo's beauty, regained his composure, his expression shifting to one of intrigue. Su Xilan was already a stunning beauty, yet Lin Yanluo was even more striking, resembling a celestial being. This left him questioning Su Liang's motives. Surely, this young man did not merely wish to flaunt two beautiful women at the alchemist grand competition. While one could understand youthful exuberance for the future of White Emperor City, if these two young ladies were unable to pass the test, I could not permit their participation. Resolute in his decision, Gu Yun led the group to the third alchemy chamber, followed by a throng of onlookers. Some were eager to witness the prowess of Su Liang's recommended candidates, such as Su Mo and Xiao Qiao, while others, led by Long Yuan, were simply there to admire the beauty of the young women. Observing Long Yuan's eager expression, nearly drooling, Su Mo and Xiao Qiao averted their gazes. Pretending not to know him, as the crowd gathered, Gu Yun ushered Su Xilan and Lin Yanluo into the third alchemy chamber, allowing them to select 2 alchemical furnaces. Clearing his throat, he proclaimed, "My testing rules are quite simple. Each of you shall concoct a second-tier elixir. The quality is irrelevant, and the time is unlimited. As long as you successfully produce the elixir, you will be deemed qualified, earning the title of a second-tier lower-grade certified alchemist and the right to participate in the Alchemist Grand Competition." As he spoke, Gu Yun glanced at Su Liang. He had already afforded Su Liang considerable respect. The difficulty of this test was akin to the standard certification for alchemists. Success would grant them entry to the grand competition, while failure would indicate that these two young women were inferior even to certified alchemists of the association, leading to inevitable embarrassment. Despite believing he had made numerous concessions, Gu Yun still sought confirmation from Su Liang. "Young friend Su Liang, does this rule pose any issues? If you agree, the Alchemist Association shall cover all testing expenses, and the produced elixirs will belong to the individuals. Of course, there is no problem." "Thank you for your generosity, President," Su Liang replied with a faint smile, unwavering in his agreement, which relieved Gu Yun. With a grand gesture, he announced the commencement of the test. Silence enveloped the room as the test began. Su Xilan and Lin Yanluo exchanged glances, neither speaking a word. This peculiar scene prompted astonished expressions from the surrounding spectators. What was happening? Had they not heard President Gu Yun declare the beginning? I apologize, but I have yet to decide which second-tier elixir to concoct." Su Xilan raised her arm timidly, her face already damp with sweat. The number of second-tier elixirs she had studied was limited, and she lacked confidence in her ability to produce one successfully, especially under such scrutiny. Her nerves had rendered her capable of only 8/10 of her usual skill. She envied Su Liang, the prodigy. Did he not feel any anxiety? The admission of being unprepared for the elixir was, upon hearing her words, the crowd exchanged bewildered glances, their expressions difficult to articulate. A typical second-tier alchemist would have their specialty elixir ready before attempting the certification. For someone like Su Xilan, who was still learning, passing the certification would already be a challenge, let alone participating in the more arduous Alchemist Grand Competition. With this in mind, the onlookers turned their gaze toward Lin Yanluo. Curious to see how she would respond, and in stark contrast to the anxious Su Xilan, Lin Yanluo appeared considerably more relaxed. Tilting her head slightly, she offered an apologetic smile and uttered something even more shocking. To concoct a second-tier elixir? My highest achievement has only been a first-tier upper-grade elixir. I cannot produce second-tier elixirs." Thud. Upon hearing this, many in the crowd fell to the ground, utterly speechless. They had gathered primarily to witness the graceful figures of beautiful women crafting elixirs. And now it seemed the test was destined to end before it even began, leaving their expectations dashed. Even Gu Yun was taken aback. Had it not been for his desire to cultivate goodwill with Su Liang, he would have been furious. The performances of these two young women were akin to that of novices. Suppressing his inner fury, Gu Yun was about to announce the conclusion of the competition when suddenly, Su Liang stepped forward with a bright smile. "President, I have something to say to both of them." This does not violate any rules, does it? Of course not. With an awkward smile, Gu Yun decided to hear Su Liang out first. First, Su Xilan, I recall teaching you the methods for concocting second-tier elixirs. Therefore, do not harbor fear. Trust your body and believe that the countless nights of hard work you have invested were not in vain. Lin Yanluo, your situation is even simpler. If you are uncertain about which elixir to produce, simply observe Su Xilan's process and follow her steps. I have faith in both of you. With those words, Su Liang extended a thumbs up towards Su Xilan and Lin Yanluo, offering them encouragement. Wait, if I am not mistaken, Su Liang, are you suggesting that Miss Lin Yanluo learn on-site and produce a second-tier elixir? Long Yuan, standing behind him, rubbed his ears in astonishment. That not an exaggeration. We are talking about a second-tier elixir. Even with thousands of attempts, one might not succeed. Yet you expect a young girl to learn on the spot? Indeed, it seems even a prodigy like Su Liang might struggle with such a feat, let alone the girl in question. The surrounding crowd shook their heads, gazing at Su Liang as if he were mad. They acknowledged that Su Liang was indeed a genius in the realm of alchemy, but expecting others to transform into prodigies alongside him was patently unrealistic. Jiu Yun observed Su Liang, his mouth twitching. He had initially anticipated Su Liang would offer something constructive, only to be met with such outlandish suggestions. Had he known this would unfold, he would have intervened earlier to prevent the current predicament. Taking a deep breath, Gu Yun prepared to reject Su Liang's request, for his words sounded like mere fantasies. Even if the Alchemist Association were affluent, it was unnecessary to squander precious materials, however, as if reading his thoughts. Su Liang, with an impassive expression, gazed through the window at the distant sky and spoke slowly. President, miracles occur only for those who believe in them. If one lacks the courage to embrace change, they shall never reap the bountiful fruits that follow. This seemingly light remark felt like a mountain pressing down upon Gu Yun, causing his expression to shift as he regarded Su Xilan and Lin Yanluo. Well said. The Alchemist Association of White Emperor City has remained dormant for far too long. It is time for an eruption. Speak forth the materials you require. As the president spoke, the murmurs of discontent from the crowd fell silent. I need tricolor wonderflower, earth heart fruit, and heavenly withering vine. Su Xilan's face bore an expression of determination as she fluidly recited a list of materials. Indeed, the elixir she intended to concoct was the trisolar dragon tiger pill. The only second-tier upper-grade formula Su Liang had imparted to her aside from the improved great cultivation pill. She was acutely aware that Su Liang had chosen this specific elixir for her, and she knew precisely how many sleepless nights she had dedicated to its mastery. Surely, her efforts would not be in vain. Muttering to herself, a glimmer of steely resolve shone in her eyes as she clenched her fists. President, please prepare a similar set of materials for me as well. Lin Yanluo chimed in gently after Su Xilan. We do have tricolor wonderflower in stock, but I am unfamiliar with the other materials. What precisely are we attempting to concoct? Despite having ordered his disciples to gather the herbs, Gu Yun cast a puzzled glance at Su Liang. He suspected that this peculiar formula must have originated from him. Not only Gu Yun, but even the other alchemists present, including Long Yuan and Bai Jianjin, engaged in discussions and shook their heads, admitting they had never heard of such an elixir. The trisolar dragon tiger pill is a concoction of my own design. Naturally, you have not heard of its name. Come now, Su Xilan and Lin Yanluo, you are the ones I believe in. Use the formula I created to demonstrate your capabilities to those who doubt you. Gazing intently at Su Xilan, who wore a serious expression and regulated her breathing, and Lin Yanluo, who absent-mindedly tousled her hair with a silly grin, Su Liang's eyes sparkled with an unsettling brilliance, and a smile of anticipation graced his lips. Chapter 57. Gu Yun takes disciples with the assistance of the alchemist. The necessary herbs for the three-sun dragon tiger elixir were swiftly delivered to Su Xilan and Lin Yanluo, 20 portions in total, 10 for each. Holding the herbs, Su Xilan gently closed her eyes, dismissing the gazes of those around her, and devoted herself wholly to the alchemical process. With meticulous care, she extracted the herbs with precision and placed them into the alchemical furnace, while her other hand deftly manipulated the flame valve. Her technique resembled that of a novice child who had just begun to learn alchemy, lacking any aesthetic appeal, and her movements were rife with unnecessary excess, leading many of the observing alchemists to wear expressions of disappointment. They had anticipated something extraordinary from Su Xilan given the unconventional formula, yet her performance was merely pedestrian, not even qualifying as standard. Even if she succeeded in producing the elixir, its quality would be subpar. As they pondered this, their attention shifted to Lin Yanluo across the way, and their disappointment deepened. True to Su Liang's words, Lin Yanluo remained motionless, intently observing Su Xilan's alchemical technique as if she were engaged in study. Many sighed, lamenting that these two beauties were on the verge of missing their chance to compete in the Elixir Grand Competition. Suddenly, a muffled thud emanated from Su Xilan's direction. It was not the sound of an explosion, but rather a result of her controlling the speed too rapidly, causing her arm to collide with the earth fire valve. At that moment, Su Xilan's arm seemingly produced 4 phantoms, making it appear as though she had 6 arms. Under her deft control, the earth fire valve transformed into at least 10 different shapes each second, meticulously refining the herbs within the alchemical furnace. Throughout this process, Su Xilan frequently glanced at the sky outside, and soon a rich fragrance of herbs wafted through the air, accompanied by 3 radiant colors of red, yellow, and blue, dazzling those outside the room to the point that they could scarcely open their eyes. What a remarkable method of alchemy! I have never witnessed anything like it, by adjusting the speed of the earth fire valve to melt the herbs. How precise and swift must one's control be to achieve such mastery? Amidst the murmurs of the crowd, Su Liang observed Su Xilan with a sense of gratification. She had finally grasped the technique I taught her for gauging heat by time. And she had even emulated my forging technique, 1,000 hands above, to create her own method of alchemy. Although she had only scratched the surface, it was nonetheless impressive. Nodding slightly, Su Liang shifted his gaze to the other side, where Lin Yanluo, after watching for a while, also began to take action. Her speed was slower than Su Xilan's, yet her movements were flawless, fluidly placing the elixirs into the furnace. Unlike Su Xilan's intricate operations, Lin Yanluo simply controlled the flames gradually, as if guided by her instincts, exuding a natural elegance. This one possesses immense talent. There is no need for concern. Su Liang smiled confidently and closed his eyes. The two, one fast and one slow, formed 2 extremes, yet both exhibited graceful poise, captivating the onlookers. At last, after half an hour, Su Xilan successfully produced the elixir, with a resounding roar akin to a tiger's howl and a dragon's chant. The ethereal images of the 3-colored dragon and tiger intertwined emerged, revealing an elixir at the center that shimmered with a kaleidoscope of colors, slowly rotating and leaving onlookers in awe. Such an extraordinary phenomenon. What grade of elixir could this be? It emanates an abundance of spiritual energy. Even the mere scent invigorates the flow of spiritual energy within me. It appears to be an elixir capable of enhancing one's realm. And its grade is surely no less than high-tier 2nd grade. Listening to the discussion surrounding her, Su Xilan wiped the sweat from her brow and bowed respectfully to Gu Yun. I humbly request your judgment. Lord Gu Yun. Then I shall not be modest. Without hesitation, Gu Yun approached the mesmerizing 3-Sun Dragon Tiger elixir, scooped a pinch of powder from its surface, and placed it in his mouth. His eyes widened instantly, and his brows shot up. The energy intensity of this grade, coupled with its simultaneous effects on the body and soul, undoubtedly qualifies it as a high-tier 2nd-grade elixir. No, in certain respects, this elixir's effects could even rival those of a low-tier 3rd-grade elixir. What is this elixir called? 3-Sun Dragon Tiger Elixir, Su Xilan replied with poise. 3-Sun Dragon Tiger Elixir. What a splendid name. If I am not mistaken, this elixir was created by my young friend Su Liang. Should Su Liang be willing to sell this formula to the Alchemist Association? I would gladly offer 10,000 taels of gold for it. Turning his gaze, Gu Yun fixed his piercing eyes upon Su Liang. 10,000 gold. Upon hearing this, everyone turned to Su Liang in disbelief. They had not anticipated that the elixir he created would not only be of high grade but also worth such a fortune. The alchemist associations in various cities, aside from engaging in combat during the Alchemist Grand Competition, were also in fierce competition for sales. By D City, known for its mediocre alchemists, undoubtedly ranked at the bottom among all cities. However, with a powerful elixir such as the 3-Sun Dragon Tiger Elixir, everything would change. A 2nd-grade elixir of such caliber, comparable to a 3rd-grade one, would undoubtedly trigger a frenzy upon its release. If it could be mass-produced, Gu Yun was confident that he could match the sales of other cities. As the saying goes, a single elixir recipe is worth its weight in gold, and Gu Yun believed it to be true. This matter can be discussed further after the assessment concludes. Su Liang smiled, neither agreeing nor declining. Upon hearing his words, Gu Yun nodded and glanced toward Lin Yanluo. Having witnessed the might of the 3-Sun Dragon Tiger Elixir, he had already resolved that even if Lin Yanluo's attempt were to fail, he would turn a blind eye and allow her to participate in the Alchemist Grand Competition. However, to his astonishment, the alchemical furnace before Lin Yanluo not only did not explode, but instead emitted an even more intense 3-colored radiance than Su Xilan's furnace. with a dragon and tiger entwined, and within floated an elixir that shone with 3 distinct hues, adorned with a pattern of intertwining dragons and tigers. A pattern on an elixir? Is this real? Gazing at the elixir before her, Gu Yun nearly spat out a mouthful of blood. He was not alone. Others were equally astonished. Tio successfully produced a second-tier elixir on the first attempt, and while merely replicating, is truly remarkable. Not only did she succeed, but a pattern has also appeared. What a monster! Indeed, do all companions of monsters also possess such extraordinary talents? Observing Lin Yanluo, many felt their confidence shattered, lamenting their own inadequacies. No wonder Su Liang wanted her to participate in the alchemical competition. It was for this very reason. Even Su Xilan, witnessing Lin Yanluo, displayed a hint of frustration. After all, she had been instructed by Su Liang and had struggled for quite some time to barely produce the 3-Sun Dragon Tiger elixir. While her counterpart had merely glanced at it once and mastered it point, one cannot help but acknowledge the stark differences between people. Miss Yanluo's prowess is indeed formidable. How disheartening in the crowd. Bai Jian gazed at the floating elixir before Lin Yanluo, clutching his chest, his expression pained. Beside him, Long Yuan, Su Mo, and Xiao Qiao had lost all color in their faces. Is it the era of monsters? I believe we should refrain from participating in the alchemical competition. Upon hearing Long Yuan's words, Su Mo and Xiao Qiao immediately nodded in agreement. President Gu Yun, does this mean I have succeeded? Scratching her head in a naive manner, Lin Yanluo revealed a look of uncertainty, inciting an urge to spit blood among those observing her. My goodness, do you truly lack awareness of your terrifying talent? You have succeeded, exceedingly so. Your name is Lin Yanluo, correct? Would you be interested in taking me as your master? Looking at Lin Yanluo, Gu Yun felt as though he was gazing upon a piece of uncut jade. An indescribable excitement washing over him. To be able to produce a second-tier elixir after merely one glance is a testament to Lin Yanluo's status as a once-in-a-millennium alchemical genius. However, compared to Lin Yanluo, Su Liang was even more extraordinary, which was precisely why Gu Yun hesitated to take Su Liang as a disciple. He had no idea what he could teach him. In contrast, Lin Yanluo, who possessed little knowledge of alchemy, appeared obedient and was already far superior to Gu Yun's other disciples, igniting a strong desire within him to take her as a disciple. Chapter 58. The Genius and the Ordinary. Do you wish to take me as your master? Upon hearing this, Lin Yanluo found herself somewhat indecisive and turned to Su Liang, who nodded in encouragement. Unlike him, Lin Yanluo was a girl. Should she become Gu Yun's disciple, it would provide her with a solid backing, and her family, the Lin clan, would also gain considerable strength, making it necessary for those like Lin Chong, who harbored ill intentions, to reconsider their actions. Moreover, with the alchemical grand competition approaching, despite Lin Yanluo's high talent, her foundational knowledge was still quite shallow. Becoming Gu Yun's disciple would undoubtedly grant her abundant teachings. With Gu Yun likely to generously impart his wisdom, she would only need to receive a few pointers to make substantial progress. Having received Su Liang's approval, Lin Yanluo wasted no time and directly left her seat to kneel before Gu Yun. Excellent, excellent. Ha ha, from this day forth, you shall be my disciple. In light of your and Su Xilan's outstanding performances, I hereby declare you both certified second-tier high-grade alchemists of the Alchemist Association, second-tier high-grade. The 4 words echoed like thunder, resonating in the ears of everyone present. This rank was, arguably, the highest among everyone except Gu Yun. Even Su Liang was merely a second-tier mid-grade alchemist, in an instant. The scorn in the eyes of the crowd vanished, replaced by reverence as they gazed upon Su Xilan and Lin Yanluo. Ah, you are Su Xilan, correct? Though you may not possess Lin Yanluo's innate talent, it is evident that you are diligent in your alchemical pursuits. Your self-created method for controlling flames is quite intriguing. Would you be interested in joining my ranks as well? As Lin Yanluo was assisted to her feet, a thought seemed to occur to Gu Yun, who turned his gaze towards Su Xilan, his eyes shimmering with a desire that, while present, was not as fervent as it had been when directed at Lin Yanluo. I think I shall pass. I sincerely appreciate your goodwill, President Gu, but I must forge my own path. After a moment's hesitation, Su Xilan clenched her teeth and declined. She sensed that Gu Yun's inquiry was merely symbolic. Her pride would not allow her to accept such a gesture. She had come to the realization that she was not a prodigy, but merely someone who worked harder than the average individual. In light of this, it became her own journey, one she intended to pursue to its conclusion. Observing this exchange, Su Liang's eyes glimmered with the weight of experience, as if he were struck by a profound insight. The distinction between genius and ordinary folk in the pursuit of greatness is not as vast as it seems. One may rely on innate talent to find initial ease followed by hardship, while the other must toil diligently before reaping rewards. Regardless of the path taken, it is only those who persist until the end who can claim the title of victor, as a mere mortal. Gu Yun naturally lacked the depth of thought possessed by Su Liang. After Su Xilan's refusal, he did not extend another invitation but instead turned his attention back to Su Liang, his eyes sparkling with enthusiasm. Young friend Su Liang, through this test, I have discerned something significant. What is it? Su Liang replied with a smile. It is quite simple. Not only do you possess extraordinary talent in alchemy, but you are also a commendable teacher. Setting aside Lin Yanluo for the moment, Su Xilan's achievements today are undoubtedly intertwined with your guidance. Therefore, I wish to appoint you as the vice president of our Baidi City Alchemist Association. You shall receive 3 low-grade third-tier elixirs each month, provided you can spare some time to offer your insights occasionally. What say you? Gu Yun regarded Su Liang with a glimmering gaze. Initially, his aim had been to acquire the formula for the Sanyang Long Hu Dan from Su Liang. But upon reflection, he realized that a mere formula could not compare to keeping Su Liang tethered to their association. Once Su Liang became a member of the Alchemist Association, he could obtain as many formulas as he desired. With this in mind, Gu Yun couldn't help but smile smugly at his own cleverness. Perceiving Gu Yun's intentions, Su Liang pondered for a moment before nodding. Very well, the Alchemist Grand Competition is approaching. So let us make this effective immediately. We can utilize these next few days to hone the competitors, and there will be no need for upfront payment. After all, the title of vice president was merely nominal, and the monthly allocation of 3 third-tier elixirs represented a substantial asset for him. Agreeing to this arrangement could only yield benefits. It settled. Gu Yun and Su Liang exchanged knowing glances and shared a hearty laugh. Though to the onlookers, they appeared as 2 cunning old foxes. Without further delay, I shall assist Yanluo and Su Xilan in preparing their garments, and also arrange the participant list. Let us commence, as Gu Yun spoke. He made his way outside, with Su Liang following closely behind, flanked by Su Xilan and Lin Yanluo, one exuding strength and the other radiating gentleness, both embodying an ineffable charm that drew the envy of those around them. Su Liang, may I be so bold as to inquire about your relationship with Miss Yanluo? After a few steps, Long Yuan caught up, his expression a mixture of shyness and apprehension. Following closely behind him were Su Mo and Xiao Qiao. While Bai Jianjing also perked up his ears. Not only they, but Su Xilan and Lin Yanluo also froze momentarily, casting their gazes towards Su Liang. The other alchemists present came to a halt as well, the atmosphere thickening to the point where one could hear a pin drop. We are friends, Su Liang replied without hesitation, and a wave of relief washed over the crowd, the air becoming lively once more. Even Su Xilan exhaled subtly, while Lin Yanluo continued to gaze at Su Liang with tender eyes, lost in her thoughts. That is splendid. This means I still have a chance, Long Yuan exclaimed, visibly elated. Allow me to introduce myself. My name is Long Yuan, and my father is Long Ma, the chief of the Baidi City Defense Force. From the moment I laid eyes on Miss Yanluo, I knew I had to acknowledge you as my brother. Su Liang, from now on, should you direct me east, I would never dare venture west. With a look of gratitude, Long Yuan extended his hand towards Su Liang, his face flushed with admiration. Before Su Liang could reciprocate the gesture, Bai Jianzheng, who had been lurking behind, kicked Long Yuan to the ground. You treacherous scoundrel! Su Liang was clearly my brother first. If anyone is to be brothers, it should be me. Becoming brothers is a matter of sentiment, not a question of precedence. Besides, Su Liang is handsome and capable. Associating with someone as unsightly and lacking in grace as you would be a disgrace. Do you dare insult me? Are you looking for a fight? Let us fight then. Who is afraid? Celestial guidance. Monkey steals peaches. Long Yuan and Bai Jianjing engaged in a disgraceful brawl, employing various underhanded tactics that caused onlookers to turn away in disdain. Boss, let us leave this place. Xiao Qiao and Su Mo stepped forward, bypassing the tussle between Long Yuan and Bai Jianzheng. Xiao Qiao poked Su Liang's chest with her delicate finger adorned with a black shackle, looking up at him with a feline expression. The sight of her antics caused Su Xilan and Lin Yanluo to simultaneously avert their gazes, their expressions turning icy. Even the usually gentle Lin Yanluo was not exempt. Su Liang, however, was left in a state of astonishment. You call me boss? Indeed. After all, our previous leader has become your subordinate. Furthermore, since you will be teaching us alchemy, it is only fitting that I refer to you as boss. Xiao Qiao nestled against Su Liang's side. Pointing at the battered Bai Jianjing on the ground, Su Mo, standing nearby, respectfully bowed at a 90-degree angle to Su Liang. Su Liang, boss. Just the thought of being guided by someone as passionate as you fills me with enthusiasm. Su Liang regarded Su Mo with a slight smirk, while scanning the surroundings. Including the 2 brawlers on the ground, there were a total of 7 participants gathered for the Alchemist Grand Competition, accounting for a significant portion of the available slots. If these individuals were to represent their faction this year, they might indeed achieve commendable results. A confident smile graced Su Liang's lips. By the way, Su Liang, I just remembered that my outfit is nearly ready. Could you check if it fits? As he pondered, Su Xilan suddenly clung to his right arm. Yes, Su Liang, could you also assist me in checking mine? Lin Yanluo mirrored the action, grasping his left arm. Wait a moment, why are you asking me about your outfits? Su Liang was utterly bewildered as he was unceremoniously dragged along, leaving Qiao Qiao standing in place, covering her mouth with her sleeve, revealing a somewhat mischievous smile. Are you feeling jealous? Indeed, older women just can't compete. With a drop of her sleeve, Qiao Qiao's expression shifted back to one of innocence as she waved her slender arms and scampered after them. Su Liang, wait for me. Su Mo followed suit, his heavy footsteps resonating on the ground. What a passionate scene! Chapter 59. Reverence. After half an hour, Su Xilan and Lin Yanluo had finished changing into their outfits. In the training grounds of the Alchemist Association, distinct from the alchemy rooms used for assessments, this space was dedicated to certified alchemists for their regular practice. Nearly 100 alchemical furnaces filled the spacious area of several hundred square meters. With 9 individuals seated, all clad in the uniform of the Alchemist Association. Before these 9 stood Su Liang, who surveyed them with a smile, particularly scrutinizing the 3 individuals who were neither Long Yuan, Bai Jianjing, Qiao Qiao, Su Mo, Su Xilan, nor Lin Yanluo. These 3, middle-aged men with a wealth of experience, were seasoned employees of the Alchemist Association. Although their innate talent was average, their extensive experience afforded them the capability of second-tier low-grade alchemists. They had participated in the previous Alchemist Grand Competition and now regarded Su Liang with eyes filled with admiration and excitement. When Su Liang had engaged in the wager with Long Yuan and the others, these individuals had been observing from the sidelines, and they were thoroughly impressed by Su Liang's prowess. The opportunity to learn from him filled them with exhilaration, though many alchemists typically practice here. To ensure convenience and safeguard our secrets, I specifically requested that this space be reserved for our training over the next few days. I trust you all will not disappoint me. After pacing slowly, Su Liang's smile turned slightly frosty. Prior to arriving, Gu Yuan had bestowed upon him the agreed-upon 3 low-grade third-tier elixirs, and combined with the 3 he had won from the wager, he now possessed 6 commendable elixirs within his storage ring. In light of this bounty, it was only fair that he put forth the effort to train these young talents. Originally, Gu Yuan intended to observe the proceedings as well, but upon learning that the president of the Alchemist Association in the nearby city of Fenghua, an old friend of his named Han Feng, wished to pay him a visit before the competition, Gu Yuan had no choice but to attend to the matter. Yes, the 9 individuals before Su Liang shuddered slightly at his smile, responding with deep respect. Your voices are too soft. I can hardly hear you. Halting in his tracks, Su Liang cupped a hand to his ear. Yes, this time, their voices resonated loudly and in unison, as the sound subsided. Long Yuan gazed at Su Liang, murmuring excitedly to himself, I wonder what Su Liang will teach us. Perhaps the method of focused multitasking he employed during our competition, or the second-tier high-grade elixirs that Su Xilan and Miss Yanluo concocted? Su Liang knows far more than that, including the technique of celestial fire alchemy. That is what I yearn to learn, Bai Jianjing interjected boastfully. What? Su Liang can actually perform celestial fire alchemy? Upon hearing this, Long Yuan's face illuminated with a blend of surprise and joy. Due to the previous scuffle, both individuals bore scars on their faces, swollen and grotesque like that of a pig's head. Their appearance was indeed quite bizarre. Listening to their conversation, others around them displayed expressions of eager anticipation. Observing the expressions of the crowd, Su Liang shook his head and sighed. Although time was of the essence, before imparting any skills to you, I must first rectify your mindset. It is entirely natural to aspire to learn the exquisite art of alchemy. However, one must first master the fundamental steps, at the very least, learn to walk before one can run. Presently, you cannot even walk properly. To speak bluntly, you are worthless. Those who are ineffectual and fail to strive for improvement should not entertain unrealistic ambitions. Such notions are nothing but daydreams. Su Liang's tone was rather ungracious. And after his remarks, everyone, except Su Xilan and Lin Yanluo, exhibited varying degrees of indignation. Even Bai Jianjing and Long Yuan displayed some resentment. Although they could not compare to Su Liang, They were nonetheless esteemed alchemists within Baidi City, and being labeled as worthless was far from pleasant. The most vehement reactions came from 3 middle-aged newcomers who had participated in several previous alchemical competitions and were regarded as veterans here. They had come to learn techniques, not to be reprimanded by a mere child who had barely begun. However, due to Su Liang's formidable prowess, the 3 could only grit their teeth, their chairs creaking under the pressure of their grip, suppressing their outrage. Your demeanor suggests that you are unconvinced by my words. Very well, allow me to pose a question to you. Some among you are nearing 30. Why, at such an age, do you remain mere second-tier inferior alchemists while those considerably younger than you have surpassed your ranks? Su Liang directed his inquiry primarily at the 3 middle-aged men. Upon hearing his words, the 3 glanced at Su Xilan, Lin Yanluo, and Su Liang. One of them unable to restrain himself, muttering, "It is merely due to lack of talent." "I heard you mention talent. Excellent. Then I have another question. Every year, the participants in the alchemical competition in Baidi City are rotated. Where do those who are replaced go? They are not merely swapped out. Rather, they are taken by other cities' alchemist associations due to their commendable performances. Pray tell, are those individuals also gifted?" To that, "It is merely a matter of luck." The middle-aged man who had just spoken stammered in response to Su Liang's inquiry. He understood well that these individuals were not selected for their talent, as their alchemical skills at the time were comparable, with some even inferior to his own. Yet those individuals were chosen. While he remained, "After talent comes luck. Do not resort to such a feeble excuse. Allow me to enlighten you. The reason those individuals were chosen is not due to luck, but simply because they were superior to you." Su Liang sneered, narrowing his eyes as he surveyed the assembly before him. "Tell me, if you were members of another city's alchemist association, would you choose to recruit those who are merely lucky or those with potential?" "There is no need to answer. You know the truth well. If I were to recruit, I would certainly select someone stronger than the rest. Now, a question arises. You have participated in multiple alchemical competitions, and each time, some beside you were taken away, yet you remain. Why is that?" The 3 middle-aged men exchanged glances, their mouths opening as if to speak, yet struggling to articulate a defense. "How many hours do you dedicate to alchemy each day?" Su Liang continued his questioning. In response to Master Su Liang, one of the 3 replied weakly, 5 hours. 5 hours? Truly commendable. Su Xilan, how many hours do you practice alchemy daily? Su Liang turned to Su Xilan. I have not kept count, but aside from eating and sleeping, I spend nearly all my time on alchemy. If I average it out, I would say at least 10 hours a day. Rubbing his cheek thoughtfully, Su Xilan provided a figure. The heads of the 3 middle-aged alchemists sank even lower, their cheeks flushed with embarrassment. "Did you hear that? Su Xilan's alchemical practice time is double yours. You were born without talent and cannot stand out. Your starting line is already behind. Aware that you are not a genius yet still failing to exert effort, while continually being surpassed by others without talent who are diligent, before you complain. Consider carefully whether those who were selected were still diligently practicing alchemy while you indulged in leisure. Ultimately, you are but the dregs filtered out from the process, and with such a foundation. You dare aspire to learn my alchemical methods? You even dare claim you are not worthless? It is not too late to give up now. I will immediately request a change of personnel from the president. For I only accept elites here, not the worthless." Su Liang stepped forward, exuding an unspoken formidable aura that caused the last vestiges of defiance within the 3 middle-aged men to shatter. They recalled that there had always been a group of individuals who joined the Baidi City Alchemist Association after them, diligently refusing all distractions and social engagements, steadily climbing above them, leaving only those who were not particularly industrious. "Master Su Liang, you are right. We are indeed worthless, but we do not wish to remain so any longer. Please prescribe your training methods. We shall follow your lead." Tears welled in their eyes as the 3 middle-aged men gazed at Su Liang, all displaying expressions of reverence. Clearly, at this moment, any training Su Liang proposed, no matter how grueling, would not elicit a single complaint from them. Chapter 60. Hellish training to rectify the self. One must first align the spirit. What an astonishing ability to inspire this man possesses. Watching from the sidelines, Xiao Qiao gazed at Su Liang, a flicker of astonishment flashing in her eyes. Even she felt a surge of passion upon hearing Su Liang's words. She understood that Su Liang's intention was to motivate everyone. Yet she never anticipated that just a few words would ignite the fighting spirit of the 3 most lethargic middle-aged alchemists. Not only the middle-aged alchemists, but the expressions of all who heard Su Liang's words transformed. Even the 2 frivolous individuals, Long Yuan and Bai Jianzheng, ceased their squabbling over learning extravagant alchemical techniques, their expressions growing markedly serious. Not to mention Su Xilan and Lin Yanluo, of course. The most excited among them was Suemo, already prone to exclaiming fervently. Upon hearing Su Liang's words, he erupted like a volcano, his face flushed with excitement as he bellowed. What a passionate, invigorating speech. I feel as if I am ablaze. Rest assured. Brother Su Liang, I will put forth my utmost effort and not let you down. Your enthusiasm is commendable. Thus, without further ado, let us commence our first foundational training. Bai Jianzheng, step forward. Ignoring the fervent Suemo, Su Liang offered a slight smile and turned to Bai Jianzheng, retrieving a set of clean clothes he had previously worn from his storage ring. He tore off one sleeve and fashioned it into a loop. Brother Su Liang, what are you planning to do? Bai Jianzheng stood up. Though he was brimming with determination, he felt a twinge of apprehension at Su Liang's peculiar action. Quite simple, you will blindfold yourself with this. And I will retrieve medicinal materials from 5 meters away. You must identify the herbs based on their scents. Rest assured, the materials I select will primarily be mainstream second-tier and third-tier herbs relevant to this competition. Over 100 varieties. All quite memorable. Upon completing this task, we will move on to the next phase. No rewards for completion, but failure will incur penalties. Su Liang grinned, revealing a set of pearly white teeth that glimmered ominously, causing Bai Jianzheng to instinctively shudder. May I inquire, Brother Su Liang, what will the penalties entail? You shall find out shortly, that Su Liang responded ambiguously as he blindfolded Bai Jianzheng, stepping back 5 meters. Before he could begin, Xiao Qiao raised her slender arm, a hint of confusion in her inquiry. Brother Su Liang, is it truly sufficient to rely solely on our eyes during alchemy? What significance does this exercise hold? Not only her, but others shared the same curiosity. Fortunately, having just been reprimanded by Su Liang, they now fully trusted him. They would comply without question, merely seeking understanding. Excellent question. Allow me to clarify. You believe that vision alone suffices for alchemy. However, that is not the case. The changes in aroma during the fusion of herbs are far more sensitive than what your eyes can perceive. Additionally, sound is equally crucial. The sounds made by different herbs entering the cauldron and their subsequent fusion. Mastering these elements will enable you to grasp the environment of the cauldron more holistically, rather than merely observing. Upon hearing Su Liang's explanation, all present wore contemplative expressions. Thus, today's lesson will commence with practicing the ability to identify the medicinal materials from 5 meters away using your sense of smell, followed by discerning the sounds made by herbs falling into the flames within the cauldron from the same distance. Complete both tasks, and you may return home. Otherwise, the practice will continue indefinitely. If, at this time tomorrow, anyone has not mastered these skills, I regret to inform you that the alchemical competition will be entirely beyond your reach. Su Liang continued, casting a sweeping glance that instantly tightened everyone's nerves. Especially Bai Jianzheng, who was blindfolded, his voice trembling. Brother Su Liang, time is of the essence. Please proceed. Excellent. What do I hold in my hand? Seeing Bai Jianzheng's eagerness, Su Liang smiled slightly, retrieving a golden-red stone from his storage ring. Is it the 3-colored exotic flower? Bai Jianzheng inhaled deeply, catching a whiff of fragrance, but could not identify it precisely, thus guessing at random. Smack! With a sharp crack, Su Liang swiftly appeared before Bai Jianzheng, delivering a resounding slap that sent him spinning several times in place. Dazed and disoriented. Only after regaining his bearings did Su Liang speak. Have I not made it clear? Failure to respond leads to punishment. Hiss! The tension among the onlookers escalated, their faces as pale as snow. Although it was termed a punishment, it was undeniably brutal, causing many present to feel the heat rise in their own cheeks. Su Liang, your strikes are excessively harsh, Bai Jianzheng protested, covering his face with a quivering voice. Do you wish to participate in the Alchemist Grand Competition? Su Liang's simple question instantly silenced Bai Jianzheng, who nodded resolutely. Proceed, Brother Su Liang. What is the herbal material in my hand? The earth heart fruit. Crack, wah, Brother Su Liang, that truly hurt. What followed was a relentless barrage of slaps. After enduring dozens, Bai Jianzheng finally identified Su Liang's fiery sunstone. When Su Liang switched to another herb, the crisp sound of his palm striking flesh echoed again. After receiving thousands of slaps over the course of half an hour, Bai Jianzheng returned to his seat, his head swollen like a basin, unable to utter a single word. Faced with his pitiable state, no one dared to mock him. Instead, fear crept into their eyes as they silently prayed to be spared from the same fate. Next, Long Yuan. Su Liang beckoned, and Long Yuan immediately shed tears of regret as he approached. blinded by the glances of his peers that conveyed a sense of impending doom. What do I hold in my hand? The fiery sunstone? Blindfolded, Long Yuan could see nothing and could only rely on his sense of smell, which faintly registered a pleasant aroma in that moment. He grasped the dread that Bai Jianjin had felt earlier. Just as expected, crack! Another crisp sound resonated as Su Liang's palm met his cheek. After enduring thousands of slaps, Long Yuan joined Bai Jianjin with a similarly swollen head. Next, Lin Yanluo de the mention of her name, the crowd shuddered, casting incredulous looks at Su Liang. They anticipated that a girl would be next. But not so soon. The thought of Lin Yanluo's cheeks swelling from Su Liang's blows shattered the hearts of all present men. Lin Yanluo, however, remained blissfully unaware, smiling gently as she blindfolded herself and approached Su Liang to answer questions. In stark contrast to the previous two, Lin Yanluo flawlessly identified the initial dozens of herbs, leaving the spectators wide-eyed in astonishment. Incredible. Is this the caliber of a genius? They thought, if she continues like this, Miss Yanluo might escape punishment. What a relief! Under the nervous gaze of the crowd, she finally misidentified one herb after exceeding 100, mistaking the evergreen vine for the withering vine in that instant. The spectators' hearts sank as they braced themselves for the sound of Su Liang's slap. To their astonishment, he refrained from striking her and instead gently explained, the scents of the withering vine and evergreen vine are quite similar, making them easy to confuse. However, you must strive to distinguish between these two aromas. Now, let us move on to the next herb. Why? Brother Su Liang, this is unjust. Before he could finish, Bai Jianjin and Long Yuan, sporting their swollen heads, erupted in anger, their glares piercing through their barely open eyelids. The two, despite their affections for Lin Yanluo, felt the sting of unfairness, unwilling to accept that she had escaped punishment. Quite simple. Those with intellect remember through thought, while those lacking it remember through pain. If you believe you can accurately identify all the herbal scents now, I shall spare you further slaps. If not, your next punishment will be doubled. Do you wish to take that chance? Su Liang's icy gaze silenced them, causing the two to shrink back, reluctantly returning to their seats with forced smiles. Brother Su Liang, we were jesting. Please, continue. The onlookers could only regard them with a mix of sympathy and pity. After Lin Yanluo came Su Xilan, followed by others. After 2 hours, all had passed Su Liang's initial assessment. Yet only Bai Jianjin and Long Yuan had faced punishment. Chapter 61. Yanluo's disappearance. Once the first phase concluded, the participants had acclimated to Su Liang's training methods, making it significantly easier to identify herbs by the sound of flames crackling. Although Su Liang varied the order in which he presented the herbs, the selection remained the same 100 or so, allowing them to systematically record and match their sounds. After an hour, even the slow-witted Bai Jianjin and Long Yuan managed to avoid punishment, memorizing the order of all the medicinal herbs. As the clock approached 5 in the afternoon and dusk began to settle, the 9 participants resembled exhausted dogs, slumped over their chairs, fatigue glistening in their eyes. Reflecting on the grueling training, which felt more exhausting than a fierce battle, it was akin to hell itself. Even the robust Soma, who was perpetually spirited, sealed his lips, unwilling to utter a word. All right, today's training concludes. Rest well, everyone. We'll reconvene at the same time tomorrow. At Su Liang's words, the group twitched in unison, appearing as if they wished for death yet found themselves unable to leave. Though they yearned to escape, their exhaustion rendered them immobile, forcing them to remain seated to regain their strength. Seizing the opportunity, Su Liang utilized a nearby alchemical furnace to concoct 2 Sanyang Longhu pills, which he handed to Long Yuan and Bai Jianjin to heal their facial injuries. Although his intention was to aid their memory, he felt a twinge of guilt for having struck them. After consuming the pills, not only did their wounds heal, but both also ascended a level, reaching the 5th stage of the postnatal realm. Overwhelmed with gratitude, they nearly fell to their knees before Su Liang. While aware of the complicated relationship between the two, Su Liang was surprised to find their realms identical, leading him to understand why they were often at odds. The other participants observed Bai Jianjin and Long Yuan with envy, contemplating whether to intentionally make mistakes in training to secure some pills for themselves. After resting for half an hour, once the sun had fully set, they regained some energy and prepared to depart. The first to leave were Bai Jianjin and Long Yuan, darting out like wild dogs celebrating their promotion, supposedly to indulge in a feast, though Su Liang was unclear where they planned to go. Next to exit were the 3 middle-aged alchemists, followed by Qiao Qiao and Soma Dai. In an instant, the training ground was left with only Su Liang, Su Xilan and Lin Yanluo, the atmosphere turning serene. I wish to continue training. I feel I have yet to fully grasp the sense of the herbs and the sounds of flames in the alchemical furnace. Fortunately, the Alchemist Association has designated lodgings for us registered alchemists, permitting us to train late into the night. What do you think? Su Xilan suddenly broke the silence, turning to Su Liang and Lin Yanluo. Su Liang appeared indifferent, while Lin Yanluo hesitated, eventually lowering her head apologetically. I too wish to stay, but my family, including Xiaozue, is awaiting my return. I truly regret that I cannot remain here. The Lin family's medicinal herbs and demon cores will take several days to sell out. So I must wait before I can move in with everyone. That's all right. Such circumstances cannot be helped. You should return. With Su Liang assisting me in training, it should suffice, Su Xilan gently reassured Lin Yanluo. Yes, farewell, Sister Xilan and young Master Su Liang. Nodding earnestly, Lin Yanluo and Su Liang departed the training ground while the night was still young. Now, it's our turn. However, before we begin, I have a question for you. Su Xilan stretched lazily, her demeanor suddenly serious as she approached Su Liang, her bright eyes fixed intently on him, her breath fragrant and clear. Since this method originated from you, you must have trained with it before. I wish to know how many types of herbs you can identify. Let me think. It should be over 1,000,000. Su Liang replied with a smile. Su Xilan's expression instantly shifted to one of indignation. If you don't wish to share, then why deceive me? Are there truly that many herbs in the entire Tianyuan continent? Even if there were, you could not possibly gather them all in a lifetime. Especially since you are not yet 20. Hearing this, Su Liang paused, quickly regaining his composure. That is true. I actually forgot the specific number. Let us not dwell on that. Let us commence training, for the next 2 hours. Su Liang assisted Su Xilan in her training until she fully mastered the characteristics of primary and secondary herbs. In the remaining time, Su Xilan sat down to review, while Su Liang took the opportunity to consume the 6 pills he had obtained earlier, rapidly enhancing his internal energy several-fold and successfully advancing to the 9th stage of the postnatal realm. Feeling the surging power within him, Su Liang had a premonition that without employing any techniques, he could slay a practitioner of the 10th level of acquired realm. With the use of the Divine Universe Sword, he could contend with innate masters for a brief moment. Should he unleash the heavenly fire despite the risk of crippling his arm, even those of innate caliber would fall before him. Sensing the formidable fluctuations emanating from Su Liang's recent advancement, Su Xilan cast a glance in his direction. Though accustomed to his rapid progress, she could not help but murmur, what a monster. 2 third-level elixirs, coupled with 4 second-level ones, contained sufficient energy for an average acquired master to ascend several levels. Yet here he was, having only progressed by 1. Alas, the energy required for the Ancient Devouring Heavens technique's advancement is becoming increasingly formidable. It seems I must seek out more resources. Winning the championship in this alchemist competition is imperative. Approaching the window of the training ground and gazing into the night, Su Liang clenched his fists, his eyes ablaze with a fervent battle spirit. Securing the championship would grant him a high-grade 3rd-level Qingxin Ice God Pill, along with other rewards that might aid his ascension to the innate realm. As Su Liang contemplated, the sound of footsteps suddenly echoed from the staircase behind him. The door to the training ground swung open, and Xiaozue rushed in, drenched in sweat, her eyes wide with terror. No, this is bad. Our young lady is missing. Su Liang, do you know where she is gone? What? Yin Luo is missing. Su Liang's expression hardened upon hearing this, prompting Su Xilan, who was seated nearby, to sit up with a look of concern. Sister Yin Luo left here 2 hours ago. Has she not returned? No. Our young lady promised to come back for dinner, yet at this hour, she still hasn't returned. She never goes back on her word. I can't help but wonder if something has happened. Xiaozue rubbed her swollen eyes, tears streaming down her cheeks, her face etched with regret and frustration. It's my fault. This morning, the young lady insisted I stay behind. And I acquiesced. In retrospect, I should have firmly insisted on accompanying her. Stop crying. Leave Yin Luo's matter to me. Su Liang swiftly approached Xiaozue, gently ruffling her hair. Feeling the warmth of his hand, Xiaozue's expression softened, and she looked up in confusion. But Su Liang, do you know where our young lady is? Of course, after all, I am capable of anything. Just await good news with a confident smile. Su Liang turned to Su Xilan. Xilan, please take care of Xiaozue. I shall return shortly. All right, be careful, Su Xilan nodded. She felt reassured by Su Liang, knowing he had previously vanquished those of the innate realm. And now, having just advanced, his strength would only have increased. Without further ado, Su Liang employed the explosive breathing technique, inhaling deeply before executing a series of swift movements, vanishing from sight and reappearing outside the Alchemist Association. With a flash of red light, the human slayer's sword materialized in his grasp. Clutching the sword, Xu Liang paused beneath the eaves of a grand mansion, slightly closing his eyes as an enigmatic sword energy began to emanate from him. This energy was not sharp. Rather, it was smooth and all-encompassing. Divine Universe Sword, Mirror Form. Illusory blossoms on water. The mirror form is considered a profound technique within the Divine Universe Sword, mastering the power of illusion and reality, allowing one to transform the illusory into the tangible and vice versa. Upon invoking this technique, Xu Liang's eyes suddenly shifted to an eerie black and white. The surrounding streets, buildings, and even the heavens and mountains faded into ink-like hues, gradually dissolving, leaving only a familiar slender silhouette in existence, a tangible presence in this world. Is that her? As the strange colors in his eyes dissipated, Xu Liang's feet met the ground, propelling him towards his destination with lightning speed. He arrived at a 6-story establishment named Ling Shanfang, suffused with the rich aroma of food and wine, where Lin Yinluo was situated at the very top. Having just advanced, he had been yearning for an opportunity to hone his skills. And unexpectedly, some ill-fated individuals had crossed his path. If that is the case, I shall use you to honor the human slayer's sword. Gently stroking the blade of the human slayer's sword, Xu Liang traversed the night, his gaze now utterly frigid. On the 6th floor of Ling Shanfang, a renowned restaurant in Baidi City, the 6th level was reserved for prominent figures only. At this moment, within a private chamber named Lan Ting Xian, 2 youths sat facing each other. This is so dull. Lord Hanfeng and Lord Gu Yun have gone out, claiming that matters between adults should not involve children, leaving us here. The speaker was a youth clad entirely in black, adorned with fiery patterns on his robe, with striking red hair and a handsome face. His eyes resembled slits, perpetually half-closed, and he bore various valuable trinkets, indicative of his affluent background. "Brother, what does it matter? We can entertain ourselves," he said, casting a grin at his companion, who wore similar attire, appeared around 15 or 16, sported short, fine red hair, and bore a scar across his face. His expression was jovial as he looked towards Lin Yinluo, who, despite her calm demeanor, retained an underlying pallor. "I apologize, but I have promised my family to dine together. If I do not return soon, they will worry. Please, let me go. That simply won't do. We traveled all the way from Fenghua City to Baidi City, and your Alchemist Association has failed to extend proper hospitality by providing us with a few beautiful maidens. Is that not a bit unreasonable? Yet, to my surprise, the so-called weakest Alchemist Association in Baidi City has someone like you. Tonight, you shall stay and keep me company." As he spoke, the scarred youth extended his rough finger, attempting to touch Lin Yinluo's hand, only to have it coldly swatted away by her. "Please, behave yourself." "Ah, I had no idea you had such a fiery temper. No matter, I quite like it." He attempted to reach out again, but the red-haired youth suddenly frowned. "Xiaohu, you are going too far. Regardless, this young lady is affiliated with the Baidi City Alchemist Association. It is one thing to drink with her, but it is entirely another to lay hands upon her. Do you wish to provoke a conflict between the Fenghua City and Baidi City Alchemist Associations?" Upon hearing this, Chen Xiaohu's finger twitched, but he quickly donned a nonchalant expression, continuing to reach for Lin Yinluo's face. "War? Brother, you jest. With the insignificant strength of the Baidi City Alchemist Association, how could they dare to engage us in battle? Moreover, as a lowly member of the Baidi City Alchemist Association, it is an honor for this woman to receive my favor." Hearing this, the slit-eyed youth tapped the table, refraining from rebuttal, seemingly acquiescing to his words. Licking his lips, Chen Xiaohu's gaze burned with desire as he reached for Lin Yinluo's face. Sensing the impending danger, Lin Yinluo sighed, despair washing over her as she closed her eyes. Suddenly, a light sound broke the air. The anticipated sensation of touch never materialized, instead replaced by a piercing scream. Her eyelashes fluttered open, and Lin Yinluo found herself face to face with a man who had appeared out of nowhere. The familiar, tall figure and the blood-stained red sword in his grasp compelled her to exclaim, "Xu Liang, with me here, do not fear. Whoever dared to lay a finger on you, I shall cut him down." Turning to Lin Yinluo, Xu Liang offered a gentle smile that instantaneously restored color to her pale cheeks, prompting her to shake her head in a flurry. "Thank you for saving me. Xu Liang, however, there are 2 of them, and both are formidable. You should not concern yourself with me. Hurry and escape." "Escape? Where to? You dare to harm my arm, you little beast. Today, I shall see you dead." Chen Xiao, who clutched his bleeding wrist, glancing at the severed hand on the ground, his face contorted with rage as he glared at Su Liang. An overwhelming aura of the 8th level of acquired realm radiated from him as he charged at Su Liang without hesitation. Raising his leg to stomp down upon Su Liang's face with tremendous force. Faced with this terrifying strike, Lin Yanluo gritted her teeth and rushed in front of Su Liang, preparing to take the hit with her back. This only served to further infuriate Chen Xiaohu. So, you have a lover? You wretched woman, die. It is you who shall die? A chilling voice rang out as Su Liang embraced Lin Yanluo, raising the human slayer sword, slicing through the air with a fiery arc aimed at Chen Xiaohu's head. Yet this strike met only empty air. Chen Xiaohu, his face marked by terror, was seized by Beihai, retreating like a wraith to evade Su Liang's attack. Exuding an unmistakable aura of the 1st level of innate realm, Beihai regarded Su Liang, his slit-like eyes reflecting an inscrutable hue. My brother has yet to lay a hand on this young lady, and you dare to act violently? How excessive! Heh, whether he has or has not done anything is irrelevant. The mere thought of it warrants his death. Su Liang chuckled, his smile warm yet his words laced with an icy sharpness that sent shivers down the spine. Brother, there's no need to waste words on this little beast. This little beast is not even at the innate realm and dares to provoke our Fenghua City Alchemist Association. He must be killed. As for this woman, it would be a waste to kill her. Let her remain for my enjoyment. Licking his lips, Chen Xiaohu cast a venomous glare at Su Liang. His murderous intent unmasked. Smack! Before Chen Xiaohu could finish his words, he was struck across the face, gazing at his brother in disbelief. You better shut your mouth and not bring me trouble, he scolded, squinting as he looked up at Su Liang. Though Chen Xiaohu felt nothing, he was acutely aware of the terrifying power that Su Liang's previous sword strike had contained. I am Chen Xiaolong, the chief disciple of the Alchemist Association in Fenghua City, and this is my younger brother, Chen Xiaohu. Xiaohu is young and ignorant, and has made a mistake due to my lax supervision. However, you have already severed one of his arms. Let us consider this matter settled. Although he was ostensibly apologizing, Chen Xiaolong's words were laced with a natural arrogance, lacking in courtesy. After all, he was an innate master from Fenghua City, and making such a concession to someone who had not yet reached the innate realm was already quite considerable. Is someone from Fenghua City truly so remarkable? I declare that he must die today. He will undoubtedly perish, and whoever stands in my way shall meet the same fate. Su Liang sneered, raising his long sword toward Chen Xiaohu. Brother, what is there to discuss with someone from such a remote city? Quickly behead him. Surely they from Baidi City would not dare to trouble us from Fenghua City, Chen Xiaohu said, covering his face. Feeling aggrieved, upon hearing this, Chen Xiaolong's expression grew cold as he fixed his gaze on Su Liang. It seems you are unwilling to let this matter rest. However, do you truly believe that your strength can match ours? Fire element, heavenly fire drawn. Before Chen Xiaolong could finish his words, Su Liang had already transferred Lin Yanluo to his left hand, his entire right side igniting in flames. His eyes turned golden, and his hair was dyed a brilliant crimson. The sword of the slaughterer was suddenly enveloped by a 10-meter-long flame blade, slicing through the air before Chen Xiaolong, severing his right arm along with Chen Xiaohu and the wall behind them, igniting them in a fierce blaze that revealed the night sky beyond. Staring at his empty right limb, Chen Xiaolong was overwhelmed by the dreadful power of Su Liang's previous strike. His slit-like eyes widened for the first time, pupils dilating, yet he remained so stunned that he forgot to scream. Raising his eyebrows, Su Liang's golden red hair fluttered as he slowly lowered his charred right arm, his expression domineering. I have already declared that he must die. What is with your incessant prattle? Chapter 63. Han Feng and Gu Yun feeling the excruciating pain radiating from his right arm, Su Liang merely held the beautiful woman in his embrace, showing no concern. Due to his elevated realm and the transformation of his internal energy into fire attributes, this heavenly fire drawn only damaged one arm while achieving a more terrifying power than before. Leaving Chen Xiaolong, despite being at the 1st level of the innate realm, completely unresponsive, Su Liang. Looking at the flame-wreathed figure with golden hair and golden eyes, Lin Yanluo was taken aback, as if seeing him for the first time. Her lips parting slightly. Upon noticing Su Liang's charred arm, she felt a wave of dizziness. Nearly fainting, Su Liang risked himself for me. How could this be? This was her second time being saved by Su Liang. And feeling touched, she pondered if there was anything she could do in return. After a moment's contemplation, Lin Yanluo seemed to have an idea, her eyes brightening as she pulled out a jade box from her bosom. Placing a pill that shimmered with 3 colors into Su Liang's mouth, Su Liang, Please take this. Instinctively swallowing the pill, Su Liang felt a refreshing warmth flowing through his limbs, the burning sensation from the heavenly fire drawn significantly diminishing. Even his charred right arm swelled slightly, some of the charred remains cracking to reveal tender skin sprouting new growth. Though not fully restored, he could move his right arm with ease. Is this the Sanyang Longhudanjian? Thank you, Lin Yanluo. Surprised, Su Liang glanced at Lin Yanluo, recalling that this was the pill she had concocted during her afternoon test, originally meant for herself, a pill like the Sanyang Longhudanjian, close to the third tier and possessing Dan patterns. Could easily fetch dozens or even hundreds of gold taels if sold at it would greatly improve the living conditions of the Lin family. Even if not sold, it was excellent for personal use. Yet, such a precious pill was given to him without a second thought by Lin Yanluo. Su Liang, you flatter me. How I treat you is simply how you treat me. Lin Yanluo slightly raised her head. Gazing up at Su Liang's stunning face, a gentle smile gracing her lips, her dark eyes sparkling with unwavering resolve. Sir, while my brother is indeed mischievous, his sins do not warrant death. You resort to killing. Do you truly believe we from the Alchemist Association of Fenghua City are inconsequential? Qin Xiaolong, just regaining his senses, opened his narrow eyes, his gaze sharp as a blade, sweeping over Su Liang with intensity. And what of it? Su Liang regarded Qin Xiaolong with disdain, his golden red hair billowing, faint sparks of fire scattering, his golden eyes ablaze like a god of fire. Whether your brother deserves to die is not for you to decide. But for me, likewise, if you are unwilling, you may seek vengeance upon me, but I must warn you in advance, I still possess one usable arm. With that, Su Liang slowly raised his unharmed left arm. Flames still flickering from the slaughterer's sword, distorting the air around them. Hearing this, Qin Xiaolong, clutching his now stopped bleeding right arm, felt his pupils constrict. The power of Su Liang's heavenly fire drawn was still fresh in his mind. It was the blade of the fire god capable of claiming his life in an instant. Before such power, he had no confidence in withstanding it. The pain of losing his brother intertwined with the dread of death, leaving him in a cold sweat. Damn it, is this guy even human? How can someone who hasn't reached the innate realm unleash such a powerful attack? With one arm severed, I am even less his match now. It seems I can only call for my master. Despondently collapsing to the ground, Qin Xiaolong extended his left hand, his index finger glowing with light from his storage ring, retrieving a red pill and tossing it into the air, where it transformed into a billowing cloud of red smoke, clearly visible throughout Baidi City. Upon witnessing this, Su Liang remained silent, merely waiting patiently as the evening breeze howled through the broken loft, carrying the sounds of chaos from below. What the hell is going on? Why did an explosion suddenly erupt from the 6th floor of Ling Shanfeng? Observing the fire-shaped smoke rising into the sky. It should be the insignia of Fenghua City. Could it be that people from Fenghua City have invaded Baidi City? Whatever the case, judging by the strength of the explosion, the assailant undoubtedly possessed innate realm strength. It is too dangerous for us to stay here. We must flee at once. In the midst of the commotion, Qin Xiaolong's eyes returned to their slit shape as he looked up at Su Liang. A perplexed expression on his face. Your name is Su Liang, isn't it? I concede that you are formidable, and I am no match for you. However, I have already sent word to Master Han Feng. He is a master of the 5th level of the innate realm, and you are definitely no match for him. You have killed my brother and now injured me. He will not let you off easily. Although his tone was cold, Qin Xiaolong's words were not a threat but rather a statement of fact. What of the 5th level of the innate realm? If I see fit, I shall still slay him. Do you truly believe that the move I just executed was my limit? Su Liang shot a cold glance at Qin Xiaolong, the heavenly fire drawn being merely the first form of the fire element. The subsequent techniques would wield even greater power. Yet, given his current realm, executing them would be exceedingly challenging, likely costing him a heavier toll than the last time. What did you say? Stunned by Su Liang's words, Qin Xiaolong realized he was not lying, his expression growing even more terrified. Just as his mind was in turmoil, 2 swift sounds of breaking air approached, transforming into 2 fleeting shadows that rapidly landed on the 6th floor of Ling Shanfeng. Revealing their true forms, point one was clad in a green long robe, wooden clogs on his feet, with a thick mane of white hair, none other than Gu Yun. The other wore a black alchemist robe like Qin Xiaolong, holding a paper umbrella adorned with cherry blossoms, tall and slender, with long, flowing black hair cascading to his shoulders, a prominent nose, and a face that harmoniously united masculine vigor with feminine grace, particularly in his deep, night sky-like eyes. Su Liang, Yanluo? What on earth is happening here? As soon as he landed and saw Su Liang and Lin Yanluo, Gu Yun's expression morphed into one of both concern and astonishment, especially regarding Lin Yanluo. His newly accepted precious disciple, Gu Yun, would be devastated if anything happened to her. Master Han Feng, you have arrived. Spotting the handsome man with the oiled paper umbrella, Chun Xiaolong struggled to kneel, his face filled with respect. Please, briefly explain what has transpired. Folding his paper umbrella, Han Feng didn't even glance at Chen Xiaolong, his tone calm yet laced with an undertone that sent shivers down Chen Xiaolong's spine, making him shudder involuntarily. The matter is as follows. My younger brother Xiaohu, in his mischief, brought this woman from the Alchemist Association to accompany him for drinks. Later, this Su Liang killed him. My brother did not commit any grave offense, and his punishment is too harsh. I implore you to intercede for us. What? You dared to take my precious disciple and even made her accompany you for drinks? You truly have overstepped your bounds. Do you think that just because you are from Fenghua City, you can act with impunity? Su Liang, you have done well. Rest assured, with me here, I will not allow you to suffer harm. Before Han Feng could speak, Gu Yun roared like a furious tiger, his eyes ablaze with fury as he glared at Chen Xiaolong, his expression one of wanting to kick him out of the place. Rubbing his temples, Han Feng wore a look of resignation. As the ancient saying goes, I understand your protective nature, but there is no need to put on a charade before me. I am not one to blur the lines between right and wrong. With those words, Han Feng stepped forward, crouching down to gaze at Chen Xiaolong, his first utterance plunging the latter into an abyss of despair. Xiaolong, you have deeply disappointed me. Chapter 64. The Deadly Duel of Alchemy Teacher? The slits of Chen Xiaolong's eyes opened, revealing a despair more profound than witnessing the emergence of heavenly fire. Both you and Xiaohu are children I have taken in. Xiaohu is inherently mischievous. Yet you, as the elder brother, possess a steadiness that tempers his wildness. I brought you both to Baidi City with the intention of exposing you to the local customs and the challenges we must face ahead. Yet, why have you stirred such a significant trouble? Let me guess, did you think that since this is not the city of Fenghua, you need not exercise restraint? Gazing into Han Feng's perpetually profound eyes, a cold sweat drenched Chen Xiaolong's body, leaving him utterly drained and collapsing to the ground. I am sorry, teacher. It is my fault. Xiaolong, I recall teaching you that one must not judge people by their strength or weakness. And the same applies to cities. If today you deem Baidi City weak and tread upon it, tomorrow it may rise in strength, and that very footfall may come back to haunt you. True friendship lies in the sincerity of connections, much like the enduring bond one share with Gu Yun. Han Feng's earnest admonitions caused Chen Xiaolong to press himself closer to the ground, overwhelmed by shame, unable to utter a single word. Rising slowly, Han Feng turned to Su Liang. A father's failure to educate is a fault of the father. A teacher's laxity is a dereliction of duty. It is I, as your teacher, who has failed to guide you properly, and I sincerely apologize for the fright you have endured. If there is any dissatisfaction, be it in the form of reparation or vengeance, directed at me, Han Feng, how dare you accuse me when you are equally guilty of being protective? Gu Yun interjected, scratching his head in evident frustration. Yet he refrained from intervening, instead turning to Su Liang, clearly leaving the decision to him. How intriguing. First, we instruct the disciples, then address grievances. Is this not the real spectacle? Let us not beat around the bush. I killed Chen Xiaohu. Whether right or wrong, his brother will harbor resentment towards me. Perhaps even seek revenge. Rather than live in fear of an unknown attack, it is better to resolve this matter here and now. Su Liang laid down the sword of slaughter, his expression calm as he regarded Han Feng. He had never entertained the idea of sparing Chen Xiaolong. To eradicate evil is an unbreakable truth. If he allowed the enemy to grow strong enough to threaten his loved ones, it would lead to irreversible regret. The reason he had refrained from killing Chen Xiaolong earlier was to draw out Han Feng and gauge the stance of the esteemed president of the Fenghua City Alchemist Association. If Han Feng had blindly shielded Chen Xiaolong, Su Liang would have declared the entire Alchemist Association of Fenghua City as his enemy. However, having seen Han Feng's sound reasoning, his only foe became Chen Xiaolong. Ha, well said. You must be Su Liang. Jiu Yun has been singing your praises during our meal, claiming you are the hope for the revitalization of Baidi City. Seems he was not mistaken. Han Feng regarded him with appreciation before turning to the prostrate Chen Xiaolong. Let the matters of alchemists be resolved with the methods befitting alchemists. Indeed. Jiu Yun sighed, having sensed this outcome long beforehand. Su Liang also sheathed his sword, the golden flames upon his body receding. Only Lin Yanluo remained, nestled in Su Liang's embrace, glancing around in confusion. What is the method of the alchemist? It is the deadly duel of alchemy. Conducted in a formal setting, culminating in a one-on-one battle where the victor lives and the vanquished perishes. There is no more legitimate stage than the Alchemist Grand Tournament. Su Liang, let us settle this with personal scores. Han Feng is correct. Matters of alchemy should be resolved through the means of alchemists, independent of right or wrong, solely concerning grievances. Suddenly lifting his head from the ground, Chen Xiaolong fixed an intense gaze upon Su Liang. His eyes devoid of malice or hatred, filled only with pure combat fervor. Very well, I accept your challenge. Su Liang nodded, his own eyes ablaze with the fire of battle in response. Then let the deadly duel be thus established. The witnesses shall be Gu Yun and myself. Formal applications are overly cumbersome. Let us forego such formalities. Han Feng, with an expression of calm, remarked, I must take Xiaolong to receive treatment for his severe injuries. I entrust the continuation of this matter to you, Gu Yun. A conversation with the Lord of Baidi City should not escalate into an uncontrollable situation. One last thing I wish to convey to Su Liang. Turning to Su Liang, Han Feng's gaze deepened further. In this life, sometimes one's stance is more significant than right or wrong. Regardless of circumstances, Xiaolong remains my disciple. For the next few days, I shall train him relentlessly. Even if you are favored by Gu Yun, should you ultimately be outperformed, do not harbor resentment towards me. With that, Han Feng lifted Chen Xiaolong, unfurling an oiled paper umbrella, transforming into a fleeting shadow as he leaped from the 6th floor of Ling Shanfeng. Vanishing from sight. Alas, what a headache. I never anticipated Han Feng would utter such words. He is a third-tier top-tier alchemist, and with Chen Xiaolong as his chief disciple, he is on the brink of mastering third-tier alchemy. After several days of training, he is sure to grasp at least one type of third-tier low-grade pill. If all else fails, I shall negotiate with Han Feng to explore alternative solutions. Jiu Yun, scratching his head of white hair, stood beside Su Liang in a state of vexation. It was indeed frustrating. The arrival of an old friend should have been a joyous occasion, yet it culminated in such an unpleasant outcome. Blood debts can only be repaid in blood. Rest assured, Elder Gu, I possess confidence in this bloody duel. With a slight smile, Su Liang reassured Gu Yun, who nodded in acknowledgement. So be it. You all may return for now. I must pay a visit to the Lord's mansion. Truly, Han Feng has left me with a mess to clean up. With that, Gu Yun leaped from Ling Shanfeng, disappearing from view. The innate masters communicate with the world around them. While they cannot fly, they can move as lightly as a feather, and the height of 6 stories presents no challenge for them. Let us depart. With Lin Yinluo in his embrace, Su Liang turned and descended the staircase. As anyone who encountered him, be they patrons or attendants, upon witnessing his charred arm and recalling the earlier explosion, retreated in alarm, clearing a path for his unobstructed exit from Ling Shanfeng. The return to the Alchemist Association took over 10 minutes. Throughout the journey, Lin Yinluo merely wrapped her arms around his shoulders, gazing at him with bright eyes, saying nothing. It was only upon entering the training ground that, Miss, I am so relieved you are safe. I was terrified when I heard about the explosion outside. Xiao Chui exclaimed, rushing towards Lin Yinluo, wiping her tears. Xiao Chui, I am fine. Gently patting Xiao Chui's back, Lin Yinluo responded with warmth. Su Xilan approached, her gaze fixed on Su Liang's scorched right arm. A look of concern etched upon her face. I wondered what could have caused such a loud explosion. You did not resort to that technique again, did you? Su Liang remained silent, neither confirming nor denying. You really need to take better care of yourself, Su Xilan scolded, extending her delicate hand towards Su Liang's mouth. A flash of light from her storage ring revealed a tricolor pill pressed into his mouth. Earlier in the day, she had managed to concoct a San Yang Long Hu Dan, albeit its efficacy could not compare to the one crafted by Sister Yinluo. Nevertheless, it was still a second-tier top-tier pill, a meager consolation. Instinctively swallowing the pill, Su Liang gazed at Su Xilan's proud profile, which feigned anger yet concealed genuine concern, and a wave of warmth surged through him. Thank you, Xilan. Chapter 65. Ascending to innate the explosion at Ling Shanfeng the previous night sent shockwaves throughout Baidi City. Rumors spread that flames had erupted in the skies above, attributed to the invasion of experts from Fenghua City. Some claimed to have witnessed a creature engulfed in flames, wielding a 10-meter sword above Ling Shanfeng. Various accounts circulated, but before they could spread too widely, the Lord of Baidi City quelled the uproar, attributing the incident to mismanagement of Ling Shanfeng and spontaneous combustion on the rooftop. The following morning, before the gates of Baidi City, Miss, please take care, Xiao Chui, burdened with a large package and tear-streaked cheeks, threw herself into Lin Yinluo's embrace. Behind her stood over a dozen guards from the Lin family, managing several empty horse-drawn carriages, all equally reluctant to part ways. Due to the attack on Lin Yinluo the previous night, Su Liang had conferred with Gu Yun and decided to purchase all of the Lin family's medicinal herbs and beast materials, allowing them to return home early, thereby enabling Lin Yinluo to reside at the Alchemist Association. Lin Yinluo's beauty is unparalleled in Baidi City, and due to her ongoing illness and lack of martial training, she possessed only the strength of a first-tier practitioner, making her vulnerable to foolish suitors like Chen Xiaohu. Xiao Chui, once I complete the Alchemy Grand Tournament, I shall return to find you. Gently ruffling Xiao Chui's hair, Lin Yinluo offered soothing words. Yes, Mississippi. Xiao Chui nodded heavily, then turned to look at Su Liang. Su's Island, and by Jianzheng. Farewell, Sister's Island, farewell, Brother Su Liang. I entrust Mrs. Care during her time in Baidi City to you. Of course. Su's Island waved with tears in her eyes, while Su Liang nodded with a smile. Wrapped in bandages on his right hand, adorned with the finest burn treatment ointment, he had consumed 2 San Yang Long Hu Dan yet. The damaged meridians proved to be rather obstinate in their recovery. Even with the assistance of the Alchemist Association's elixirs, a complete restoration would require several days. Nevertheless, through this battle, his recently ascended realm of the 9th layer of postnatal became more stable, and his control over the heavenly fire's emergence had significantly improved. Su Liang felt confident that once he entered the innate realm, he would master the emergence of heavenly fire without sustaining any harm. Receiving an affirmative response from Su Liang and the others, Xiao Chui turned a step back, only to be suddenly grasped by the hand of Bai Jianzhan, who had a mischievous glint in his eye. Hey, little girl, why didn't you bid me farewell? Do you think so little of me? Having heard of Lin Yinluo's troubles the previous night, he had rushed back without even donning his clothes, feeling relieved only upon confirming that Lin Yinluo and the others were safe. Yes, I indeed looked down upon you, you lecherous fiend. Ah, what are you doing? Let go of me at once. After a brief tussle with Xiao Chui, during which he relished her favorite kiss, Bai Jianzhan returned to his position, clutching his swollen cheek, gazing at the sulking Xiao Chui and the others with a hint of sentimentality. Farewell. Let us go, continue with the training. The Alchemist Grand Competition is merely 2 days away, and these next 2 days will be particularly arduous. With a flick of his sleeve, Su Liang wore a serious expression as he headed towards the Alchemist Association, initially brimming with confidence about competing in the Alchemist Grand Competition. The sight of Chen Xiaolong from Fenghua City the day before had altered his perspective. The Alchemist Association of Fenghua City could only rank in the middle tier among the Alchemist Associations of Shui Country, and their chief disciple had already attained the ability to concoct lower-grade third-tier elixirs. The prowess of other cities' experts was certainly greater, revealing that securing the championship would necessitate further preparation. Enhancing Yinluo and her companion's alchemical skills was one aspect. More importantly, he needed to elevate his own strength. With determination gleaming in his eyes, Su Liang resolved to embark on an intensive 2-day training regimen. Firstly, he ordered the 9 competitors, including Lin Yinluo, to multitask, concocting 2 cauldrons of elixirs simultaneously, with penalties for any failures. This training was foundational for mastering the alchemical technique of Lian Zhu Feng. Only by mastering the simultaneous concoction of multiple cauldrons could one ultimately integrate them into a single cauldron. Upon hearing that Su Liang was imparting the alchemical techniques that had dazzled the audience during the betting duel, everyone's enthusiasm surged. However, during the initial stages of learning, even a prodigy like Lin Yinluo struggled to succeed, while Bai Jianzhan and Long Yuan often made mistakes, leaving their faces resembling that of a pig's head. Yet, after 2 days of training, they had all begun to grasp the nuances, with Bai Jianzhan and Long Yuan capable of simultaneously concocting 2 different first-tier upper-grade elixirs, while the talented Lin Yinluo could concoct 2 different varieties of second-tier upper-grade elixirs concurrently. As they mastered the art of multitasking, everyone felt a pronounced change. The once formidable steps of alchemy now flowed effortlessly, enhancing their skills manifold, leading to their profound gratitude towards Su Liang. The most exhilarated were the 3 middle-aged alchemists, who felt as if they had been reborn, even kneeling before Su Liang to express their reverence. Today marked the final day before the Alchemist Grand Competition, and as evening approached, Su Liang concluded the lessons early, commanding everyone to refrain from alchemy or venturing out, urging them to rest well. In an instant, the vast training ground was left with only him. Surrounding him were thousands of various medicinal herbs, shimmering with a translucent luster under the dusklight. These elixirs had been acquired under the pretense of enhancing his performance in the competition, amounting to 1/3 of the Alchemist Association's stock. Even Gu Yun had reluctantly relinquished these materials, feeling a pang of regret. Now, it was time to refine all these into elixirs and ascend. Taking a deep breath, Su Liang did not hesitate. He opened the nearest cauldron, placing over 100 varieties of herbs within, employing the alchemical technique of Lian Zhu Feng to precisely divide them into 3 portions for refinement. Although the 3 types of elixirs he was concocting were different, they all served to elevate one's realm, each at the upper tier of the 2nd grade. Given his current capabilities, producing 2nd-tier elixirs was already at the limit. To concoct higher-grade elixirs, he needed to elevate his own realm to innate, allowing for the communion with the heavens and the elicitation of extraordinary phenomena. High-tier alchemists invariably possessed formidable strength, and some even wielded terrifying combat prowess far exceeding those of the same realm. With a calm mind, Su Liang dedicated 10 minutes to forming the 3 2nd-tier upper-grade elixirs before him. Without a glance, he placed the elixirs into a jade box set aside, then proceeded to concoct the next round of 3 elixirs. Repeating this process, the thousands of herbs could yield approximately 100 2nd-tier upper-grade elixirs, and Su Liang intended to use these 100 elixirs to surpass the 9th layer of postnatal and directly breach into the innate realm. After more than 5 hours of intense effort, Su Liang successfully refined 100 2nd-tier upper-grade elixirs. The radiant glow of all the elixirs intertwined, shimmering with an enchanting luster, while the rich fragrance condensed into a faint mist surrounding Su Liang. Just inhaling a single breath of this mist was akin to a week's worth of cultivation for an ordinary person. Anyone present would surely be rendered speechless by such a spectacle. Success or failure hinged upon this moment. Utilizing the luminous moonlight from outside, Su Liang performed a hand seal and sat cross-legged, swallowing the previously refined elixirs in one go, akin to savoring jelly beans. Boom! A tumultuous wave of energy erupted from within him, as the swallowing heaven demon cauldron exerted its utmost capacity to convert this energy, albeit with some difficulty, causing Su Liang's body to emit a crisp, crackling sound akin to exploding beans. Roaring, his muscles inflated like balloons before contracting, then expanding again in a repetitive cycle, eventually settling into a state of solid steel, as his flesh was tempered to perfection by the explosive power within. A faint black airflow emerged from the swallowing heaven demon cauldron. Though frail, it exuded a mysterious aura, comparable to the darkest abyss of the world, radiating a terrifying might that devoured everything, swiftly engulfing all the fire element spiritual energy within Su Liang. Chapter 66. The Worship of Thousands. As the black airflow lingered within his dantian, Su Liang felt utterly transparent, his pores opening simultaneously to absorb the surrounding energies. The spiritual energy that once floated in the air now manifested before him as visually distinct energy particles, which his body absorbed, continuously amplifying the black airflow within. This airflow, known as swallowing heaven demon chi, was a special energy crystallization birthed from the archaic swallowing heaven technique, possessing destructive power far surpassing other techniques while being capable of absorbing all forms of energy. Shortly after the emergence of the swallowing heaven demon chi, a thunderous shadow resonated from outside. Subsequently, the radiant moonlight was shrouded by dark clouds, as silver lightning surged within, igniting a profound sense of crisis in Su Liang's heart. It was the innate tribulation. Rolling out the window, Su Liang inhaled deeply, performing several agile maneuvers to distance himself from the Alchemist Association. Landing atop an abandoned rooftop, with a determined gaze, he stared at the dark clouds enveloping the entirety of Baidi City. As the archaic swallowing heaven technique was a sacred method passed down through the realms, it wielded immense power but was also rejected by the heavens and earth. Typically, only cultivators reaching the pinnacle of martial arts would face their tribulation upon nearing ascension. However, the archaic swallowing heaven technique was different. From the moment Su Liang began to merge with the heavens upon ascending to the innate realm, his existence had been locked onto, and with each significant breakthrough, he would face an increasingly formidable tribulation, as if the heavens could not tolerate his existence. Come forth, in his previous life, he had endured even the archaic heavenly tribulation during ascension, so he would naturally not fear a mere innate tribulation. Facing the thunderclouds above, Su Liang extended his right hand, beckoning with his fingers, as the swallowing heaven demon chi surged within him, enveloping him in a thin veil that obscured his visage, exuding an air of mystery. This veil, known as spirit chi garb, was an emblem of innate realm experts. The innate realm represented the initial communion with the heavens. Possessing a body as light as feathers and the ability to breathe underwater were mere supplementary effects, with the most significant feature being the spirit chi garb. Although composed of spiritual energy, The spirit chi garb offered stronger protection than refined steel, capable of withstanding sharp blade attacks, and was easily adjustable at will. Depending on its attributes, the spirit chi garb possessed various effects. For instance, a fire attribute garb would carry a burning effect, while an ice attribute would induce freezing. This was a key reason why innate realm experts could easily overpower those in the postnatal realm. Previously, when Su Liang had battled two innate experts, Li Yuan had just broken through with elixirs, his realm unstable, thus lacking mastery of the spirit chi garb, whereas Chen Xiaolong was caught off guard by Su Liang's sudden attack, unable to unleash his garb in time. With each advancement in the innate 10th layer, the thickness and strength of the spirit chi garb would enhance. Due to his recent ascension to the first layer of postnatal, Su Liang's spirit chi garb was merely as thin as a cicada's wing, yet it sufficed. Provoked by Su Liang's taunt, the thunderclouds above seemed to rage. Bolts of lightning, as thick as a bowl, cascaded from the sky like silver serpents, striking Su Liang's head. Crack, with a muffled sound, the lightning shattered, engulfing Su Liang in a torrent of thunderous energy, forcing him back several steps. The arcs of electricity that surrounded him were devoured by the black spirit chi garb enveloping his body, vanishing without a trace. The spirit chi garb formed from the swallowing heaven demon chi maximized its absorption properties, rendering even the lightning ineffectual against it. Moreover, after devouring the thunder, Su Liang felt a burning sensation in his lower abdomen, as the faintly delicate swallowing demonic energy within him had inexplicably increased ever so slightly, with subtle arcs of electricity flickering. Any energy consumed by the swallowing demonic energy could either be assimilated or be re-simulated into its original form. Ha ha, bring it on! With gleaming eyes, Su Liang faced the heavens, challenging once more. As his voice resonated, the thunderclouds above churned violently, and successive silver bolts of lightning descended from the sky, resembling hundreds of intertwined dragons. Cascading upon Su Liang's body, the blinding white light illuminating the entirety of Baidi City. What is happening? Why are there so many lightning strikes in the sky, all targeting one location? Could it be that some treasure is about to emerge? No, look quickly. Beneath the thunder there are figures. This does not resemble the emergence of a treasure, but rather the legendary tribulation of an immortal. Immortal? Are there truly immortals in this world, and have they come to our Baidi City? On the sprawling roads, numerous residents beheld the distant figure of Su Liang undergoing tribulation, their faces alight with excitement, and one by one, they knelt in his direction. Many had been resting at home, but upon hearing the thunder, they lifted their heads to witness the terrifying spectacle of countless thunders roaring. The thunderclouds above Baidi City were drawn towards a mysterious black silhouette standing on a rooftop. Several ancient trees surrounding the houses were shattered, igniting into brilliant flames, while deep craters emerged in the ground, illuminating the entire Baidi City as if it were daytime, with sounds more thunderous than cannon fire shaking the hearts of every onlooker, compelling them to bow down and join the throng of worshippers. In just a few minutes, all the residents of Baidi City who were outside had knelt down. From above, one could see the streets teeming with a dense mass of people. The thunder contained a potent spiritual energy. It seemed to be the legendary tribulation thunder. Yet, if this was indeed a tribulation, the thunder felt rather feeble, akin to a congenital level. What exactly is going on? Or is this a pill tribulation? No, it lacks the unique spiritual energy of pill tribulations. From the direction of the Lord's mansion, a bald man dressed in luxurious attire, with an imposing demeanor, slowly emerged from the door and gazed up at the sky, frowning. Unlike the tribulations one would endure upon ascension, pill tribulations occur at the fourth stage of pill refinement. Fourth-grade pills can affect martial kings and possess a hint of spiritual resonance. These lifeless pills exhibit a tendency to transform into sentient beings, which is unacceptable to the heavens, thus resulting in calamity. Regardless of the circumstances, I must investigate. If there are opportunities to be seized, it will be a gain for me. With determination, the man moved his legs, enveloped in a heavy garment shimmering with starlight, transforming into a streak of light barely discernible to the naked eye as he darted forward, bypassing the prostrate residents, unabashedly displaying his overwhelming innate prowess of the 10th level. At a distance, the doors of the Alchemist Association swung open, and Gu Yun, hands clasped behind his back, gazed intently at the figure undergoing tribulation not far away, following suit. This individual does not appear particularly formidable. Yet he has triggered a tribulation. Could he possess some extraordinary materials? What exhilaration! After being tempered by the myriad thunders, Su Liang's black spiritual attire was already tattered, his body charred in numerous places. Yet his gaze shone ever brighter, emanating a might reminiscent of thunder that solidified the air around him. In contrast, the dark clouds in the sky had thinned, with only sporadic arcs of electricity flashing, already showing signs of fragmentation. Heh? You think you can strike me and simply depart? Such a thing shall not be so easily permitted. A glint of cold light flashed in Su Liang's eyes as he formed hand seals. The swallowing demon pot in his dantian stirred abruptly, transforming into a dense black mist that spread from him, forming an illusory magic pot of 100 meters in size. This was a manifestation he had developed through the power of his dantian, merging with the external spiritual energy, capable of amplifying his devouring power 100-fold, an invention from his previous life specifically designed for absorbing tribulations. However, this technique bore a flaw. If the external manifestation were to sustain damage, his dantian would also suffer harm, thus he could not employ it when the thunder was at its strongest. Devour for me. As Su Liang spoke, the 100-meter-wide swallowing demon pot began to tremble violently, the air within 1,000 meters quaking as it was drawn inward, transforming into a howling whirlwind. The thunderclouds that had been on the verge of dissipating were also pulled into a massive vortex, swirling towards the swallowing demon pot. Such a method, could it truly be that of an immortal? The howling winds roared, the sky tilted, and the scene composed of the ancient aura emanating from the swallowing demon pot was so terrifying that the bald man and Gu Yun, who had approached Su Liang, turned pale and sought shelter, fortuitously colliding into each other. They exchanged glances, both momentarily stunned. Chapter 67. Journey to Peking Valley. President Gu Yun, I did not expect to find you here. Lord City Master, I was just about to ask you the same question. After their initial pleasantries, the two exchanged awkward glances, both understanding each other's intentions. They had sensed the aura of the tribulation and had come to investigate, hoping to seize some advantage, yet before they could act, they were thoroughly intimidated by Su Liang's method of devouring the tribulation, prompting them to hide away. The one above. Could he truly be an immortal? Gu Yun licked his dry lips, feeling the fierce winds that threatened to whip away his hair, offering a sheepish smile. How would I know? But he is certainly not a formidable opponent for either of us. The city master of Baidi chuckled awkwardly. He had intended to confront Su Liang, but as a man at the 10th level of innate cultivation, one step away from the master realm, witnessing the ancient aura surrounding the swallowing demon pot nearly brought him to his knees. Perhaps we should retreat. If he discovers our presence, it could be quite perilous. You go this way, I'll go that way. Let us not speak of today's events to anyone. In perfect agreement. Gu Yun and the city master fled the scene, trembling with fear, praying fervently to remain undiscovered. After several minutes of absorbing the tribulation clouds, Su Liang dissipated the illusion of the slaughtering demon pot. Feeling the strands of black energy entwined within his dantian, already brimming with explosive power, he clenched his fist, finding fine silver arcs of electricity flickering between his fingers. Excellent. Having absorbed the tribulation clouds, I have reached the pinnacle of the first level of innate cultivation, mere moments away from advancing to the second level. At this moment, I can unleash the true power of the heavenly fire. And below the third level of innate cultivation, barring those who have practiced formidable techniques, none should be my match. With a smile playing on his lips, Su Liang gazed distantly at the kneeling populace below, as well as the flustered Gu Yun and the city master of Baidi, a sense of helplessness washing over him. Although the tribulation of innate cultivation is the weakest, I did not anticipate it would cause such a profound impact. Even stirring both the city master and President Gu Yunit, seems I must find a secluded spot for future tribulations. Thankfully, they were frightened away by the illusion of the swallowing demon pot I just displayed. Otherwise, the consequences would have been dire. Upon this realization, a bead of cold sweat trickled down Su Liang's forehead. The only technique capable of invoking a tribulation in this world is the ancient swallowing technique, a coveted skill even in the immortal realm, leaving those of the mortal world envious. Although Gu Yun has been kind to him, he could not be certain that he would not be tempted. This is akin to a person carrying a modest sum of 10,000. Few would dare to rob him, but if he were to carry 100 billion in checks, the scenario would undoubtedly shift. Understanding this age-old truth that wealth stirs the human heart, Su Liang resolved to feign ignorance, enveloping himself in the swallowing spiritual attire while simultaneously employing the swift strike technique, enabling him to return to the Alchemist Association. To his residence, with tenfold swiftness, silently a night passed without incident, and upon rising the next morning, Su Liang packed his essential belongings and made his way to the entrance of the Alchemist Association. Today marked the day of the Grand Pill competition, and the entrance was already bustling with the White Sword True Nine, led by Gu Yun, each one exuding palpable excitement. Did you all witness that? A bolt of lightning as thick as a thigh shot right past me. It was terrifying, White Sword True exclaimed, his loud voice filling the air. Terrifying? It was not merely a bolt as thick as a thigh. Yesterday's lightning was nearly as blinding as the sun. I heard there was an immortal undergoing tribulation in Baidi City. Long Yuan nodded earnestly. President Gu Yun, can immortals truly summon winds and rains? As they say, is such a transcendent realm real in this world? Lin Yanluo, overhearing their conversation, scratched her head in astonishment, looking towards Gu Yun. Well, yes, indeed. Gu Yun responded awkwardly, his tone dry. He had witnessed the mysterious figure undergoing tribulation firsthand and had even entertained thoughts of seizing treasures, only to be frightened back by the individual's enigmatic methods. After returning home, he had tossed and turned all night, fearing that the individual might discover him and seek revenge. Presently, he bore dark circles under his eyes. Unaware of the truth, Lin Yanluo and the others exchanged surprised glances at Gu Yun, who appeared noticeably different than usual, while Su Liang, privy to the reality, maintained a calm facade, inwardly amused. Young Master Su Liang, you have arrived. Upon seeing Su Liang, Lin Yanluo took the lead, and the crowd respectfully greeted him. After all, over the past few days, they had received considerable guidance from Su Liang, and their sentiments towards him had evolved to be akin to their feelings for Gu Yun. Moreover, Su Liang held the esteemed position of vice president in the Alchemist Association. Upon seeing Su Liang, everyone was momentarily taken aback. Today, he exuded an aura that was entirely different from his usual self. If the Su Liang of the past was akin to a sword unsheathed, the current version resembled a tranquil lake, particularly his eyes, which were a deep, mesmerizing black, possessing an allure that seemed to draw everything in. The three young women, Xiao Qiao, Su Zilan, and Lin Yanluo, found themselves entranced by Su Liang's gaze. Enough with the talk of immortals and such. Today is the day of the Grand Alchemist competition. Everyone, rally your spirits. Only Gu Yun remained absorbed in the previous discussion, oblivious to Su Liang's transformation, as he forcibly rallied the group and led them to the three carriages waiting before the Alchemist Association. The carriages were spacious, accommodating 4 individuals each, and they set off slowly towards the outskirts of Baidi City. The venue for the Grand Alchemist competition was not in any city of the Snow Nation, but rather in a historic site known as Dan Wong Valley. It was said that centuries ago, a remarkable figure emerged from this place, possessing an extraordinary talent for alchemy, capable of crafting 4th-tier elixirs by the age of 30. With his assistance, the Snow Nation had gained several martial kings, sweeping through neighboring countries and expanding its territory to 4 times its present size. This extraordinary individual was revered as the Alchemy King. Unfortunately, he later departed from the Snow Nation for unknown reasons, leaving behind Dan Wong Valley, which was once his residence. The towering peaks, reaching hundreds of meters, collapsed in a tremendous explosion upon his departure, forming a vast basin that is now called Dan Wong Valley. As the location for the Grand Alchemist competition, Dan Wong Valley boasts a history exceeding 300 years. The competition occurs every 4 years, and this year marks the 80th edition, with the individual who accumulates the highest points granted the prestigious title of Alchemy King of the Snow Nation, a coveted honor yearned for by every alchemist in the nation. As the carriages made their way beyond Baidi City, the onlookers could still be heard discussing the events surrounding the recent tribulation faced by Xue Peiyuan. It was rumored that the thunderclaps were not the result of an immortal S-trial, but rather the passage of a powerful contestant in the Grand Alchemist competition through Baidi City. The ability to summon such celestial phenomena truly speaks volumes of this formidable figure. Furthermore, the occurrence of such an omen on the eve of the competition serves as a harbinger of good fortune, suggesting that Baidi City is poised for a resurgence this year. Indeed, the Alchemist Association of Baidi City has been at the bottom for several consecutive editions. I've heard that the quality of this year's participants is better than in previous years. Advancing several ranks should be within reach. Amidst the discussions, the voices of the citizens of Baidi City mingled with cheers, while some young children trailed behind their parents, gazing at the carriages of the Alchemist Association with hopeful eyes. Observing this through the carriage curtains, Su Liang felt the heavy weight of expectation settle upon him, solidifying his resolve to triumph. After a journey of over 10 minutes, the carriages finally arrived at the outskirts of Baidi City. Wishing everyone a smooth journey and glory for Baidi City, outside the gates, the weary lord of Baidi City, accompanied by numerous officials, hosted a grand farewell ceremony. The carriages came to a halt, and after Su Liang and the others partook in a farewell toast, they set off once more, filled with unwavering determination towards their goal. Chapter 68. The strong from each city. Dan Wong Valley lies in the heart of the Snow Nation, adjacent to one of its most prosperous cities. Dan City. Originally a small town near Dan Wong Valley, Dan City has flourished due to the proximity of the Grand Alchemist competition, which has attracted numerous businesses and alchemists. The headquarters of the Alchemist Association is located here, and many alchemists from the Snow Nation take pride in being affiliated with it. The only association that rivals the Alchemist Association of Dan City in strength is the one in the Silver Capital, the seat of the Snow Nation's royal family. Dan City is 10 times more magnificent than Baidi City, with its towering walls, entwined with vines, reaching heights of over 100 meters, telling tales of antiquity. Surrounding it is a boundless forest, teeming with small mystical beasts such as rabbits and birds, which show no fear when encountering humans, nor do they exhibit any desire to attack. The forest is rich with spiritual herbs, although most are marked with signs forbidding their harvesting. This is the evergreen forest, sprawling across 100 miles and encircling Dan City and Dan Wong Valley. The abundant resources of mystical beasts and herbs are among the primary reasons Dan City has become the foremost hub for alchemy in the Snow Nation. As Su Liang sat in the carriage, gazing outside at the vibrant flora and fauna, inhaling the fresh air, he felt his spirits lift, recalling memories associated with this place. The larger mystical beasts within evergreen forest had been carefully managed by Dan City, leaving only the most basic ecological chain intact. The rights to harvest spiritual herbs are held by Dan City. Even the royal family of the Snow Nation would face attacks from patrols if they attempted to gather herbs without permission. In his past life, Su Liang had ventured to Dan Wong Valley, drawn by tales of the Alchemy King, and had discovered a remarkable treasure. He now wondered if that treasure still remained in this life. Sharing the carriage with Su Liang were Gu Yun, Bai Jianjian, and Long Yuan. Since leaving Baidi City, Gu Yun seemed to have shed the shadow of the mysterious immortal and regained his composure. Bai Jianjian and Long Yuan gazed around, expressing their awe. Despite having visited several times, the beauty of the surroundings never failed to leave them feeling refreshed. In contrast, Su Zilan and Lin Yanluo, who were experiencing this vast, untouched wilderness for the first time, leaned out of the carriage, gasping in astonishment. Particularly, Su Mo's round eyes widened in amazement, exclaiming with fervor, "What a bunch of country bumpkins!" At that moment, not far from the Baidi City convoy, another 5-member caravan passed by, its sky-blue carriage adorned with intricate ice and snow patterns. A youth clad in a blue alchemist robe, with silver hair and elongated eyes, lounged with his legs draped over the carriage's window, casting a disdainful glance in their direction. "Song Lang, don't cause trouble, and pull your legs back inside. Mind your manners." Beside him sat a tall, strikingly beautiful woman in similar attire, her head adorned with a hat made of beast fur, revealing only her flowing black hair and a cold, chiseled profile. Beautiful, yet as unyielding as an iceberg. "Got it?" "Sister Tsangyu," Song Lang replied with a slight grimace, retracting his legs. The opposing caravan then quickened its pace, vanishing from Su Liang and his companion's view. "It's Tsangyu and Song Lang from Winter City." Guyan remarked. In the last Grand Alchemist competition, they set the highest records, producing 3rd-tier low-grade and 2nd-tier high-grade elixirs. They are surely even stronger this time. We must not underestimate them, Gu Yun observed the departing caravan with a hint of admiration. "I recall that Bai Jianjian was eliminated by Song Lang last time," he added thoughtfully. Long Yuan glanced at Bai Jianjian. "Let us not dwell on that embarrassment. This time, my strength has increased significantly. I'll make sure that arrogant little brat learns a lesson." Bai Jianjian's face darkened, his dissatisfaction evident as he clenched his fists. Just then, another voice broke the air, sounding rather frivolous. Well, isn't this the caravan from Baidi City? I didn't expect you to send so many beauties this year. Are you trying to form a ladies' legion? How delightful. Allow me, the Golden King, to take care of these lovely flowers." Su Liang turned towards the source of the voice and beheld an extravagant, extended luxurious carriage, drawn by 4 rare 2nd-tier unicorns. This 10-meter-long carriage, crafted entirely of gold, was adorned with gemstones of various hues and intentionally designed as an open top. Sitting on a bed large enough for 3 to lie down comfortably was a plump youth clad in golden alchemist robes. Bedecked with precious accessories, 10 gold chains hung around his neck, surrounded by 9 similarly dressed, heavily made-up beauties, who attended to him with giggles and laughter. "Oh dear, how annoying! Lord Jean Tian already has me." "Lord Jean Tian, it's not good to indulge in such behavior. A true king should not be fixated on a single flower. Each petal is unique and deserves careful appreciation." producing a golden rose from seemingly nowhere. The rotund Jin Tian gazed dreamily at Su Zilan and Lin Yin Luo, casually tossing the flower towards them, where it lodged itself against the carriage door. What do you think, my beautiful ladies? Care to join me for some delightful fun in my carriage? How enviable, no, how infuriating. Bai Jianzhen's eyes sparkled with anger as he watched Jin Tian surrounded by beauties. Although he too was a scion of wealth, he felt utterly dwarfed by Jin Tian's ostentation. How dare he flirt with Miss Yin Luo, that fat pig? I'll chop him to pieces. Long Yuan's forehead bulged with veins as he roared, ready to leap from the carriage, only to be pulled back down by Su Liang. Rude men cannot comprehend my elegance. Since someone is stirring up trouble, I shall let it go this time. Farewell, my lovely ladies. With a flirtatious kiss blown in their direction, Jin Tian and his entourage drifted away, leaving Su Zilan and the others feeling a chill. That fat pig is revolting, and what about those women following him? Do they even count as competitors? Jin Tian, the son of the Lord of Golden City, controls over half of the mining resources in the Snow Nation, so it's no surprise he is so wealthy. Su Zilan's voice rose, prompting Gu Yuan to explain to the others in the midst of the third-tier competition. Su Zilan's pallor deepened upon hearing the unsettling words. The golden roses affixed to the carriage seemed to mock her. As the journey progressed, several teams from other cities surpassed the convoy from Baidi City, each alchemist exuding either formidable presence or unique flair, leaving an indelible impression. In stark contrast, the members of Baidi City could only be described as unremarkable in comparison. The enthusiasm that had surged from their enhanced abilities dissipated almost instantly. Although they had improved significantly, their rivals had likely progressed even further. Among the throng, Su Liang spotted the team from Fenghua City and exchanged a glance with Chan Xiaolong, both acknowledging the fierce determination burning in their eyes, yet words remained unspoken. Indeed, there were many formidable competitors. It wasn't until the carriage passed through the inspection at Dan City that the group disembarked. And Su Liang, feeling a mix of admiration and excitement, took a deep breath in this new life. His strength could easily overshadow most, and the exhilarating challenge he hadn't encountered in ages ignited a fervor within him. Chapter 69. A luxurious lineup compared to Su Liang. The others appeared somewhat disheartened and lacking confidence. Everyone, lift your spirits. With Su Liang's guidance, your alchemical skills have improved tremendously, and do not forget that the contestants from other cities are not invincible. Do not lose heart, Gu Yun exclaimed, flashing a broad grin that revealed his gleaming white teeth, encouraging his companions. The group nodded half-heartedly and soon began to survey their surroundings. Upon entering the grand gates, they were greeted by an expansive plaza, dominated by a 10-meter-tall statue. The sculpture depicted a scholar clad in flowing robes, holding a scroll, his square hat and billowing garments exuding an aura of truth-seeking wisdom. Though time had eroded his features beyond recognition, surrounding the statue were various fountains, with numerous shops and inns nearby, predominantly apothecaries, as this was indeed Dan City. People from diverse cities mingled, creating a vibrant storm of voices that echoed into the heavens. In Dan City, each city has its designated shops. I shall take you to the establishment of Baidi City, where you can deposit your luggage before we head to Dan Wong Valley. As per tradition, the first day will feature elimination rounds, with a total of 320 contestants from 32 cities. Only half will qualify for the subsequent competitions, Gu Yun explained, instantly heightening the tension among his companions. Save for Su Liang, the notion of eliminating half the participants seemed exceedingly brutal. Lin Yinlu furrowed her delicate brows, her expression betraying sympathy. Such is the nature of the competition. The Alchemist Grand Tournament draws the attention of royal dignitaries seeking promising alchemists. And they are loath to waste time. I should mention that in the several tournaments I have participated in, only once did the Baidi City Alchemist Association manage to progress beyond the eliminations. On all other occasions, we faced total defeat. Bai Jianjing interjected, shaking his head as memories of grim pasts flooded back, causing both him and Long Yuan to shudder. Is it truly so dire? To return without even passing the eliminations would indeed render us mere sightseers. A chill ran through Su Zilan and Xiao Qiao at the thought. Fear serves no purpose here. Let us proceed, Su Liang stated, maintaining an impassive demeanor as he urged the group onward. Taking his words to heart, the others regained their composure and followed Gu Yun to an inn named Baidi Inn, where they stored their belongings before promptly heading towards Dan Wong Valley. This valley, a peak of the Changpan Forest, lay just a few kilometers from Dan City. Exiting through the back gate of Dan City, they descended a staircase leading directly into a vast basin. Within the basin, colossal rocks lay scattered, shaped by the elements. with some intentionally carved to resemble alchemical furnaces. 9 stone pillars surrounded the area, and the ground was covered in large stone slabs featuring earth fire openings suitable for placing alchemical furnaces. Up to 500 participants could concoct potions simultaneously, and numerous individuals clad in various colored garments were already assembling in orderly lines. Led by Gu Yun, Su Liang, and the others descended into the basin, immediately inhaling the rich aroma of elixirs, accompanied by a wave of heat radiating from the ground. Due to the low elevation and proximity to the earth fire openings, coupled with the perennial competitions held here, the environment had become somewhat unique. The success rate for alchemical endeavors here surpassed that of the outside by a notable margin. The organizers permitted participants to bring their own furnaces, and if they lacked one, the event coordinators would provide them. The specific rules would be explained once everyone had gathered. As Gu Yun guided Su Liang and the others to the designated area for registration, they found themselves beside the team from Fenghua City, led by Han Feng. "Well met, my friend. Have you advanced to the innate stage?" Han Feng remarked, his gaze narrowing in surprise upon recognizing Su Liang's presence. The shock rippled through Su Xilan and the others, who looked at him in astonishment, having failed to notice the change. Even Gu Yun appeared taken aback. Su Liang had stabilized his newfound strength quickly, skillfully concealing it, making it difficult for even fellow innate experts to discern his true power. Yet, Han Feng had seen through it effortlessly. Su Liang regarded Han Feng with narrowed eyes, feigning humility. "Indeed, I owe my gratitude to President Gu Yun for his generous provision of medicinal herbs, which fortuitously aided my breakthrough." Han Feng merely nodded, refraining from probing further, as Chen Xiaolong turned his attention towards Su Liang. Having not seen him for several days, Chen Xiaolong appeared notably more composed, draped in a large black cloak that concealed his injured right arm. "Su Liang, let us not forget our agreement to compete in alchemy. Why the sudden push to enhance your cultivation? Surely you do not intend to flee. You jest. In a wager where victory is assured, what reason would I have to escape?" Su Liang replied, detecting the underlying sting in Chen Xiaolong's words, retorting with a nonchalant tone. "Maintain that mindset, but your defeat is already a foregone conclusion. I shall defeat you in this tournament and avenge my brother," Chen Xiaolong declared with unwavering confidence before turning away, leaving Su Liang to ponder his words. Behind him, the 9 disciples clad in black alchemist robes cast unfriendly glances at Su Liang, their lips curling into disdainful smirks. Bai Jianjing and the others were not to be trifled with either, returning their glares with fierce intensity, the air thick with tension. Suddenly, a thunderous roar erupted, drowning out the brewing conflict. A massive golden airship descended from the sky, its gilded form shimmering in the sunlight, towering sails reaching for the heavens. Within the grand vessel's central chamber, figures could be seen, their features obscured yet emanating an air of formidable authority. Su Liang squinted at the enormous craft, murmuring his admiration. The other competitors gazed in awe at the magnificent flying vessel. Amidst their astonishment, an elderly man clad in a white and gold alchemist robe, adorned with dark green leaf patterns, stepped forth from the airship. His nearly translucent white hair was gathered with a jade hairpin, and he exuded an overwhelming presence, the manifestation of condensed spirit energy forming a formidable armor around him. "I am Yao Chun, the Lord of Dan City and the presiding judge of this Alchemist Grand Tournament. We are honored to have the presence of the Crown Prince of the Snow Kingdom, as well as the renowned General Zhen Yuan, famed for his unwavering defense against the Jin Kingdom, and His Majesty's brother, Prince Xuanwu." His voice, though not loud, resonated powerfully, reaching every corner of the gathering. In previous tournaments, only a single prince would attend, yet this time, the Crown Prince himself had graced the event. Furthermore, the presence of a prince and a general of such renown made this tournament's lineup unparalleled. The news of such esteemed guests sent ripples of excitement through the assembled alchemists, their faces lighting up with exhilaration. Chapter 70. A narrow path for rivals. General Zhen Yuan's duties are pressing. There is no need for him to come personally. It suffices for me to select suitable talents to send to the front lines. Within the golden airship, the Crown Prince of the Snow Kingdom, Han Shiya, opened his azure eyes and surveyed the bustling crowd of alchemists below, his handsome visage betraying no emotion. Beside him sat the formidable General Tai Ning, clad in dark iron armor with a flowing crimson cape, his stoic expression radiating an aura of mastery at the 10th level. Flanking him were a man and a woman clad in armor, both exuding innate prowess. "Thank you for your kind offer. But the border situation is perilous, especially with the Jin Kingdom's recent provocations. The expertise of a skilled alchemist is indeed one aspect of importance. However, it is equally vital to possess a spirit of perseverance and dedication to the nation and its people. On this matter, I wish to personally ascertain the truth with my own eyes. Upon hearing Han Xie's words, Tai Ning's voice resonated like thunder, responding with a tone that was met with not only mockery but also a light-hearted laughter that hinted at approval. General Tai's words held merit. Nonetheless, before you select those of noble character and exceptional ability, might I be allowed to choose some rather pedestrian alchemists as well? The speaker, adorned in a resplendent golden python robe, was a middle-aged man with a pale complexion and no beard, none other than Prince Xuanwu, the brother of the Emperor of the Snow Kingdom. Behind him stood two individuals cloaked in voluminous black robes, their faces masked, exuding a chilling aura akin to that of venomous serpents. Though over 30, Prince Xuanwu bore no visible signs of age, his well-maintained fair visage adorned with a pair of sky-blue eyes that sparkled with indifference. Currently engaged in the leisurely act of trimming his nails. While combating external foes is of great significance, the stability within the nation is certainly not a trivial matter. The high-grade elixirs produced by these alchemists are immensely sought after in the affluent circles, and my tax revenue this year relies heavily on this sector. What say you, Your Highness? Upon hearing this, Tai Ning furrowed her brow, while Han Xie's gaze flickered with contemplation, ultimately nodding in agreement. Indeed, my uncle is correct. The discussions among the prominent figures aboard the golden flying vessel did not reach the ears of the alchemists below. Each individual maintained a fervent enthusiasm, their eyes ablaze as they gazed upon Yao Chen, who stood at the forefront of the golden vessel. Under the intense scrutiny of the crowd, Yao Chen nodded in satisfaction and continued, without further ado, we shall proceed to the customary elimination rounds. As this year sees numerous new faces participating, I shall briefly outline the rules. The elimination rounds will be conducted via a lottery system among the various cities. As he spoke, Yao Chen waved his hand, and a massive purple alchemical furnace soared from his palm, descending slowly to the ground, its towering form radiating a brilliant light. Within this furnace lay 32 numbered elixirs, ranging from 1 to 32. The city that draws number 1 will face the city that draws number 2. The loser will be eliminated. While the victor advances, each winner will earn 100 points for their city, which will accumulate in the overall city score. Following the draw, there will be 2 hours for preparation. Participants may request alchemical materials and furnaces from the alchemist city free of charge, up to a maximum of 3 items. The final results will be assessed based on the total worth of the elixirs produced from the limited materials provided. If everyone understands the rules, I invite the representatives to come forth and draw their lots. As Yao Chen's voice faded, the presidents of the alchemist associations from various cities stepped forward, encircling the furnace in a solemn assembly of 32 individuals, each clad in distinct attire yet all exhibiting a grave demeanor. In contrast to the association presidents, some competitors, especially those participating for the first time, exchanged bewildered glances, their expressions reflecting shock. To begin with intercity confrontations is to imply that, should fortune not favor them, they may face formidable opponents, potentially leading to their complete annihilation. Su Xilan understood the implications of Yao Chen's words, gasping in shock. This is precisely the case. During the last alchemist competition, our White Emperor city faced the Winter City, resulting in our total elimination in the elimination rounds. Moreover, in such contests, the most crucial factor is not merely the city but also the opponent. Even if the opposing city is strong, if you are matched against a weaker opponent, victory remains attainable. Bai Jianjin shrugged, offering an explanation. Last time, he had the misfortune of facing one of the strongest from Winter City, the Songlong, and was brutally eliminated. One can only hope to avoid encountering excessively powerful adversaries. Lin Yinlu clasped her hands over her chest, her eyes gently closed in prayer. She was not particularly fearful of elimination. Rather, she wished to honor Su Liang's efforts over the past days to mold her into a formidable alchemist. Not only she, but others from White Emperor City also began to murmur prayers that their opponents not be too formidable. This scene elicited a chorus of derisive laughter from the alchemist team of Fenghua City nearby, only praying, "How pitiful! It seems White Emperor City remains as weak as ever." Alas, even prayer will not alter the fact that there are none weaker than White Emperor City. If fortune smiles upon us, we may encounter White Emperor City in the elimination rounds, allowing us to advance without exerting a single effort. The voices from Fenghua City grew louder, drawing the attention of teams from other cities, who regarded White Emperor City with predatory glances, clearly sharing the same intentions. White Emperor City consistently ranks last, acknowledged as the weakest among all cities. Even if matched against these individuals, lesser cities could secure victories. and stronger teams could emerge unscathed. What could be more delightful? Su Liang, may we encounter you in the elimination rounds. Given your meager strength, should you face a strong team, your annihilation would be assured. Rendering your wager unfulfilled, ignoring the surrounding taunts, Chun Xiaolong turned to Su Liang, his eyes reflecting a malicious smile. You worry too much. Rather, it is you who should be cautious of being defeated by some unknown city. Su Liang disregarded Chen Xiaolong's provocation, responding with a stoic expression. As the two spoke, the area near the furnace saw numerous representatives from various cities drawing their elixir numbers, which were then announced by Yao Chan. The first battle would pit City Number 1, White Emperor City, against City Number 2. Upon hearing their city's name called, Su Liang and the other competitors felt a wave of tension wash over them as they turned their gaze forward. After a prolonged pause, Yao Chen finally announced the name, Fenghua City. What? It is Fenghua City. Everyone, except Su Liang, wore expressions of disbelief, glancing incredulously at one another. In stark contrast, the members of Fenghua City beamed with joy. It truly is White Emperor City. How fortunate we are. It appears heaven is favoring us. Even the onlookers from other cities regarded Fenghua City with envious eyes. Ha! Truly, divine providence, brother, rest assured. I shall avenge you soon. Chun Xiaolong howled with excitement, his expression brimming with elation as his gaze pierced through the gaps of his narrow eyes, fixated on Su Liang. Su Liang, it seems fate has destined your demise. Fear not. I will ensure your suffering is repaid tenfold for what you have done to my brother. Then I shall await that moment. Su Liang exchanged a glance with Chen Xiaolong, his eyes narrowing slightly. The breeze stilled, and sparks of tension flickered in the air. Chapter 71. The competition begins half an hour in after the match between White Emperor City and Fenghua City. Yao Chen resumed announcing the order of competition for the other cities. Su Liang, however, paid no heed, his focus solely on Chen Xiaolong. After a prolonged standoff, they etched their intent to kill into each other's eyes before turning away, taking deep breaths to steady themselves. Although the elimination rounds proceeded simultaneously, the arenas for White Emperor City and Fenghua City were prominently positioned, allowing the influential figures aboard the Golden Flying Vessel to witness the events firsthand. Chen Xiaolong aimed not only to defeat Su Liang openly and exact his revenge, but also to engrave his formidable presence as an alchemist in the eyes of these esteemed individuals. Propelling himself toward a future of greatness, in contrast to Chen Xiaolong's ambitions, Su Liang remained indifferent to such matters, fixated solely on becoming the champion, thereby earning the elixirs that would enhance his own strength. What a misfortune to face Fenghua City right from the start. I seem to have drawn the short straw. As Su Liang pondered, Gu Yun returned, his hand gripping an elixir, veins bulging with tension as he regarded Su Liang and the others. Su Liang, you are undoubtedly up against the formidable Chen Xiaolong. This is both a stroke of misfortune and a twist of fate, with the burden of facing the strongest opponent and the death of Qin Xiaohu. The pressure on the others will be greatly alleviated, and some should be able to advance. However, ultimately, none of this matters. I have but one request of you. Survive, do you understand? He extended his hand, striking Su Liang's chest with a firm pat. His eyes glimmering with a fatherly affection. Feeling that gaze, warmth spread through Su Liang's heart as he nodded. Rest assured, I will win. I believe in you. After all, you are the vice president of the White Emperor City Alchemist Association. Now, make the most of the next 2 hours to prepare. I shall refrain from further discourse. As Gu Yun's words concluded, he turned and stepped aside. Just as he said, he had complete faith in Su Liang. From the day he entrusted the training of the other participants to Su Liang, he had resolved to embrace change, starting with the art of belief. Encouraged by Gu Yun's gaze, the expressions of every alchemist from White Emperor City transformed. As they swiftly made their way to the foremost venue of Dan Wong Valley, requesting the necessary materials and furnaces from the city staff clad in platinum robes who had been waiting patiently since the draw concluded. All competitors from White Emperor City, at Su Liang's behest, refrained from bringing their own furnaces. In stark contrast, the members of Fenghua City each pulled forth a furnace from their storage rings, placing them upon the designated fire pits. Casting mocking glances at the White Emperor City team, only with one's own furnace can one perform at their best. How could they not comprehend such a fundamental truth? No wonder they are labeled the weakest. This is an unavoidable circumstance. Who could blame Baidi City for its impoverishment? Perhaps they lack the funds to possess their own alchemical furnace. Ha. Faced with the derision of their adversaries, the alchemists of Baidi City suddenly wore grim expressions. Yet none dared to retort. At the forefront of Fenghua City, Chen Xiaolong shed his cloak, revealing his only remaining left arm. He retrieved a crimson alchemical furnace from his storage ring, standing over a meter tall. Square-shaped and adorned with 3 sinuous fire dragons that encircled it like fiery rubies. Though the furnace had yet to activate its geothermal valve, an unmistakable sensation of intense heat emanated from it. It appeared to be of second-tier superior quality, approaching the 3rd tier. Could this be Qian Xiaolong's trump card? Su Liang observed Qian Xiaolong with narrowed eyes. Just as their gazes met, his slit-like pupils curved into a menacing arc as he licked his lips. This furnace is known as the Pure Yang Fire Dragon Alchemical Furnace, classified as second-tier superior. It was originally my master's, a special gift bestowed upon me as a tool for vengeance. I shall use this furnace to concoct pills beyond your reach. By uttering such words, Qian Xiaolong hoped to witness the terror etched on Su Liang's face. To his disappointment, Su Liang merely responded with a nonchalant "oh," appearing entirely unperturbed. After all, it was merely a display of bravado. He would soon regret it. As everyone busily prepared, 2 hours swiftly passed, and soon the alchemical materials and furnaces for each contestant were laid out before them. The leaders from various cities received orders and gathered behind Yao Chen. Sitting cross-legged beneath the golden flying vessel, unable to approach the competition area, relegated to observing from afar. With all participants ready, the elder emphasized the rules of this assessment. No interference in others' alchemical processes or threats to their lives shall be tolerated. Violators discovered will be disqualified from the competition. The time limit for the contest is 1 hour, during which contestants may refine alchemical pills repeatedly. Those who continue refining beyond the allotted time will forfeit their qualifications. Thus, I declare the 80th Alchemist Grand Tournament officially commenced. Boom. As Yao Chen's voice faded, a wave of heat surged across the venue as over 300 participants simultaneously activated their geothermal valves, releasing flickering orange flames. Such a spectacle, if experienced for the first time, would undoubtedly evoke a sense of awe, particularly for those with weaker mental fortitude. It might induce anxiety and hinder their performance. The flames erupted throughout the arena, creating a magnificent aesthetic from the vantage of the golden flying vessel. However, they soon noticed something amiss. In the upper left corner of the rising flames, a section was conspicuously absent. That must be the direction of Baidi City. Why had no one activated their geothermal valve? Was there a malfunction? Tai Ning cast a surprised glance below. Upon hearing his words, Prince Xuanwu and the Crown Prince Han Xia also looked over, astonished to find it true. It didn't seem like a malfunction, but rather that they were waiting for something. Han Xia's gaze flickered uncertainly as he spoke. With only 1 hour for the competition, that time was just enough to refine 2 second-tier inferior pills. What on earth are these fools dawdling for? They must be the perennial underperformers from Baidi City, too frightened to even try. The Prince of Xuanwu disdainfully glanced over a few times before turning back to focus on grooming his nails, no longer paying them heed. They were not alone. Even the leaders of the alchemist associations from various cities beneath the golden flying vessel shook their heads at this scene. Even Gu Yun raised an eyebrow, his fists clenched in anxious anticipation. Su Liang, what are you doing? Taking a deep breath, Su Liang sensed numerous gazes directed at him. It was an innate perception among innate experts. However, he quickly severed this awareness, redirecting his focus to the furnace before him. The alchemical furnace, entirely yellow and of antiquated design, perfectly aligned with the geothermal opening below. Its craftsmanship was not particularly exquisite, ranking at most as a first-tier mid-grade item. This furnace was crafted by the artisans of Dan City, sharing a nearly identical appearance. While its tier was lacking, the compatibility between the furnace and the geothermal opening was paramount. As the Valley of Alchemy bordered Dan City, they alone knew the precise shape of the geothermal opening. Su Liang murmured to himself, surveying the surroundings. Most participants utilized their own furnaces, however, due to mismatched bases and geothermal openings. Some flames leaked through the gaps. Though these minor flames could be controlled by the alchemists, they inevitably caused distraction. These individuals believed that a more convenient furnace was superior, unaware that the synergy between the geothermal source and the furnace was far more crucial. For the former could not be compensated for, while the latter could be perfected with time. As Su Liang spoke, he gradually caressed the furnace before him, memorizing every inch of it. Others mirrored his actions, as he had specifically instructed them to spend half an hour familiarizing themselves with their furnaces before the competition began. For the time sacrificed in this half hour would yield unimaginable rewards. Chapter 72. Overwhelming dominance. The competition continued with fervor, each passing second bringing some of the alchemists from major cities success in refining their pills. The radiant glow and aromas of second-tier pills wafted through the air. placing immense pressure on those nearby. Yet, the alchemists who completed their pills quickly moved on to the next, for the outcome of the competition hinged on the total value of the pills produced. Each was allotted 3 sets of materials. Completing 3 pills within the hour constituted a successful task. However, amidst this vibrant scene, there was a jarring anomaly. The participants from Baidi City had not made a single move, not even activating their geothermal valve. This peculiarity caught the attention of every alchemist present. Wasting time is akin to courting disaster. What a foolish bunch. Had the perennial underperformers from Baidi City opted to forfeit outright? The people of Fenghua City were fortunate to encounter such feeble opponents. Some scoffed, others dismissed them, while many merely cast a glance before returning to their own alchemical endeavors. Even the people of Fenghua City were no exception, positioned adjacent to those from Baidi City, allowing them to observe more clearly. Yet, they were too engrossed in their own pursuits to pay the underperformers any heed, as they were on the verge of completing their first pills. The inhabitants of Baidi City could choose to fail in such a manner, but the people of Fenghua City could not afford to slacken. While Baidi City cared little for face, they still held on to their pride. Chen Xiaolong, standing at the forefront, cast a sneering glance at Su Liang, who was merely caressing his furnace. He laughed coldly. Even if you fondle your furnace into oblivion, there's no way a pill will materialize from thin air. Shaking his head, Chen Xiaolong chose to disregard Su Liang, resolving to remain unaffected by him and focused intently on the furnace before him. The crimson furnace, adorned with 3 dragon carvings that appeared almost alive, glided gracefully over its surface, raising the temperature. An enticing aroma wafted from within, causing beads of sweat to form on his brow. The pill he intended to refine was exceptionally challenging, yet its successful creation would undoubtedly elicit a strong response. He resolved to use this pill to defeat Su Liang, ensuring that the lofty figures from the Snow Nation would truly recognize his prowess. As he envisioned his bright future, the slit-like pupils of Chen Xiaolong curved like a crescent moon. Beneath the golden flying vessel, Gu Yun exhibited signs of agitation, reaching a point of near impatience. Though he professed his faith in Su Liang, he could not fathom the purpose behind such behavior. Just as he opened his mouth to loudly remind Su Liang, Han Feng, standing nearby, expressionless, patted his shoulder a few times. Even Yao Qian seemed to sense something, glancing over at him, prompting Gu Yun to grit his teeth. Understanding that if he spoke now, it would truly be the Endi in the first venue of the Valley of Alchemy. 28 minutes, 29 minutes, 30 minutes. Now, Su Liang paid no heed to the mocking gazes from those around him. He merely continued to caress the furnace, silently calculating the values in his mind. At the precise moment the time elapsed, he abruptly activated the geothermal valve. Bang! A resounding thud reverberated. The cause of such a commotion was the synchronized actions of the 9 individuals behind him. They all opened their geothermal valves simultaneously. Various alchemical materials flowed into the furnace like water. Su Liang poured all the materials in at once, unleashing a cascade of flames, as 3 towering peaks of fire sprang forth, enveloping the 3 distinct batches of materials, propelling them toward the pinnacle of pill refinement. The sound of flames roaring, the fragrance of the materials being refined, and the colors of the liquid dripping as it collided with the furnace coalesced into a vivid tableau imprinted in Su Liang's mind. He felt akin to a sovereign, wielding absolute command over the transformations occurring within the pills. This was the unparalleled artistry born from mastering the pinnacle of alchemical technique. Not only he, but the individuals behind him, including Bai Jianjin, also lit up with excitement as they began their own refining processes, their eyes sparkling like children, as they faintly glimpsed the same vision he beheld. The fusion of flames and materials, the sounds of collision against the furnace, and the aromas released created a symphony reminiscent of their training sessions. They could see, hear, and smell every nuance. Each change unfolded with a languid slowness, as if time had come to a standstill. The essence of the pills, modeled by the furnace, was laid bare before them in its entirety. They had never before been so intimately close to their creations, nor had they ever found such joy in alchemy as they did in this moment. Even the once foreign furnace now felt like an extension of themselves. In this instant, everyone comprehended the significance of Su Liang's insistence on waiting for half an hour. Subsequently, everyone began to move in accordance with their hearts. What? The surging flames first startled the people of Fenghua City. At this juncture, what significance was there in alchemy? They initially intended to voice such thoughts, yet upon observing each other's actions, they were utterly astonished. From Lin Yanluo, the second behind Su Liang, to the last 3 middle-aged alchemists, despite concocting different elixirs, Each individual demonstrated an extraordinary speed, with the pills in their hands diminishing at a visibly rapid pace, seamlessly merging into the alchemical furnace, without causing even a ripple, presenting a visually pleasing spectacle. It was as if they were not engaged in alchemy, but rather allowing the pills to naturally form themselves. In a mere span of 10 minutes, aside from Su Liang, the alchemical furnaces of the 9 others glowed simultaneously, each producing second-tier elixirs. The few middle-aged alchemists at the back concocted the least valuable pills, each yielding a single second-tier inferior pill. The strongest was the stunning woman positioned right after Su Liang, her face adorned with a gentle smile, as 2 second-tier superior pills, shimmering with 3-colored brilliance, floated before her, faintly resonating with the roars of dragons and tigers, marked distinctly with an alchemical pattern. Tio have produced elixirs in such a short time, especially of the second tier, with an alchemical pattern. Was it not a fade? The alchemist at the second workstation of Fenghua City, facing Lin Yanluo, gaped in astonishment, utterly oblivious to the burnt odor wafting from his own furnace. Not only he, but several others, overwhelmed by the shock, noticed their painstakingly crafted materials showing signs of damage, hastily scrambling to remedy the situation. No one paid them any mind. After completing their elixirs, Lin Yanluo and her 9 companions continued to immerse themselves in the crafting of the next batch. Nearly half an hour later, the 9 simultaneously shut the fire valves, each presenting 3 elixirs they had concocted. At the very least, 3 second-tier inferior pills, with the maximum being 6 second-tier superior pills, all adorned with an alchemical pattern. Upon completing this task, they wiped the sweat from their brows, resembling victors emerging from a fierce battle, their faces beaming with satisfaction. The alchemists from Fenghua City, who had given up midway, could hardly be blamed. The majority were so impacted by their opponents that their elixirs were rendered waste, while the opposing team had flawlessly completed 3 batches, making any further struggle futile. By Jinjin, Long Yuan, have you been injected with adrenaline? Why have you suddenly become so formidable? Several disheartened alchemists from Fenghua City gazed incredulously at Bai Jianjin and Long Yuan. It was understandable for the others, but these two were well-known acquaintances. They were acutely aware of their modest capabilities, yet now they seemed transformed into entirely different individuals. In response, Bai Jianjin and Long Yuan exchanged glances, recalling the days they had been thoroughly thrashed by Su Liang. The lessons learned amidst the pain etched indelibly in their minds, involuntarily breaking into smug smiles. It is simply because we have exerted ourselves more than you. In the first venue, the 9 from Baidi City emerged victorious. Please, eliminated contestants, exit the stage and do not disrupt others. The judge, who had been observing the match throughout, spoke tremulously, his eyes wide with disbelief as he announced the results. Remarkably, within just under an hour, the participants from Baidi City had flawlessly concocted 3 batches of elixirs, their movements so harmonious that even someone from the alchemical city could not replicate them. The alchemists from Fenghua City, having failed to complete even a single elixir, were utterly crushed. It was an overwhelming rout. Chapter 73. The Essence of Alchemy. Hiss. As the judge's voice resonated through the first venue, an abrupt silence enveloped the entire Dan Wong Valley, followed by a collective intake of breath as all eyes turned towards this scene. Baidi City had managed to defeat Fenghua City, and that too, from a city that had languished at the bottom for millennia? Not to mention, the speed of this defeat was astonishing. The alchemical competition allowed for a time limit of 1 hour, which translated to 2 hours total. Within these 2 hours, an average alchemist could typically produce only 2 second-tier elixirs, with some exceptional individuals managing 3. Thus, during the competition, participants would usually strain every nerve to enhance their speed and augment both the quantity and quality of each elixir, leading to results typically being revealed only after an hour. However, Baidi City concluded the battle within an hour, leaving only one explanation. They had completed all elixirs at an overwhelming pace, rendering their opponents powerless to resist, and the shimmering elixirs laid out on the table served as irrefutable evidence. It was utterly unexpected to witness such an outcome. Baidi City had piqued interest. Far in the last position of the competition zone, the Winter City contestant, Songlong, produced 6 second-tier superior elixirs marked with an alchemical pattern. Leading the opposing team to despair and exit, he then turned his gaze towards Su Liang, licking his lips, a wolfish glint flickering in his sky-blue eyes. What a splendid duel, truly deserving of the attention of the girls I admire. To the right of Dan Wong Valley, Jin Tian held a golden rose, showcasing 3 second-tier inferior elixirs, mercilessly vanquishing his opponent. To the left, the royal representative team from the Silver City, adorned in gold and silver moon motifs, also turned their attention to Su Liang, simultaneously unveiling their alchemical furnaces, each revealing 6 second-tier superior elixirs, swiftly annihilating their adversaries. Further away, a young man clad in a platinum robe, symbolizing the representative team of the alchemical city, brushed aside the hair that obscured his face, revealing a slight smirk at the corner of his mouth. What had initially seemed like a tedious affair was turning out to be rather intriguing. It appeared he would need to muster some enthusiasm as well. As he spoke, the youth tossed an assortment of materials into the alchemical furnace, which had until now merely been smoldering without a single ingredient inside. Following Baidi City's initial victory, the remaining cities were ignited with competitive fervor. The judge's voice echoed. Half of the competition area was instantly vacated, and the time had surpassed the halfway mark. High above in the golden airship, several prominent figures remained silent, particularly Prince Xuanwu, who, upon witnessing the departures and finding the Baidi City members celebrating with Gu Yun, licked his lips. It seems I too can misjudge situations. How fascinating, exceedingly fascinating. These youngsters from Baidi City have captured my interest. With such rapid alchemical prowess, they must be able to generate wealth at an equally swift rate. Prince Xuanwu, unabashedly expressing his desire, was immediately met with opposition from others. Your Highness, you jest? Such rapid alchemical techniques are precisely what the front lines necessitate. Tai Ning asserted with a resolute demeanor. General, these individuals are still merely children. It would be excessively cruel to send them to the front lines. They should first hone their skills within the royal court's alchemical team. Moreover, it was too premature to make such decisions, as the opposing team's competition had not yet concluded. Even Crown Prince Han Xie interjected. No wonder they were so animated. Perhaps the alchemists from Baidi City were not the strongest, but the unique essence they exuded, merging seamlessly with their elixirs, was perceived as a rare talent. An alchemist with such a gift, even if currently lacking in strength, would surely evolve into a high-tier alchemist in the future. Upon hearing Han Xie's words, Tai Ning and Prince Xuanwu fell silent, redirecting their attention to the last remaining alchemist from Baidi City. Truth be told, this final individual was the one they coveted the most. In comparison, the other 9 from Baidi City appeared as mere stars eclipsed by the brilliance of the sun, dull and insignificant. This individual was none other than Su Liang. At this moment, the competition had progressed significantly, and the majority of onlookers within the Valley of the Medicine King had departed, turning their focus back to the remaining alchemical duel. With most eyes fixated on Su Liang remained unhurried, crafting his elixirs with a calm demeanor, entirely unfazed, allowing the 3 towering flames before him to shift shapes at will. He had already heard the sounds of victory and departure from others. His heart stirred not in the slightest, as he viewed the outcome as inevitable. Now it was merely a matter of determining the victor between himself and Chen Xiaolong, in stark contrast to his composure. Chen Xiaolong was in a state of utter turmoil, beads of sweat dotting his forehead, his gaze unfocused. Why is this happening? How could the strength of Baidi City be so formidable? Even witnessing Lin Yanluo and the others' rapid alchemical techniques had shaken him significantly. And what of this fellow? What manner of alchemical technique is this? Yet, what unsettled him the most was Su Liang's method. It was the first time he had witnessed someone simultaneously concocting 3 elixirs, a feat he had never seen even from his idol, Master Han Feng. The unprecedented uncertainty loomed over him, instilling immense dread that threatened to engulf his spirit. Were it not for the dignity of being a 3rd-tier alchemist shielding him, he would have already collapsed. No, I have not yet lost. Even if he can concoct 3 elixirs simultaneously, it does not preclude the possibility of my success once my elixirs take form. His voice trembled as Chen Xiaolong murmured, attempting to stabilize his inner turmoil, only to hear Su Liang's calm voice beside him. The elixir you wish to concoct, if I am not mistaken, should be the 3rd-tier medium-grade Tianma body refining pill. Am I right? This elixir can incite the invasion of inner demons, yet if one withstands it, they can elevate their state of mind to a new level, with a chance of allowing a strong practitioner to ascend a minor realm. The state of mind is of paramount importance to cultivators. Should it falter, not only would progress in cultivation be stunted, but one might also fall prey to inner demons, succumbing to chaos. How do you know this? Upon hearing Su Liang's words, Chen Xiaolong's turmoil intensified, causing his control over the flames to falter, resulting in an unusual odor emanating from the furnace. Your choice of materials reveals all. This elixir is considered precious even among 3rd-tier medium grades. Its value comparable to that of a 3rd-tier superior elixir. If the ability to refine truly holds a glimmer of hope for victory, It is a pity that your recent miscalculation has already introduced impurities within the elixir. Even should it be successfully crafted, its value would inevitably diminish. Before me lie 3 flames, each capable of producing a third-tier low-grade elixir adorned with 2 intricate patterns. Thus, your chances are extinguished. It would be wise to concede early and not squander any more time. Su Liang maintained a serene expression as he gazed at Qin Xiaolong, attempting to persuade him. Ha! You claim you can concoct 9 third-tier low-grade elixirs with 2 patterns each. Are you jesting? Even boasting has its limits. Do you think I would be swayed by such empty words? Qin Xiaolong laughed heartily, his eyes narrowing into slits, bloodshot and filled with scorn as he cast a disdainful glance at Su Liang. Not believing, are you? Then allow me to demonstrate. Unfazed, Su Liang spread his hands, and the 3 small mountains of flames before him dissipated, revealing 9 elixirs that shimmered with a kaleidoscope of colors, reminiscent of a rainbow. Exuding a fragrant aura of spiritual energy, each elixir bore the mark of 2 small mountains. The 7-colored detoxification pill, capable of dispelling most toxins in the world, including the venom of third-tier demonic beasts, is a common yet costly third-tier low-grade elixir, an essential item for masters venturing forth. Qin Xiaolong easily recognized these 9 elixirs, and his heart plummeted. What Su Liang had asserted was indeed true: 9 third-tier low-grade elixirs with 2 patterns each. One 2-patterned third-tier low-grade elixir is comparable to a third-tier mid-grade elixir. How could there be 9? Is this real? This individual is truly formidable. Outside the Dan Wong Valley, the already exited alchemist looked upon Su Liang with awe. His alchemical techniques and the elixirs he produced were nothing short of astonishing, even drawing the admiration of those prodigies present. The victor had been determined. It was Su Liang of Baidi City. Even the nearby judges recognized that Qin Xiaolong had no hope of victory and prepared to render their judgment. That moment. I have lost? No, I have not yet lost. How could I surrender? If it comes to this, then I must act accordingly. Su Liang, you have forced my hand. A flicker of malice ignited in Qin Xiaolong's crimson eyes, and a sinister grin crept across his lips as he opened the alchemical furnace before him. In the midst of the astonished gazes of all present, he leapt into the furnace. Chapter 74. The Spirit Pearl Demon Pill Xiaolong. Beneath the golden flying ship, upon witnessing Qin Xiaolong's actions, Han Feng's face contorted with anguish as he attempted to rush forward. But it was already too late. I asked this man insane. Is he truly willing to sacrifice himself to defeat his opponent? Within the ranks of the team from Lingdong City, Songlong observed this scene, his lips pursing in thought, his brow furrowing. According to my information, this Su Liang from Baidi City killed the brother of the opposing party and vowed to settle the score in this alchemical competition, wagering their lives in the process, and now it has come to this. Golden City's Jin Tian emerged from the shadows, surrounded by 9 heavily made-up young women, causing Songlong to retreat in irritation. Though this is a contest, conceding gracefully is preferable to resorting to such underhanded tactics. While it may cost a life, alchemical pills refined from one's own flesh and blood not only enhance quality but also imbue them with spiritual resonance. Qin Xiaolong intends to perish alongside his opponent. Though somewhat treacherous, there is no other choice. It seems that according to the agreement, this genius known as Su Liang is indeed facing his demise alongside him. What a shame! I still wish to inquire about that alchemical technique he employed earlier. Those around Jiantian began to murmur, casting sympathetic glances at Su Liang. How despicable! How can that Qin Xiaolong be so treacherous? Is this truly the measure of a man? Su Xilan, witnessing Qin Xiaolong's actions, felt her face flush crimson with rage, gritting her teeth in frustration, yet powerless to intervene. Su Liang, dear brother Lin Yinlu crossed her arms, gazing at Su Liang, her bright eyes now glistening with moisture. Damn it! Those treacherous fiends from Fenghua City dared to harm brother Su Liang. They shall pay dearly for this, even if it means disqualification. I will make them regret their actions. Bai Jianjing and Long Yuan were furious, their faces contorted in rage as they prepared to seek vengeance against the alchemists from Fenghua City, only to be firmly restrained by others. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, as Qin Xiaolong plunged into the furnace, flames of thousands of degrees surged, instantly incinerating his body into a malevolent crimson light that merged with the elixir within. Boom! A thunderous explosion shook the ground, as the high-quality alchemical furnace, akin to a third-tier weapon, shattered into fragments, sending sparks flying and black smoke billowing like a dragon. Within this tumult, a black elixir emerged, adorned with a sinister visage, emanating chilling laughter directed at Su Liang, resembling Qin Xiaolong himself. Having absorbed flesh and blood, this celestial demon body refining pill transformed into a true demon pill, with the heart demon manifesting as the vengeful spirit of Chen Xiaolong. Whoever consumes this pill shall be eternally entwined with his malevolent spirit. At that moment, as the celestial demon body refining pill came into existence, the once clear sky erupted with thunder, dark clouds slowly coalescing, emitting a deep rumble, with flashes of white lightning flickering ominously. Is this the tribulation of the elixir? Has the pill transcended to the fourth tier due to the infusion of Chen Xiaolong's flesh? Unbeknownst to anyone, Yao Chen rose from his seat in the golden flying ship and approached the edge of the square, his gaze fixed intently on Su Liang. Just as he had predicted, the dark clouds in the sky merely flickered with lightning, yet did not strike down. The onlookers breathed a sigh of relief, though concern for Su Liang lingered. Yao Chen had only just learned of the wager between Su Liang and Chen Xiaolong. He had come to intervene and nullify the bet, refusing to endorse the creation of a demon pill that could jeopardize the life of such a promising young man. However, before he could act, Su Liang, standing behind the furnace, suddenly sighed, turning to the dazed judge beside him. Might I inquire how much time remains until the conclusion of the competition? Well, there are still 15 minutes, the judge, still in shock, took a moment to collect himself. 15 minutes should suffice. With an impassive nod, Su Liang extended his hand, directing the 9 two-patterned 7-colored detoxification pills floating before him, which slowly descended into the furnace. Why, you cannot be serious about crafting more elixirs, can you? The judge gasped in astonishment, instinctively employing honorifics. If my rival is willing to risk his life to defeat me, then it would be remiss of me not to retaliate with even stronger elixirs. He has truly lost his mind. Hearing this, the judge shook his head. After Chen Xiaolong's reckless immersion into the furnace, the quality of the celestial demon body refining pill had reached third-tier excellence, and Su Liang seemed intent on surpassing it, with no other option but to resort to a similar fate. Cackling, in the sky, the celestial demon body refining pill twirled, the ghastly visage grinning mockingly at Su Liang, as if to ridicule his helplessness and flaunt its own might. How utterly tiresome! Merely a third-tier high-grade elixir. Does it truly believe itself invincible? Su Liang scoffed, his expression shifting as he unabashedly showcased the overwhelming aura of his innate realm. The swallowing heaven demon cauldron within his dantian trembled violently, generating a powerful gravitational pull that drew the surrounding air towards him, manifesting a palpable whirlwind that roared past. The 7th technique of alchemical immortal method. Earth-fire alchemy. 100 rivers flow into the sea. As his hand seals formed, the whistling winds around him morphed into liquid, transforming into ethereal blue rivers brimming with astonishing spiritual energy, all converging into the furnace. 100 rivers flow into the sea. As the name suggests, forces the spiritual energy present in the world around him into the elixirs. This technique could only be employed after he had transcended to the innate level, harmonizing internal and external forces, and its power was naturally formidable. In an instant, a vast ocean of blue energy enveloped the area of 100 meters, pouring into the furnace, causing it to emit dazzling beams of light that challenged the encroaching demonic clouds. He intended to melt down all the elixirs he had just refined and reforge a more powerful one. This was a contest of flesh and spirit, a clash of wills. Faced with this radiant beam, the judge could only gape, rendered speechless. The celestial demon body refining pill, which had been cackling from within the demonic clouds, grew increasingly feeble. As for the distant onlookers, including the members of the Alchemist Association like Yao Chen, they stood transfixed, witnessing a spectacle they had never encountered before. In this moment, they comprehended Su Liang's intent. He sought to triumph over Chen Xiaolong through his own skill, in an honorable confrontation. What manner of alchemical technique is this? Even the prominent figures aboard the golden flying ship rose to their feet, captivated by the magnificent beams of light emanating from the furnace before Su Liang, and the surrounding sea of blue spiritual energy. The luminosity of the beam did not last long, merely 10 fleeting minutes, during which it grew ever more radiant. At last, after 10 minutes bang, the immortal spirit detox pill, success, accompanied by a muffled sound and Su Liang's soft incantation. The beam of light completely dissipated, revealing a pill that radiated a brilliant white luminescence, its form indistinguishable. Encircled by a halo reminiscent of the sun, the pill unfurled its ethereal white wings, emitting a melodious chirp. Standing in stark contrast to the demonic body-refining pill in the sky, this extraordinary elixir was forged from the fusion of 9 colorful detox pills and a copious amount of spiritual essence, its efficacy far surpassing its predecessors. If the demonic body-refining pill embodied the essence of a bloodthirsty fiend, then the immortal spirit detox pill crafted by Su Liang was akin to a celestial being, transcending the earthly realm. With the emergence of this pill, the clouds above thickened ominously, and arcs of lightning appeared to probe the air. A third-grade superior-grade pill imbued with spiritual resonance had been born. And it was a marvel to witness such alchemical prowess, especially considering it was concocted in merely 10 minutes. In all my years, I had never encountered such a phenomenon. Yao Chen rubbed his eyes in disbelief, staring at the sky in astonishment. Not only he, but all the self-proclaimed genius alchemists gazed in awe at this astonishing display of alchemical mastery, witnessing a realm they could never hope to attain. And deep within their hearts, something shattered. Chapter 75. The Altered Rules by Su Liang Roar. The ghastly visage atop the demonic body-refining pill was illuminated by the opposing radiance, swelling violently as it emitted a wretched scream. Though it had long since forfeited its life and renounced all, how could such a concocted pill possibly fail? Driven by fury and a sense of injustice, the demonic body-refining pill flew into a frenzy. Charging towards the immortal spirit detox pill, bang! With a resounding thud, the demonic body-refining pill crossed into the realm of the immortal spirit detox pill, melting away like snow in a furnace, releasing a desperate, shrill cry as it relinquished a substantial amount of black gas, slowly descending into Su Liang's grasp, still quivering violently. Grasping the pill, Su Liang opened his mouth with an air of tranquility. The art of alchemy is vast and profound. It requires no assistance from malevolent forces. Qin Xiaolong, you have lost and must accept your defeat. Upon hearing his words, the once trembling pill lost a flicker of black light, quaking a few times before finally settling. Immortal spirit detox pill, return. With a beckoning gesture, the pill aloft in the sky slowly folded its wings, landing gracefully in Su Liang's hand. The black and white pills nestled against each other, resembling a harmonious Taiji symbol. As the clouds above dispersed, allowing a beam of sunlight to cascade down, causing both pills to emanate a gentle glow. Hiss! From Su Liang's creation of the immortal spirit detox pill to his acquisition of both pills. Only a few seconds transpired, yet it felt as if a century had elapsed. The adjudicator gazed at Su Liang, as if beholding a monster, hesitating whether to declare Su Liang the victor. After a moment's thought, he decided against it. It was evident to anyone with sight that Su Liang had triumphed, and there was no need for unnecessary declarations. Well done, Su Liang. A melodious voice rang out as Su Xilan transformed into a streak of light, dashing into Su Liang's embrace, heedless of the surrounding gazes. Young Master Su Liang. Following closely was Lin Yanluo, her gentle smile illuminating her face as she leapt to Su Liang's other side. Haha, brother Su Liang has won. I told you brother Su Liang is invincible. How could he possibly lose? Even if the opponent resorts to trickery, brother will never be defeated. The remaining members, by Jianjin and others, rushed forward, enveloping Su Liang in a flurry of excitement. Their expressions a mix of astonishment and joyous tears. This person named Su Liang? How formidable. I am no match for him. What do you think, sister? In the distance, the Frostwolf of Winter City observed Su Liang, encircled by admirers, his brows twitching slightly. His sky-blue eyes shifted to a figure nearby, an ice maiden whose gaze had not strayed from Su Liang since the onset, as if entranced, upon hearing her brother. Songyue's delicate brows furrowed, her lips parting devoid of color. If this is his limit, I can measure myself against him. If he possesses more strength, then I am not his equal. Not far off, Jian Tian's golden rose dropped from his mouth. His plump face adorned with two comically round eyes. To concoct a pill imbued with spiritual resonance is truly terrifying. Is this fellow truly an alchemist from Baidi City and not from the Silver Capital or Dan City? The surprise lingered for a moment before Jian Tian reigned in his astonishment. Oh well, I am merely here for amusement at the alchemist competition. This Su Liang has provided me with ample entertainment. As long as I do not encounter him in the subsequent challenges, I can exit gracefully, further afield. Within the ranks of Dan City, a group of alchemists regarded Su Liang with trepidation. Even the so-called most formidable alchemist from Dan City felt the weight of Su Liang's astonishing abilities. Among them, only one person lacked a look of awe. With a thick fringe obscuring his visage above the nose, he revealed a beaming smile. Su Liang, is it? Indeed. This fellow is unlike the others. Perhaps he can contend with me? No, he may not be that strong, but perhaps he can alleviate my boredom. If I have the chance to face him, I shall take it seriously. As numerous prodigies surveyed their surroundings, Yao Chen too was watching Su Liang. His gaze ablaze, yet his focus was not on Su Liang himself but rather the two pills in Su Liang's hand. According to the competition rules, the concocted pills belonged to Dan City. In previous competitions, these two pills would have been of championship caliber, yet they appeared in the elimination rounds. Perhaps this time, Dan City would reap immense rewards, particularly with the presence of the Pill Emperor. Muttering to himself, Yao Chen discreetly glanced back at the forefront of Dan City's team, where a disheveled yet smiling youth stood. This youth, known as the Pill Emperor, even to Yao Chen, a fourth-grade mid-tier alchemist, was a prodigy to be revered. If he were to compete against Su Liang, the two could undoubtedly produce even more powerful pills. With this thought in mind, Yao Chen's eyes ignited with fervor as he prepared to announce the ownership of all pills present and to commence the next round of competition. At that moment, a voice, enveloped in potent spiritual energy, resonated from above. Upon hearing its content, Yao Chen's face blanched instantly. In a way, suppressing his shock, Yao Chen cleared his throat, channeling the robust spiritual energy of the master realm and the essence of the world into a booming voice. Everyone silence. I have an important announcement. Upon hearing Yao Chen's words, the crowd fell silent. Even Su Liang extricated himself from the throng, curious about what was to be announced. In his view, perhaps Yao Chen was about to declare the details of the next stage. Yet for some reason, he sensed a tremor within Yao Chen's otherwise powerful voice. First, I announced that all pills produced in this elimination round belong to Dan City. Yao Chen cast a keen glance at Su Liang, asserting his rights, then his expression turned grave as he spoke in an unprecedentedly somber tone. Next, an urgent matter. According to the deliberations of the Crown Prince, General Jinyuan, and Prince Xuanwu, the rules for the upcoming matches have been altered. Each participant from the existing cities will now be assigned 100 city points, except for Baidi City. Even with Yao Chen's experience, he hesitated momentarily when discussing the next matter, before continuing with an odd expression. Except for Baidi City's participants, the challengers from other cities will now target Su Liang as their objective, with each allowed to challenge only once. The victor becomes the new challenger, while the defeated will lose 100 points. They may also choose not to challenge, with no time limit. When there are no challengers left, this alchemist conference will conclude. Is this real? This has essentially turned into a competition centered entirely around Su Liang. I had intended to showcase my abilities in this alchemist contest, but now it seems there will be no opportunity for us to shine. Hearing that the esteemed individual's time was of utmost importance, many murmured in disbelief. Setting Su Liang as a barrier, who would dare to challenge? This competition might very well conclude before today is out. It is the most hasty alchemist competition ever. However, it was not so simple. Defeating Su Liang would allow one to become the new challenger. Though Su Liang was formidable, alchemy was physically taxing. If a wheel battle was employed, he could falter. Ultimately, the outcome remained uncertain. As the talented individuals absorbed the new rules of the competition, most gazed at Su Liang with reverence, yet a few ignited with the fire of battle. The forthcoming rules were clearly centered around brother Su Liang, meaning the attention of the significant figures would be on him, implying that we would not need to engage in combat. Bai Jianjin looked at Su Liang, his expression a blend of excitement and joy, eliciting an eye roll from those nearby. You won't have to fight, but Su Liang must face all the geniuses, with all the pressure focused on him. Su Xilan kicked Bai Jianjin lightly, exasperated. It seems I have entirely become a measuring unit in the eyes of these significant figures. To them, there is only strength greater than mine and lesser than mine. It is so straightforward, yet I find it rather enjoyable. Su Liang was unfazed by the hostility of the prodigies surrounding him. Casting a glance toward the several ethereal figures seated within the golden flying vessel, sensing their scrutinizing gazes, a smile gracing his lips, since you wish to witness my prowess, I shall gladly oblige. That concludes all announcements. We will now take a 2-hour break, after which the competition will resume. Yao Chen proclaimed his final instructions and proceeded towards Su Liang, parting the crowd of talented individuals along the way, including the alchemists from the White Emperor City, who made way for this elder, renowned not only for his profound mastery of alchemy, but also for his formidable strength. As the elder approached Su Liang with unwavering determination, Su Liang, already aware of his intentions, extended the pill he held in his hand. However, to his astonishment, the elder spoke a phrase that caught him completely off guard. Su Liang, is it? I am Yao Chen. After the conclusion of this grand alchemical competition, would you be willing to join our alchemy city? Chapter 76, Yao Chen's invitation. Gasp. As Yao Chen's words echoed around, those within earshot widened their eyes and inhaled sharply. As the lord of Alchemy City and a master-level expert, Yao Chen held a position of great importance, second only to a few prominent figures aboard the Golden Flying Vessel. The fact that such an individual would extend an invitation to Su Liang was nothing short of astonishing. Aside from Yao Chen's esteemed status, Alchemy City was also the second most significant city in the Snow Country, following the capital city of Silver. Should Su Liang choose to join, his status would undoubtedly soar. Upon hearing this, the 9 competitors from White Emperor City who stood beside Su Liang breathed heavily, their gazes filled with fervor when looking at Yao Chen, yet tinged with concern when they glanced at Su Liang. They were clearly swayed by Yao Chen's words, and it was hard to say that Su Liang would not agree. Although such recruitment was commonplace in alchemical competitions, it brought them joy to see Su Liang offered a better opportunity. However, after spending several days together, they had formed a deep bond and did not wish for Su Liang to leave them, caught in a conflict of emotions. In contrast to the others' turmoil, Su Liang maintained a calm demeanor as he regarded the solemn Yao Chen. Clad in platinum robes, with a steady voice, he responded, "I appreciate your offer, but I must decline. President Gu Yun of White Emperor City has treated me well, and I have no intention of joining Alchemy City." "What?" The spectators surrounding them regarded Su Liang with incredulous expressions, as if he were a fool. Was he truly so naive? With such remarkable alchemical talent, joining White Emperor City would undoubtedly be a superior choice. Yet he dared to refuse? Song Lang looked at Su Liang, astonishment flickering in his azure eyes. Although he was a prodigy from Winter City, if Yao Chen had invited him, he would have joined Alchemy City without hesitation. TSK, what a character. I admire that. Nearby, Jin Tian seemed to have spotted something intriguing, scrutinizing Su Liang up and down. Even the others from White Emperor City looked at Su Liang with surprise, yet simultaneously released breaths of relief. It truly sounded like something Su Liang would say. Lin Yanlu gazed at Su Liang, her eyes shimmering with warmth. "Su Liang, you may not be aware of the disparity in strength between White Emperor City and Alchemy City. Gu Yun is merely a low-grade 3rd-tier alchemist. In Alchemy City, there are over 20 3rd-tier alchemists and 5 4th-tier alchemists, including myself. If you are willing to join Alchemy City, I would gladly take you as my apprentice. Moreover, the resources for pills and formulas within Alchemy City far surpass those of other cities. With the abundant medicinal materials from the Eternal Forest, I guarantee you will become a 4th-tier alchemist within 3 years." Yao Chen's eyes sparkled as he regarded Su Liang, refusing to relent. The extraordinary methods Su Liang employed in alchemy had profoundly impressed him. In his eyes, Su Liang was a once-in-a-millennium talent in the field of alchemy. Should he join Alchemy City, it would not be long before he surpassed Yao Chen. While he might not match the monstrous talent of Yao Di, he would undoubtedly elevate Alchemy City's strength to an unparalleled level compared to other cities. Yao Chen surmised that Su Liang's refusal stemmed from youthful arrogance and ignorance of Alchemy City. He believed that with proper explanation, Su Liang would surely agree to join. How could any alchemist decline the opportunity to grow stronger? Yet, to his astonishment, Su Liang merely chuckled lightly. "Thank you for your invitation, Lord Yao Chen, but I must decline. Even without the training from Alchemy City, I can still become a 4th-tier alchemist." With a calm demeanor, he spoke these audacious words, leaving an impression of conviction. It was laughable for a mere mortal realm alchemical sanctuary to presume to teach him, a once immortal emperor and former immortal-tier alchemist. He could just as easily instruct them in return. "Since you have expressed your stance so clearly, I shall not persuade you further. However, if you believe that being able to concoct high-grade 3rd-tier pills will enable you to dominate the alchemical competition, you are gravely mistaken. In previous years, you might have managed it, but with that individual present this year, the champion's position is already secured. Be prudent in your choices. Nevertheless, should you change your mind, my doors are always open to you." Shaking his head, Yao Chen sighed, revealing a look of profound regret. While Su Liang possessed great talent, if he failed to recognize his own abilities, he would merely be a hubristic fool, awaiting a humbling. With this thought, Yao Chen ceased further discourse with Su Liang and turned to depart. Who could that individual mentioned by Lord Yao Chen be? Is there truly a more formidable alchemist than Lord Su Liang? Su Zilin cast a surprised glance around. Impossible. How could there be anyone stronger than Su Liang? The champion of this alchemical competition is undoubtedly from our White Emperor City. Bai Jinjin shook his head, his expression one of disbelief. "Haha, it seems the people from small places are indeed ignorant. According to my intelligence, there is a prodigy named Yao Di in Alchemy City's team, a registered 4th-tier mid-grade alchemist at the tender age of 20, whose strength surpasses even that of Lord Yao Chen. The championship of this alchemical competition is indeed predetermined. We are merely here to vie for 2nd and 3rd place. While Su Liang can concoct high-grade 3rd-tier pills infused with spiritual resonance, That pales in comparison to that individual. Standing nearby, Jin Tian scoffed, slowly approaching while chewing on a golden rose. He glanced at the disheveled youth leading the Alchemy City team, a flicker of trepidation crossing his eyes. Hearing such unceremonious words, the surrounding talents turned to look, their faces betraying a mix of reluctance and silence, tacitly accepting Jin Tian's assertion. 4th tier mid-grade. Is that for real? Upon hearing this, the alchemists from White Emperor City widened their eyes in disbelief. Su Liang's gaze sharpening as he turned to look, they felt the weight of their collective scrutiny. The young man known as Yao Di stepped forward, towering at nearly 6 feet 3 inches. His thick hair framed 2 piercing eyes that glinted with intensity, and a subtle smile graced his lips. Su Liang, was it? Your recent alchemical technique was quite impressive, particularly your rapid concoction method. Seems that the Crown Prince and his entourage hold you in high regard. I initially thought this alchemical competition would be dull, but it appears it may hold some intrigue. How about we settle this between ourselves? There's no need for the others to participate. Such brazen words darkened the expressions of the surrounding talents. How infuriating! Though you are a 4th tier mid-grade alchemist, in the realm of alchemy, victory or defeat remains uncertain until the final moment. Song Lang glared at Yao Di, visibly displeased. Haha, if you all intend to participate, I won't stop you, but I hope you won't regret it later. The only one here I consider a rival is Su Liang. Hearing this, Yao Di merely chuckled. His gaze fixated on Su Liang. In the face of Yao Di's brazen declaration of war, Su Liang remained unfazed, wearing a nonchalant smile. Are you seeking amusement at my expense? Quite amusing indeed. I accept your challenge. After all, you are the only one here capable of providing me a worthy fight. I hope you truly possess the strength you boast. Rest assured, you won't be disappointed. With a confident smile, Yao Di turned and departed. The casual exchange between the two left the surrounding talents feeling scorned, their teeth gritted, eyes blazing with indignation. What transpired here was merely a brief interlude. Soon the crowd dispersed, preparing their alchemical furnaces and gathering their materials. The talents from other cities, in particular, were determined to prove themselves by defeating Su Liang and Yao Di, eager to showcase their abilities before the Crown Prince and others. Before long, 2 hours passed, and everyone had readied their materials. Yao Qin reappeared before the Valley of the Alchemy King, surveying the surroundings. A thunderous resonance emanated from his chest. The second phase of the alchemical competition begins now. In this stage, there are no restrictions on the type or duration of pill concoction, but you may only produce 1 pill, and the competition will be based on the quality of this pill. If everyone understands the rules, let the challenge commence. Those wishing to challenge Su Liang, please step forward. As Yao Qin's voice reverberated, the talented individuals exchanged glances. Most stepped back, but a select few advanced. Among those stepping forward was Yao Di, followed closely by Jin Tian and his entourage of lovely companions, eliciting astonishment from those around them. This time, the rules dictated that failure to challenge Su Liang would result in a deduction of points. Those with some confidence were unfazed, but for the young women by Jin Tian's side, a failure would mean a significant loss of points, potentially relegating Golden City to the bottom tier. Embracing the incredulous gazes of those around him, Jin Tian wore a broad grin, savoring the golden rose in his mouth. After all, we are merely here to have fun. Rankings hold no significance. The most important thing is enjoyment. There is nothing more delightful than participating in this challenge alongside my beautiful flowers. How annoying! Lord Jin Tian certainly knows how to speak. Surrounded by charming companions, each cast deep, affectionate glances in his direction, engaging in playful banter. Upon hearing his words, many around displayed furrowed brows, but none dared to voice their discontent, for they understood that this was simply Jin Tian's nature. Soon, the siblings Song Lang and Song Yu stepped forward, their faces briefly reflecting hesitation before swiftly transforming into resolute determination, their eyes ablaze with fervent battle spirit. While Jin Tian remained indifferent to the outcome of the competition, they from the Winter City were considerably more invested. However, as top-tier alchemists, retreating from a challenge was not in their character. Acknowledging the certainty of defeat, they still chose to fight, for that was the pride of true geniuses. Next to emerge from the Silver City team was a striking young man with long black hair and a handsome visage. Exuding an air of arrogance, his sky-blue eyes shimmering with confidence, he was the chief representative of the Silver City delegation, possessing formidable strength. The remaining participants exchanged glances, ultimately opting to safeguard their city's points. Thus none dared to step forward. Very well, there are 14 challengers in total, hence according to the order of challenge. Yao Qin waited for a while, noticing that no one had yet stepped forward. Just as he was about to announce the competition order, he was abruptly interrupted by Su Liang. "Wait a moment, Lord Yao Chun. It is far too cumbersome to have them come forth one by one. Let us have them all challenge me at once. If the combined quality of their pills surpasses mine, I shall concede." "What do you say?" Hiss. At this proclamation, the venue fell into a profound silence. The sound of a pin dropping could be heard. Hundreds of alchemists turned to Su Liang, regarding him as if he were a curious spectacle. His audacity to step forward indicated a certain level of confidence, especially considering one among them was a recognized mid-grade fourth-tier powerhouse. Su Liang's willingness to challenge all at once transcended mere confidence. It bordered on arrogance. Not only the alchemists, but even the presidents of the various city alchemist associations shook their heads in disapproval. With Yao Chen's lips twitching in irritation, did Su Liang truly believe himself invincible? Ha! To challenge us all single-handedly. What grandiosity! Song Lang shot Su Liang a disdainful glance, clearly unimpressed. "TSK, it seems we have indeed been underestimated." Jane Tian's eyes flashed with a glint of coldness. This ignorant youth dares to be so brazen. A mere third-tier upper-grade pill infused with spiritual essence. I could concoct it myself. I alone can defeat you. The chief representative of the Royal City's team wore an expression of haughty disdain, a scoff curling at the corners of his mouth. Even the apothecary emperor displayed a moment of surprise, which swiftly morphed into laughter, a wild and unrestrained chuckle. "Ha ha, splendid, truly splendid. As expected of the man I have chosen, only you can provide me with such amusement. Lord Yao Chun, grant his request. Let us commence the challenge simultaneously." Upon hearing the apothecary emperor's agreement, Yao Chen's face revealed his dilemma, preparing to refuse when his ears suddenly perked up, catching a certain sound, and he let out a deep sigh. His expression turning grim. The crown prince had actually acquiesced to Su Liang's absurd request. What were these esteemed figures thinking? Alas, Su Liang was destined to fail anyway, since he was seeking his own demise. There was no need for me to intervene. With this thought, Yao Chun announced loudly, "I hereby declare, the final phase of the alchemist grand competition officially begins." As his voice resonated, he flicked his sleeves, casting Su Liang a glance filled with anticipation for the spectacle, before retreating to the back. As his words echoed, everyone positioned themselves facing Su Liang, activating the ground fire valves to commence their alchemical processes. Only two remained motionless, Su Liang and the apothecary emperor. The two faced each other, each exuding an air of calm confidence. Though it was a challenge meant for one against all, a swift defeat would lack intrigue. Thus, I shall clear away the obstacles first. After a brief interlude, the apothecary emperor spoke first. Wearing a faint smile, he casually selected a herb from a mound before him and placed it into the alchemical furnace. Thud! The herb fell into the flames. Although silent, it reverberated like thunder in the hearts of all present. All those engaged in alchemy felt their furnaces tremble. The ground fire beneath swirled chaotically, and the herbs within the furnaces collided violently against the walls, threatening to burst forth, as if gravitating towards the apothecary emperor, bowing in reverence. What is happening? The expressions of the talented alchemists shifted dramatically. Refined spirit body, activate. In response, the apothecary emperor maintained an air of inevitability, his lips curling upwards as he uttered softly, buzz. With a gentle sound, vibrant, multicolored spiritual lights manifested around the apothecary emperor, transforming into ethereal herb silhouettes. Thousands of distinct herbs appeared, coiling around him like a resplendent river. Soaring to heights of 10 meters, the already trembling furnaces quaked even more violently. Boom! With a thunderous crash, the furnace beside Jin Tian shattered. The weakest of the 9 maidens, despite their exertions, could not maintain control, and it exploded into fragments, scattering the herbs within, which flew towards the apothecary emperor as if in worship. How can this be? The 9 maidens turned pale, collapsing to the ground. The refined spirit body, could it be the legendary embodiment that commands myriad herbs and possesses unrivaled affinity for alchemical materials? Damn it, the intel did not indicate that the apothecary emperor wielded such power. Jin Tian gripped his furnace tightly, his expression shifting as well. Among the myriad beings of the mundane realm, some are born with extraordinary luck, endowed with superior physiques known as spiritual bodies, each possessing unique attributes. The refined spirit body, even without tools like furnaces, can manipulate herbs within a certain radius, refining them to produce pills of unparalleled quality. The refined spirit body is a coveted dream for all alchemists, and as geniuses from various cities, they were certainly aware of its renown. Though they were taken aback, striving to control their furnaces, their efforts proved futile. They could barely withstand the tremors, let alone continue their alchemical endeavors. Ignoring the others, the apothecary emperor amplified the power of the refined spirit body, forcefully absorbing the herbs from the other furnaces. His gaze fixed intently on Su Liang, filled with a challenging glint. Su Liang, once I have dealt with these nuisances, it will be your turn. The refined spirit body, the king of herbs, truly befitting of the apothecary emperor. Since it has come to this, I shall not hold back. With a spark igniting in his eyes, Su Liang met the apothecary emperor's gaze, simultaneously sending the hundreds of herbs surrounding him into his furnace. His hands weaving intricate gestures, invoking the alchemical technique of 100 rivers flowing into the sea. Boom. Another violent uproar erupted as a force of attraction rivaling that of the apothecary emperor emerged, transforming into a cerulean vortex of liquefied spiritual energy, swirling around Su Liang, coalescing into a visible blue tempest, its might no less impressive than the apothecary emperor's colorful river. Upon invoking his alchemical technique, the furnaces surrounding them erupted with the sound of cracking, the herbs within colliding with increasing ferocity, seemingly drawn towards Su Liang's direction. In an instant, Su Liang and the apothecary emperor became two opposing storms, radiating their unique hues, dividing the battlefield, leaving the numerous alchemists caught between them like fragile boats, in danger of capsizing at any moment. Chapter 78. Refined Spirit Body Crack? The first to shatter was the furnace before Zhonglang. The azure furnace, resembling crystalline ice, fragmented, scattering its herbs across the ground. Half drifted towards the apothecary emperor, while the other half was torn apart as it fell, reduced to powder. I have lost, just like that. Gazing down at the remnants of his furnace, Zhonglang's eyes widened in disbelief. He had not even been afforded the opportunity to refine a complete pill. He couldn't even maintain control over the furnace. Reluctantly, he acknowledged that there was a chasm separating him from Su Liang and the apothecary emperor. Crack, crack. Following closely, two more shattering sounds echoed as the furnaces before Jin Tian and Song also disintegrated. They exchanged glances, both revealing expressions of despondency. I have lost, Song uttered, turning away after those 3 words. It was one thing for the apothecary emperor to be a mid-grade 4th-tier alchemist, but now he had revealed the possession of the refined spirit body. It was only natural that they were outmatched. However, it was truly unexpected that someone named Su Liang could stand toe-to-toe with the refined spirit body. Did he also possess some unknown spiritual body? Casting a glance at the shattered furnace before him, Jin Tian felt no sorrow. Instead, he regarded Su Liang as if appraising a creature of legend. When Su Liang had suggested they all refine pills together, the others had deemed him overly arrogant. Now it appeared the foolishness lay with them. Under Su Liang's extraordinary alchemical prowess, they were unable to produce even a single pill. What did it matter if they pooled their efforts? Aside from Su Liang and the apothecary emperor, the only other individual still refining was the chief of the royal city team, with long black hair billowing as if stirred by an unseen wind. Sweat drenched his forehead, and the haughty demeanor had long vanished, replaced by the formidable aura of his innate realm, desperately suppressing his furnace. His furnace was a resplendent golden hue, adorned with white floral patterns. A lower-grade 3rd-tier furnace, it was only due to the furnace's respectable grade that he managed to maintain control over the herbs within, but he too was nearing his limit in his quest to concoct high-quality elixirs. He had just introduced hundreds of medicinal herbs into the cauldron. At this moment, these herbs whirled about like explosives, colliding within the cauldron and producing a thunderous roar that sent tingles through his arms. The shimmering platinum glow emanating from the cauldron visibly dimmed at an alarming rate. Damn it, I concede. After a few more minutes of struggle, the long-haired man noticed the cacophony within the cauldron intensifying, intermingled with a sound resembling the grinding of teeth, indicating a clear risk of damage to the cauldron. Gritting his teeth, he hastily lifted the cauldron's lid, allowing the herbs to fly out, and bowed his head in surrender. This cauldron was a treasured artifact he had painstakingly exchanged from the royal family's stock in the Snow Kingdom, and it had accompanied him for several years. He was unwilling to see it destroyed. To protect the cauldron, he chose to forfeit the competition. As he stored the cauldron away, he watched in despair as the herbs were torn to shreds in midair, with some being absorbed by the medicine emperor while others entered the cauldron before Su Liang. The long-haired man bit his lip in frustration but ultimately decided to withdraw. When the gap in skill was not too vast, there might still have been a desire to catch up. However, After witnessing Su Liang and the Medicine Emperor's alchemical prowess, his confidence had been utterly shattered. In this battle, he accepted his defeat wholeheartedly, as the chief representative of the imperial city also exited the arena. Only Su Liang and the Medicine Emperor remained, positioned oppositely, their energies clashing fiercely. The vibrant and azure auras collided with a force akin to that of innate masters engaging in combat, a breathtaking spectacle that left the hundreds of alchemists observing in awe. Speechless. Haha, this is it. I haven't felt this exhilarated in ages. Su Liang, you truly have not disappointed me, yet you are still no match for me. A person's innate talent is predetermined from birth, and the same holds true for alchemy. Those like me, who possess a perfected spiritual body, are born at the pinnacle, a height you shall never surpass. Struggle as you may, it only fuels my excitement. The Medicine Emperor, exhilarated by Su Liang's unwavering stance, swept back his bangs to reveal a visage as fair as a woman's, his elongated phoenix eyes gleaming with mad fervor, a radiant five-colored lotus mark shimmering on his forehead. The swirling colorful tempest around him grew even more ferocious, with herbs solidifying from mere illusions into tangible forms, exuding an enchanting fragrance as they surged towards Su Liang. In an instant, the azure tempest encircling Su Liang was compressed by several meters, pressing tightly against his body, causing even the cauldron to tremble. This is bad. Observing this scene, the assembled alchemists gasped in unison, their faces reflecting regret. Who would have thought that even Su Liang was not a match? The Medicine Emperor was indeed a prodigy, possessing a perfected spiritual body. Though reluctant to admit it, his talent was extraordinarily high. With such a gift, he was destined to become the sovereign of the alchemist realm. Su Liang's ability to endure this long was already commendable. Those who participated in the Alchemist Grand Tournament were certainly not weaklings. Each was a genius in their respective cities. Yet, when compared to the Medicine Emperor, their talent seemed utterly insignificant. The Medicine Emperor stated, alchemy requires significant innate talent. Those with higher aptitude can master superior techniques in less time, producing elixirs of greater quality. The Medicine Emperor stood firmly at the pinnacle of this talent. A person who can inherently grasp the intricacies of herbs and never fails in alchemy. How could such an individual be surpassed? Many began to entertain such thoughts, already acknowledging their inferiority to the Medicine Emperor. Their confidence shattered. Su Liang, brother, give it your all. You must not lose. At that moment, from the White Emperor City team, Bai Jinjin suddenly raised a hand to his mouth, shouting fervently, veins bulging on his forehead. Indeed, Su Liang, you once told us that even if talent falls short, hard work can compensate. The Medicine Emperor merely relies on his slightly superior talent. How can he be allowed to triumph over someone like you? Long Yuan echoed, his face flushed with fervor. Upon hearing the passionate cries of the two, the others exchanged glances and soon joined in the chorus. While others might concede to talent, they refused to do so. Go, Su Liang, young master Su Liang, you absolutely cannot lose. The initial murmurs quickly swelled into a tide of sound, shaking the entire arena. Even the other city's geniuses were swept up in this momentum, rising to shout in unison, "It is unacceptable for us to be defeated by mere talent. Su Liang, please carry our efforts forward." They had awoken to a vital realization. They could not give in to the Medicine Emperor's innate talent. If they did, what would all their years of hard work to participate in the Alchemist Grand Tournament and hone their skills amount to? To acknowledge the Medicine Emperor was to negate their own existence. This was something they could never allow. Haha, what does it matter if you refuse to acknowledge it? What does it matter if you are unwilling? The strong are destined to be strong, while the weak are fated to be weak. This is an unchanging truth that no one can alter, not even the predecessors of the Alchemist City. What can you do? Hearing the cheers for Su Liang around him only drove the Medicine Emperor into a more frenzied laughter. Tears of exhilaration streaming down his face. Medicine Emperor, I concede your talent is remarkable, but your reasoning is flawed. Feeling the dissipating energy and the agitated cauldron, Su Liang remained composed. Being less talented simply marked a lower starting point. What truly determines achievement is effort. If a genius can master a formula in a day, a commoner can surpass them in a month or even a year. No mountain is insurmountable. No amount of innate talent can rival the skills forged through relentless effort. Now, allow me to show you the struggle of us mere mortals. As his voice crescendoed, Su Liang's eyes sparkled with intensity. He moved his hands in unison, adopting various stances. His left hand pointed to the cauldron, while his right hand gestured toward the heavens, an overwhelming aura surging forth. The alchemical immortal technique, duel methods in harmony. Accompanying Su Liang's movements, the once blazing sunlight in the sky intensified several-fold, transforming into a golden pillar of light that descended upon the cauldron, manifesting as an ethereal three-legged golden crow. With a melodious cry, the three-legged golden crow emerged, absorbing the sun's flames and taking form within a meter's radius, its wings fluttering gently, releasing golden-red sparks as it circled above Su Liang's head. A far more potent golden-red flame storm intertwined with the previous azure energy, amplifying its power manifold, pushing back the radiance emitted by the Medicine Emperor's perfected spiritual body. This was the effect of simultaneously employing the heavenly fire alchemical technique of the three-legged golden crow and the earthly fire alchemical technique of the myriad rivers converging into the sea. 1 + 1 equates to more than 2. This dual focus method mirrored what Su Liang had taught Lin Yanluo and others, although he had invested far more time mastering it than they had. After acquiring the alchemical immortal technique, Su Liang spent a millennium perfecting each skill to its zenith. He had never claimed to be a genius. On the contrary, coming from a humble family, his innate talent was inferior to most. Hence, he never ceased his efforts. Rising to become one of the 6 great emperors of the immortal realm, every step he took was forged through blood, sweat, and relentless determination. All of this erupted in brilliance at this moment. Empowered by the immense energy radiating from Su Liang, the vibrant colors swirling around the Medicine Emperor could only retreat to the surface of his body. The tides of fortune had shifted dramatically. This is impossible. For the first time, a flicker of astonishment crossed the Medicine Emperor's gaze. He could hardly believe it. How could someone who was born at the pinnacle of alchemy lose in terms of momentum? As the possessor of a perfected spiritual body, after successfully crafting a second-tier inferior elixir at the tender age of 3, he had been hailed as the prodigy of Alchemist City, remaining hidden in the shadows. He understood just how formidable his talent was. He could learn any formula after a single glance and master the refining methods of any herb with just a touch in his journey. Initially, there were those who could surpass him in alchemy, but eventually, he surpassed them all, including his former teacher, Yao Chen. The Medicine Emperor had believed he would remain invincible until he became the strongest alchemist in the mortal realm. Yet, why was it that this person before him was not weaker than he? He could distinctly sense that Su Liang lacked any alchemical spiritual body. Instead, he possessed pure skill, a skill that seemed almost unattainable to him. Impossible, I will not lose. My beliefs are sound. Only those favored by the heavens can become strong. Hard work is merely an excuse for the weak. Perfected spiritual body, full manifestation, awaken. His eyes widened in disbelief as the Medicine Emperor let out a deafening roar. The 5-colored lotus above his head, peeling away to transform into an illusory massive 5-colored lotus that blossomed beneath him, creating a colorful storm that pushed back the tempest surrounding Su Liang. Restoring the balance of power, it was said that the perfected spiritual body was born from the 5-colored divine lotus, a 10th-tier medicinal herb that, upon gaining intelligence, reincarnated as a human, thus granting the ability to command countless herbs. Observing the demeanor of the Medicine Emperor, it is evident that he has mastered the art of the 100 refinements body to an extraordinary degree, even awakening a trace of the bloodline of the 5-colored divine lotus. Were my strength to increase even slightly, I could easily overpower him. However, at present, I find myself only at the first level of innate cultivation, rendering the outcome uncertain. Su Liang licked his lips, his eyes blazing with a terrifying light. This was more than sufficient. Rather, it was ideal. Since his reincarnation into this life, he had yet to encounter an opponent of such equal measure. Just as the Medicine Emperor regarded him as a source of amusement, Su Liang too viewed the Emperor as a stepping stone for his own refinement. It was precisely because he could not ascertain his own victory that he was compelled to give his all. At this moment, Su Liang cast aside all distractions, channeling the 2 alchemical techniques he practiced to their utmost limits, striving relentlessly, draining every ounce of his flesh and blood, expending every drop of his spirit, completely dedicating himself to the cauldron before him. Conversely, the Medicine Emperor had also exhausted all his innate talents, fully manifesting the 100 refinements body. If Su Liang represented the pinnacle of skill, then the Medicine Emperor epitomized the zenith of innate talent. Yet, at this juncture, such distinctions paled in significance, in the face of the tempestuous clash of wills. Neither skill nor talent would endure, leaving only the resolve of the 2 combatants. This was a contest of willpower, and the one with the more steadfast resolve would emerge victorious. The battle between Su Liang and the Medicine Emperor captivated the surrounding alchemists, rendering them spellbound, even silencing their cheers. The breathtaking spectacle defied description. It was a confrontation of alchemical prowess elevated to a higher plane, a realm fervently sought yet rarely attained by all alchemists. To witness such a clash, everyone was immersed in the moment, their previously incomprehensible understanding of alchemical bottlenecks swiftly dissolving. Not only the alchemists, but even the presidents of the Alchemist Association, including Yao Chen himself, were ensnared in the spectacle, tears of excitement streaming from their eyes. They had devoted decades to the path of alchemy, and was this not the very moment they had sought? Body, mind, glory, victory, and defeat, all were cast aside, leaving only an unwavering passion for the art of alchemy. Even the figures of the significant individuals aboard the golden flying ship became vivid, clearly standing as they faced such a momentous battle. No matter how great their power or status, they could not help but feel their spirits shaken and respect awakened. In this alchemical duel, even time seemed to lose its meaning. Su Liang and the Medicine Emperor gazed at one another, pouring forth their sweat, channeling all their essence into the cauldron. Finally, there was a resounding roar. The cauldron before the Medicine Emperor erupted, releasing a swirl of multicolored ethereal energy, transforming into a magnificent blooming lotus, atop which rested a pill nearly invisible to the naked eye, radiating a blinding brilliance. With the emergence of the pill, a dark cloud enveloped the sky, thunder roaring as if a dragon were writhing, some bolts striking the ground and creating massive craters, sending wisps of green smoke spiraling upwards. This was the tribulation of alchemy triggered by the pill crafted by the Medicine Emperor, a true fourth-tier pill capable of affecting those at the martial king level. Given the powerful spiritual resonance it contained, this pill was of the upper echelon of fourth tier, surpassing any previously crafted by the Medicine Emperor, who was even uncertain of the nature of the pill he had created in near synchrony. The cauldron before Su Liang also exploded, releasing a pill of red and blue swirling together, hovering in midair, manifesting the illusion of a fiery sun and a blue moon, entwined like the forces of yin and yang, each spinning and radiating light equal to that of its counterpart. The dark clouds above thickened significantly, and more robust thunderbolts descended, enveloping the entire Medicine King Valley. Thousands of lightning strikes fell simultaneously, as if heralding the apocalypse, causing the surrounding alchemists to retreat hastily. Yet, above Su Liang and the Medicine Emperor, no thunderbolts fell, for the brilliance of their pills was so overwhelming that even the tribulation's lightning appeared to tremble in reverence, bending its trajectory as it descended. After a brief moment of swirling in the air, the two pills charged towards one another like sworn enemies. No judge was necessary. The two pills would determine their victor in this arena. Only one could survive. Boom! The collision of the pills resulted in another explosive roar, piercing a hole through the tribulation clouds. The two pills transformed into entwined spiritual lights, continuing their battle, darting through the clouds that heralded calamity, which now bore countless wounds. The sky wailed, the earth trembled, and in the process, both pills suffered continuous fragmentation, with Su Liang and the Medicine Emperor also releasing thin mists of blood. After all, these pills had absorbed the entirety of their wills, and each collision inflicted harm upon their bodies. This process lasted for 10 minutes, during which both Su Liang and the Medicine Emperor were drenched in blood, yet neither retreated. Those observing covered their mouths in awe. No one dared intervene, for such a sacred and magnificent battle would not permit the intrusion of the unworthy. At length, after another 10 minutes of brutal clashes, the Medicine Emperor's body finally swayed. Casting a glance towards Su Liang, in his eyes was a depth forged through millennia, a resilience harder than rock, broader than the heavens. Upon meeting Su Liang's gaze, the Medicine Emperor felt a tremor within him. Coughing up a mouthful of blood, slowly closing his eyes, through the collision of the pills, his body and mind had drawn infinitely closer to Su Liang, allowing him a glimpse into a terrifying facet of Su Liang, an existence he could neither reach nor even begin to fathom. In that moment of realization, the Medicine Emperor opened his mouth, voicing 3 words with a tone of resignation and respect: I have lost. Chapter 80. Invoking thunder into the body. Acknowledging his defeat, the Medicine Emperor appeared to lose all strength, slowly sinking to the ground, his eyes devoid of luster, the 5-colored lotus seal above his head dimming. Simultaneously, crack! The 5-colored pill soaring in the sky lost its support and shattered, absorbed by the pill Su Liang had crafted beside it. Having absorbed the 5-colored radiance, the originally red and blue pill seemed to undergo a transformation. All its colors were washed away, becoming black and white, morphing into a true yin-yang fish, standing in the sky, exuding an even more terrifying aura, with ethereal chants faintly resonating above it. The two upper-tier fourth-grade pills, after one side's defeat, merged into one, achieving a sublime elevation, becoming a lower-tier fifth-grade pill. Fifth-grade pills can affect those at the martial emperor level and naturally exude an imperial aura, looking down upon the throngs below. Though merely a pill, all those beneath it felt as though they faced an ancient beast, trembling in fear, with weaker individuals even kneeling, their eyes wide with shock. This grade of pill had only ever appeared in legends, and all present were witnessing it for the first time. What was once thought impossible to concoct was now manifesting in this serendipitous manner. The dissipated tribulation clouds in the sky reformed, becoming tenfold denser, a colossal cloud layer, swirling over 1,000 meters, distinctly split into black and white, with the sounds of rolling thunder echoing within, resembling the roars of a mighty beast, enough to shake the very grains of sand on the ground. The thick, liquid-like lightning surged through the sky. This was no longer mere lightning, but a silver sea. This is bad. The fifth-grade pill's tribulation is something no one can withstand. You too must disregard that pill and flee the Medicine King Valley at once. The first to regain his senses was Yao Qian, who was nearest, his eyes filled with fury. He soared upward, enveloped in a thick layer of dark green spiritual armor, unabashedly displaying his masterly might. Preparing to rescue the Medicine Emperor. Once eager for high-quality pills, he now had no time to concern himself with such matters. The speed of a master was as swift as lightning, a fleeting shadow that entered the Medicine King Valley in an instant. However, the moment his foot touched the valley, a blade of lightning, compressed into a 3-foot-long edge, descended from the swirling tribulation cloud, falling upon his shoulder with a speed surpassing even that of Yao Qian. Boom! With a thunderous explosion capable of shattering a small mountain, the thick spiritual armor meant to withstand divine strikes was torn apart like paper, revealing his charred arm beneath. A cry of anguish escaped him. But he paid no heed to the injury, dragging the Medicine Emperor out. Simultaneously, 3 phantoms, moving faster than he, surged towards Su Liang. These 3 were the prominent figures aboard the golden flying ship. Upon seeing Su Liang in danger beneath the tribulation, they could no longer remain seated and rushed to his aid. Yet, before they could reach Su Liang, a wave of lightning blades rained down from the stormy clouds above, exploding around Su Liang and sinking half the Medicine King Valley. The 3 masters had no capacity for resistance, being swept away, revealing the figures of the prince and his companions, all singed and battered. Shaking off the tattered remnants of their golden robes, Han Xie wore a grim expression. Had it not been for the protection of his lower-tier third-grade treasure garment, he would have been injured by that blow. This is the power of a fifth-grade pill, damn it. These 2 brats are crafting pills? Yet must they create such a spectacle? Now look, they have produced a pill that exceeds their own capabilities. The apothecary emperor is fine, but that individual named Su Liang is surely doomed. Is it truly the case that in this generation's alchemist grand competition, the alchemy king has yet to receive any reward before being struck down by lightning? It is indeed a sight most ghastly. The jade hairpin atop the head of Prince Xuanwu shattered, disintegrating into powder as he grimaced in anguish and cried out in desperation. Just moments ago, he had witnessed Su Liang's remarkable elixirs. His heart burned with fervor, having vowed to recruit Su Liang to his faction. Yet now, Su Liang's imminent demise felt akin to a rare treasure being crushed before his eyes. A tragedy of utmost proportions. There was no hope for salvation. This elixir was concocted by Su Liang himself, and the tribulation was directed solely at him. Any interference from us would only amplify its ferocity. Iron Ning's countenance darkened further, her gaze filled with sorrow as she looked at Su Liang. She had observed the battle between Su Liang and the apothecary emperor with clarity. Su Liang's astonishing skills and indomitable spirit epitomized her standards for an alchemist. To witness such a prodigious talent on the brink of death was an unbearable sorrow. Boom! The dark clouds of tribulation roiled ominously in the sky, emitting a resounding noise that seemed to mock the folly of these individuals. The 5th-tier tribulation bore the weight of imperial might, far beyond what these mere mortals could withstand. Su Liang. Lin Yanluo gazed at Su Liang, trapped in the apothecary valley, her face ashen, yearning to rush forth, only to be restrained by Bai Jianzheng and Long Yuan, each gripping one of her arms tightly. How could this be happening? Su Xilan appeared as if he had lost his very soul, slowly collapsing to the ground. The surrounding alchemists regarded Su Liang with expressions of lamentation and regret. What a pity for such a generation's genius! The azure eyes of the Zonglong reflected the lightning, whispering softly, while beside him, Songyue stood in silence, her face pale, unable to utter a single word. Nearby, Jin Tian gazed skyward. The golden rose he held crumbling to the ground, his expression turning grave for the first time. Perhaps heaven indeed envies extraordinary talent. Su Liang surpassed even the apothecary emperor. Such brilliance may well be intolerable to the heavens. The chief representative of the royal city team cast a glance towards the sky, devoid of arrogance, only a complex expression adorning his face. In his sigh, there lingered a hint of relief, grateful that Su Liang would be struck down by the tribulation. For otherwise, those who had participated in this year's Alchemist Grand Competition would forever bear the shadow of Su Liang's invincibility, making future advancements in alchemy exceedingly difficult. Under the varied gazes of the onlookers, Su Liang looked up at the vast tempest of wind and thunder, akin to the gaping maw of a colossal beast poised to devour him. Though shrouded in blood mist, he still smiled. In this rebirth I have declared, if one seeks to obstruct me, I shall slay them. If heaven dares to impede me, I shall vanquish the heavens. A mere tribulation, even of the 5th tier, is of no consequence. As he spoke, Su Liang extended his right hand, beckoning towards the heavens. The yin-yang fish elixir, which had been floating above, emanating black and white light, obediently descended into his mouth. It appeared that Su Liang intended to take his own life. Among the crowd, someone sighed, and others immediately displayed expressions of sorrow. Su Liang was merely at the innate stage. A 5th-tier elixir was beyond his capacity to endure. To choose to swallow it whole could only result in one outcome. His body would be unable to bear the elixir's potency, leading to explosive demise. Alas! Han Xie sighed heavily, closing his eyes in trepidation, unwilling to witness the unfolding tragedy. Beside him, Prince Xuanwu and Iron Ning also displayed expressions of helplessness. Just as all believed Su Liang was certain to perish, he suddenly opened his eyes wide. The Ancient Devouring Sky technique, in its complete form. Within his body, the devouring demon cauldron's dantian trembled violently, resembling a black hole, voraciously dissolving the elixir's spiritual energy. Yet, it could not fully dissipate it, causing some of the overflowing energy to rupture his veins, causing blood to spurt from his pores once more. Nevertheless, Su Liang paid this no heed. He enveloped himself in a layer of black, spiritual attire. And with a flash of light in his hand, the human slayer's sword materialized. Gently caressing the blade, a cold smile curved upon Su Liang's lips as he retrieved a blue bone, the gluttonous finger bone. Obtained from Lin Chang's storage ring, he had intended to refine the finger bone and integrate it into the human slayer sword, but due to his participation in the Alchemist Grand Competition, he had yet to find the time. At this moment, however, an opportunity had arisen. He would leverage the tribulation to elevate the sword further. The tribulation was both a calamity and a chance for me. For you, it is the same. If we can survive this ordeal, we shall ascend to a new pinnacle together. Hearing Su Liang's words, the human slayer's sword trembled gently, not in mourning, but conveying its own battle intent. The immortal sword Zuzhen and the mortal sword human slayer, although the latter was crafted as a mere imitation of the former, possessed within it a heart that refused to bow to heaven and earth. With a swift motion, Su Liang unsheathed the sword, directing his gaze skyward, striking a peculiar pose. The divine manifestation sword, first form of the thunder aspect, thunder roars in the 9 heavens, accompanied by the posture of the divine manifestation sword. Su Liang transformed into a bolt of lightning, as layers of violent purple thunder erupted from his being, wildly consuming the spiritual energy within him. Since he could not fully exhaust the energy contained within the 5th-tier elixir, he would instead release it entirely. His objective was simple, to confront the tribulation with thunder against thunder, and see which was the mightier. Sensing Su Liang's indomitable will, the thunderclouds above seemed to react with anger. As countless bolts of lightning coalesced within the swirling clouds, emitting sounds reminiscent of crashing waves. 12 lightning blades, each over 3 meters long, manifested, adorned with golden patterns and descending with the majesty of an emperor. Ready to obliterate, boom! The resonance of Su Liang's lightning-clad sword clashed with the colossal lightning sword from the heavens, producing a thunderous roar, as an indescribable halo radiated outward, more radiant than the sun itself. Even with eyes closed, one could feel the stinging pain, and even masters could only squint to behold the spectacle. Then, the lightning within the swirling clouds intensified, and the ground's lightning surged even more fiercely. Accompanied by a powerful, echoing shout, forging immortal techniques, calamity lightning shaping bones. This technique was the 4th form of the immortal forging technique and was particularly unique. It could only be employed when faced with sufficiently intense tribulations. Utilizing the power of the tribulation to craft a calamity bone for weaponry, imbued with a trace of heavenly might. The last time he ascended to the innate stage, though it also summoned a tribulation. Its strength was inadequate. This fifth-tier elixir tribulation, however, was sufficiently potent. As he uttered the incantation, Xu Liang executed the thunder aspect, allowing the human slayer sword to continuously collide with the lightning, while simultaneously performing the forging technique to reshape the sword and integrate the gluttonous finger bone into it. During this process, the spiritual energy within him was steadily consumed, and the thunder aspect transformed his body into lightning. Coupled with the protective covering of the devouring spiritual attire, the full force of the thunder was mitigated, reducing its impact by 99%. Even so, the residual lightning that entered his body wreaked considerable havoc, causing his bones and muscles to emit a grating sound. Simultaneously, his body grew increasingly resilient. Without destruction, there can be no creation. Destruction precedes creation aptly describes this moment. Not only the human slayer's sword, but Xu Liang regarded his very being as a weapon, endeavoring to forge a calamity bone within himself, transforming his flesh into an indestructible weapon. The brilliance of the thunder was blinding, rendering the spectators unable to discern Xu Liang's movements, only hearing the incessant clanking of forging. Surely this cannot be real. Upon hearing such sounds, all present, including the masters, exhibited expressions of disbelief. Only Gu Yun, upon seeing the black spiritual attire enveloping Xu Liang, recalled the tribulation immortal he had encountered in Baidi City, his face betraying astonishment. Could that figure from that night have been Xu Liang? No, it cannot be. I must have been mistaken. The thunderclouds in the sky, frustrated by their inability to eliminate this insignificant ant, erupted in wrath. The liquid thunder surged forth, transforming into a vast ocean of lightning suspended in the sky, crashing down upon Xu Liang. Surprisingly, the violent collision produced little sound, save for the howling winds that swept through, sending those nearby flying. Many suffered ruptured eardrums, blood flowing as they writhed in agony upon the ground. Even masters were swept away, their faces reflecting shock. After the strike, the thunderclouds seemed to lose their potency, reluctantly dissipating. The ground appeared as if struck by a meteor, creating a deep pit spanning the entirety of the Apothecary Valley, rising with wisps of azure smoke. And what of Xu Liang? Surely he must have perished. What manner of prodigy is this, possessing unparalleled alchemical prowess and such formidable strength, capable of withstanding a tribulation? Moments after the thunderclouds dispersed, those on the ground began to rise, their expressions revealing lingering trepidation as they surveyed the ruins of the Apothecary Valley. Regardless of whether Xu Liang had survived, this place was rendered utterly uninhabitable for future alchemist grand competitions. Quickly, let us check on Xu Liang's condition. The first to react was Prince Han Xia, who stepped forward, preparing to approach the pit, only to suddenly halt. For emerging from the edge of the pit were 5 charred fingers, followed by a figure entirely blackened, crawling out to take shape as a humanoid black entity, holding what resembled a charred stick, opening its mouth to reveal gleaming white teeth, exuding wisps of blue smoke. Cough, cough. Truly remarkable is the 5th-tier tribulation. It even contained imperial might, had it persisted any longer. I surely could not have endured. Yet, fortunately, I have managed to come through. As he spoke, the obsidian figure's charred exterior emitted a crisp sound, gradually shedding away to reveal Xu Liang's tall and robust physique. Completely unclothed, his skin glistening like jade and shimmering with a faint, ethereal glow. A cascade of raven-black hair billowed behind him as if stirred by an unseen breeze, subtly sparkling with electric light, while his deep-set eyes seemed to harbor lightning, radiating a luminous brilliance. Stepping along the edge of the large pit, Xu Liang advanced. Suddenly, a muted thud echoed. An explosive force akin to a volcanic eruption surged within him, propelling his previously breached realm to a formidable second stage of innate power. With another step, the momentum within him erupted once more, elevating him to the 3rd stage of innate strength. With a 3rd step, Xu Liang's realm ascended to the 4th stage of innate power, and only then did the torrent of energy within him begin to dissipate. 3 steps, 3 breakthroughs. This astonishing spectacle left those around him in awe, their gazes flickering with a mix of reverence and disbelief. Despite Xu Liang's current state of undress, none dared to focus on it, utterly astonished by his miraculous feat, their mouths agape as if they could swallow an egg whole. Surviving a 5th-tier pill tribulation without succumbing, and instead, ascending 3 realms, was nothing short of unfathomable. Even the most gifted prodigy could scarcely compare. If mere walking could elevate one's realm, why would anyone toil in arduous cultivation? Sensing the astonished stares surrounding him, Xu Liang's form became enveloped in a layer of black, spiritual attire, akin to a robe, which modestly covered his body while leaving his neck and head exposed. This partial manifestation of spiritual attire was a technique he had newly acquired following his elevation in realm. Masters of the innate level could, as their realm ascended and their proficiency with spiritual attire improved, choose to concentrate the attire's protective qualities on specific parts of their body for enhanced defense. Peering within himself, Xu Liang discovered that the black, devouring demonic energy in his dantian, previously the thickness of a hair, had now expanded to the width of a pinky finger, entwined with liquid electric light and tinged with residual energy from the tribulation. After all, it was a 5th-tier pill tribulation. Despite the might of the Ancient Devouring Sky technique, he was yet unable to fully assimilate it at his current realm. However, this limitation meant that the spiritual energy coursing through him was now infused with a tempestuous might far superior to ordinary lightning, rendering it extraordinarily destructive. Even his bones transformed, each one gleaming white as jade, resembling the razor-sharp edge of a sword molded by thunder, exuding an unspeakable aura of terror. This was the result of him forging his very bones into weapons. Utilizing the celestial forging technique to create calamity bones, their strength surpassing his current realm, boasting the power of the 5th stage of innate strength. With my current physical prowess, I can contend with those of the 5th stage of innate strength without employing spiritual energy. If I were to harness my spiritual energy alongside other methods, scarcely anyone below the master realm could rival me. A confident smile graced Xu Liang's lips as he focused on the makeshift fire stick in his hand, gently tapping it against the ground. With a crisp crack, the surface of the fire stick shattered, crumbling into ebony charcoal fragments, revealing a glimmering silver blade within, its edges pulsating with a blue arc of light. The once crimson surface of the human slayer sword had been stained with Xu Liang's blood, which had now been completely refined through the tribulation, elevating its quality to a mid-tier 3rd stage. Not only that, but the sword had also lengthened by 3 inches, its serrated edges sharpened to a lethal precision, reminiscent of lightning or the fangs of a beast, radiating an aura of ferocity. With silver arcs of electricity faintly coiling around it, evoking an instinctive sense of dread at its sharpness. Indeed, the human slayer's sword has proven itself worthy. Gently flicking the surface of the sword, it trembled violently, emitting a resonant dragon's roar, bending towards Xu Liang as if expressing gratitude. Compared to before, the human slayer's sword now possessed greater sentience. Just as with alchemical concoctions, only weapons forged beyond the 4th tier could harbor spiritual resonance. Capable of attracting tribulations, however, due to the blood refinement process and the tribulation's tempering, even without reaching 4th tier quality, the sword contained an undeniable spiritual resonance, and should it achieve 4th tier, it might even develop a sword spirit. Now, you can become one of my trump cards. Gently caressing the human slayer's sword, Xu Liang retracted it into his body and lifted his gaze forward. A group led by Prince Han Xiya, General Tai Ning, and Prince Xuanwu stood in stunned silence, seemingly still grappling with the shock of what they had witnessed. Those behind them regarded Xu Liang with expressions of awe, unable to articulate their thoughts. Why does everyone gaze at me so? Is there something on my face? Xu Liang asked, feeling slightly embarrassed. A collective sound of swallowing echoed through the crowd, several individuals rolling their eyes. Despite his astounding display, Xu Liang remained blissfully unaware of the impact he had made. This, young friend Xu Liang, I hope you won't mind my inquiry, but how did you survive the earlier tribulation? Han Xia cautiously ventured, his tone laced with trepidation. His mind was overwhelmed with astonishment. As the prince of the Snow Nation and a master-level expert, his knowledge was among the finest in the realm. Yet he could not fathom how Xu Liang had managed to survive. Just moments ago, he and several other masters had failed to save Xu Liang, who had somehow emerged unscathed, a mystery that defied all logic. I previously stated that with determination, nothing is insurmountable. When the tribulation struck, I fought with all my might to resist it, and that is how I survived. Xu Liang replied, his expression devoid of emotion. A heavy thud resonated as many fell to the ground in disbelief. That was a 5th-tier pill tribulation, an ordeal even master-level experts dared not confront. Could it truly be resolved through sheer effort? Many internally lamented the trivialization of the concept of effort, their gazes towards Xu Liang shifting. Having witnessed his remarkable skills in defeating the Pill Emperor, They had previously regarded him as a mere mortal who worked harder than others, but now it was clear that he was far beyond that. Surviving such a violent tribulation, Xu Liang was a prodigy beyond even the Pill Emperor. The notion that hard work could eclipse talent was laughable. Xu Liang was undoubtedly the most gifted individual in the room. Favored by the heavens themselves, a prodigy, Han Xie exclaimed, astonished, as if voicing the collective sentiment. General Tai Ning's lips twitched, his expression remaining unchanged, yet a hint of bitterness surfaced on his otherwise steely visage as he muttered. A true prodigy. Even Prince Xuanwu's mouth twitched in acknowledgement. Indeed, he was a prodigy. Following the trio, others echoed the sentiment, casting Xu Liang furtive glances, some even gazing skyward, tears brimming in their eyes. With a prodigy like Xu Liang around, they felt that their efforts were futile. The gap was insurmountable. In both alchemy and martial arts, Xu Liang displayed unparalleled strength, as if a mountain weighed upon their hearts, shattering their confidence and instilling a profound sense of helplessness in those who shared his era. With Xu Liang's existence, what need was there for them? Was this not a torment from the heavens? Although I am uncertain how young friend Xu Liang survived, we can investigate that later. The urgent matter at hand is to bestow upon Xu Liang the highest honor of this alchemist competition, the title of Pill King. Prince Xuanwu declared, clearing his throat, his gaze fixed on Xu Liang with an intensity reminiscent of a starving man suddenly presented with a feast. Xu Liang, I hereby officially bestow upon you the title of Pill King of the Snow Nation. You are not only the Pill King of this competition but the Supreme Pill King, surpassing all predecessors. Later, I will present you with rewards befitting your victory, but before that, I must earnestly extend an invitation. Do you wish to join my ranks? The bestowal of the Pill King title was merely a facade. Prince Xuanwu's true intent was to recruit Xu Liang into his fold. A master alchemist capable of concocting superior fourth-tier pills with unmatched speed would yield tremendous benefits for anyone fortunate enough to have him serve. Gaining Xu Liang would be akin to acquiring an entire alchemy association. Confident in this, Prince Xuanwu decided to act swiftly before Han Xie and Tai Ning could intervene. Prince Xuanwu, you jest. A talent like Xu Liang is a boon to the royal family and a blessing for the Snow Nation. Thus he should undoubtedly join us. Han Xie interjected, stepping forward without hesitation, dropping a bombshell of his OWN. Go marry a princess and enjoy the privileges of royalty. This clearly implies Xu Liang would become a consort. If Xu Liang agrees, not only would he bask in familial bliss, but his status would also rise dramatically. Such matters are often the stuff of dreams for many, yet they have been so effortlessly laid before Xu Liang. Numerous onlookers regard him with heavy breaths and eyes tinged with envy. Hold on. I believe both of you are somewhat biased. Xu Liang is not only formidable in alchemy but also possesses commendable martial prowess. To confine such a talent within the borders of our country would be a disservice. It would be far more fitting for him to accompany me to the frontier, to expand our territory and achieve great feats. This is what a man ought to pursue. If you agree, I am willing to make you a general of the borderlands, commanding a great army. Compared to the other two, Tai Ning's reaction was slower, yet he was equally unwilling to concede. Were it anyone else, confronted by the pressure of 3 master-level experts, they might not faint from fear but would surely be dazzled by the promises of wealth. However, Xu Liang merely cast a calm glance at the 3. Neither accepting nor rejecting their offers. The simultaneous invitations from the 3 esteemed individuals truly moved me. However, the conditions they present are so generous that I find myself at a loss for how to choose. It was evident to him that these 3 were determined to recruit him, and he clearly had no right to refuse. Yet, given the competitive nature among such prominent figures, he decided to let them vie for his allegiance. Seeking the highest bid that resonates with his desires, Xu Liang's intentions were clear and straightforward, naturally perceived by Han Xie and the others, who exchanged glances filled with exasperation. Not to mention the 3 of them. In previous instances, whenever one extended an invitation, even without benefits, many would scramble to accept. Only Xu Liang dared to hold out for the best offer. Nonetheless, they bore no resentment. Without such audacity, Xu Liang could hardly be considered a prodigy worthy of their competition. Upon hearing Xu Liang's words, the onlookers regarded him with even more peculiar expressions, yet none voiced any doubts, for they recognized his qualifications to act as he did. Despite their envy and excitement, they could only sigh in resignation. Xu Liang, if you are willing to join my ranks, I shall bestow upon you 100,000 taels of gold, a territory spanning 10,000 acres, and 100 maidens. Furthermore, you would earn the title of Chief Alchemist under my command, allowing you to oversee all alchemists, and I will support you in establishing your own enterprise. What say you? Though a prince, the Xuanwu prince does not wield as much power within the Snow Kingdom as the royal family, and thus resorts to bribery. 100,000 taels of gold, 10,000 acres of land, excluding the land and maidens. How much would that cost? Upon hearing the Xuanwu prince's proposition, all present collectively gasped. Wealth, after all, is but fleeting. Only status endures. Su Liang, my conditions remain unchanged. If you are willing to marry my younger sister, you would become part of the royal family. Not only that, your descendants would inherit the royal lineage. Unlike wealth, this is something that can be passed down through generations. I urge you to consider this seriously. Han Shi fixed his gaze upon Su Liang, the azure hue of his eyes alight with earnestness, as if ignited by a flame. Your Highness, that statement is flawed. Gold and silver can also be passed to the next generation, and any unspent wealth can indeed be inherited. The Xuanwu prince interjected, his expression one of dissatisfaction but tinged with uncertainty. He understood that Han Shiye's point held merit. No amount of wealth could outweigh the extravagance of descendants, yet status was different. Once attained, it would shield future generations, ensuring that wealth would flow in abundance. Faced with their proposals, Su Liang remained silent. Turning his gaze toward Tai Ning, he observed that the previously dark-skinned general now appeared even darker, akin to a storm cloud. After a moment of silence, Tai Ning sighed deeply. He was merely a warrior. Despite holding the title of general at heart, he was no more than a laborer engaged in the harsh battles along the border. Lacking the financial resources of the Xuanwu prince and the status of Han Shi, he had nothing to offer Su Liang, and indeed, his presence might even place Su Liang in peril. Resigned to the belief that he had lost his opportunity, Tai Ning still clung to a glimmer of hope and spoke slowly. The situation at the border is dire. The Jin Kingdom approaches with formidable force. Su Liang, should you choose to come, I believe many lives could be spared. I recognize that my appeal may seem morally coercive, so I shall not pressure you. Each individual has their own aspirations, and even if you choose another, it matters not. So long as you can visit the borderlands, I am certain the soldiers will be grateful. Tai Ning clapped Su Liang on the shoulder, offering him a look of encouragement. Feeling the kindness in Tai Ning's gesture and words, a spark ignited in Su Liang's eyes. I have but one question for the general. How numerous are the enemies at the border? And what is their strength? Numerous, indeed. There are at least 500,000 troops stationed. Each captain is a master of innate prowess, and in addition, there are 3 commanders at the master level. Compared to them, our 30,000 troops in the Snow Kingdom are significantly weaker. Upon mentioning this, Tai Ning's expression darkened, laced with concern. I understand now. General, did you not wish to invite me for a drink? There is no need to wait. Let us indulge this very moment. Moved by Tai Ning's sincere dedication to his country, Su Liang suddenly smiled. Su Liang, my young friend, does this imply you have chosen me? Having nearly given up, Tai Ning was jolted back to reality upon hearing Su Liang's words. His eyes, as large as copper bells, sparkled with disbelief. A true man, born of this earth, must slay the foes and defend his homeland. Power and wealth are but fleeting. Only glory and will endure. I believe that should I repel the Jin Kingdom, my name, Su Liang, will be inscribed in the annals of Snow Kingdom history, passed down through the ages. Su Liang replied with a calm demeanor. Though his words lacked fervor, they carried an inspiring weight. Of course, this was merely a fade. Should he join the ranks of the Xuanwu prince and Han Shi, he would undoubtedly gain fame and fortune, yet he would also be bound by their constraints. With his millennia of experience, he had long since abandoned any desire for the decaying allure of power and wealth. His pursuit lay solely in the eternal path, while aligning himself with Tai Ning. He would not only engage in battle against the enemies, but also enhance his own strength by absorbing the essence of fallen foes. There could be no more advantageous deal. Hey, Su Liang, you ought to know that Tai Ning's domain is quite impoverished. Finding a woman there will be a challenge, the Xuanwu prince exclaimed, wide-eyed. As he desperately attempted to dissuade him, he could accept Su Liang's choice of Han Shi. But never did he anticipate Su Liang opting for Tai Ning. Han Shi wore a similar expression, echoing the sentiment. I hope you, young friend Su Liang, will reconsider your decision, and no further consideration is necessary. I have made my choice. Su Liang's resolute declaration shattered the hopes of both Han Shi and the Xuanwu prince. Since you insist, there is nothing more to be done. Han Shi's face bore a look of regret, and he made no further attempts to retain him. Although he did not secure Su Liang's decision to join the front lines would undoubtedly bolster the odds for the Snow Kingdom against the Jin Kingdom, which he could accept. How absurd! Choosing to endure hardship when you could live comfortably. Have you lost your mind? The Xuanwu prince, though understanding, remained unconvinced, and after a sarcastic remark, swiftly shifted his attention to the side. Where the medicine emperor was embraced by Yang as a businessman, he prioritized profit, and in his view, if he could not win Su Liang over, then securing the lesser medicine emperor would still be a worthwhile endeavor. Medicine emperor, why not join my ranks? Your 100 refinement spirit body requires a vast amount of medicinal materials to continue its enhancement. With my financial backing, I assure you success will come swiftly. The Xuanwu prince's enthusiastic invitation failed to spark interest in the medicine emperor, who merely glanced at him before losing interest, turning instead to Su Liang with a fierce glint in his eyes. No, I too wish to head to the front lines. Although Su Liang has bested me once, I shall not concede defeat. I will seek an opportunity to reclaim my victory. Even as he had caught a glimpse of Su Liang's terrifying prowess during their alchemical encounters, the medicine emperor did not succumb to despair. Instead, his competitive spirit flared even brighter. The more daunting the mountain, the greater the joy upon conquering it. Moreover, he had grown weary after 20 years. Su Liang was the sole individual who could reignite his sense of excitement. He would not relinquish that easily. What on earth are you all thinking? Rushing to the front lines as if eager to reincarnate. The Xuanwu prince, having been rejected once more, sputtered in frustration, casting a glance around at the others. Surely, none of you are preparing to head to the front lines as well? Among those he surveyed, aside from a few with steadfast gazes, most averted their eyes or lowered their heads. Each person holds their own aspirations. While defending the homeland is commendable, there is nothing wrong with seeking a better life for oneself, and clearly, the latter group was far more numerous. Observing this scene, the Xuanwu prince's anger dissipated slightly, and for the first time, a smile graced his features. Though their strength may be lacking, you are still commendable talents. Having you serve me is better than nothing. Those who wish to follow me, step forward if you believe you possess some measure of strength. As his words fell, a third of the alchemists promptly positioned themselves behind him. In contrast, Prince Han Shi selected nearly 10 individuals from among the alchemists. The Songlong and Songyue siblings from the Winter City, along with 2 alchemists unknown to Su Liang, chose to align themselves with Tai Ning. The remaining group primarily consisted of those lacking in strength. Yet there were exceptions. Chapter 84. Those who remain and those who depart, with the exception of the inhabitants of Baidi City. During the Grand Alchemist competition, the individuals from Baidi City collectively obliterated those from Fenghua City, securing their place among the elite of several hundred alchemists. Naturally, such 9 individuals were exceedingly enviable. However, neither Han Shiya nor Prince Xuanwu dared to extend an invitation, not due to a lack of desire, but rather out of trepidation. All eyes from Baidi City were fixed upon Su Liang, as if at a mere command from him, they would follow him to the ends of the earth. Under such unwavering gazes, the two would not seek to make themselves the source of awkwardness. Su Liang, feeling the intensity of their stares, revealed a gentle smile and approached them. What are your plans from here? Of course, we intend to join Brother Su Liang in enlisting, Bai Jianjing answered without hesitation, and the others shared a similar expression of agreement. No, you need not follow me. Each person has their own path. It is not to say that following me is inherently beneficial. There are no places for romance in the military, no exquisite feasts, nor beautiful vistas. Only the harsh winds of night, arrows that may strike from unknown quarters, and the corpses of comrades. Is this truly the life you yearn for? Upon hearing Su Liang's description, Bai Jianjing shuddered, his face betraying his discomfort. As the distant nephew of the Lord of Baidi City, he had long lived a life of indulgence. Although he had recently tempered his behavior under Su Liang's influence, his true nature leaned toward the pleasures of wine, women, and wealth. If he were to endure a year in the environment Su Liang described, he would likely lose his sanity. This, while Brother Su Liang speaks with reason, the thought of separation feels undeniably lonely, Bai Jianjing admitted, scratching his head, his cheeks flushed with embarrassment. Separation serves the purpose of a better reunion, and being apart does not equate to being out of reach. When I return from military service, we shall gather and recount our changes. Would that not be more meaningful? Su Liang extended a finger and lightly tapped Bai Jianjing's forehead, his expression remaining calm as ever. Brother Su Liang is right. I shall not accompany you after all. With my disposition, I would likely bring trouble to my elder brother, Bai Jianjing mused, pondering deeply before arriving at his conclusion. I too shall refrain from joining you, brother. To be honest, alchemy is merely my hobby. My father wishes for me to inherit his position as the commander of Baidi City's defense forces. However, even if I become a commander in the future, no matter how busy I become, I shall not neglect the alchemical techniques entrusted to me by Brother Su Liang. When you return to Baidi City, I shall treat you to a drink." The next to speak was Long Yuan, rubbing his crimson eyes. "Let us make that our agreement." Su Liang nodded with a smile, turning his gaze toward the remaining individuals, his tone imbued with encouragement. "You need not concern yourselves with me. What I wish to see is each of you achieving greatness, leading fulfilling lives. Thus, should you choose to join the Prince or Prince Xuanwu's camp, it is perfectly acceptable. Xiao Qiao and Sumo, I recall you are both orphans. Becoming alchemists was your path to earning respect. In that case, His Highness the Prince is an excellent choice. As for the three of you, having established families, you are in need of financial stability. Aligning yourselves with Prince Xuanwu would be prudent." As Su Liang spoke, he pointed to each individual, their faces flushing with excitement, tears welling in their eyes. Particularly, the three middle-aged men fell to their knees before Su Liang, bowing their heads 3 times. They had previously lived aimlessly, perpetually eclipsed by others. It was Su Liang who granted them a chance for rebirth, endowing them with the qualifications to be chosen, and their gratitude toward him was beyond words. Those persuaded by Su Liang swiftly joined the camps of Han Shiye and Prince Xuanwu, casting grateful glances at Su Liang, while pledging their commitment to utilize these individuals effectively. For the two of them, these individuals were once Su Liang's companions, and caring for them would bring them closer to him. The people of Baidi City dispersed, leaving only Lin Yanluo and Su Xilan, with Gu Yun following suit. Though Su Liang had assigned the majority of the Baidi City Alchemist Association's members elsewhere, he felt a twinge of regret. Yet that was all. Su Liang had secured first place in the Grand Alchemist competition and concocted an unprecedented 5th-tier elixir. This achievement alone was sufficient to boast about for a lifetime. Moreover, with the Alchemist Valley in ruins, it remained uncertain whether the next alchemical competition would even occur. Now, it is just the two of you left. "Do you not intend to join a faction?" Su Liang inquired, looking at Su Xilan and Lin Yanluo. "I shall pass. I plan to return to Baidi City to assist my teacher with management and, in my spare time, prepare some elixirs to send to the front lines. Although with young Master Su Liang present, my assistance may not be necessary, it is always better to have more elixirs." Lin Yanluo gazed at Su Liang with a tearful expression. Her starry black eyes revealed a longing to join, yet her words conveyed the opposite sentiment, clearly still burdened by the memory of being captured by Qin Xiaohu, which had compelled Su Liang to rescue her, resulting in his injury. The complexities of the battlefield were daunting, and she did not wish to become a burden to Su Liang. Upon hearing Lin Yanluo's words, Su Xilan revealed a conflicted expression, contemplating for a moment before addressing Su Liang. "As for me, I do not intend to join any faction either. I plan to return to the Su family first, and then embark on a journey." "Su Liang, you have said that as long as one puts in the effort, success can be achieved even without innate talent. I wish to experience the customs and traditions of different countries and places. Perhaps by the time we meet again, my own cultivation will have surpassed yours." At this, Su Xilan playfully winked. "Then I shall eagerly await that day. Since you are returning home, could you please deliver a letter to Xiao Xian for me? Due to my deployment to the front lines, my return home has been delayed once more. Please assure her that her brother will be back shortly." Su Liang instructed Su Xilan, and upon her nodding in agreement, he turned to Gu Yun. "President Gu, I am grateful for your care these past few days." "Not at all, Su Liang, you are far too courteous. Rather than saying I cared for you, it is more accurate to say you cared for me. Not only did you secure first place, bringing glory to Baidi City, but you also left me with such a talented girl as Yanluo. I need not worry about the next president of the Alchemist Association. So you must visit Baidi City often. Otherwise, this girl will feel lonely." Patting Su Liang's shoulder, Gu Yun winked, causing Lin Yanluo to turn beet red, wisps of white smoke rising from her hair. "Su Liang, the situation at the front lines is dire. We must return swiftly. Please gather your things. Also, your attire was just torn by the Danjia. I happen to have a spare set in my storage ring. It may not fit perfectly, but it will suffice." Just as Su Liang was reminiscing with the people of Baidi City, Taining approached to urge him along, simultaneously handing him a set of clothing. What she referred to as clothing was, in fact, a suit of armor, crafted from elastic cowhide, with scales of black crystals embedded at the thighs, lower abdomen, and chest, providing excellent defensive capabilities. "Thank you, General Tai, but I need to write a letter home. Please wait a moment." Receiving the armor, Su Liang donned it while removing his spiritual attire. "All right, that golden flying boat is all mine. Once you are prepared, come find me. I will take these few individuals with me." Taining nodded, leading the chosen companions of the Medicine Emperor away. Before departing, the Medicine Emperor cast a challenging glance at Su Liang, but he remained unperturbed. Shortly after Tai Ning left, Han Shiye and Prince Xuanwu also took their leave. One commanding a great ship resembling a white dragon, while the other summoned a massive war chariot shaped like a turtle, vanishing amidst billowing smoke. Chapter 85. The Dan Wong Furnace with the departure of the three prominent figures. The Grand Alchemist competition was officially concluded, prompting others to gradually make their way outside. Observing this scene, Su Liang's eyes flickered as he pulled out paper and ink to compose a letter, which he entrusted to Su Xilan. After embracing both her and Lin Yanluo, he waved farewell to the two women with a heavy heart. As he watched the two women depart with Gu Yun. He did not immediately return to the golden flying boat. Instead, seizing the opportunity while others were distracted, he transformed into a fleeting shadow and entered the crater that was once the Medicine King Valley. At this moment, the Medicine King Valley lay in such severe disrepair that the inhabitants of Dan City had lost hope for its restoration, leaving it completely deserted. Amidst the acrid stench of sulfur and the curling blue smoke, Su Liang's brow remained unfurrowed as he summoned the human slayer's sword, slicing through the rocky debris as if searching for something. I recall that in my previous life, that object was buried beneath the Medicine King Valley. Ah, found it. After a laborious search, Su Liang discovered a glimmer of ancient bronze green, his eyes brightening as he unearthed it was a palm-sized alchemical furnace, inscribed with archaic and enigmatic symbols, unlike any contemporary script. Its round head was adorned with three curved handles standing in a triangular formation, and it rested upon 4 feet. The only unfortunate detail was that the lid of the furnace was missing. A third-tier superior weapon, the Dan Wong Furnace, was said to have been left behind by the founding alchemist of the Snow Nation. Su Liang meticulously examined the alchemical furnace in his hands, and memories of the legends he had painstakingly uncovered in his previous life surfaced in his mind. It was said that one day, the Dan Wong was refining elixirs when he suddenly found himself in need of a crucial ingredient. He thus took the furnace lid to search for it and never returned. The furnace burned for 49 days, engulfing the entire mountain in flames and transforming it into a valley. This was the origin of the Medicine King Valley. The inhabitants of Dan City regard this anecdote with a degree of skepticism, and since Dan Wong Valley has historically been the venue for the Grand Alchemist tournament, no one has ventured to explore it. In his previous life, Su Liang came to possess the valley's secrets only due to a violent disturbance in the Earth's veins, which caused a significant portion of Dan Wong Valley to collapse, leading to a fortuitous discovery. Now, upon his return to Dan Wong Valley, he initially approached it with the intention of merely taking a look before the competition began. However, the intensity of the contest left him with no time to spare. Subsequently, enduring the tribulations of the Dan Tribulation drained his entire strength, and now, having finally found a moment to search, he held little hope of success. To his astonishment, he indeed made a remarkable find. Despite missing the lid of the alchemical furnace and showing signs of wear, it still boasted the quality of a third-tier superior item, and if restored, its quality would undoubtedly soar even higher. Regrettably, in his past life, he had not discovered the remaining components. Muttering to himself, Su Liang bit his finger, allowing the crimson blood to drip onto the furnace, forming a mysterious pattern. An invocation of the second form of the celestial forging technique. Blood refinement. The essence of blood refinement allows the alchemical creation to resonate with the practitioner's intent. Assimilating it into one's being is one aspect, while the other is that this method can dismantle the restrictions left by predecessors. The Dan Wong Furnace was imbued with the aura of the first-generation Dan King, which Su Liang's blood melted away, covering it with his own essence as he absorbed it within himself. There was no choice but to assimilate it. The furnace contained a special spatial that repelled storage rings, and in his previous life, he had spent considerable time trying to incorporate it into his storage ring, ultimately being discovered by Dan City's populace and pursued for days on end. Having acquired the Dan Wong Furnace, Su Liang leaped back outside the valley, cautiously scanning his surroundings and feeling relieved when he realized no one was watching him. With a smile on his face, he made his way toward the golden flying vessel, his spirits lifted. Previously, he had been without his own alchemical furnace, relying on borrowed ones for concocting elixirs. While his skill rendered this a minor inconvenience, it was still far from ideal, especially now, as he was about to head to the front lines, where the camp might possess a furnace. It was impractical to expect someone to carry a furnace through the wilds during their march. Having just ascended to the 4th tier of the innate realm, Su Liang moved with remarkable speed, returning to the golden flying vessel in mere seconds. Upon entering, he was greeted by a spacious cabin where Tai Ning stood at the forefront, clad in black armor, layered with a heavy green armor that resembled a howling tempest. Before him rested a jade instrument, adorned with a shimmering green gem, as he infused it with spiritual energy. Calibrating its scales, behind Tai Ning stood a young woman, similarly clad in black armor, her long ponytail cascading down her back. In her 20s, devoid of makeup, her brows were straight like slender blades, and her obsidian eyes mirrored a steely resolve, radiating an unwavering determination. With a high-bridged nose and tightly pressed lips, she exuded a beauty reminiscent of a flower blooming amidst snow-capped mountains. As Su Liang gazed her way, she turned, her dark eyes reflecting his visage. Her expression impassive, leaving one to wonder what thoughts occupied her mind. Mulan, please escort Su Liang to the lounge. I can manage the golden flying vessel alone. Upon sensing Su Liang's arrival, Tai Ning turned with a smile and promptly focused on operating the device before him. Yes, Lord Tai Ning, the girl named Mulan respectfully responded, stepping beside Su Liang and gesturing for him to follow, as she proceeded forward without pause. Maintaining his stoic expression, Su Liang trailed behind Mulan into the spacious cabin. For reasons unknown, he sensed a flicker of hostility in the girl's demeanor towards him. The vast chamber, spanning hundreds of square meters, contained a 100-square-meter hall and 4 relatively independent smaller rooms. Upon reaching the hall, Mulan suddenly halted, turning her back to Su Liang. Why have we stopped here? Am I to rest here? Su Liang inquired playfully, feigning ignorance. With a resounding thud, Mulan pivoted, unleashing an overwhelming aura of innate tenfold, transforming into a blur as she thrust Su Liang against the wall, out of Tai Ning's sight. Her right leg pressed against his abdomen while her right hand gripped his neck, her dark eyes shimmering with a cold, blade-like intensity. Su Liang, is it? I have something to ask you. Did I ask this at the behest of General Tai? Or is it your own initiative? Facing Mulan's intimidating glare, Su Liang maintained his smile, his relaxed demeanor causing her to stiffen. After a moment, she spoke, her voice ringing clear as a lark. It is my own initiative. Since you began refining elixirs, my gaze has not strayed from you. Just now, I observed you sneaking into Dan Wong Valley. What were you doing inside? Mulan's gaze seemed to penetrate Su Liang, as if seeking to uncover the depths of his soul. Nothing much, merely checking if any of the belongings I had were still usable after they were shattered by the Dan tribulation. Su Liang fabricated a response, deliberately omitting any mention of the furnace. I cannot discern the truth of your words, but do not presume that being a genius grants you carte blanche. During this period, I will be monitoring you closely. After a prolonged silence, Mulan released her grip on Su Liang and stepped back, gesturing behind her. The 4 rooms behind are your resting quarters. Find an empty one for yourself. We are some distance from the borders, and we are expected to arrive by tomorrow morning. It would be best to recuperate here, as there will be little time for sleep once we reach the front lines. That is all the advice I have. I must assist Lord Tai Ning now. With her words, Mulan turned without hesitation to exit. I understand. Su Liang replied with a slight smile, unfazed as he stepped further inside. Upon hearing his response, Mulan halted abruptly, turning her head back, her icy gaze unwavering. In the military, when addressing a superior, you must respond with yes, sir. Although you are not a soldier, do remember this, and I do not tolerate those who are careless and lack discipline. With that admonition, Mulan strode away. This girl is quite fierce. Rubbing his temples, Su Liang chose to disregard Mulan's inexplicable hostility and made his way toward the lounge. As he approached, he could hear the sounds of lively argument from within. Chapter 86. The Scenery of the Northern Lands. During the Grand Alchemist tournament, I failed to produce a single successful elixir. It is truly frustrating. You, let us have another match. Absolutely not. You are no match for me. Competing would merely waste our time. You lost to Su Liang. Whom do you look down upon? Or are you afraid? Upon overhearing such exchanges, Su Liang opened the door and stepped inside, discovering a small room of approximately 50 square meters, furnished with 2 beds and a set of tables and chairs, adorned with various decorative items like vases and incense burners, exuding an air of antiquity. Seated on the left side bed was the Medicine Emperor, his disheveled hair simply tied back, revealing a handsome countenance. The 5-colored lotus mark on his forehead emitted a faint glow, and he appeared at ease. Standing before him was the Tsang Wolf, his sky-blue eyes ablaze with fervent battle spirit, his expression one of indignation. Beside Tsang Wolf stood Tsang Yu, her icy demeanor betraying no emotion. On the right side bed sat 2 young men, who wore expressions of awkwardness as they observed the scene. These 5 individuals were the ones, aside from Su Liang, who chose to join Tai Ning's faction, all gathered in this space. Upon hearing the sound of the door, the 5 simultaneously turned their heads. their expressions stiffening as awe flickered in their eyes, clearly caught in a moment of hesitation as they wished to greet him but dared not. Only the medicine emperor broke into a smile upon seeing Su Liang. Su Liang, you have arrived. I wholeheartedly acknowledge my defeat in the previous battle. However, we are now part of General Tai Ning's faction, and we shall be spending considerable time together. During this period, I will frequently seek you out for alchemical duels. So prepare yourself, always welcome, Su Liang replied with an expressionless tone. You see, my only opponent is Su Liang. I do not wish to waste time challenging you, so cease your attempts to provoke me. The medicine emperor remarked, glancing at Song Wolf, his tone calm yet arrogant. You? Hearing this, Song Wolf clenched his jaw, his anger escalating. Why can you challenge Su Liang while I cannot challenge you? That is unfair. Though my current strength may not match yours, with effort, I shall certainly surpass you, and not just you. I will also surpass Su Liang. As he spoke, Song Wolf turned his gaze towards Su Liang, his youthful face brimming with defiance. Ha, do you jest? With your talent, you could not hope to challenge Su Liang for another 100 years. The medicine emperor laughed, tears of mirth escaping his eyes. You are infuriating. Do you wish to fight? Song Wolf's teeth ground together, his sleeves rolling up in preparation. Fight. That is the act of the uncouth. Then let us engage in an alchemical competition. Absolutely not. That would be a waste of time. Ah, what on earth do you want? Song Wolf tugged at his disheveled dark hair, looking on the verge of collapse. Indeed, the youth possesses such vigor, Su Liang could not help but exclaim, observing the scene unfold. At his remark, Song Yu and the others simultaneously rolled their eyes. Su Liang's current form appeared merely 16 or 17, seemingly the youngest among them. Since we will all be colleagues in the future, it is inevitable that we will assist one another. Let me begin with a self-introduction. My name is Su Liang. Hailing from the city of the White Emperor, I believe you are all familiar with this. So I shall refrain from further elaboration. After a brief entanglement between Songlong and Yaodi, Su Liang separated the two and, sitting upright, spoke with a serious demeanor. Yaodi, my only rival. Yaodi immediately interjected. What do you mean by only rival? Did you appoint yourself? Songlong shot Yaodi an irritated glance, scratching his head and candidly introducing himself. I am Songlong from the City of Winter, currently a registered alchemist of the 3rd rank. However, my ambition is to become the foremost alchemist in the world. This is my sister, Songyue, a registered alchemist of the 4th rank. She is rather reticent, so I shall assist in her introduction. Upon being mentioned, Songyue nodded slightly, acknowledging the introduction. I am Zhongli, and this is Feng Wu. We are both from the city of the polar regions, thus fellow townsmen. The remaining 2 young men also introduced themselves. Zhongli was a slender man with short hair and piercing eyes, while Feng Wu, of a more robust build, bore a naturally cheerful disposition, appearing as a kind-hearted individual. Under the gaze of those around him, he shyly scratched his head. The city of the polar regions? Isn't that one of the cities further north than our city of winter? Adjacent to the kingdom of Jin? So, you wish to join General Tai Ning's camp. That is indeed the reason. Songlong pondered upon their words. Yes, I have heard that the kingdom of Jin is making aggressive moves and is already stirring outside of Jujin City in the far north. If Jujin City falls, our city of the polar regions will be next. There are my relatives and friends there, and I do not wish for them to come to harm. Initially, I had intended for all the alchemists from the city of the polar regions to join General Tai Ning's ranks. But unfortunately, some lacked the necessary strength while others aspired to a better life, leaving only Feng Wu and me. At this mention, Zhongli's expression darkened, and Feng Wu's eyes also dimmed. The others were at a loss for words, and the atmosphere in the room grew somewhat heavy. However, that is only one reason. The other is that I greatly admire Lord Su Liang. Witnessing Lord Su Liang's presence at the Alchemist Grand Competition inspired me to think that such achievements could be attained through effort, and thus I wish to follow in Lord Su Liang's footsteps, hoping that one day I too may behold such vistas. Noticing the silence among the group, Zhongli quickly scratched his head, attempting to alleviate the awkwardness. His admiration for Su Liang evident in his words. After hearing him, the others glanced at Su Liang, each harboring a similar notion to varying degrees, even Yaodi, who constantly declared his intent to surpass Su Liang. It was precisely because they had witnessed Su Liang's prowess that they yearned to surpass him. The group continued to chat casually for several hours, transitioning from discussions about alchemy to amusing anecdotes from various cities, thereby drawing closer to one another. Notably, Su Liang was well informed on all topics discussed, while his own tales were novel to the others. The hours flew by, with Su Liang predominantly speaking, leaving the others astounded by his vast knowledge. The time spent in conversation passed swiftly, and as night fell, the the surrounding scenery underwent a transformation. The cities traversed by the golden airship were fortified with towering walls, where people clad in thick cotton garments moved amidst remnants of snow on the ground, with icicles adorning some trees, creating the illusion of a silver world. Even within the golden airship, one could feel the drop in temperature from the outside. The snow country lies to the north of the central continent, while cities to the south of its center experience more distinct seasons. Most cities north of the center are perpetually blanketed in snow. In his past life, Su Liang had ventured here in search of the elusive northern lands. Having witnessed the breathtaking scenery, yet even now it stirred a different sentiment within him. Shortly after nightfall, Su Liang and the others retired to their respective rooms to rest. Songlong and Songyue shared a room, Zhongli and Fangwu another, while Su Liang and Yaodi occupied separate rooms, with each room containing 2 beds, ensuring ample space for rest. Upon returning to his room, Su Liang chose not to sleep but instead began practicing the Ancient Devouring technique. As a sacred realm technique, its practice could effectively replace sleep, alleviating his body. Although it was not as rapid in energy absorption as standard cultivation, any enhancement before heading to the front lines was beneficial for Su Liang. The night passed without incident, and the following morning, Su Liang awoke to a slight jolt of the golden airship. Chapter 87. Mulan's Challenged. We've arrived. Su Liang opened his eyes and gazed out the window. At this moment, they had reached the snow country's northern stronghold, Jujian City. As its name implies, Jujian City embodies the meaning of resisting the kingdom of Jin. This city is constructed atop a mountainous terrain, flanked by towering walls extending for hundreds of miles, resembling a dragon from afar. Leveraging its natural defenses, Jujian City has withstood the kingdom of Jin's advances for nearly a century. The sprawling structures, blanketed in silvery ice, emit a solemn and majestic aura. Beyond the extensive walls lies a sprawling encampment, housing thousands, with bonfires positioned at intervals along the sides, fluttering white flags adorned with snowflake insignias, symbolic of the royal family of the snow country. In front of the tents stood numerous soldiers clad in black iron armor, their faces etched with fatigue. Many bore bandages, stained with blood, and some were missing limbs, being carried on stretchers to rest within the tents. Upon sensing the tremors caused by the descending golden airship, nearby soldiers instinctively looked up, their faces lighting up with surprise. It's General Tai Ning. The general has returned. Everyone, come out to welcome. This is splendid. Recently, the kingdom of Jin has been making incessant moves, and the number of injured brothers is rising. The alchemists in the camp are becoming overwhelmed. I heard General Tai Ning went to Yaowang Valley. Although we are unsure how many alchemists he brought back, the predicament should ease somewhat. Amidst the chatter, soldiers emerged from the tents and from all directions, forming a neat line of nearly 300,000. Awaiting the grand arrival of General Tai Ning and company, even the injured among them, who leaned on canes, trembling as they stood. With a thunderous boom, the golden airship landed, resonating with a mighty sound. Tai Ning and Mulan were the first to disembark, followed by Su Liang and the others, who emerged from the lounge, standing in a line behind Tai Ning, curiously surveying their surroundings. This is the camp. It is my first time here, Songlong remarked, a glimmer of excitement in his eyes as he surveyed the area, feeling both nervous and eager at the thought of living here for an extended period. The others shared similar sentiments. What is the situation? Tai Ning inquired, waving her hand to stow away the golden airship, turning her gaze forward. Instantly, a young commander clad in black armor, with a pale face and no beard, stepped forward, kneeling on one knee. Reporting to General, the situation is somewhat dire. After your departure, the kingdom of Jin launched a surprise attack on our camp under the cover of night with thousands of troops. Although our brothers managed to hold their ground, the losses were heavy, with over 1,000 fallen and 5,000 injured. Our medicinal supplies are nearly depleted, leaving most of the injured with only basic treatment. The young commander's eyes glimmered with sorrow as he spoke in a hushed tone. Were the fallen brothers given a proper burial? Tai Ning's expression turned grave, and after a moment's pause, she inquired. Yes, those whose bodies were intact have been laid to rest in the usual place, and we erected memorials for those whose remains could not be found. I see. These brothers died for the snow country. Please provide me with the addresses of their relatives and friends, and I will find a way to care for them. Understood. The young commander nodded, his gaze towards Tai Ning filled with respect. Typically, those who sacrificed themselves for their country were only afforded meager compensation from the royal family of the snow country, which was of little use. For years, Tai Ning had discreetly allocated funds from her own salary to support these individuals, even assisting in securing employment for them. For many, following a leader like Tai Ning was a stroke of fortune. As he raised his head, the commander noticed Su Liang and the others behind Tai Ning. And a spark of interest flickered in his eyes. General Tai Ning, who are these individuals? These are the alchemists who chose to follow me after the alchemist grand competition. By the way, the Snow Country's alchemy king has accompanied me as well. Upon hearing this, Tai Ning smiled gently, a hint of pride evident as she stepped aside to allow the commanders to better observe those behind her. The alchemy king of the Snow Country? Is that true? In previous years, the alchemy kings were either taken by the crown prince or joined the ranks of Prince Xuanwu. Who would have thought that this year, an alchemy king would choose to come to the front lines? This is fantastic. With the alchemy king here, the pressure of aiding the injured will surely be alleviated. As the soldiers heard this, they erupted into cheers, turning their heads to search for the identity of this year's alchemy king. Allow me to introduce, this is the alchemy king Su Liang. Tai Ning warmly grasped Su Liang's hand and presented him to the crowd. Greetings, everyone. Su Liang nodded in acknowledgement to the gleaming eyes of the 300,000 soldiers. Not only can Su Liang refine fourth-rank pills, but he is also an exceptionally powerful innate realm expert. Thus I intend to appoint him as the vice commander, commanding 10,000 soldiers to observe his effectiveness. If anyone among you is willing, please step forward now. Tai Ning patted Su Liang's shoulder, his eyes brimming with anticipation as he surveyed the surroundings. Should Su Liang choose to join his ranks, he would be entrusted with leading troops. This was Tai Ning's promise to him. After all, Su Liang had remarkably survived the 5th-tier Dan tribulation, showcasing an undeniable prowess. It would indeed be a pity for one with such formidable strength to remain idle rather than engage in battle. Tai Ning sought to seize this opportunity to familiarize Su Liang with the intricacies of commanding troops, nurturing his potential. Furthermore, there was another reason. Su Liang's value to the army was immense, as his soldiers would also serve to safeguard him. Upon hearing Tai Ning's words, the 30,000-strong army exchanged glances, yet none took a step forward. The atmosphere fell into an eerie silence. While it was true that Su Liang was a Dan king, and they were grateful for his presence at the camp, the distinction between alchemy and warfare was stark. Strength alone did not guarantee victory. Strategy was paramount. This was Su Liang's first venture to the front lines, and having never been part of the military, he was ill-equipped to command. Numerous instances throughout history had revealed that a single miscalculation on the battlefield could lead to utter annihilation of the forces. Though they yearned to grow closer to Su Liang, none dared to gamble with their lives. Moreover, Tai Ning's assertion of Su Liang's strength was unverified. They had yet to witness his capabilities firsthand. There was a vast chasm between slaying foes on the battlefield and engaging in typical combat. Engulfed in enemy ranks, failure to adapt to the peril of unseen arrows could spell disaster. Even for innate masters, sensing the oppressive silence, Tai Ning anticipated this predicament and cast a serious gaze around. If that is the case, I shall take matters into my own hands. Snow Wolf Battalion. Step forward, with a resounding thud accompanying his declaration. A battalion of 10,000 soldiers emerged from the ranks, marching in perfect synchrony, creating a crisp sound upon the ground. Most of the soldiers were in their 20s, their faces marred with grime and blood. While their eyes gleamed with determination, traces of youthful naivety lingered on their faces. They regarded Tai Ning with a mixture of annoyance and reluctance, yet refrained from voicing their discontent. The other soldiers exhaled in relief, casting glances towards the Snow Wolf Battalion. The thought of these men being commanded by the newcomer Su Liang filled many with apprehension, for a single misstep could lead to irrevocable consequences. The Snow Wolf Battalion was a newly formed unit this year, precisely 10,000 strong. Perfect for Su Liang to command. Is there anyone opposed to this? Tai Ning scanned the crowd, noting the silence. Just as he was about to declare Su Liang's leadership, a clear voice, melodious as a lark, pierced the air. General, I object. The speaker was Mu Lan, her expression serious as she fixed her gaze on Su Liang. I acknowledge Su Liang's prowess in alchemy, but I do not recognize his combat abilities. If he wishes to lead the Snow Wolf Battalion, he must first defeat me. With that, Mu Lan turned to Su Liang, her dark eyes reflecting his visage, brimming with challenge. Mu Lan, do not act rashly, Tai Ning interjected, his brow furrowed. I am not acting recklessly. If I am not a match for him, then allowing him to lead these soldiers would merely lead them to their demise. This I cannot accept. Mu Lan remained resolute, her gaze unwavering upon Su Liang. So, will you fight me, or will you concede? Once I defeat you, I shall earn your respect, correct? Understood, Su Liang replied, contemplating for a moment before breaking into a smile and stepping forward. Then I shall accept your challenge. Chapter 88. Overwhelming pressure. Su Liang regarded Mu Lan, sensing the cold indifference flickering in her eyes. a palpable hostility that he had felt since their first encounter. If he wished to thrive within the camp, winning Mulan's approval was crucial. Otherwise, lingering doubts would incessantly plague him. Moreover, having just ascended to the 4th level of innate mastery, with his tribulation bones fully formed, he longed for an opportunity to truly test his strength in battle. Is it true? The Dan King is to duel with Commander Mulan? Murmurs rippled through the ranks. Commander Mulan was a master of the 10th level of innate mastery, ranking among the top 3 in terms of strength within the entire army. This young man, Su Liang, was undoubtedly no match for her. Despite being a Dan King, his responsibilities lay solely in alchemy. Engaging in battle was beyond his purview. To be honest, I have little faith in the Dan King leading a battalion. If so, let Commander Mulan show him that combat is different from alchemy. As the soldiers observed Su Liang, they began to murmur softly. Yet, under Su Liang's keen innate senses, their words reached his ears. Su Liang is about to duel. How intriguing! Unlike the others, the Medicine Emperor watched the scene unfold with a hint of amusement. Hey, this is a battle, not alchemy. While Su Liang survived the 5th-tier Dan tribulation, no one knows by what means or the extent of his strength. Aren't you concerned? Beside him, the Wolf King cast a sideways glance at the Medicine Emperor. Regardless of the outcome, it is certain that Su Liang will emerge victorious. If he cannot achieve that, he shall not be worthy of being my lifelong rival. The Medicine Emperor smirked, his eyes gleaming with certainty. Although the others were perplexed by the Medicine Emperor's unwavering confidence, they remained silent. Well, since Su Liang has consented, I find no reason to object. However, I must emphasize that the fight should not result in severe injury. Taining sighed, directing his words specifically to Mulan. He was acutely aware of Mulan's capabilities, and, although uncertain of Su Liang's motivations for accepting the challenge, he believed the outcome would undoubtedly favor Mulan. Thus, he hoped she would exercise restraint and avoid inflicting harm on Su Liang. Rest assured, General, I shall show mercy, Mulan assured him with a nod. She approached Su Liang, her fists clenched in a basic fighting stance, gesturing for him to come forth. Let us begin. Are you not using a weapon? Su Liang inquired casually, adopting a nonchalant posture, an expression of ease upon his face. Against you, I need not draw my sword. Is that so? Then I shall forego my sword as well, to avoid injuring you. Su Liang replied, his expression unyielding. You are not capable of harming me. I have much to accomplish, and I lack the time to engage in prolonged skirmishes. I shall resolve this with a single move, allowing you to grasp the disparity between us. A glint of cold light flickered in Mulan's eyes as she propelled herself forward, her slender legs making contact with the ground in a soft thud. The full force of her 10th level innate mastery erupted without reservation, transforming her into a streak of light racing towards Su Liang. Her right hand, poised to strike Su Liang's neck, stirred the sand and stones into a swirling tempest around her. She intended to deliver a swift blow to Su Liang's neck, rendering him unconscious, a fundamental maneuver in military hand-to-hand combat, devoid of lethal force, yet remarkably swift. With her combat experience honed in the army, Su Liang would undoubtedly be unable to withstand her assault. Mulan approached with blinding speed. Many soldiers gasped in astonishment. Such a ferocious attack. Surely Su Liang would falter. Each observer found themselves thinking the same. Su Liang was destined to be defeated. Yet, as Mulan drew nearer, Su Liang appeared frozen in place, seemingly oblivious. Indeed, merely a decorative pillow. Such a person should never command troops. Seeing this unfold, Mulan's strikingly beautiful eyes narrowed, her conviction solidifying. She quickened her pace, closing the distance to within mere inches of Su Liang, her right hand executing a precise strike aimed at his neck. This shall be the end. With a swift motion, her palm descended, yet instead of the anticipated impact, it struck only air, causing her body to instinctively tilt, her stance faltering, a mere afterimage. How is this possible? Pale-faced and wide-eyed, Mulan realized that she had been fixated on Su Liang, who appeared not to have moved at all. Could it be that Su Liang was faster than her? Instantaneous movement. As her astonishment lingered, a crisp sound resonated in her ear, followed by immense force colliding with her neck, plunging her into darkness. She stumbled, rolling awkwardly across the ground, coming to a halt after tumbling several meters. Su Liang had somehow found his way behind her, nostrils flaring as he inhaled the charged air, 2 arcs of electricity swirling around him. His thighs bulged with muscle, each fiber pulsating with vibrant lightning, crackling audibly as faint hints of charred aroma wafted through the AI. It had been long since he had utilized this technique. Indeed, At his current level of mastery, combined with the effects of his tribulation bones, his speed was now tenfold that of his earlier ascendance into the innate realm. Withdrawing his hand, Xu Liang maintained his explosive breathing technique. Relishing his newfound velocity, a smile gracing his lips. Lightning was among the swiftest forces in existence, and his tribulation bones were forged from the essence of thunder, surpassing ordinary lightning in speed, in terms of agility. He excelled beyond both offense and defense. When unleashed in full force, Mulan stood no chance against him. Witnessing the scene unfold, the surrounding soldiers widened their eyes, pinching their cheeks in disbelief, as if caught in a dream. Such incredible speed! This velocity rivals even that of grandmasters. Xu Liang, indeed, lived up to his reputation as a prodigy, leaving no room for disappointment. As Tai Ning observed Xu Liang, fervent admiration ignited in his eyes. A sigh escaping his lips, he alone had witnessed Xu Liang's seamless movement the instant Mulan approached, effortlessly circling behind her to deliver a decisive blow, devoid of any unnecessary actions. The swiftness of the assault and the simplicity of the attack left even a formidable warrior like Mulan, who possessed the innate strength of the 10th realm, utterly astonished and momentarily unresponsive. "You have been defeated," Xu Liang remarked with an expressionless demeanor, observing Mulan as she rubbed her neck and bit her lip while rising from the ground. "Not yet. Just now, I was merely careless and did not exert my full strength. And as for this so-called battle, it only concludes when the opponent concedes." Lowering her arms, Mulan regarded Xu Liang with a serious countenance, once again assuming an offensive stance. "How troublesome! If that is the case, then draw your weapon, and let us determine the victor with our most powerful strike." Xu Liang furrowed his brow, a flash of light emanating from his hand as the human slayer's sword manifested, emitting a faint trembling sound. "Just as I intended, azure light flashes." A glimmer of brilliance flickered from Mulan's right index finger, and a 3-foot-long azure blade, shimmering with silver light, materialized, speeding towards Xu Liang with an even greater momentum than before. During this exchange, her sword transformed into a streak of azure light, carving a deep gash into the ground as it surged towards Xu Liang's chest. She believed that her previous defeat was solely due to underestimating Xu Liang. A mistake born from carelessness. This time, she was fully committed, even employing her second-tier lower-grade signature martial technique, convinced that Xu Liang could not possibly surpass her. However, Thunder's aspect. Thunder roars across the heavens. In response to her assault, Xu Liang spread his legs apart, positioning the human slayer's sword behind him before swiftly drawing it, transforming it into a streak of silver lightning that intersected with the blade in Mulan's hand. Crack! A crisp sound echoed as the azure light was severed, and 2 deep gashes, several meters long, were carved into the ground mere inches from Xu Liang's body. Paying no heed to the soil swirling at his feet, Xu Liang calmly placed the human slayer's sword against Mulan's neck. "The disparity in weapon grades is too significant. Your defeat is inevitable. If you still refuse to acknowledge this, I can switch weapons and challenge you once more." Upon hearing Xu Liang's words, Mulan's cheeks flushed with color, her doll-like face finally displaying an expression of embarrassment mixed with shock. After a brief pause, she took a step back and shot Xu Liang a fierce glare. "A loss is a loss. I will not make excuses. I concede that you are qualified to become the vice commander." Chapter 89. Commander of the Snow Wolf Camp, is it true? Commander Mulan has actually been defeated? A group of soldiers stared at Xu Liang, then at Mulan, erupting into a cacophony of astonishment. A pill king. Shouldn't he be adept at alchemy? How can he possess such formidable strength? What a prodigy. To effortlessly vanquish Commander Mulan, could this person truly be at the Master Realm? Hearing the uproar around him, Xu Liang slowly sheathed the human slayer sword and turned to face the army. "Do you all believe I triumphed over Mulan due to my higher realm? Allow me to be candid. My realm is merely the 4th stage of innate strength. Although his physical prowess had reached the 5th stage, his realm remained at the 4th, making this statement truthful. The 4th stage of innate strength? Impossible." The soldiers exhibited expressions of disbelief, shaking their heads in skepticism. Commander Mulan was at the 10th stage, a 6-stage disparity. Such a vast difference made it inconceivable for the weaker to triumph over the stronger, let alone to do so with such ease. In their eyes, Xu Liang must be boasting. Yet, a resounding thud reverberated as Xu Liang circulated his internal energy. Enveloping his body in a thin layer of black, spiritual attire, a regal aura emanated from him, silencing the 30,000 troops, with those closest trembling at the knees, overwhelmed by an urge to kneel. This royal presence radiated from his very bones, owing to the fact that his calamity bones were forged from the fifth-tier alchemical tribulation, infused not only with the might of heavenly tribulation, but also with a trace of the imperial aura characteristic of the martial emperor realm. Although feeble, it still left a profound impact on the onlookers. What astonished the soldiers further was that, despite Su Liang's terrifying aura, its intensity was not particularly high, only slightly more robust than that of an ordinary fourth-stage innate warrior. Far from the standards of the fifth stage, and incomparable to Mulan's 10th stage, he truly at the fourth stage of innate strength. How is this possible? Among the 30,000 soldiers, murmurs of astonishment rippled through the crowd. Seemingly convinced of Su Liang's claims, while ascending in realm can enhance strength, it is not absolute. The techniques of cultivation, martial skills, and the application of power are far more critical factors. Mastering these elements can indeed enable one to overcome the odds. I am the prime example. As he spoke, Su Liang reined in his aura and slowly approached the soldiers. Earlier, when General Tai Ning asked you to serve under me, none were willing. I understand your mistrust. However, you have all witnessed the outcome of the recent battle. If you choose to follow me, I cannot guarantee that each of you will achieve advancement, but I can assure you that I shall enable you to master martial skills more proficiently, achieving several times the strength you possess now. That is my promise. Upon hearing Su Liang's words, many soldiers exchanged glances, their faces betraying a sense of desire. Su Liang had struck a chord within them. They were indeed lacking in talent, otherwise, they would not have remained mere ordinary soldiers for so long. The prospect of gaining strength without advancing in rank seemed like a divine opportunity. Observing the expressions of the crowd, Su Liang halted his steps. For an army, strength is determined by two aspects: the commander's ability to strategize and the overall quality of the soldiers. If you can elevate your strength to a level sufficient to crush all enemies, then even without a commander, you shall become invincible. Tell me, do you wish to grow stronger? The soldiers exchanged glances, unhesitatingly providing their answer. Yes. Do you wish to avenge your fallen brothers, making the invaders who trample upon the borders of the Snow Kingdom pay dearly? Yes. Do you wish to become an indomitable force of the Snow Kingdom, sweeping away all opposition, bringing an end to conflict and returning home in glory? Yes. The soldiers gazed at Su Liang with fiery determination. Their earlier responses had been somewhat scattered, but now they were synchronized, shaking the heavens. How could they not desire such things? They had endured the harshness of defending the desolate frontiers, countless nights dreaming of home yet unable to return. Many days and nights spent fighting on the battlefield, helplessly witnessing their comrades fall, buried far from home. As soldiers, as guardians of their homeland, their yearning surpassed that of anyone else. Excellent. You are all valiant men of the Snow Kingdom. Allow me to train you to become stronger, enabling you to breach the gates of the Jin Kingdom and bring an end to this endless strife. Therefore, those among you who are willing to trust me, who are ready to follow me, please take a step forward. For each of you, this may seem a small step, yet for the entire army, it is a monumental leap. Only by moving forward can you become unstoppable. Though Su Liang's voice remained calm, it resonated with an inspiring force that every person present could distinctly perceive. Thus, all stepped forward simultaneously, including the wounded. Thud. The synchronized march of 30,000 troops made the ground tremble and the air grow solemn. In that instant, everyone felt the significance of Su Liang's declaration of making a great leap. Each individual's spirit transformed. Tio return home. They must move forward. Tio prevent further loss of comrades. They must move forward. For a better self and a brighter tomorrow, they can only move forward. At this moment, the 30,000 troops united in purpose, their gazes fixed upon the distant Jin Kingdom. Remarkable. This scene captured Tai Ning's attention, his eyes widening in astonishment. Although it had been Mulan who sought out a duel, Su Liang had instead seized the opportunity to bridge the gap between himself and the soldiers, even instilling in them a sense of trust. Even a seasoned veteran like him could not achieve such a feat. Gazing at Su Liang, Tai Ning perceived a rising star of military prowess. Beside him, Mulan stared blankly at Su Liang, her lips parted slightly, her expression one of wistful admiration, a complex mix of excitement, respect, and shame reflected in her dark eyes, which mirrored Su Liang's figure, momentarily leaving her in a daze. Su Liang's words were profoundly stirring. Had he previously lived a life in the military? Even the alchemists, such as Tsang Wolf, regarded Su Liang with altered expressions. Hadn't he claimed this was his first time on the battlefield? I suspect that was an on-the-spot improvisation. The alchemist emperor observed Su Liang, his eyes gleaming with admiration, a smile gracing his lips. Tio achieves such an effect through improvisation. Ah, whatever he does, he excels at it. Su Liang truly lives up to his reputation as a prodigy. Listening to him, the other alchemists sighed, their confidence seemingly diminished once more. Ignoring the reactions of those around him, Su Liang addressed the assembled army, his voice steady. I will now impart training methods to each of you. However, given my current capabilities, I cannot train everyone simultaneously. Therefore, as General Taining suggested, I will prioritize resources for the Snow Wolf camp. Others may learn alongside and practice independently. Do you understand? Yes, Commander. The 30,000 troops responded in unison, their voices akin to thunder. Snow Wolf camp members, come forth. From this moment, I am your commander. With Su Liang's command, the 10,000 soldiers of the Snow Wolf camp immediately stood respectfully behind him. Their gazes shifting, their expressions transformed. Just moments ago, when they learned that the Snow Wolf battalion would be under the command of Su Liang, their eyes were filled with pity. Now, however, that sentiment has transformed into envy. Chapter 90. Training commences. General Taining, is my approach acceptable? Upon witnessing the actions of the Snow Wolf battalion, Su Liang turned his gaze toward Taining. Absolutely, it is more than acceptable, Su Liang. To speak candidly, I have even contemplated entrusting an army of 300,000 to your command. However, such a notion is rather impractical, as everyone has numerous tasks to attend to and cannot devote themselves solely to training. Henceforth, I entrust this responsibility to you. Even if it is only the Snow Wolf battalion, I hope you can mold them into an elite force. Taining rubbed his hands together, his face aglow with excitement as he regarded Su Liang. At that moment, he felt a singular conviction. Seizing Su Liang from the hands of the Crown Prince and Prince Xuanwu was indeed the wisest choice of his life. I shall not disappoint the general's expectations. Nodding in agreement, Su Liang responded calmly, stating, given the uncertainty of when the enemy may strike again, we must not delay. Let training commence at once. Are there any suitable training grounds nearby? To the west of the camp lies a vast expanse of flat land, approximately a kilometer in size, designated as a training ground, equipped with all necessary facilities. You have the right to utilize it at will. The rest of you, return to your posts. Yao Di and the others, come with me. I will take you to the alchemy camp within the army, as that will be your workplace henceforth. After giving Su Liang a brief reminder, Taining turned and led Yao Di and the others away. Although they were curious about Su Liang's training methods and eager to witness his approach, the alchemists understood the realities of the battlefield and could not afford to indulge their curiosity. They cast lingering glances at Su Liang before departing. Su Liang then led the Snow Wolf battalion towards the training ground as indicated by Taining. The training area was not far from the camp, consisting of a rock platform cleared of snow, adorned with wooden stakes and sandbags, surrounded by massive boulders evidently intended for weightlifting. Upon entering the training ground, Su Liang immediately turned and issued his first command. All members of